but actually, Wigglytuff wins a charge attack priority.
Wigglytuff gets to go first here. That Icy Wind will be super effective damage into the Gourgeist. It takes down the Ghost Grass type. Politoed comes in, fights back with the Weather Ball, but does it have enough to take down the Clodsire too?
I don't know. Cloudsire's pretty bulky and Mudshot doesn't do that much damage. Is the Poison Sting going to be enough to knock out before? Yes, it is.
Wow, 2 Poison Stings pick up the KO there for Elam as he is able to win game number 2. Everybody, Elam is on the precipice of winning the Houston Regional Championships. He needs to win one more game, but I gotta tell you, it's nearly impossible to sweep DuneBug 97.
I agree. I don't think many people have done it, and Elam is on the precipice of doing so. He's just so locked in. Honestly, I didn't realize that Gourgeist was going to win that charge attack priority into the Wigglytuff. I thought it would be the other way around, but Wigglytuff must have a little bit more attack.
Exactly. Well, as we move into game number 3, let's reflect briefly on battle number 2. This matchup right here that you called out, Alex, this was a key moment. The double seed bombs, the sword energy, but Wigglytuff got the better in the end.
Yeah, and DuneBug was forced to throw that Weather Ball. It was enough to knock out the Wigglytuff, but there was that Clodsire. We've seen the song and dance before. There's a Clodsire in the back. Clodsire being so oppressively good into DuneBug's team. A slightly off-meta pick in today's meta.
Oh yeah.
But it's put in so much work for Elam, especially in these DuneBug matchups.
The question becomes, will DuneBug overcorrect for the Clodsire, leave himself open to other vulnerabilities? How can he beat it if Politoed couldn't get the job done, if Gourgeist couldn't cut it? Which Pokemon will take down that Clodsire that has been so key for Elam? And on the opposing side, Elam's got no reason not to keep bringing the Poison Ground type. It's been incredible for him all weekend.
Yeah, it's been his MVP so far, especially in these battles. It's just been his ace in the hole that he's been able to hide in the back and pull out and say, hey, I've got the ace of spades.
Exactly right. Just when you thought you had a chance, Clodsire flops onto the field and it's all over. But DuneBug is going to do his best to fight back here. We're heading into game number 3, everybody. This is match point. Elam on the precipice, but DuneBug stands in his way.
Elam's got DuneBug on the ropes. Here comes that Licky Licky. Here comes that Wigglytuff. We've seen this matchup. It's pretty neutral, and it's really going to come down to those body slams versus do you go for the Swift or do you go for the Icy Wind?
I think Icy Wind is the more common charge attack that we see, but it depends a lot on how Elam wants to execute. As we take a peek at the back lineups, as our normal types duke it out on the field, we do have a Galarian Corsola for Elam and a Guzzlord for DuneBug. So in my mind, I'm keeping track. Whoever controls Switch Advantage has a massive leg up in the end game.
Absolutely. Here comes that Icy Wind. It's going to debuff that attack stat of that Licky Licky. And now, here comes the Body Slam spam. We've seen a Lickitung in the meta. Now Licky Licky has evolved, and these Body Slams are going to be doing chunks into Wigglytuff.
Licky Licky is at the next Body Slam, but it would likely lose the charge attack priority, so DuneBug holds his energy. Does he want control of Switch Advantage? Important decision point. Let's Licky Licky go, opting for energy advantage, but that might be critical.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough because now Politoed has a huge uphill battle. It's going to want some energy in case something like that Altaria is in the back to be able to threaten with double super effective Ice Beams. At the same time, if there's a Clodsire in the back, now it's going to be really difficult for Politoed to meet its match.
Yeah, this is going to be really tricky. We see the Shadow Altaria and the Galarian Corsola. Oh, Elam brings in the Galarian Corsola, recognizing this is a safe place to put it. If there is a Guzzlord in the back, the Corsola is much better into the Politoed. I really like this decision.
Yeah, and calling that there's no Alolan Ninetales in the back, which is a really huge call. We know the teams, we can see behind the scenes, but they have no idea. And here comes the catch. DuneBug making the huge catch on the Guzzlord.
This is massive. DuneBug 97 trying to fight his way back into this series after losing the lead. He now finds himself in a Dragon matchup. Dragon Tails, Dragon Breath, damage every direction.
Yeah, but we talked with Elam during his interview. He said he has Altaria, Shadow Altaria specifically for this matchup because of the Dragon Breath damage that's so oppressive. Now Altaria, with that Shadow, can win this matchup specifically.
Altaria's Sky Attack will command that Protect Shield from DuneBug 97. This is a very critical moment of the Grand Finals matchup, and DuneBug needs to fight if he wants to get back into this series. He's got the Brutal Swing. He's going to look for the knockout, and Elam will deny it.
Yeah, here comes the shield. Brutal Swing coming through, connecting with that shield, and unfortunately, Altaria is still there. Here comes the Weather Ball, the switch. Politoed switched out with so much energy, and now it's going to come down to Politoed. Can it take down the Altaria? Can it take down the Corsola?
Sneaky swap. Politoed tries to get the element of surprise, but Elam reaches for that Galarian Corsola. It's so bulky. These Weather Balls aren't going to do much. Galarian Corsola waits as the Weather Ball is surely just going to bounce off of it.
Yeah, this Weather Ball is just not going to be doing enough damage, and here comes the Corsola. Those Astonishes just keep adding up. It does so much fast attack pressure.
It's going to come right down to the wire, you guys. We got another Weather Ball queued up here. Politoed doing what it does best and spamming off that energy. In comes another Astonish. Can he get the farm down? DuneBug allows the farm down. He wants his Guzzlord to get the energy back. Dragon Tails coming through.
Beautifully done by DuneBug, allowing that Guzzlord to get that energy from that Corsola, and now hitting Altaria with a Sludge Bomb, payback into the other Dragon type.
Toxic gameplay. GG from the Guzzlord gamer DuneBug as he fights his way back into the series. That's one win on the board, and he's not out of it yet.
Beautifully done. I think that was actually super high level that we don't really see too often, where you allow your opponent to get that fast attack damage on your Pokemon and let it faint so that you can come in now and get the energy on the Pokemon that you need in order to secure your win condition.
DuneBug took so much damage. His Pokemon were getting punished by the barrage of charge and fast attacks from Elam, but in the end, saving that shield, catching this Nightshade, those small decisions added up, and it allowed DuneBug to put that barrier between himself and Elam, land the brutal swing in the end, and win this game.
Yeah, one of my favorite things that DuneBug did there is not only did he swap to catch the move on that Guzzler, but he also left with almost 2 Weather Balls worth of energy to be able to come back in later and just put on so much pressure onto the Altaria once it got low and onto the Corsola to allow Guzzlord to finish the game with that Sludge Bomb.
Elam had energy there, but the thing is, you can fire a charge attack, sure, but when you do that, you allow your opponent to get another fast attack through, and even if Elam threw the Nightshade there, he would not be able to withstand the Dragon Tail damage. All right, everybody, we're going into game number 4 here. Elam still just 1 away, but DuneBug is looking to reverse the odds.
Here we go. Guzzlord into Fortress. We actually see an immediate switch out into the Wigglytuff, and in comes the Corviknight to match it. With this is the exact same team that Elam played in game 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of play here, a lot of neutral flexibility, especially seeing the Wigglytuff early on. If DuneBug can clear this matchup, it clears the runway for his Guzzlord later.
Oh, and we see another attack boost for DuneBug's Corviknight. It's taking a little page out of the Accent book of Corviknight there.
Exactly, getting boosts almost on demand, but it looks like the Icy Wind will bring it back down to ground level.
Yep.
Another Air Cutter coming through. Corviknight, again, just working its way through this matchup.
Yeah, one thing I love about this team composition from Elam is he's trying to bait in the Corviknight every single time to open the door for the Cloudsire. But the thing about Corviknight is it's just continuing to boost his attack. This might be enough to knock out now.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think Elam might even need to shield, but he doesn't. Maybe Wigglytuff will hang on. Maybe he's confident in letting it go. And it does get KO'd. Finally, not a boost, though, for DuneBug and his Corviknight.
It just kept getting boost after boost after boost, and now we'll see here, does he go for the payback? Does he go for the Air Cutter? And now Elam has a huge decision to make. He's going to shield up the Fortress, but now this doesn't allow him to shield up that Cloudsire later.
Great timing there by DuneBug to get off the payback. Does not bail the Corviknight out. Instead wants to maintain his switch timer. Guzzlord, counter swap. Cloudsire, counter swap again. Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, on the line, this is a very neutral matchup. Both Pokemon doing super effective damage into each other with both fast and charge attack pressure. But Cloudsire has the defense point to be able to resist a lot of these charge attacks, even though it's super effective. However, Alola Ninetales outpaces severely.
I mean, severely is almost like an understatement, right? It is blazing fast. It's going to run circles around this Cloudsire. The Stone Edge would hit so hard, but DuneBug saved both of those shields. I would not be shocked at all to see him use both of those shields as he finds a charge attack priority.
Yeah, this is a huge charge attack priority tie. I think this actually allows DuneBug to take control and the stranglehold of this entire matchup. It's going to be really tough for Elam to come back now.
Elam taking a mental snapshot. He knows it's going to be tough sledding, and DuneBug sends out the Guzzlord to absorb the Rock Tomb and save his Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, that was a beautifully executed catch. And now I think we're going to see another Brutal Swing come through and start chipping away slowly but surely at this Fortress. The Fort Knox of Pokemon Go.
Exactly, but Fortress can take the punishment just as well as it can dish it. 2 more charge attacks. Here we're going to see another charge attack from the Fortress. This time it's a Sand Tomb.
Yeah, debuffing the attack, now debuffing the defense of the Guzzlord, and now it's going to be really, really tough for this Guzzlord to do a ton of damage, but at the same time, this Fortress is just getting way too low.
Yeah, this is a war of attrition for sure. The Fortress is getting weaker, and the Guzzlord is getting stronger, it seems. And now the Ninetales comes out, fires off this Weather Ball, and Elam lets it go.
Yeah, conceding the match, realizing that there was too much of an uphill climb to get through this matchup, but Fortress really put in a lot of work, but Ninetales just did a little bit more.
Elam almost at the peak, almost reaching the summit, but his grip is slipping here in Houston. We are now tied up 2-2 in our grand finals. As a reminder to everybody, if Elam wins this decisive game 5, he is your Houston regional champion. If DuneBug wins this next battle, he will force a bracket reset and another best of 5.
2 things that I really loved about what you said. It's hard to 3-0 someone like DuneBug. We've seen it now. It's impossible.
Right?
He just is he's too consistent, he's too good. You can't just overpower him. He will run circles around you, kind of like the second point, the Alolan Ninetales running circles around the Clodsire. It gave me such a visual of Alolan Ninetales just dancing around, setting up Aurora Veil, getting those weather balls through. That's great.
And Clodsire can only kind of flop side to side. It doesn't know what to do, but Elam's got to figure out a plan, and I do think that the Clodsire and the Galarian Corsola have been great for him all weekend long. Does he go back to the signature picks, or does he reach for that Shadow Altaria, that tech that locked down multiple matchups for him? Is that the answer? In a very, very tough question.
Yeah, and I think for DuneBug, his Corviknight was actually a huge player into that matchup because it's one of the few checks into that Wigglytuff that allows his Guzzlord to really stand out. Here we are, game number 5, decisive game number 5. Who's gonna take this? Is it gonna be Elam or DuneBug?
A story of stone and ice. Rock Tomb Fortress meets the Gourgeist swap in, and he's met again by the Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup for that Gourgeist, but it does have Shadow Ball to be able to fight back.
We're going to see the Shadow Ball get fired off. Elam does use a Protect Shield. Great call out early on in this Ghost versus Ghost face-off, and the Galarian Corsola does have the Nightshade, but Elam is ever disciplined, goes for 3 Astonishes for 9 turns, and then the Nightshade.
Yeah, the nice thing here for Gourgeist is that even though you're taking super effective fast and charge attack damage, you're able to fight back so quickly with these Shadow Balls. Incinerate is just one of the most amazing moves in PvP. And we see another shield come up. This is what Gourgeist does. It either will charm or incinerate down a Fortress, or it will force shields from any Pokemon.
But look at that energy advantage that Elam now has. Yes, he gave out 2 Protect Shields, but the Galarian Corsola is loaded and ready to go. And if you look at the back line, we don't see the Guzzlord like we have time and time again. DuneBug went with a different strategy here.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. Alolan Ninetales does not appreciate super effective power gems. That does a lot of damage. And now, Weather Ball is just not going to be enough.
Well, he did go on charge attack priority, and I agree with you. Weather Ball might not have the reach to pick up a KO against a bulky Galarian Corsola, and it absolutely does not. DuneBug looking for the swap, but he's going to be faced with a decision instead. Does he shield this?
And if you don't shield it, you're going to realize that it's impossible to go through that Fortress Wigglytuff core, because both of those Pokemon are going to be able to lower your attack. So needing to shield there in order to preserve the ability to switch in and out of matchups so that you're not stuck at -1 attack for the rest of the battle.
Fortress comes in and it bows out. Wigglytuff, the top usage Pokemon all weekend, the king of the Open Great League meta so far in the Memories in Motion. It is bearing down on Licky Licky, and DuneBug looks deflated. I don't know if he's got a chance to win this game or not.
I think the Wigglytuff has the advantage here. Not only that, the Fortress waiting in the wings with a lot of energy for that Alolan Ninetales. This looks like it's written in stone.
It's very daunting. Icy Wind on charge attack priority, even in the final moments after a whole weekend of battling. Elam's counts are pristine. He knows exactly where DuneBug is, and he is freezing him off the stage right now.
In comes another Body Slam. This Body Slam spam them is real. Is it enough to knock out the Wigglytuff? I think it's going to be really close. It's not quite enough. And now, all it takes is a little bit of damage into this Alolan Ninetales. Can the Dazzling Gleam do enough?
Trying as he might, DuneBug 97 throws the Dazzling Gleam, the last cry from Alolan Ninetales, but Fortress shakes it off. DuneBug falls. It looks like Elam is going to be your Houston Regional Champion.
In comes the Rock Tomb. It's going to be enough to knock out the Licky Licky. A clap of respect from DuneBug to Elam. In comes the Rock Tomb. There's the knockout. Elam is your Houston 2026 Regional Champion.
And then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome, trainers, to the 2026 Orlando Pokemon GO Regional. We're here in sunny Florida, and this is the second tournament of the memory season for Go Battle League for Pokemon GO in North America. I'm Caleb Payne. I'm joined with Soto. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, Caleb. I'm really excited to be back in Orlando, and it's Pokemon's first time in Orlando since 2024.
That's right, and we have our defending champion of that tournament, DuneBug, here today. But before we get into Orlando, let's take a quick look at recap at what happened in Houston a few weeks ago.
Beautiful spring weekend in Houston, the Rumble on Main Street wasn't a rocket launch. It was the Houston Regional Championships. The Memories in Motion season had just begun, and the always charming Wigglytuff dominated the usage charts. Steel-type Pokemon rose to counter it, led by the sturdy and versatile Fortress. On day one, new and experienced trainers alike graced the stage, showing that the title was very much up in the air. On Championship Sunday, Volt Switches flung electric rings high into the air, weather balls rained down, and air cutters tore through the opposition. As the dust began to settle, it became obvious that experience was king. In Losers Round 5, Nighttime Clasher defeated the previous world champion, It's Axon. Nighttime Clasher would in turn be swept by DuneBug, who fought his way to a rematch versus Elam in the grand finals. Signature picks clashed, as DuneBug and Elam both fought to leave their mark on Space City. Elam jumped out to an early 2-0 lead with his Clodsire and Galarian Corsola before DuneBug 97 stormed back into the series with his mighty Guzzlord and spammy Politoed. In the decisive Game 5, Elam had all the answers. As Fortress faced DuneBug's Alolan Ninetales, DuneBug pivoted to his Gourgeist, and Elam counterswapped his Galarian Corsola. DuneBug's last chance, his Licky Licky, stood no chance versus Elam's durable Wigglytuff.
A clap of respect from DuneBug to Elam. In comes the Rock Tomb. There's the knockout. Elam is your Houston 2026 Regional Champion.
As we turn the page on Houston, our Pokemon trainers saddle up to face whatever challenge is next on the horizon. Register at Pokemon.com/compete and begin your journey today.
All right, and those two finalists here are actually in Orlando this weekend, Elam and DuneBug. So potentially a rematch all the way in the grand finals, or we get some new names. But here are some of our titans of North America and pretty much throughout the whole world. Elam, DuneBug, Nighttime Clasher getting that top 3 finish in Houston. And as I said, DuneBug and Elam are here, but so is Nighttime Clasher.
They're all here, definitely expecting a lot of the similar players from Houston to be here, but also probably going to see quite a similar meta as what we saw in Houston as we take a look back at the top 12 usage. Remember, this tournament was just 2 weeks ago, and a lot of trainers have been looking at this meta, and it's honestly stabilizing at this point in the Memories in Motion season.
Definitely, and we see Quags at the very top, tied with Wigglytuff, 2 Pokemon that have really stood out in today's metas, and we'll see if that shifts or not. Metagame creeping up in usage as one of the old premier fighters, but now maybe making a reappearance here in 2026 as we see the winners of the North American Regionals to date. I know Elam's here, I believe TC Steiner's here as well, and DuneBug, so could be a repeat champion in North America, but could also be a new time.
That's right, and here is the leaderboard for North America. I think a lot of these top trainers, we already talked about Nighttime Clasher, DuneBug, I believe Rise and Pocket are here as well. Of course, Elam, Sustenance Eater, just going down the list. So definitely expect to see a lot of NA's heaviest hitters here this weekend.
And you mentioned Houston was only 2 weeks ago, but last week we actually had a regional in Europe, and they had a little, their own spin on the meta, I would say. We got 2 Pilot Swine in the grand finals, which was the first time ever for Pokemon GO, first time ever for any Pilot Swine making it, and Pilot Swine winning it all with Paul Lasher running that. Podemon, one of the best players in the world, getting another 2nd place finish, and then Strange Chop with his first ever top 3 finish to date.
Fantastic tournament for all of these trainers. Paula, of course, claiming her 3rd title off the back of the Pilot Swine that you've just mentioned. A big surprise over there in Seville. But you see at the top of the meta looking very similar to what we have here in North America with the Shadow Quagsire, the Double Steel, and the Corviknight and Fortress, and of course Wigglytuff in that top 6.
Yeah, Wigglytuff dropping a little bit in usage in Seville compared to North America. But you know, Europeans like to play a little more neutrally than North America players. North Americans are a little bit more on the alignment heavy side strategies. Well, speaking of champions from Europe, we got Inadequates, our co-caster. They're making 2-time appearance, but they also have 3 more slots for their regional champions. So let's see if any names repeat themselves or we get some first-time regional winners. And you can see the leaderboard there. Podemon leading the pack at number 1.
Potoman has been one of the most consistent trainers in the world for the last couple of seasons, performing so well at the international level. You also see Stone Collection there, who's made a couple of guest appearances in North America. We saw him on that NA winners graphic over there before, taking his points back across the pond to Europe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any of these leaderboard EU players are going to be here in Orlando, but there's a lot from LATAM that are here this weekend. We got LND's Heart Jeff that's going to be here in Orlando playing, Zardy as well, TZ Steiner, and some other players as well that might be on this leaderboard and those that aren't as well. So very interested to see how LATAM takes their spin on the meta.
I believe I saw Kanan and Corlash on that leaderboard, and I believe they are here in Orlando. But a lot of those trainers are actually in the Mexico regional this weekend, so definitely expect to see that LATAM leaderboard shift up a little bit.
Yeah, speaking of LATAM, we got some players to highlight from LATAM. Hardjeff in particular, a 2-time champion in this season alone. 6 total titles, including his international championship title, which is tied for the most amounts in the entire world. The only other player that also is tied there is DuneBug, who is also here in Orlando. So both of them are probably looking to make history as being the first one to win 7 titles. Speaking of DuneBug, we also have Elam, the recent champion from Houston, and Lyle Jeffs, the 3rd, a 3-time regional champion as well.
Elam and Lyle both have 3 titles apiece, and I saw Lyle saying the other day that, you know, he feels like 3 titles used to be a lot, and now that Elam and Paula, of course, have picked up their 3rd wins, he's back out there. He's trying to pull back ahead and finish with his 4th title here, but he also needs quite a few championship points. And speaking of someone who needs championship, we've got Pranav here as another player to watch. He was 2nd place in Milwaukee, coming so close to claiming his 1st title, but he actually hasn't earned a single championship point since then, so he's definitely going to be looking for a fantastic finish here in Orlando.
Yeah, he's saving all the energy for Orlando. Maybe tries to, you know, win that auto qualification if he wins that 1st place title and gets his 1st title in general. Speaking of players here, I'm curious to see what their take is on this meta, because I feel like it's still evolving throughout time, and there's definitely some Pokemon that are on the trending upward side. Metagame being one of them. Maybe a lot of people expect that Nihilip would be better as a fighter of choice, but Metagame is so strong. One of the bulkiest fighters. Cycle Cup buff was really helpful. That Iron Punch was buffed a while ago as well. Also very, very nice stab damage for this fighting type. And outside of Azumarill and Jellicent, there's not too much that walls off this Pokemon.
Metagame definitely looking like the premier fighter in this meta, but I think what has really been a standout for me this season so far is the Shadow Quagsire. It has been pretty much the MVP of, I would say, the last couple of tournaments. It is so flexible, so safe into all of these teams. You've got such great coverage with Aquatail and Stone Edge, and of course, Mudshot getting more energy now to deal those charge attacks.
Yeah, the lack of grass types really helps out Quagsire, but certain Pokemon may be trending downward as well. Licky really being a star of last Go Battle League season, but in the Memories in Motion meta, I feel like it's really just gone downward. A lot of people opted for Wigglytuff as a normal of choice, or Guzzlord as that bulky type that resists ghost damage that's also weak to fighting. And with Metagame going up in usage, and you know, a lot of these other matchups that aren't really favoring Licky so much, the ground types, Quagsire, Clodsire, it's going downward a little bit, and we'll see. I mean, happy to be proven wrong in Orlando, but might not see too much of it.
And we've got Empoleon here also trending down just a little bit. It has that water steel typing that was so potent in the Precious Paths meta, but now that we've got two steel types in Corviknight and Forretress kind of taking that top steel type spot, as well as Quagsire being the best water type, it feels like Empoleon's place in the meta is just kind of being replaced a little bit by some of these other players.
Well, I'm curious what your thoughts are on the meta, Soph, because we have some caster predictions, and let's break that down, because I'm sure besides ourselves, we also have Phoebe and Speedy's caster predictions. He's got a Alolan Sandslash on Speed side. I don't know what meta he's living in, but he's got double ice, a Talonflame, and then Aegislash, which is also on my list. But what do you think about this list, Soph?
I will say that Alolan Sandslash, there's one trainer who brought it to Seville, and they did make top 8, so potentially onto something there. I see we've both got the Feraligatr, also very successful in Seville, with, of course, Paula bringing it, as well as another trainer in the top 12. I've also got Togekiss there. I think it's been performing pretty well. It's not top meta, but for the trainers who have been using it, I think they've been doing pretty decently in the last couple tournaments.
Yeah, Feraligatr fantastic in a ground and Metagame meta, so that resurgence might come out handy. And I saw Phoebe actually had the Umbreon, and that could be a really sneaky pick too. Something else kind of like Metagame has fallen off a bit, but in today's meta, it might have some usage.
There were definitely a couple trainers in Houston, I believe, who brought Umbreon, and I didn't think it was going to have a lot of great matchups, but I saw it going up against, you know, Guzzlord, which you might think wouldn't be that great of a matchup, but Umbreon definitely can hold its own with all that bulk.
That's right. Well, if you're tuning in, be sure to follow us on our socials and the broadcast as well to find more Pokemon action, including this tournament, but so many others as well. And of course, at PlayPokemon at X, and then use that hashtag PlayPokemon if you want to see your tweet potentially featured on the broadcast. Well, that's going to do it for us in the opening. We're going to take a quick look at the format for any first-time viewers of this tournament.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6 pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
All right, well, it's time once again for another regional championship here in Orlando, Florida. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined by none other than Speediest Chief.
So good to be here with you, Phoebe. I love Orlando. It's a perfect time of year to visit this wonderful city. It's in the spring, so it's not too hot. It's definitely not cold. So I'm looking forward to fair weather in the venue and outside.
Yeah, we actually had a little bit of coverage between our hotel and the venue, and I was very, very cautious about it. I was expecting it to be 80, 90% humidity, but it was quite nice.
It's like 75, right? Not too bad, not too bad. But I'm really excited to see what the meta has in store. Great opening, per usual, by our colleagues, Caleb and Soph. A lot of Pokemon, I think, are very divisive right now. Aegislash is going to be a hot topic of debate all weekend long. We're also going to try to follow up with specific trainers and track their journey as they make their progress through the bracket.
And we'll see what these trainers are going to be fighting for here this weekend in Orlando. Of course, that's championship points, booster packs, and money for that prizing.
Exactly, and all this on top of that World Championships qualification, which everybody is racing towards as we approach the latter half of the season. But Phoebe, this is what everybody wants to look forward to. We need to see the meta, and Wigglytuff dominated in both Sevilla and Houston. It's sliding to number 2. What a downfall for Wigglytuff here.
Not that huge of a downfall, but I think very interestingly, it didn't take number 1, right? Corviknight rising up in usage. Corviknight's a little bit risky with the other steel type in the meta, going to be that Fortress, your favorite, of course.
Of course.
Really tough check. Corviknight has a little bit of play if it can land a payback and pivot out, but something like Feraligatr also coming into the meta is tough for Corviknight, right? Being able to do neutral damage with its fast attacks, unlike its counterpart in Quagsire, doing resisted damage with those mud shots. It's not as easy, it's not as comfortable as a matchup.
Exactly right. I think the Galarian Corsola also at almost 24% is a bit of a surprise for me. That means 1 in 4 teams has a Galarian Corsola, which we saw, 6 or 8 months ago, but not recently. I think that a lot of that probably has to do with Elam's team featuring that Galarian Corsola in his win in Houston, and Gourgeist as well, another Ghost-type Pokemon, bringing up the rear there.
Yeah, actually, that's the Pokemon I exactly wanted to talk about. Caleb had it on his caster predictions, and it's a very interesting Pokemon because I feel like it plays a very different role from Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola's typing is great, its bulk is great, so it pushes through, it muscles through those neutral matchups, whereas I feel like Gourgeist struggles a little bit to do that. It doesn't perform as solidly in those neutral matchups, but it hard checks Pokemon like Unova Stunfisk, Metacham, right? And it makes those matchups just so incredibly difficult.
And Quagsire too, right?
Yes.
That's like a huge thing for me. I think Quagsire is going to be all over the meta, and with an energy advantage that Pokemon is nearly impossible to stop, but we're not going to stop. We're going to get right into the action. We've got Sushi Must Right taking on HurricaneKaz. Phoebe, what do you see here? I see an Umbreon and a Clefable.
I'm happy to see that. Umbreon, of course, one of my picks. Clefable is a really interesting Pokemon. It struggles a little bit with its pacing, both Moonblast and Meteor Mash. Pretty expensive charged attacks. However, they do a ton of damage. So if it gets into the right spot, if it's able to get up shields, it's a really potent Pokemon.
Exactly. I think that Clefable had a lot of targets when there were more Fairy-type Pokemon in the meta, and having the Meteor Mash as a great asset to counter those fellow Fairy-types. But I don't think we see that actually on HurricaneKaz's team. Instead, the Umbreon, Gourgeist, Corviknight, Feraligatr, Licky, and Quagsire. What I see here, Phoebe, honestly, is that HurricaneKaz has the 2 best safe switches in this entire format, being the Licky and the Corviknight.
You really gonna disrespect Umbreon like that?
Hey, I kind of lobbed that one up for you, and you hit the home run. You picked up exactly what I was putting down.
And I do want to say it's really interesting because HurricaneKaz has 2 really great answers to the Gourgeist that Sushi has, but she's also running double water, right? So Quagsire and Feraligatr don't really want to see that matchup. The Feraligatr a little less so super effective damage with those Shadow Claws and really hard-hitting Hydro Cannons and the option for Ice Beam if you do want to go for it.
True.
So it'll be interesting to see how Hurricane utilizes her water types in this matchup.
Well, let's jump right in. This is game number 1 of the Orlando Regional Championships. Metacham versus Feraligatr on the field.
And this is going to be a more neutral matchup. Feraligatr has the advantage in those fast attacks doing super effective damage with the Shadow Claw. However, Metacham has a little bit of advantage with bulk and a little bit of an advantage with how much damage Dynamic Punch does.
We see there Feraligatr easily winning the charge attack priority tie, but Dynamic Punch is going to strike back. HurricaneKaz and Sushi both no shielding the first charge attacks, but that Dynamic Punch does so much damage. I think this Metacham will actually outpace just slightly. No, it's going to be another cap tie and the swap.
And a great catch from Sushi here, taking that neutral neutral damage into resisted. Feraligatr would be able to farm down from this point, but I have to imagine that HurricaneKaz might try for a catch of her own or go for a switch at some point.
Imagine the catch. Oh, and here it comes, but Sushi read it. In comes the Corviknight. I kind of expected the Gourgeist swap here, but this also makes a lot of sense. Corviknight good at taking these charge attacks on the chin and not wavering.
Yeah, I think Gourgeist comes in if HurricaneKaz switches immediately, but because she farmed it to another charge attack, she needed a bulkier Pokemon that could take the energy a little bit better. We see the Corviknight throwing an Air Cutter. This would threaten a knockout, so a shield makes sense from Sushi.
Yeah, great timing by HurricaneKaz. One single sand attack into the Air Cutter. And as well, she's a big fan of flying-type Pokemon, so I expect at least one on her team, and Corviknight matches that bill. We're going to see a shield here from HurricaneKaz.
And it's going to be a bit of a race here. No, actually an immediate pivot. Metagame coming in with that loaded Dynamic Punch. HurricaneKaz does have a shield, but opts to no shield.
I like the combo play here from Sushi, applying pressure in the mid-game, trying to force HurricaneKaz into a box, but here comes the Gourgeist. The Incinerates are not going to get the full farm down. It might take an Ice Punch for its trouble.
And good timing from Sushi, not going for 7, but only 6, so she can get that extra Psycho Cut in while still landing this Ice Punch. It's not going to threaten a knockout, but going to put that Gourgeist into middle health range. The unfortunate thing being 3 Incinerates of energy advantage.
Exactly, and as you look at that Feraligatr, I think it's too healthy to be incinerated down easily, so gotta bring in the Clefable here. Sushi Must Right does have the potential to swap in that Feraligatr, but the timer is not up yet.
And I would have slightly preferred to see 1 Incinerate than a throw. However, 2 Incinerates does mean that 2 Shadow Balls are loaded, and now she can opt for the Seed Bomb bait. However, there was an additional Fairy Wind given to that Clefable.
Exactly. I think the Clefable could even go out for 2 more Fairy Winds before throwing, but the combo play swings to the other side of the field, and HurricaneKaz deploys the Hydro Cannon.
And HurricaneKaz does have a little bit of residual energy from that bait. The question is, can the Feraligatr get a fast attack down? It can, but there's still a shield on HurricaneKaz's side.
Let's see what it survives. 1 Incinerate, but not the second. Going for the charge attack here, but as you pointed out, Phoebe, that Protect Shield is going to come up. I think this is HurricaneKaz's game.
Shield comes up. There is energy loaded. Incinerate does land and is just enough to take the knockout.
Actually, very close competition in our battle number 1 of the series. The combo play from Sushi, the combo play from HurricaneKaz, back and forth.
Yeah, really talented trainers, both from the Atlanta region, and that's something that we didn't call out before. There's a great chance that these 2 trainers drove here together.
Oh, wow. Probably compete at locals as well. Looks like a zoomed-in look. This is not a triple Dark Umbreon that we have seen in the past. Last Resort and Foul Play providing some solid coverage. Outside of that, I honestly don't see any surprises on the movesets here, Phoebe.
No, the only other option that I really think you could see is maybe you want Crunch on Feraligatr, but realistically, the only Pokemon that's going to be Psychic typing in this meta right now is Metagame, and it takes neutral damage. You're not really seeing that many Cresselias, although there were a number of people talking about Cresselia, I feel like early on in this meta. Metagame's kind of dominated because I feel like Psychic and fighting coverage is just a little bit better than pure Psychic.
I agree with you, and I think as you look at the whole of HurricaneKaz's team, she doesn't have a strong answer to Dragons either in Guzzlord and Altaria, so packing that Ice Beam on the Feraligatr is very useful coverage. Meanwhile, Sushi's team, we're going to take a closer look at that in a moment as well, but this game 1 was really fun. I expect game 2 to be just as hype.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth from these 2 trainers. Great catches, great snipes with the residual energy that they had built up on their Pokemon before. And that's something that, like Feraligatr, it's something that Metagame are really good at doing, right? You get to those charge attacks so quickly, 5 fast attacks to get to them. You can switch out, you can take advantage of a Pokemon like Gourgeist's slower pacing, and just dominate your opponent.
I agree. I think we do see more Gourgeist as well in battle number 2. It was very good for HurricaneKaz. And as you look at the rest of Sushi's team, it's got neutral play nearly across the board. So you can kind of expect that Pokemon to show up. But let's see what we get, Phoebe. Game number 2, Metagame into Corviknight.
This is going to be a little bit of a more dominant lead for HurricaneKaz. However, Metagame does outpace to the really hard-hitting moves. You can take an Air Cutter, you get outpaced to that, but Air Cutter doesn't even put the Metagame into the yellow.
No, absolutely not. Metagame still just as bulky as ever, and no attack boost for HurricaneKaz either, which means the second Air Cutter is likely not enough to get the KO. Here comes a Dynamic Punch, but first, another Air Cutter.
Sushi could have opted to no shield, but that would have put her in a very uncomfortable position with the Metagame in potential range for a farm down. The attack does raise, so that means any subsequent charge attacks will do a little bit more damage.
Dynamic Punch connects. Corviknight loses probably about 40 to 45% of its HP, and another Dynamic Punch is queued up. HurricaneKaz, trusting in her Steel and Flying type, is going to let this one through.
A Dynamic Punch is not going to be enough to pick up the knockout, and the Psycho Cuts are resisted. A catch attempt is made here. Good catch by Sushi, recognizing that the Feraligatr, it's not the Shadow variant, and we actually see that between both of these teams. It's a little bit more bulky. It's a little bit more comfortable to take a charge attack.
I also like that Sushi got the Shadow Claw through on the swap. That's going to put her a little bit ahead on energy in the mirror match. So even though she's down in terms of HP, she's up in terms of energy. Also, HurricaneKaz not willing to unveil the Gourgeist yet again in game 2.
And I think really importantly, the bulk comes through again. You're just able to survive that Hydro Cannon. You're not threatened by a farm down here. And because Sushi only has one shield remaining, she's going to have to give up that Feraligatr.
Sushi has a decision to make. Send in the weakened Metagame or come in with the fully healthy Gourgeist, but the shield advantage is still looming large in this matchup. Feraligatr outpaced, holding the energy. Here comes the Hydro Cannon.
Ooh, and actually both of those trainers farmed up a little bit more. Sushi did have the opportunity to throw the Dynamic Punch immediately, but instead is just going to let that energy go and come in with the Gourgeist and try to get a farm down.
Ferocious Feraligatr. We thought this Pokemon would be an impact player, and the Ice Beam is going to take that final shield away from Sushi.
And some might say that that full Incinerate that was snuck through was a mistake. However, I actually kind of like it because you get the Ice Beam off. You're going to ideally win that charge attack tie if Sushi does go for the Seed Bomb immediately. However, there are still 2 shields on HurricaneKaz's side. Shadow Ball is loaded. That's super effective damage. And that's going to be game number 2 going over to HurricaneKaz.
Looks like a super Gourgeist versus a large Gourgeist, and HurricaneKaz takes a super 2-0 in winners round 2 of Orlando. That's our Group H bracket. Reminder, everyone, we've got tons and tons of groups, lots of talented trainers, and I cannot wait to see who makes day 2.
Congratulations to HurricaneKaz for securing victory in winners round 2. She's going to have a long way to go in order to make it into day number 2.
That's true.
And Sushi's not out of it yet. She's going to go down to the loser side of the bracket. I'm sure she's going to be able to make a long run herself.
Well, we talked about Feraligatr. Was Feraligatr on any of our caster predictions? Maybe 1 or 2?
Not mine.
Not mine either. So maybe it was Caleb and Soph, but I can't recall at the moment. We are going to do a spotlight on it.
They both had it.
They both had it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, Feraligatr was on both teams for that round number 1. Palasha tore through the competition in Sevilla with the Piloswine Feraligatr combination. There's another Feraligatr in Top Cut as well, but it might be even more popular here than it was across the pond in Spain.
It's kind of an interesting circle of life between Feraligatr, Quagsire, and Empoleon. But as we look back into these replays, I just want to call out how important it was once again, that these Feraligatrs were not the Shadow variant. You're able to take a Dynamic Punch more comfortably. You're more free to catch a Air Cutter from a Corviknight and not be threatened by a farm down by a Gourgeist or any other Pokemon on the opposing side. So the bulk, I think, of the normal Feraligatrs really shining through in this meta, whereas in times past, it was the ferocity of the Shadow Feraligatr and those hard-hitting Hydro Cannons, that was key.
It was a closing power, right? Whenever I see a team and I see if it's a Shadow Feraligatr or not, when I see the Shadow variant, I think, okay, that Feraligatr is going to be in the back. It's going to wait for his shield advantage. It's going to come out, and it's going to tear through the competition. We're going to take a closer look here at Feraligatr. This is a Pokemon that, when we got the max out meta, if you recall back, Phoebe, we had the big moveset reveal in Hawaii. We got the max out meta. It was Feraligatr Clodsire all the time. That was the duo to beat. And Feraligatr kind of, I guess, swam down into the swamp and is now resurfacing in Orlando. How fitting is that?
Memories in motion too, right? Memories of past metas, Feraligatr resurfacing, Azumarill always here. It's never in our memories.
Hey, there's poetry in that, I believe, but Feraligatr is going to be an impact Pokemon, and we've already seen it in round number 1. The question that always looms in my mind, Phoebe, is that we get usage from day number 1, but then day number 2 usage usually looks a lot different, and there's certain Pokemon that outperform. The example I always go back to is Dugong. We didn't see Dugong as being like a day 1 usage, Titan, but in day 2, a lot of very high skill players were playing it. So I wonder if Feraligatr is going to be one of those Pokemon that climbs up the usage charts as we move into the Top Cut.
Do you remember if it was on the day one usage?
You're quizzing me, and it's too early in the morning.
Hey, I forgot to. I need
so
more
we're
coffee,
fine. You guys, come on. But no.
Let's go ahead
question.
and hear from a Feraligatr user herself. We've got an interview with Caleb and HurricaneKaz.
Thank you, Phoebe and Speedy. I'm here with HurricaneKaz right off her win. I know you're a big bird aficionado, but I'm surprised only one bird on your team. What's up with that?
You're not the only person to call me out on that, so I'm sorry, but I do love my birds, but unfortunately in scrims and discussions about teams, they just didn't do as well for me, so unfortunately I had to limit it to just one.
Well, speaking of things that have gone well for you, I feel like anytime you're on stream, you're winning, and this time around, you're facing off against a pretty familiar face. Tell me about that.
Yeah, Sushi Must Right is a really great person. She's a local of mine from the Atlanta area. We've been friends for a really long time, pretty much since I started competitive battling. We're on the same team in grassroots format, so we're always talking about battles, about teams, about Pokemon, and I can't thank her enough for everything that we've been able to do together. So it was really a horrible feeling to know that we had to face each other on stream first thing, but it's also really fun to battle with your friends. That's the reason we all do this, so I love her very much.
Let's see if you're still friends after that match. But you brought an Umbreon on your team, which I think is super unique. Actually, rocking the Umbreon pin today, but tell me about that, because I feel like that's definitely on the more anti-meta side of things.
Yeah, Umbreon, I was actually really inspired by Curdy Wordy, who just won the South African Cape Town special event. And I really loved how he used that Pokemon as an anti-meta pick. We've seen a lot of Ghosts coming into the meta. We've seen a lot of like Feraligatr with Shadow Claw, things like that, normal types, and Umbreon is just a kind of a tank that can sit there and take a lot while chipping away at your opponents. I've used Umbreons in the past metas that we've had, so I really thought it was a good time to take it back out. Unfortunately, didn't even get to bring it on stream right now, but you know, hopefully it'll keep serving me well later today.
All right, well, I wish you best of luck on the rest of your battles today. Any shout-outs you'd like to give to anyone watching at home or here?
I mean, I'd really like to thank Sushi again for being just an amazing friend, but shout out also to my husband Joe for always supporting me even though he doesn't actually play Pokemon. And shout out to my friends Jen and Melissa, who aren't competitive Pokemon players, but they're always supporting me in my efforts in competitive play. Love you guys.
Awesome, great to hear. Well, let's see some more action and battles on the stage. Back to you, Speedy and Phoebe.
Very, very wholesome interview from HurricaneKaz. Always love to hear from her, and also just very, very good vibes. You love to see that starting off the day at a regional championship, especially in downtown sunny Orlando.
Great times on stage. Maybe a little bit painful to send your friend into the losers bracket,
For sure.
But I do think it is really poetic to be able to play your friend on stage, first match of the day, have just put on a wonderful show for everyone else, and the show must go on. We have another match that is ready on stage, and I'm excited to continue our day here.
Well, one of the strategies that I hear pretty often is that if friends are going to battle, they make an agreement before the game. They say, we're just going to tie every round, okay? We'll just keep tying, and then we'll just both win eventually somehow. But let's head down to the stage. Our trainers are ready for our next round, and I doubt we're going to get any ties here. We've got Khaleesi Fitzy taking on Dr. Lapras, and this is so funny to me because Khaleesi Fitzy was really one of the pioneers of Lapras seasons ago. So for her to face off against a trainer named after one of her favorite Pokemon is actually very, very cute.
And looking at these teams, there are some interesting picks going back and forth. We have another double water team from Khaleesi. She's got that Shadow Quagsire and the Jellicent, which we haven't seen yet today. And on Dr. Lapras' side, I'm seeing, is that a memory in motion? Is that Credillia?
It's a throwback, right? So a throwback to 4 weeks ago or even less. But what I really like about Dr. Lapras' team is the grass coverage. Not only does he have that Cradillia there, he also has the Florges. And normally you'd see it with the Trailblaze, but because he already has the grass knot on the Cradillia, he's going to be running that Disarming Voice. So maybe called it a little too soon, but still, I think the intention is there.
And we are 2 for 2 on Umbreons, right? So I'm having a great time here. Love the Umbreon call from me. And great from HurricaneKaz to call out that it did win the special event down in South Africa not that long ago.
Yeah, I think we need an edit of Phoebe putting a medal on Phoebe because he did call out the Umbreon, but
make it happen, chat.
One of our trainers is already locked in, and we are not going to get any Lapras mirror matches like we have the plushies on stage. So let's get right into it. This is Group C, winners round 3. These trainers are about to throw down.
And Game number 1, it hits the stage, Corviknight versus Umbreon. This is an incredibly safe matchup for both of these trainers. However, I think Khaleesi Fitzy is going to be a little bit unhappy with the Pokemon that's in the front because she has the Wigglytuff in the back and it's not matched up against the Umbreon.
Exactly, that's not an ideal situation, and given the Corviknight and the Cradily potential on Dr. Lapras' team as well as the Clodsire, it's going to be tough for Khaleesi to find a position for that Wigglytuff until she knows the rest of the team. This is the thing about Umbreon gameplay, Phoebe. You and I can discuss this all weekend long, but I feel like you need to be very patient with this Pokemon to play it.
Yeah, you have a lot of flexibility with taking charge attacks. It is incredibly bulky. Its charge attacks itself don't do all that much. You know, Air Cutter's very cheap. It doesn't do all that much damage, but it just does give you the potential to boost up your attack and make subsequent Air Cutters do a little bit more damage. Umbreon doesn't have that sort of making itself stronger over time.
Exactly, it just kind of reliably, consistently deals out the damage, and Dr. Lapras overcharged quite a bit. I like that strategy as well, because in case the Corviknight ever switches out, Umbreon is not left empty-pawed.
And the one thing that you do need to be careful with, because Snarl generates so much energy, you don't want to go overboard, right? You don't want to do enough Snarls so that you're wasting those energy, because we're capped at 100 energy here in Pokemon Go. So if you're at 99 and you do an additional Snarl, sure you get 1 more energy, but you're wasting 12.
It's a huge waste. We see the swap to the Feraligatr, almost gets the Shadow Claw down, but Corviknight fails out at the final moment. Wigglytuff finds a, I guess, generally favorable matchup, but it's got to contend with this Hydro Cannon pressure.
And really great timing there from Dr. Lapras, not letting in a Snuck Charm. I know I struggle so bad with the desyncing from switch clocks, from switch timing, that I almost always just wait for my opponent to throw the charge move first.
Me too, and I think it really is a testament to Dr. Lapras' counts and ability, because that switch does take a single turn, and it does kind of shift the entire cycle. Wigglytuff finally get into an icy win here. Even the Swift would likely not KO, so Dr. Lapras actually is going to decide to shield here.
And I thought the shield made a lot of sense, because you're up a shield. You don't want to let a Swift go, because I think it would have put it within charm range. Yeah, Hydro Cannon coming through is going to be enough to knock out, but I think Khaleesi Fitzy might let this go, might try to get a farm down with her Quagsire in the back.
Can you though? Can you get this in 5 mud shots?
I don't think it so, because
Only
it's also 4.
Catch? Did we see a catch here from Khaleesi? No, the swap into the Corviknight from Dr. Lapras.
And Dr. Lapras was actually predicting the catch there, right? Doesn't want to let Khaleesi Fitzy have that option. So instead of playing the guessing game on whether or not she's going to catch or not, he just switches instead, saves that energy for later in the game. Feraligatr is such a high attack stat, it wins charge attack priority against almost everything on the field.
And look at Khaleesi's game sense there. Reaches for her own Corviknight, tries to make the swap, but she's in the middle of the mud shot. It's so tough to catch on a 1-turn fat stack user, but Khaleesi Fitzy's instincts were on point. Just could not quite nail the timing.
Aqua Tail coming through Stone Edge, I don't think threatens a knockout, or maybe it might have, because the Aqua Tail did just so much damage there. Another, what looks like charge attack tie potentially, or maybe Dr. Lapras was one behind, I can't quite see. Aqua Tail coming through, going to pick up the knockout now, but there are 2 Pokemon in the back for Dr. Lapras.
Ooh, and you know that Umbreon is looking very menacing, especially behind a Protect Shield, and it's got the foul play banked up from earlier. This charge attack will absolutely KO the Quagsire, and Khaleesi's running out of options.
And remember that Feraligatr does have a charge attack itself, and there are just there's just 2 little health remaining on her Corviknight. Shield comes up for Dr. Lapras here, and I think he's going to be able to get a Snarl down.
I'm telling you, Feet, battling an Umbreon trainer is a real test of endurance. You need tons of stamina. You need a lot of patience too, because monitoring the energy and HP over such a long game, and it's probably only 40 seconds to a minute longer, but it feels like an eternity versus an Umbreon.
And I think my favorite thing that Dr. Lapras did there was with that Feraligatr, right? So many players, as soon as they get to the move, will just throw it immediately. But you always have to be thinking about, what are my opponent's best plays and how do I counteract them? So doing the switch as soon as you get to that charge attack, especially if you know your opponent's team to 3, you know you're going to be winning that charge attack tie, just switch, save that move. You're not going to get farmed down by 1 fast attack because you have enough health. You're not threatened by Dragon Breath or Sand Attack at that point. Save it. Don't play the 50-50 game and just win.
No, that's an excellent point. You saw Dr. Lapras do that maybe 2 or even 3 times throughout the matchup, anticipating his opponent, calling out those win conditions, and banking energy, and being very patient with his entire approach, not just his Umbreon gameplay. So going into game number 2, what do you want to see differently from Khaleesi?
I was hoping you were going to say Dr. Lapras because I'm setting up this pun in my head. I'd like to see a little bit more patience because he's a doctor.
Wow, that's actually that's actually pretty good. Okay, I'll give you that one. That's good. Khaleesi Fitzy though, down a game, needs to win 2 straight in order to stay in that winner's side bracket. I think a lot of this, you know, in an ideal situation, her Wigglytuff would line up against the Umbreon, then she could pivot, she could play it from there. But you can't always bank on that. You have to look for neutral play. Does Khaleesi actually pivot to like a Wigglytuff Metagame team to try to double up on the coverage for Umbreon?
I actually really like that. I was thinking, you know, what are our other options, right? Jellicent's very good into the remainder of the team outside of that Umbreon, but it's just so risky. It's incredibly risky. That's such a good matchup for the Umbreon because you pace very similarly to the Jellicent, and matchups like Jellicent versus Empoleon, where Empoleon outpaces, it's not as impactful. But here we go into game number 2. Khaleesi Fitzy does find a very favorable lead because of the steel typing of Corviknight and the very fast pacing of Air Cutter. This is a very comfortable matchup for her.
Also, Dr. Lapras leaving the Umbreon in the Pokeball does not bring it to game number 2. So if Khaleesi would have overcorrected, she might have been caught out. That Jellicent actually might be an impact player here versus the Corviknight and the Feraligatr.
Right, Feraligatr has the options of doing super effective damage with the Shadow Claw, but both of its charge attacks, because it's not running Crunch, are going to be resisted, and therefore it's a very good matchup, especially when shields are down for that Jellicent.
We see both trainers throwing the charge attacks immediately. This is such a fascinating tug of war because the Air Cutter can boost the Corviknight's attack, but the Chilling Water always drops it right back down, and they're not going to hold energy like they did in the opening matchup of game number 1.
Next Air Cutter coming through, I don't think it's going to be quite enough to knock out, and I think that means that Khaleesi Fitzy has the option to potentially pivot if she doesn't want to take this next Chilling Water, but instead it's Dr. Lapras pivoting, allowing Khaleesi Fitzy to get up to a charge attack and switching into the Jellicent. This is a bit tough. She allowed her opponent to get a lot of energy, and now she's got to play payback bait games.
Yeah, this is kind of like jumping in on the back foot. I'm not sure if Khaleesi, yeah, I think you have to shield this initial one. When your opponent's so far ahead on energy, it's almost guaranteed that they go for that harder hitting charge attack.
You say that, but anytime I'm playing this matchup, my opponent always baits and I always shield.
It's because they know it's you. They know your tendencies, Phoebe. Shadow Ball from Khaleesi will connect, and no need to shield. Dr. Lapras knows he can absorb at least 1 charge attack in this matchup.
And now it's a little bit more comfortable because Khaleesi Fitzy called one. She can let this next one come through and still get an additional charge attack off. Whereas if she let the payback through earlier, then Dr. Lapras would only need to go for Air Cutters afterwards. However, I do like this from Dr. Lapras, letting it go. He's gonna get his Feraligatr ahead on energy, which is just so nice, especially when you're up on shields.
Khaleesi can't bail out her Jellicent like she saved her Corviknight in battle number 1. Feraligatr does succeed in the Shadow Claw down, and I love the leverage gameplay here from Dr. Lapras, putting it ahead, as you pointed out, Phoebe, up energy, up shields. This looks pretty good for the trainer on the right.
Additionally, he has the Florges still in the back with some energy and the ability to remove a potential Icy Wind debuff here. I'm not sure if Khaleesi Fitzy goes for that, given that she just doesn't have enough shields here, right? She's gonna put up one here. Yeah. I think she needs to go for the lower energy Swift to potentially be able to make 2 or threaten enough shields away with that Corviknight. It's going to be really tough here.
It's so tough. Dr. Lapras is building a moat around his win conditions here, finally using a shield in this battle, but the Corviknight combo play might take the second one.
There is a lot of energy here. She does have the ability to get 2 off if he does not throw immediately. The next one is available, but he has energy of his own.
And guess what? I think the Florges now gets charmed down by the Wigglytuff, and maybe the Wigglytuff reaches another Swift. It's going to be really close.
That Chilling Water is enough to knock out 2 more Charms, enough to knock out that Florges, and the Swift is reached immediately. Is this enough to knock out Speedy?
This is going to be so close. I'll tell you what, Phoebe, I think she needs 1 more Charm, but let's see. Swift doesn't quite get it done, but Feraligatr can't get to the Hydro Cannon. Khaleesi strikes back.
1 more Shadow Claw anywhere in that game would have been enough for Dr. Lapras to secure victory, but the great switching in and out by Khaleesi Fitzy was allowed her to get enough energy, allowed her to build up on that Wigglytuff to reach 2 Swifts. Very crucial. Pivoting in and out, right? She wouldn't have been able to do that had she stayed in with the Wigglytuff. She had so much energy on the Corviknight that had Dr. Lapras pivoted in the Florges and not thrown that Chilling Water immediately, maybe he gets farmed down. Maybe she reaches a third Air Cutter, right? Air Cutter's pacing is so fast. So I think really it was the pivoting in and out from Khaleesi Fitzy that won her that game there.
Oh, no, absolutely. I think you nailed it. The Corviknight applied so much pressure because, like you said, if Dr. Lapras leaves his Florges on the field any longer, he's just boxing himself into another lose condition, right? So very, very tough there in the end game. Our judges are taking a closer look here at the battle, especially those latter stages. Might have been an overtap situation. We're going to get a quick review on that, figure out what exactly went down.
Yeah, got to make sure that the phrasing overtap, let's go over that first.
Let's do it.
Overtap means...
I see what you did there. Let's go over the overtap.
That was actually completely accidental, unlike the doctor joke.
Okay.
That one was purposeful. An overtap generally in Pokemon Go means that you're trying to throw a charge attack, but either you or the game forces you into an additional fast attack. So that's going to be what's under review here. Did the game force Dr. Lapras into an additional fast attack, or did he either miss his charge attack, or did he not have enough energy to do the charge attack and therefore was not able to throw the charge attack because of game mechanics?
I like that you pointed that out because sometimes trainers will believe that they should have the energy there, but their fast attack is still coming through and that energy is still being generated. And meanwhile, your opponent's fast charge attacks are coming through as well. So it might look like you should be there, but you're just a half second away. That's why we have these slowed down replays and judge reviews, because they can look at the finer mechanics. Also, when you tap on the screen, it does create that localized ping on the UI where you can tell exactly where the taps were. And if the tap was close to the charge attack button, but it's centered somewhere else on the screen, the judges can look at that as well.
And if you're looking very carefully on that screen, you see the Pokeball in the center. The judges have the ability to look at the matches as they happen, as well as go back and look at the matches that did happen. So they can slow it down, they can rewatch the footage and make a call based on what they are able to see.
And let's be honest, right? When you're on stage, especially when you're trying to stay on the top side, the winner side bracket, and you're trying to keep yourself in the tournament, it can be really tough. There can be a lot of nerves. And I think that sometimes you might just think, oh, I pressed the charge attack, I promise I did. But then when you look back at the replay, it wasn't quite there. So we know Charm is a 3-turn fast attack. We know that Shadow Claw is a 2-turn fast attack, and that damage applies on the final turn of the fast attack. So as the Hydrokin button was being pressed, the Charm damage did apply. So if that right there was the instance we're looking at, my personal opinion is that the Charm would have come through, but we're going to refer to the judges as always.
And it's great to be able to see that that ending of the game, right?
Yeah.
If that is going to be what's decided, the judges can look at how many fast attacks occurred, where were the players tapping. They can see those little sonar blips pop up on the screen to see if he was tapping on the charge attack, or maybe he was tapping for another fast attack accidentally.
Exactly. Swift, again, connecting. Charm coming through. Yeah, we know. And anyone who's done a lot of Go Battle League battles, we know it can be so deflating when you don't get that charge attack you thought you would get, but the damage registration is something that you need to keep track of, especially at a high skill level. And as you pointed out with the Incinerates, right, when you do have those longer duration fast attacks, you can find those unique intervals.
All right, well, looks like our players are going back and looking at their teams. So I think that means we do have a no rematch call. As you called out, one fast attack, one Shadow Claw going to the Feraligatr, requiring that energy for that charge attack. Charm 3-turn move. The damage specifically registers at the beginning of that 3rd turn, so it cuts off that charge attack from coming through as well. Game number 3 here, we're tied up 1-1, Metacham versus Feraligatr.
Now we saw earlier with Sushi and Kaz that Metacham is definitely going to lose the charge attack priority. Khaleesi Fitzy opting not to go right when her energy is available, instead banking the energy. We might even see a pivot from her here.
Dynamic Punch, first one coming out, going to be able to do good neutral damage into the Feraligatr. However, we did see at the very beginning that They do pace similarly to the second dynamic punch, but we do see that Dr. Lapras's Feraligatr is stuttering a little bit here.
I like that Khaleesi brought the Medicham and the Wigglytuff. I think she's calling the Umbreon in this game number 3, but Dr. Lapras is not going to follow suit. Ice Punch will be enough to KO, even though it's resisted here.
And because Dr. Lapras let the first dynamic punch through, Ice Punch baits at this point aren't really baits anymore, and therefore you can get a 2 Ice Punches off before the third Hydro Cannon, but Dr. Lapras putting up the shield here. This could have been a dynamic punch, but is just an Ice Punch.
Okay, this call from Khaleesi to swap into the Corviknight. I'm not sure how you feel about that feed, because I feel like she knows her third Pokemon is Wigglytuff, and when you switch lock your best answer to the Cradily, maybe it would have been better to let the Medicham faint there, but we'll see.
It's a bit tough. A full acid down from that health range would provide this Cradily a lot of maneuverability, and thankfully for Khaleesi, we actually see that Dr. Lapras is staying in this matchup, but in the back, as you called out, Wigglytuff doesn't really have that many places to go.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think the debuffs are really nice here. Dr. Lapras trying to give his own Corviknight, his third Pokemon, a slight leg up, or feather up, as I may. That second Rock Tomb connects. Corviknight now deep into the red, but Khaleesi's at the payback and can swap, decides to stay in.
Maybe a little bit more advantageous to swap to remove the debuffs. However, Payback is still a fairly hard-hitting move. Not able to go for an Air Cutter here. We actually see a switch here from Dr. Lapras. I might have preferred to see him stay in that matchup and go for another charge attack because I don't think he was in Air Cutter range.
Double debuffed Corviknight from Khaleesi does clutch up a payback here to deal some meaningful damage, and then swapping into the Wigglytuff. But I think the downside here is that now Dr. Lapras has an enormous amount of energy. This is going to be really tough.
She's going to be going Air Cutter after Air Cutter. You don't want to throw Payback in this matchup as it is resisted by the Fairy typing and an immediate boost from that Corviknight.
Does that mean you shield this one? What do you think, Phoebe?
I don't think you shield the second one yet because the second one could also boost. Though realistically, I think at this point, 2 do knock out.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much it matters.
It's tough to call, right? We're going to see an Icy Wind from the Wigglytuff here. This is going to slow down that Corviknight back to its base attack stat. It's going to take it down to the red as well, but the Cradily, I'm just looking at it, it's lurking there in the back.
Cradily does come in and has some energy. Rock Tomb comes through. This is going to be doing neutral damage into the Wigglytuff. If it doesn't knock out, I'm pretty sure it's within 1 acid down range.
It's so weak coming in out of the Corviknight. Double resisting the acid. This might be the swing play for Khaleesi. Can he get to the Rock Tomb? Yes, on 1 HP.
Just barely unable to get that fast attack down. However, now she's going to be able to get maybe another Psycho Cut onto her Medicham. If she's able to build up some energy there and reach a charge attack, maybe this game isn't over yet.
Well, she still has to break through that shield from Dr. Lapras and then KO the Corviknight, so it's going to be a little tough. Medicham's got no energy. Sand Attack doesn't do much damage, but Medicham doesn't have much HP.
He has so much energy left on this Corviknight. Even if she was able to get closer to an Ice Punch here, Air Cutter going to be more than enough to knock out, and a boost to boot at the end. Another Air Cutter loaded here, coming through, going to be able to pick up the knockout into the Wigglytuff. If that Medicham reached a charge attack, she had a charge attack loaded on the Wigglytuff, so I think she could have won.
Exactly.
But just way too much energy loaded on that Corviknight. Not able to get to that charge attack into the Medicham, sealing the deal for Dr. Lapras.
The real pressure point for that matchup, I got to call out that Corviknight Sand Attack attempted farm down from Khaleesi into the Cradily. If she gets that, then she's got at least an Air Cutter and a half. She's got energy on Wigglytuff. She could win the battle that way, but just 1 HP for that Cradily was all Dr. Lapras needed.
Alternatively, had she saved the energy on the Corviknight, had done a neutral non-debuffed Payback, pivoted a little bit earlier to the Wigglytuff, maybe she would have had a little bit more damage there to knock out either the Cradily with an Air Cutter or the Corviknight with a Payback.
Yeah.
You see, those like little minute details often are very key for securing yourself victory.
I think a lot of Pokemon Go PvP is about sequencing out your win conditions in real time, right? Because you don't have the turn durations where you can think about your next move. You just go right in, and you have to really kind of freestyle your win condition until it becomes obvious to you and then commit and execute. So both of these trainers kind of pivoting back and forth, swinging the momentum from each side of the stage. And at the end, Dr. Lapras just had so much energy. As you pointed out, Phoebe, he had the Air Cutter. He had 2 Air Cutters, no Protect Shield for Khaleesi, and that was game.
And I really like the word sequencing there from you, because it's a term that's used often in the trading card game, right? They have to think about in which order they play their cards, and it's very similar for Go, especially in this day and age where the card of switching is up more frequently. You have more options, and you have to decide in which order you play things.
I see what you did there. It's a 45-second switch timer, right? So play that card whenever you can, especially to make a catch and win some close battles. But speaking of close games, I'm really excited for our next pairing. I might be jumping the gun here just a little bit, but I'm excited because one of our trainers is playing Aegislash.
and our other trainer, am I reading that correctly? Dartrix? Dartrix the Owl?
Dartrix alert? I'm not sure. I don't think I see that. I see
it's
that.
on Arrow's team.
Whoa, yeah, what?
Dartrix the Owl.
Hey, I don't know what's going on. Maybe he's cooking. Let us know what you think in the chat. Arrow's also a trainer that we've watched in NA for multiple years. Texas local. He's out here in Orlando trying to make a name for himself and win an event with Aegislash and Dartrix now apparently, which, yeah, who knows?
I know it's got a lot of play in limited metas.
Sure.
I don't think this... Sure, someone look at the usage stats of every Pokemon Go Championship Series event ever. Is this the first time we've seen it at a regional event? Possibly.
It could be. Easily could be. Peck, Seed Bomb, and Brave Bird, for everyone who was wondering. I totally
You didn't
knew
know that?
I totally knew that before I looked at the team sheet. I totally knew that.
And Peck's a great move.
It is.
Seed Bomb recently got buffed up a little bit, right? We haven't seen its nominal user Trevenant in a long time, and realistically, I think we could see a little bit of it coming back into the meta. Dartrix a very similar Pokemon with its coverage.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if it's able to see some play here in this matchup.
Well, think about it, right? If you want a Pokemon that can beat fighting-type opponents, it can beat Quagsire, it can beat Jellicent, do you go Dartrix? Was that your first choice?
Absolutely. All the time.
Okay.
100% of the time,
yeah.
all the time.
Gourgeist and Trevenant are like way down the list. Dartrix right there at the top.
Gourgeist 2. Never heard of
I know. I never heard of it. But we're going to see if this team is the real deal. Also, Arrow rocking the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. That's going to be a really fun thing to say over and over, too, if we do get that Pokemon on the field. I remember Ninetales back in the day running Solar Beam, but the additions of Ember, Weather Ball, and Overheat make it a very bait-dependent but very potent Pokemon.
And Ember's been changed so many times over the years. Used to be a little more fast attack damage oriented. I believe now it is a little more energy oriented than it has been in the past. So you're able to get some really fast pacing, but do you remember there was a regional that was brought to very recently? Was it like Milwaukee or something? That it just, I forget who brought it, but it was just unable to get that fast attack down against some of its more neutral matchups. I think it was Empoleon, right? Where you're doing neutral damage with that fast attack. And I think it lost a little bit of its edge. It lost a little bit of its edge with that decrease of damage. But with fast energy generation, you're able to get to those overheats very quickly. And overheat, even neutrally, even resisted into something like Azumarill, does a ton of damage.
Yeah, you have to respect it, right? It's a great Pokemon for taking away shields from your opponent because absorbing an overheat's worth of damage, it can be devastating, even in neutral matchups. But also, it can be devastating if you bait Weather Ball and they call it, and then you are up a creek. But let's see, we've got Arrow taking on Jigglypuff, not to be confused with Jigglypuff, 7-7.
Or Wigglytuff, which he does have on his team. And speaking of his team, let's actually take a little bit of a look into it. We've been talking about Arrows quite a bit. It's a little bit more standard. We do see the Galarian Corsola, Empoleon, Shadow Quagsire, 2 flyers. So although maybe it didn't work for HurricaneKaz, maybe it's working for Jigglypuff. I've
seen that duo quite a bit. It was very popular maybe a month or 2 ago, but we're going to see it resurface here. Our trainers are getting locked in. Double flying strategy versus Dartrix, Shadow Kanto, Ninetales, and Aegislash. Also, let's talk about the Florges just briefly. This is a Fairy Wind, Trailblaze, and Chilling Water Florges. So Arrow might need to bring that Pokemon simply to beat the Quagsire.
Right, looking at the rest of his team, there's no other Owls that are on the team that look like they could deal with the Quagsire at all whatsoever.
Well, let's get right into it. We're going to get that Shadow Kanto Ninetales facing off against the best buddied Altaria. I will say this looks pretty good for Jigglypuff, and Arrow agrees. He's going to swap right into that Florges.
Ooh, and a bit unfortunate for Arrow. Now the Corsola comes in, and I'm sure he would have much rather preferred the Guzzlord to be onto this Corsola as opposed to his Florges.
I agree with you, and that Galarian Corsola will absorb a ton of damage along the way. Looks like he goes for the Trailblaze first, and then the Chilling Water. Arrow got about 3 Fairy Winds before the swap, which is going to give him quite a bit of an energy lead and able to set his Pokemon up quite well.
Chilling Water lowering the attack of that Galarian Corsola means that this Nightshade's going to be doing just a little bit less damage. However, Arrow really opting for trying to find switch advantage here. Actually guessing very correctly that it is a Steel type in the back that Shadow Kanto Ninetales would fare quite well against.
And when you look at a trainer like Arrow, you got to say, I mean, the thousands and thousands of battles played, you have to pick up some kind of team reading skills. I think that's exactly what Arrow's got in spades. We're going to see another Chilling Water. This is not going to be enough to KO, but Jigglypuff is going to let it through.
Chilling Water does not knock out as you called, but 2 more Astonishes come through, does pick up switch advantage. So now Arrow's in a bit of a tough spot. Can we reach a Power Gem? Yes, Power Gem is reached. This is going to be quite debuffed by those Chilling Waters, but I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out.
Yeah, it does quite a bit of super effective damage, but double debuffs kick in there and helps this Kanto Ninetales quite a bit. In comes the Altaria as expected. Do we just get the yellow overheat? Arrow goes right for it.
Overheat coming through. This is going to be resisted by the Dragon typing of the Altaria, but it is an incredibly potent move by the Shadow variant, and it does just about half of the remaining health of that Altaria.
I really like the play there by Jigglypuff. He saw the overheat come through. He knew the Ninetales would be debuffed. He instantly, doesn't even wait, instantly goes to the Corviknight, sending out a Steel type into a Fire type because he knows the switch is coming from Arrow.
Ooh, attack does raise from that Corviknight. A bit unfortunate for Arrow here, meaning that each subsequent Air Cutter is going to be doing a little bit more damage. And additionally, if you're ramping up the amount of damage that those sand attacks are doing, Guzzlord's an incredibly HP-weighted Pokemon, so each little bit of chip damage you can do with those sand attacks is incredibly important.
Exactly. You have to work your way through a Pokemon like Guzzlord. It's got probably more HP than just about anything else in the format. Looks like Arrow also trying to get to that Brutal Swing, but the Dragon Tails insist upon themselves. We're going to see another Charge Attack come through. I don't think this is enough to KO.
It will not be, and it looks like the next one might be just maybe in range of knocking out.
I think this will do it. Yeah, I think this will do it. And we see the shield from Jigglypuff. Do we see a swap from Arrow to try to absorb the energy? Oh, both trainers counter swapping yet again. Jigglypuff is reading Arrow like a book.
But he throws this energy immediately, which means that maybe Arrow could get a fast attack down afterwards, but not trusting the amount of health that he has remaining. Weather Ball is now loaded, reaching for the overheat, but unable to get there. Arrow looks frustrated.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we can see everything not looking as smooth as usual either, and I think those minor changes can definitely kind of bother trainers as they try to pilot through this matchup, especially in a high-stakes situation. We're in the winter semis, by the way. We forgot to mention that.
Yeah, we jumped ahead a little bit.
We did. We're kind of leapfrogging around like the frogs in the ponds in Orlando.
In the swamp?
In the swamp.
All right, well, these trainers, if they win, go to the winners finals of their group, which is the final gate point for reaching day 2 already. So this is an incredibly important matchup. So as we see our players talking up on stage, I have to imagine that this will be a match under review. I don't think Arrow was very happy with how his game was playing out.
Well, I mean, if you look at Pokemon Go in the micro sense, it's literally half-second turns, and every single half-second matters a lot, especially at the highest levels when you are expressing your skills up on stage there. And I feel like Arrow is one of those trainers who has refined and refined and refined over years of experience. And when you see kind of inconsistencies, it can definitely bother our top players.
Yeah, so, oh, that was actually very quick. And if I had to read body language, I would say that both of our trainers just agreed to a rematch there up on stage. They probably both recognized that things weren't happening at the pacing that they should be. Yeah. So very, very good sportsmanship by both of our trainers up on stage. We're going to be resetting the slate 0-0, and maybe we see Dartrix the Owl make its appearance.
Hey, you never know. I mean, Aero did just run into an Altaria, Corviknight, ABA flying type team. Dartrix might not like the matchup there.
Grass does super well into flying types. What are you talking about?
I'm not sure which Pokemon Go game you're playing, Fee, but it looks like it could be a little tough. Shout out to our incredible production team. We've got our fan favorite Bates up there sorting out our device situation. So really, really happy with our team, and we learn a lot every single event.
Do we?
Oh, we try. We try. Game number 1 is going to be on the table for us pretty soon here. Mutual agreement for the rematch. You can see the trainers kind of, as you pointed out, Phoebe, nodding to each other, speaking into the microphones, having that discussion. I want to encourage everybody as well, if you do come out to a regional event, an international, or even your local cups and challenges, if there's something that you notice in your gameplay, you can have that discussion with your fellow trainers. Don't feel shy. Don't feel like you're creating problems. Just be honest. And I think we will reach amicable solutions.
Absolutely. And if needed, call a judge. Make sure you get that third party involved to help you resolve any disputes in case you and your fellow trainer do not agree. It's important to make sure that they are there. They'll guide you through the rematch process, help you take a look at the games, and come to a decision that hopefully everyone agrees with.
I don't know about you, Fee, but I think, especially in my first grassroots events that I competed in, I would probably say, you know, if something happened that I wasn't happy with or something looked inconsistent, I wouldn't say anything. Like, you know what? It's okay. Don't worry. We'll just play game 2. It's fine. I don't know if you were the same or if you were like, hey.
I probably wasn't quite entirely the same. I got pretty frustrated when the game doesn't work as expected. However, I tried to be pretty good about recognizing when things are game impactful or not.
Exactly.
And if I didn't think that they impacted the game, even if I saw issues, I would let them go.
Yeah, I think it's up to trainer's discretion, but we want the best possible situation for everyone in the venue, up on stage, or wherever you are competing. Let's go right in, everybody. We're locked in. Phoebe, you're getting excited. Phoebe is literally hopping up and down in his chair. He cannot wait for this lead.
That's going to be Dartrix into the Corsola. This is going to be, honestly, an okay matchup, I have to imagine, either way. Brave Bird's going to do a lot of good neutral damage here, but Power Jam is super effective into the flying subtyping of Dartrix.
And look at this dripped out Dartrix, too. It's got the hat from the Halloween event. This is a costume Dartrix. Arrow's trying to win in style here in Orlando.
And a very impressive nose shield from Jigglypuff here. That could have been a Brave Bird. That could have been a lot of good neutral damage, and really interesting timing here. Was that 2 Astonishes from Jigglypuff?
It might have been. I think this was a charge attack priority tie, but the shield does come out because Jigglypuff was at risk of being KO'd.
Huh. Very interesting that it was a charge attack tie. We see the Nightshade coming through. This doesn't knock out. That is some bulk that I was not expecting.
All right, Arrow happy to take that protection advantage. He comes in now with his trusty Kanto Ninetales into the Galarian Corsola matchup. Gonna shield up the first Nightshade.
And I actually really like this bait from Jigglypuff because we saw just how much damage that the debuffed Power Gem did. I think being able to reach a secondary charge attack here, I think you probably want to go for the for the Power Gem at this point because I don't think you're reaching another afterwards. But Arrow appropriately cutting that off with a Weather Ball, which could have knocked out, and it looks like an exact charge attack tie.
Yeah, because Jigglypuff recognized it was a charge attack priority, he knows he can command that final shield from Arrow if he gives his shield in kind. So Arrow kind of boxed in here. We're going to see how much energy he gathers. I think he can afford to gather quite a bit. And he tries to go for the Weather Ball here, but another Nightshade, and this is not what Arrow anticipated.
No, I think Arrow was anticipating his charge attack going off there because I believe he was clicking on it. In comes the Aegislash. This is going to be our first time showcasing it here up on stage. And unfortunately for Aegislash, it is not very good at farming Pokemon down.
I gotta be honest, Phoebe. We gotta correct this before our VG colleagues hear us. It's Aegislash, and we will get in trouble with Gabby and Rose if we do not fix it real quick. We're gonna see the Corviknight and the Altaria in the back, but Galarian Corsola might solo Arrow in this game number 1.
And that is going to be the Corsola taking down all 3 Pokemon, and unfortunately for Arrow, he won't have the opportunity to figure out what Jigglypuff did bring in the bring behind. And based on our players talking it out, I have to imagine this will be another game under review, and we'll have to see if the trainers came to the same mutual agreement again, or if Maybe they didn't this time. Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe they don't agree, and we're going to move to a deliberation. Well, actually, that's a good opportunity to talk about what would happen, right? So if you do have two trainers who have the discussion and they cannot agree on the outcome, and they go to the judges, what happens then? What happens if the trainer that appeals to the judge doesn't get the ruling that they think is correct?
Right. So if the judge doesn't agree, then you have the opportunity to appeal if you'd like, or leave it as is. I would generally say if you don't understand something, if you don't feel like it was if it wasn't explained to you in a way that you didn't understand, or if you don't agree with it, I would generally suggest appealing, just so that you can get that extra sense of comfort of knowing that the correct decision was made, and that you have that second layer, that second opinion on that moment, and just feel a little bit more comfortable.
And that appeal would be to the head judge. So we do have very talented and qualified judges across the venue, but only one head judge will make the final decision. So as we take a look here at our devices, I believe, as you pointed out, Phoebe, based on body language, we can't hear the players.
Based on the scoreboard.
And the scoreboard, too. That's another sign. But I think that we will have a rematch here in order to get everything settled and everything on track.
And it's really interesting. I feel like Arrow really switched up his team composition in game number 2. He still relied on that Shadow Canton Ninetales, but it did struggle a little bit, right? I think the matchup up until the point where the Ninetales came in was pretty on point. I don't think there were many that many game issues there, but the Ninetales just unable to get that farm down, again coming down to how much it struggles with the energy generation variant of Ember compared to past times where it was doing a little bit more damage, right? With Shadow Pokemon, you typically want one of two things. You want either really hard-hitting fast attacks, or you want really hard-hitting charged attacks, right? And it used to be that Ninetales had both. But now it's really lacking in that damage, and it really only has that energy generation with the threatening overheat. And if you have Pokemon like Altaria or Quagsire that can take it, it's not as potent.
And in that situation, right, where if you're Arrow, you've already lost your lead Pokemon, which was Dartrix. You took a shield, so you're up in terms of shield advantage, and you really need to not lose another Pokemon before you move into the latter half of the matchup. Losing the Kanto Ninetales there on a technicality, in a sense, is really, really tough. So I don't think that was at all what he intended or would like to have happened. We're going to go right into a real game number 1, though. It's going to be interesting. We've already seen a few teams from these trainers. Do you think anybody changes things up?
And Jigglypuff has leaned into the double flyer strat quite a bit, so I'd be surprised to see him pivot away from that particular point of his team. He's also relied on that Galarian Corsola, so that could come again, or maybe he's feeling like, oh, I've used this Pokemon twice in a row now, you know, maybe Guzzlord's gonna come in and be a hard check, but here we go into game number 3 and or 1, depending on how you count here. Jigglypuff versus Arrow. It's Shadow Quagsire versus Altaria.
And ironically, we've already seen 5 of Arrow's 6 Pokemon in those first initial games. And we're going to take a look here at our real game number 1. Stone Edge commands the shield instantly. Great read by Jigglypuff.
This is a little bit of the awkward thing about this matchup, is that Stone Edge is just so expensive, and you don't even threaten a knockout into the non-Shadow variant, or with the Shadow variant or the non-Shadow variant, that you could just get 2 shield farmed down, but no, actually Jigglypuff going for the catch, and this is going to be a resisted Stone Edge into the Steel typing.
I really like the catch. I like banking energy and a ton of HP on the Altaria. I mean, it's basically full health, and it forces Arrow to show his Kanto Ninetales.
And I actually really like this team composition from Jigglypuff. He's pulling out the Kanto Ninetales that Arrow's been using every time, and now freeing up that Corviknight in the back.
Altaria, Empoleon core with the Safe Swap Corviknight. What's not to love there? Kanto Ninetales, though, trying to disrupt the Apple Cart. Gonna reach the Charge Type parity tie, I believe, but loses it to the Empoleon, and that is not good news for Arrow.
And Empoleon is just so strong when it comes to its attack stat. It has the capability of winning against so many things in the meta, and now Jigglypuff has a very easy no-shield opportunity here. He was able to pull the shield away. Great undercharge from Arrow, allowing him to gather a little bit more energy back.
Like you pointed out, Phoebe, this Kanto Ninetales with that reduced damage Ember is a very finesse-style Pokemon. You have to get your farm downs. You have to manage your energy perfectly. In comes the Altaria. I don't know if you even need a shield here as Jigglypuff.
You don't, but you also have the opportunity to throw the Sky Attack immediately and potentially cut off that Ninetales from getting to its own charged attack. However, energy going into the Guzzlord now is great because the Corviknight doesn't have any hard-hitting charge attacks. It's nice to take a little bit of that chip damage into that matchup.
In comes the Corviknight, ever reliable, one of the best safe switches in the format. We've seen it twice already today, if not all 3 sets that we've had on stream. Corviknight versus Guzzlord. Normally these Pokemon are together as a duo, but now they're facing off.
And I think this is a bit of a interesting position, right? I think to most people, Jigglypuff has a very commanding position here, but with only 1 shield remaining and most of the charge attacks from Arrow is going to be very low energy chip damage moves, it's a little bit awkward. We actually see the Ninetales coming back in and going for the Weather Ball, although I did just say that they are chip damage moves. This is incredibly hard hitting.
What do you think about the shield here on the Corviknight as well? I mean, the Altaria is still pretty healthy.
I think it allows Jigglypuff to get to the payback, which would be able to pick up a knockout here, which is kind of nice. If the Ninetales had thrown the Weather Ball immediately, that might have provided Air with a little bit of play, because he's gonna have a hard time farming down this Corviknight. If he's able to build up enough energy on the Quagsire to store a Stone Edge, maybe, but I don't think he's gonna be able to get a farm down here.
Both Pokemon, 9 turns to the charge attack, and Guzzlord is able to get off the Brutal Swing to pick up the KO. But don't forget, everybody, there's still a healthy Altaria in the back, and I think the Dragon Breath damage is going to add up. Arrow might need to pivot to Quagsire, or I'm not even sure what he can do at this point.
I don't think Quagsire has much energy remaining. It threw the Stone Edge into the Empoleon, remember? Very early in this game.
Correct.
So it was very energy dry. Sky Attack coming through from Jigglypuff, and let's find some wood. I think we just had our first successful game 1. To knock on.
All right. Oh, I see what you're saying. But it looks like Jigglypuff does take that battle number 1. Something that really stood out to me, Phoebe, is that Jigglypuff just seemed to know exactly what Arrow was planning to do. Seemed to be 1 step ahead no matter what. And even after our rematches on stage, he seems very calm and collected.
Yeah. It's a tough position, right? Both of these trainers have to feel a little bit frustrated by how the first 2 games played out, right? You have to, when you're on stage, when you're in these tournaments, not let things like that affect your mental state so that you can continue to perform your best when it matters, right? We're in winners semis for Group B. These trainers haven't, I don't think they have, no, they have locked in points, I believe, if they lose straight out from here, but I don't think that's what either of these trainers want to do. They want to make it to day 2. They want to have a shot at winning the whole thing.
Well, if Arrow wants a shot to stay on the winner side bracket, he's got to win 2 battles in a row, and it starts here. This is game number 2. Steel types on the field, Aegislash and Corviknight.
We see an immediate pivot from Arrow into his Fairy type, and it is answered very similarly to game number 1 by the Galarian Corsola.
Just like that game number 1, also throwing the Trailblaze initially. Yeah, game number 1 in with an asterisk next to it. Trailblaze connects.
Trailblaze going to be raising the attack stat of that Florges. We see a Nightshade coming through, going to be able to do good chip damage, but Arrow wants to be able to apply his own debuffs first. Good timing, 1 Fairy Wind into the Chilling Water, going to lower the attack stat of the Galarian Corsola. Jigglypuff actually opting to shield this one because of that previous Trailblaze.
That is a bit interesting. I think the Galarian Corsola is probably not at risk of being Fairy Winded down, but Jigglypuff recognized that in one of our initial matchups, that Galarian Corsola basically swept Arrow's team, so he knows it's a powerful Pokemon in this matchup.
And we actually see Arrow utilizing both shields this time around, maybe trying to vie fully for switch advantage here, recognizing that recognizing that I think realistically the Aegislash does not have any reasonable spot into that Corviknight and needs to find a better matchup in the end.
No, you're exactly right. Trying to fight for switch advantage and reposition the royal Pokemon Aegislash. Chilling Water is going to get that goal accomplished for Arrow as he picks up control of switch advantage.
Now, the tough thing for Jigglypuff is going to be that he's going to be able to Actually, never mind. I take it all back. I thought he was going to let a Chilling Water go through and go for a farm down, but I do like this play a little bit more. Getting the Air Cutter so that his Pokemon is not debuffed into whatever matchup comes in next.
Guzzlord hits the field. The Dragon-type Pokemon facing off against Corviknight, just like we saw in battle number 1. I think a few key differences, though. This Corviknight a little bit ahead on energy, and the protection advantage is still in Jigglypuff's court. I'm so excited to see how the Aegislash performs, especially now that Galarian Corsola is eliminated.
And I like Arrow here trying to get a catch onto the Air Cutter into that Aegislash. It's a little bit tough because he doesn't know, but maybe he's figured out that it's the Altaria in the back. Altaria has access to Flamethrower super effective damage, and anytime you're able to get super effective damage into the Aegislash, you're going to be in a little bit of a more commanding position because it is so bulky when it's in its shield form.
I really like Arrow Banks. Both of those brutal swings did not get too angsty and throw them against this, Altaria. Now the thing here, Phoebe, I think we're going to see a double up from the Aegislash, building to double Shadow Ball, and then going for the form change. But this is the thing about Aegislash gameplay. Trainers take a lot of damage, and Jigglypuff went way over 100 energy because he knows he's not going to strike until the form change comes through.
The form change for the Aegislash going into the Blade form, launching its charge attack. Shadow Ball gets the shield and an immediate throw by Arrow here with this secondary Shadow Ball. Now with its higher attack stat because of its form change, doesn't quite pick up the knockout.
But it does put that Altaria within Brutal Swing range. The Flamethrower, though, is going to devastate the Sword form. It doesn't have the defense that the Shield form does, and it absolutely gets annihilated there by the Flamethrower. But I think, oh no! Sky Attack comes through.
All that energy that Jigglypuff was able to build up because of the way that Aegislash plays out, able to get to a very quick, not quite doubled up charge attack, but just a few more Dragon Breaths, and because Arrow needed all that energy to knock out the Corviknight later, just put him into an impossible position.
Our winners semis for Group B were off to a rocky start, but we had smooth sailing at the end as Jigglypuff takes a 2-0 over Arrow and his wildly radical Dartrix, Shadowcat, Ninetales, and Aegislash team. I never thought I'd say those three Pokemon in the same sentence.
And hey, we got to see it play out fairly well in that one matchup that it was brought. Unfortunately, for Arrow, it was a really tough team composition that Jigglypuff had. The double flyer strat actually working so well into the team of 6 that Arrow brought here to Orlando.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen these Pokemon in different combinations throughout this season and last. We've seen Empoleon Altaria be a really prominent core. We've seen Corviknight as a good safe swap. We've seen Galarian Corsola kind of pendulum swing in and out of the meta. Most recently in Orlando, winning on Elam's team. And Jigglypuff just said, you know, I'll take a little this, a little that, and I'll just put it all together. And the formula was on point.
And it was a really solid team in terms of its bulk as well, right? And I think that really shone over Arrows. That's the issue with more niche picks like Dartrix, or even the Ninetales, which isn't the frailest Pokemon out there. It does have a little bit of bulk, especially when compared to other fire types, but that's another reason why we don't see a ton of fire types in the meta. Because something like Charizard or Typhlosion, they're so frail, they can't take charge attacks typically, and you need to utilize all of your shields for them. And maybe that's why he tried to bring one with Aegislash, right? Yeah. Because it doesn't often need shields of its own.
True. You know, maybe one day, Phoebe, we'll get a meta that features Fire-type Pokemon and Electric-type Pokemon prominently. Two typings that have historically kind of swung in and out of the metagame for competitive Pokemon Go. But I sat down for a special interview with the trainer that has been there from the very beginning. This is a spotlight on DuneBug, the Road Warrior. Welcome in, everybody. I'm joined by DuneBug97 for a special segment called Road Warrior. DuneBug, this is your 41st Championship Series event. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. I'm very excited to get back at it, defend my title from 2 years ago in Orlando.
Well, speaking of 2 years ago, let's take it even further back. I think a lot of trainers want to know more about you, Dune, and your journey. If you could, compare for me 2022 DuneBug versus DuneBug in 2026. What changed the most for you?
Yeah, back in 2022, I did not have a lot of experience, as you may know, with these in-person tournaments. There were like some big in-person tournaments back in the grassroots days, but these were a different story, and it's been a journey for sure. I would say right now, I just have come in with these tournaments with a lot more confidence back compared to back in 2022 when I was first starting.
Speaking of confidence, you're tied with LNDS Hard Jeff for the most wins in Championship Series history, both of you with 6. But of all those wins, Dune, be honest, which one meant the most?
San Antonio 2024, 14 match wins in a row. It was the craziest tournament experience I've ever experienced. And it was probably the biggest grind I've ever had to go through. And I think I have a very good history of resilience in these tournaments. I may get knocked down on the loser's side, but I'm probably very dangerous on the loser's side as well.
I'd have to agree. Dune, speaking of events, you've been to so many, you've got to have expectations. When you walk into the venue, do you just expect to be in grand finals, expect to be day 2?
I usually do expect to be day 2. That is probably the biggest expectation I put on myself. Day 2, it feels like a requirement for myself, so I always like to have high standards for my gameplay.
Well, Dune, after all these events, after all these years, and I'm sure you'll compete even more, one question really came to mind with me when I was scheduling this interview. I wanted to know what you want to be remembered for.
I would love to be remembered for how resilient I am in these tournaments, because I've had some ups and downs, especially when it came to the biggest tournaments of them all, World Championships. I have not had good performances at the World Championships, so I'm hoping this year will be a different story because I'm on a mission.
All right, DuneBug's on a mission. I know a lot of people are cheering for you at home. DuneBug, thank you so much. We're going to head right back over to the stream.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I've played all of my day 1s always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up. One of these days you'll break through, and when I finally did, it was really awesome, and that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use, but for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with 2 of our lovely competitors from the Video Game Championships in Orlando, Joe and Josh. How are y'all doing?
Doing excellent today, Gabby.
Doing really good today.
Now, of course, the video game competition is tomorrow, but I thought we'd have a little bit of fun today competing in something different. How do y'all feel about eyes closed drawing?
Josh?
We feel good.
I like his answer. I like his answer.
All right, I'm glad that you feel good, Josh, because you will be our drawer for today. And I'm going to give you a prompt. And if you don't mind trying to draw it with your eyes closed, or at least behind our lovely easel here. And Joe, I'm going to want you to try and guess what Pokemon he's drawing as quickly as possible. And we'll just see if y'all are on the same brainwave here. See if you have some good vibes going into the competition. Now, Josh, I want you to think back to Regulation I, that metagame that we're switching into. And I want you to think about the Pokemon that people used the last time around. And one thing that we try to do here is we calculate the top 12 Pokemon that are used every weekend. And, everybody wants the number 1 slot. Not many people want the number 12th slot. So what Pokemon do you think will be 12th used in the competition tomorrow?
Regulation I?
The last time tomorrow. So whatever you think is going to be used the 12th most in tomorrow's competition.
Okay.
All right, let's take a moment to think, and then whenever you're ready, start drawing. And Joe, if you want to take a step forward just so you can see that easel a little bit better. All right. So it looks like we're getting a couple of lines going there.
Lines. Lines. That could be probably like Indeedee doing like follow me or something.
I don't know. I'm seeing a duck right now.
I'm seeing a duck too. That looks like a bill right there. Maybe like Quaquaval? Maybe someone for like Blake Silver, Quaquaval?
You're going for some deep cuts there, man.
Blake is a good person. Blake's a good person right there. Oh, that could be Rain though. Ooh, that could be Rain up there. Is this Pelipper? Yeah!
All right, we got a Pelipper on the field, bringing some much-needed rain to the ecosystem here in Orlando. Now, Josh, if you don't mind, I'm going to switch spots with you, Joe, real quick. Why did you pick Pelipper?
Well, being it Florida local, Patrick Connors won with Pelipper NAIC 2024, and Pelipper's kind of our mascot here in Orlando, so that's the biggest inspiration.
All right, so there's enough people here in the field to make Pelipper our 12th used Pokemon this weekend. And Joe, real quick, if you were going to pick a Pokemon to draw, what would that be?
Probably Indeedee female, because it's a good follow me user and can help Pokemon like Lunala and Calyrex Shadow Rider over the weekend.
All right, well, thank you both for your time. Best of luck tomorrow. I hope your Pelippers and your Indeedees serve you well. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action from the regional championships real soon.
Welcome back to day one of the Orlando Regional Championships for Pokemon Go. We have a ton of incredible players here from all around North America and the world, and still plenty of matches to play. My name is Softoph, and I'm joined here by Caleb Pang.
All right, and we have some interesting Pokemon being used as well in this tournament to date. You know, we were talking about how the meta's settling a little bit. Then you got Arrow on stream playing Dartrix and Shadow Cancel Ninetales, so anything is possible. But speaking of anything that's possible, we have some exciting matchups coming up on stage. It's going to be Chen Yu versus Aggie Aces. And Chen Yu, one of our few players that was running Aegislash in Houston, brought it back this time. And fun fact, he didn't perform maybe as well as he hoped in Houston, but the person that took him out was also running an Aegislash. So I don't know if you're a believer or not. I certainly am myself, although Arrow wasn't able to find a win in the previous matchup. Let's see if Chen Yu is able to in this upcoming one.
Well, in Houston, a couple of trainers did bring Aegislash, but in this tournament, we've actually got a couple more actually making it onto stream for the first time. We've got Chen Yu there, as you mentioned, bringing the Aegislash, along with other Pokemon like Carbink, Gourgeist, the rest of the team looking pretty meta. And as for Aggie Aces, this really looks like a very meta team. If I looked up some of the Pokemon that were brought in Houston, I would expect to see a lot of these same picks.
Yeah, and, you know, very, very meta on the side of Aggie, but the thing is, the scene from Chen Yu is pretty wild, right? Gourgeist was a little bit used here or there, but for the most part, not that high of in usage. Feraligatr, kind of up and coming. Quagsire, of course, but then you got Guzzlord, meta staple, and then you got the Aegislash and Carbink combo. And we're talking about this a little bit before we went on air, but Carbink actually looks pretty good into Aggie Ace's team outside of that Empoleon and Quagsire matchup. The real question is, do you risk it if you're Chen Yu? Because if you're stuck in those matchups, it's pretty much over for the Carbink. But Altaria, amazing there. Really good into Corviknight, unless it's running Iron Head, which it is not. Air Cutter Payback, the standard moveset, you resist all that damage. And then Licky Licky, you just outbulk as well as the Wigglytuff. So we might see some Carbink action, and that would not be a great time for Aggie Aces if it's on any of those aforementioned matchups.
Definitely be curious to see if the Carbink gets brought. I've definitely noticed an uptick of Carbink in the Go Battle League ladder system, so we'll have to see if it has success here in the Show 6 format as well. Like you said, lots of play into Aggie Aces team, but you know, similar to Pokemon like Bastiodon in the back, where it has pretty polarizing matchups, and here, as you mentioned, gonna have to watch out for those water types, but if it can find the right alignment, maybe supported by some of those more flexible picks on Chen Yu's team, then it could have a great time.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that he even brought the Carbink, because he is doubling down on a lot of the weaknesses that Aegislash shares, particularly that ground typing. However, you know, if you clear the way for, you know, a potential, like, get rid of the Quagsire maybe in one of those matchups, then the other one could potentially sweep if you're in that spot. I don't know if Chenyu's going to go for those options or not, too. It is pretty daunting to even have to face the Carbink, though, and that alone might force Aggie Ace's hand in some of these matchups. But we'll see how it goes. For the Aegislash believers, definitely hoping for maybe Chenyu to perform here, but I know there's a lot of Aegislash doubters for good reason, right? It's never even made a top cut before outside of the recent special events in Cape Town, but that's a much smaller field, so let's see if they can make it happen in a much larger tournament here in Orlando.
Well, it's never made a top cut, but it's also only been eligible in competitive play for about a month, so
fair.
You know, it's not looking too bad for Aegislash. Already got a couple of stream performances under its belt, but you know, I know a couple of the casters thought that Aegislash was going to have some play in this tournament, so we'll have to see if Chenyu can carry that torch forward.
Yeah, it is a really good core breaker for Metagame and Wigglytuff, but Aggie is only running the Wigglytuff, not the Metagame. So it doesn't even look particularly that amazing into his team, and I wouldn't be surprised if we actually don't even see much Aegislash in action for this match. But players are locking in here. Let's go. Game number 1, Chenyu versus Aggie Aces to start things off. In the winner semifinals, Group A, winner goes to winners finals. So a big matchup here. It's going to be Guzzlord into Licky to start things off.
A lot of high-octane Pokemon on the teams of 6, but a pretty calm matchup to start things off. This is a pretty neutral match here with Guzzlord versus Licky, but Aggie Ace is actually going to make the first big play of the game, bringing in Corviknight to try to absorb some energy as Chenyu throws a brutal swing. And
Chenyu may even opt to stay in here. Let's see, though. You do have the Quagsire. That's a fantastic matchup for the Licky in the back, but instead, he's going to bring in the Quagsire right now, which will make it much harder for the Licky to come back into this. And this is closing in on Stone Edge range, not quite. Might be better just to go for the Aqua Tail first to potentially grab a shield or just chip it down even further.
This is a really nice shield from Chenyu, shields up that heavy hair hitting payback, and now Quagsire gonna farm up a lot of energy. Looks like Chenyu is just gonna go for the double Aqua Tail, as you mentioned. A little bit of a safer play, and actually does pull the shields from Aggie Aces, so it looks like Chenyu is actually pulling ahead here.
Yeah, and grabbing that shield is crucial. Now goes for the Stone Edge. It won't be enough to KO, but might put Aggie Aces in a really difficult position where he could potentially mud-shot down or swap back over. Aggie Aces doubles down, double shields. The Corviknight wants to get rid of this pesky Quagsire, but if Chenyu shields another payback, he'll be really far ahead. Decides to save that shield for the back-end matchups.
Saves the shield, but still plenty of health on this Quagsire. I think we can actually reach another Stone Edge here. Oh, Corviknight actually reaches an Air Cutter throw first, but Aggie Aces doesn't throw it, and instead gonna eat the Stone Edge on the Corviknight.
Yeah, this is huge for Chenyu. If you take out the Corviknight, that's just Corviknight just going down completely. No, it still has an HP left to throw the Air Cutter. Aggie Aces managed to take out the Quagsire, but at what cost? Going down both shields, and Corviknight almost get taken out. At least you won't get a massive farm down on the side of Chenyu as the saving grace for Aggie Aces. And he does win switch advantage, and you could get the Wigglytuff onto the Guzzlord. Double normal in the back is not going to be the best of time for Feraligatr, even though Feraligatr has a shield advantage.
That's definitely what Aggie Aces was thinking, trying to get the Wigglytuff on the Guzzlord. But at this point, with the Wigglytuff having shields down, you do have to eat this super effective Sludge Bomb. Chenyu going to switch out right away. Doesn't want to take any more charm damage. But now you have Feraligatr on Licky. You're up a shield, but Feraligatr now feeling a little bit like it has a lot of work to do in the rest of the game.
Yeah, with this much energy to contend with, it is going to be pretty rough for Chenyu. It's going to be a body slam and force the shield, the lower energy move, spending the final shield. And the thing is, you're still 2 Hydro Cannons away from getting KO'd on the Licky. The Licky could definitely do some damage. Even if you somehow take it out before it gets to another move, the Wigglytuff should be able to charm through and potentially close it out for Aggie Aces.
And I think for Aggie Aces, you really are probably going to be content to just land one body slam here, which you do reach before the Hydro Cannon, so this is going to be very nice. If Feraligatr hangs on, it is going to be able to deal a Hydro Cannon to knock out the Licky, but as you mentioned, the Wigglytuff probably going to have an easy time finishing off this Guzzlord. Actually, Guzzlord very close to a Sludge Bomb, but barely doesn't get it off as Aggie Aces takes the first game.
All right, closing out on the Wigglytuff. Things looked a little dicey for Aggie Aces, but the double normal too strong for Feraligatr. Feraligatr looked really strong and stable in some of those matchups, but when you're running to double normal teams like this and your opponent brings both of them, it is not the best of time for Feraligatr in those, you know, for the most part, neutral matchups, but the double resisted Shadow Claws are really going to catch up to the Feraligatr.
And you know, we talked in the opening about maybe Licky Licky and Empoleon are trending down, but Aggie Aces doesn't think so. We saw the power of Licky Licky in that very first game. And you know, Licky Licky has a ton of bulk and also, as you mentioned, really useful resistances that come into play when you see Pokemon like Feraligatr, which is actually a Pokemon that we thought was on the rise.
Yeah, Aggie Aces, Licky Licky, and Empoleon might be trending up, but he is as well. This, I believe, would tie maybe his best performance to date. His best, I think, was a 33rd. So if he wins this match, this next game even, he makes his way to the winners finals, which would be at least a top 17 finish, and that would be his best ever performance forever. I mean, since his start of his championship series career, and can continue to even improve that. So Chen Yu going to look to change that narrative a bit, but so far a great performance for Aggie Aces to start things off in Orlando.
And as for Chen Yu, I think Chen Yu has made a couple of top cuts before, going all the way back to 2024, but it has been quite a while for him to have seen success on the NA scene. I don't know when the last time he's made a day 2 is, so you know, both of these trainers are looking to make day 2 in Group A here. I believe the winner of this is going to play the winner of Ellen Diaz-Harjaf and August Isley, so could be a difficult matchup ahead as they look to advance in this winner's semis.
Yeah, Chen Yu, a 2-time world champion, also the number 2 seed in the Group A brackets. So definitely has a lot to, you know, prove himself on, but he's going to have to dig deep, though. He is 1 game away from being knocked to the loser's bracket. Still has a chance to tie it up and force a game number 3. Let's see how he's going to decide this. Again, that Aegislash doesn't look that amazing into Aggie Aces' team, so might not even opt to bring it. The question is, do you bring Carbink or not? Carbink does look pretty good into 4 of those options, but if you catch the Quagsire and pull down, it could be lights out. And here we go. It is the Carbink, but it's led into the worst possible matchup. Double Super Vector Metal Sound on the horizon, and there comes the instant swap out to Feraligatr.
Oh, it's looking like a good lead for Aggie Aces. Actually did quite a few Metal Sounds before switching into Wigglytuff, potentially going to be looking to shield this Wigglytuff and maintain switch advantage. We saw Aggie Aces recognizing the power of switch advantage in game number 1, and with such an incredible lead here in game 2, I definitely expect him to do the same thing.
And Aggie Aces decides to throw the Swift on improper timing, allowing a Shadow Call to come through. I don't know if Chen Yu can really flip this matchup, but is going to opt to shield, knowing that he got a few extra Shadow Calls to start things off, but on top of it, can get to even more Hydro Cannons, has 2 back-to-back loaded. Do we get both shields from Aggie Aces? I think that's going to be a yes, and you can see alignment really important for Aggie Aces.
I think Aggie Aces, you know, maybe doesn't quite want to go down 2 shields, but as we, you know, saw in game 1, definitely understands that getting these Pokemon in the right positions is so important. In game 1, it was Wigglytuff on Guzzlord, and here it's going to be Empoleon versus Carbink. Such a dominant matchup, and Aggie Aces maybe afraid that he couldn't get the charm down there, actually going to throw this energy, and the Feraligatr is going to go down for Chen Yu.
Yeah, the good news, I guess, for Aggie Aces, you're not going to do that much damage into this Carbink anyway, and it's already a pretty polarizing matchup. The thing is also Chen Yu farming all of his energy is all resisted on the Empoleon, and Aggie Aces does still at least get the Icy Wind off, which is still some good parting damage. But more importantly, Chen Yu has still a very uphill battle to go. It's going to be the Guzzlord. At least, though, it doesn't have to worry about the Wigglytuff. You can see Chen Yu just trying to swap through right away, expecting the Empoleon to come in. Aggie Aces has a decision to make, would probably come in Empoleon, and here it is, and here comes the Guzzlord, and here's the Licky Licky. Now, Licky Licky, especially down a shield, is not going to win this matchup, but you still have a lot of energy on the Empoleon, and you still have to take it out with the Guzzlord.
And I think if you're Aggie Aces, what you're looking for is not necessarily to win this matchup, because as you said, you know, Licky Licky doesn't have the greatest matchup into Guzzlord, but if you can get it low enough that the Empoleon can finish it off without taking too much damage, I think that's all you're going to need because you have that incredibly dominant matchup in the back.
Yeah, and this is a tough part with Carbink, right? You bring yourself into a tough matchup, there's just no outplaying it. You have all resisted damage moves for the Empoleon, charge attack and fast attack, and man, there's just a lot of work for this Guzzlord to take out. You want to save the shield potentially for a Drill Peck, but you're starting to get even into a Metal Sound territory.
Well, let's see what Chen Yu can pull off. He does have a lot of energy stored on the Carbink, so, you know, with that shield advantage, could potentially pull something off. Okay, and here's his attempt. He's going to bring in the Rock Slide, saving the Guzzlord for later in the game. This is going to take out the Licky Licky, and he knows that Carbink isn't going to be doing much against Empoleon. Let's see what Aggie Aces can do here. You want to farm up a lot of extra energy. Maybe you go all the way to 100, or almost there, but actually decides to throw the Hydro Cannon before the Carbink can reach a Rock Slide.
Doesn't want to take any additional chip damage, but if you look at the Guzzlord's health, plus the Metal Sound damage, 1 Drill Peck should be enough closing in on a second one soon. I think this is going to be a tough one for Chen Yu to come out of because you need to land at least 2 Brutal Swings with some Dragon Tail damage. You probably even need 3, and I just don't think you get there in the time. First one's going to come through for Chen Yu. Let's see if that lack of farm down for Aggie Aces is going to hurt him or not. I don't think so, as he's only a couple more. Wait, hold on. Can we get there in time? No, the Brutal Swing's going to be reached at the same time, but Charge Priority does go over to Empoleon, and Aggie Aces gets a 2-0 victory over the number 2 seed Chen Yu and finds a spot in the winners finals.
And Aggie Aces had just the perfect amount of energy for Empoleon to close that one out. Maybe still reeling in surprise there, as you said, taking down the number 2 seed in Group A as he advances to winners finals. Like you said, best finish to date for Aggie Aces, coming off a very strong win there in the winners semis.
And Aggie Aces only starting competing last season in the 2025 season, so only in his 2nd season ever. Didn't qualify for Worlds last season, but this is, if he keeps winning like this, he's well on his way for this Worlds qualification in 2026.
And you know, Caleb, everyone is really on their own journey. We have in Group A, of course, the 1 seed overall in the tournament. That is LNDS Harjaf, who is, you know, an IC champion, 5-time regional champion, seeking a potential 7th title here. But we've also got trainers like Aggie Aces, who, like you said, newer to the scene, just looking for maybe some championship points as they try to earn their first Worlds qualification. And Aggie Aces, you know, already, I believe, in the top 24 or so for this tournament.
Yeah, and he's going to have to face off against Harjaf actually in the winners final. So very excited to see that matchup. Definitely a, you know, big potential upsets on the horizon, but Harjaf looking to make day number 2 on that winner side. As we take a look at the quick review here, looks like Carping unfortunately did not pay off, and I don't know, is Aegislash on fraud alert or what? It's because so far we've seen Aegislash on the broadcast twice. Not in those battles particularly, but at least on the team, and so far it hasn't found a way to find a win yet.
I don't think we should call it quits too early for Aegislash. You know, it's only the 2nd North American regional for it, and we have seen, yes, 2 trainers play and lose matches on stream, but maybe there's going to be matches off stream where it's going to thrive a little bit more. And I think over time, with such a, you know, fan favorite Pokemon, I wouldn't be surprised to see more and more trainers trying to bring it.
Yeah, it's definitely a very high skill Pokemon too, and in the right matchups, it can definitely dominate. So I've lost to it plenty in this week alone in Go Battle League when they have a shield and you don't, and you know there's just a hard hitting Shadow Ball or Gyro Ball coming your way. But we'll see if our future trainers have you know, what it takes to make it really shine.
Yeah, it's a very interesting Pokemon. Like you said, it changes between the Sword and Shield form, but those Shadow Balls and those Gyro Balls always hit for so much damage because it's always in the attack-weighted form when it's throwing the charged attacks.
That's right, that's right. Well, coming up next, we have Sammy 85 versus Jigglypuff. We saw Jigglypuff earlier against Arrow. We'll be going off against Sammy. And, you know, no Aegislash in these teams, but there is a Shadow Steelix, or actually just non-Shadow Steelix, actually, on the side of Sammy. And definitely a Steel type, lesser used these days, but I think it still has a lot of merit.
Well, speaking of Steel types, we did just see Aggie Aces pull off those incredible wins with the Empoleon, so let's take it out to an interview with Nick.
All right, thanks, Soph. I am joined by Aggie Aces. Congratulations on your farthest victory so far at a regional tournament.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And Soph was talking about Steel types, and I do want to talk to you about them as well. You brought Empoleon, and your opponent had Aegislash, or Aegislash, as Speedy corrected me on.
Either or.
What are your thoughts about Empoleon, and have you got a lot of practice against Aegislash, and what is your plan about battling that Pokemon?
Aegislash just seems like a very niche usage Pokemon that it's a minority of the field, so I didn't actually expect to hit it today. And then going into the match with Chen Yu, I feel like there just comes a point where you have to take the risk of, is your opponent going to place the Aegislash in a favorable or non-favorable place relative to yours? And with the Empoleon lead, I was just taking the risk that maybe Aegislash would be in the back line and I work around it, but really scored the big lead on game 2.
Right, yeah. Empoleon into Carpink, really favorable lead. You have so many opportunities to play around there. You also brought Licky Licky on your team, which our caster prediction was that Pokemon would be trending down today. Why did you end up bringing it here to Orlando?
In putting together the team, I just wanted 6 very basic Pokemon, no spice, no bells and whistles. Licky Licky definitely has a lot of bulk, and that's kind of the style that I lean into. It's very slow pace, methodical, and just drawing out the game long enough to come up with a plan.
And so the casters call out, this is your second year participating in these events. Do you have any tips or tricks for people who are maybe trying to come out for their first time?
Yes, absolutely. Find a coach, maybe 2. Listen to everything they have to say. Find a good group of players, whether it's in your hometown or on Discord, and just make mistakes, make as many as you can, and learn from them.
I love that. Make mistakes, learn from them. Final question, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Shout out to my NorCal crew. Shout out to all my UC Davis friends. Go Aggies.
All right, well, thank you so much. Congratulations again, and good luck to the rest of the tournament. And we're going to go ahead and send back to the casters.
Thank you, Alpha Phoebe, for that great interview with Aggie. Go Aggies indeed, and excited to see how he's going to match up against LNDS Hardjep in that winners finals. But before we get there, we have more matches to go on this winner side of Group B. This is actually the winners finals of Group B, and Sammy85 from Peru going against Jigglypuff from the southeast, I believe, of the U.S. And excited to see that because I don't see you see these players often in a winners finals.
Well, we don't see them often in a winners finals because we typically expect to see those higher seeded players, you know, the Hardjeffs, the DuneBugs of the world. But the #1 seed in Group B was actually Out of Pocket, who went down to Sammy in a 1-2 close matchup that was fought off stream. So Sammy, you know, now off an incredible upset, finds himself in the winners finals. And this is a trainer who's actually made Top Cut all over the world in Peru and Europe, now looking for a Top Cut here in Orlando as well.
Yeah, I have a very vivid memory of Sammy taking me out with a Shadow Charm alone Ninetales at UIC a few years ago. So definitely a very talented trainer, has played in many, many metas, and excited to see him on the big stage in this winners finals now. I think some people might see as an upset, but some that might know Sammy be like, hey, I believe that Sammy could have taken Out of Pocket, and let's see if they believe that Sammy will make that day #2. Will be our first potential player to make day #2, either him or Jigglypuff to start things off. And Sammy running a slightly, you know, spicy team. You got the meta picks of Shadow Quagsire, Wigglytuff in there, but then you got Steelix, non-Shadow actually, Clodsire, right, the double Sire team, and you got Annihilate and Gourgeist. Double Ghost, but 2 ghosts that function quite differently.
Kind of a similar build to the team in a way that Elam won with in Houston, right? We've got the Wigglytuff Quagsire core, we've got the Ghosts in Gourgeist, Annihilate, and then we've got Clodsire and a Steel type. So, you know, switching out a couple of the Pokemon, but keeping the typing structure relatively similar. As for Jigglypuff, you know, again, this Wigglytuff Quagsire core, which I feel like has really been the story of the Memories in Motion meta, along with Corsola, of course, which we saw several trainers using in Houston as the Ghost type of choice. I feel like we're getting to a point in the meta where maybe the Pokemon themselves are not quite settled, but at least kind of the typing prototype of different Pokemon on the team is being settled.
Yeah, something at least based on only the broadcasting matches we've seen so far is that there seems to be a lot less Fortress usage. Fortress usage was really through the roof in Houston and maybe a bit in Seville as well. But today it seems like there's a lot less Fortress usage. Quagsire, Wigglytuff is still super high. But if you look at Sammy's team, it's like a Fortress, like, you know, Fortress worst enemy. You got Quagsire, you got Steelix, Clodsire, they all beat Fortress, and you got Gourgeist that really shreds through this. And even Annihilate has a lot of play into it to really free up that Wigglytuff. But looking at Wigglytuff into this specific team, it still looks pretty good, right? Empoleon's a little bit hard to bring, and that's really the main reliable check to it. Otherwise, it looks fantastic. It's the Corsa, the Altaria, and has a lot of neutral matchups throughout. And, you know, Corviknight, even though it's a Steel type, isn't the best answer to Wigglytuff, so even some situations that can be leveraged. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sammy decides to leverage that Wigglytuff in a lot of these matchups. Kind of seems like how his team is built.
That's a great call out, Caleb. A lot of players do like to build their teams around 1 Pokemon or a core of 2 Pokemon, and then just spend the rest of the 3 or 4 picks just protecting that single Pokemon or that single core. So I like what you said, where Sammy has this Wigglytuff and then a bunch of checks to the different Steel types in the meta, like the Fortress and like the Empoleon. But it looks like we are getting into game #1 here.
All right, here we go. Sammy 85 versus Jigglypuff 727. It's going to be the Steelix into Shadow Quagsire. An absolutely devastating matchup for the Steelix.
Terrible matchup for Sammy. Now he's going to bring in his own Quagsire, but it is behind energy. Jigglypuff, though, doesn't stay in. He switches out right away into Altaria, but he's going to have to worry about these super effective Stone Edges.
And you see the instant shield from Jigglypuff. Rarely do Quagsire users bait on that first potential move. That's going to be a lot of damage mitigated. But the thing is, Altaria is actually pretty solid even into Steelix with that super effective flamethrower, and Jigglypuff going to throw this first Sky Attack first before Sammy gets off the Stone Edge. I think once you land this, Jigglypuff can easily Dragon Breath down, and once you see this, might let the second Stone Edge go.
And I think what Sammy is looking for is just to take a shield advantage and then try to farm down with Steelix and then hope that his Gourgeist can somehow sweep in the back with that shield advantage. You see that Stone Edge land just like you mentioned, Caleb, and now Jigglypuff has the Sky Attack. Actually, looks like that Sammy would have reached an Aqua Tail there, so nice counting by Jigglypuff to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, Aqua Tail maybe not enough, but Jigglypuff wants to save as much HP as possible. Knowing that the energy on Steelix is not going that far into Quagsire, there is no Earthquake in sight on the Steelix, and you still get to the super effective Flamethrower. Sammy's gotta let this go and try to sweep with the Gourgeist, but there's a Corsola in the back, one of the best answer to the Gourgeist. However, if you get to a Shadow Ball to land on the Corsola, that could be a different story. As coming in with the Gourgeist gets slight energy lead before the Corsola's counter swapped in.
All right, well, slight energy lead, like you mentioned, on the Gourgeist. Let's see if Sammy can land a Shadow Ball. I don't know if you're gonna have enough health, though. Even if you can land this Shadow Ball, looks like this was a charge attack priority Shadow Ball versus Nightshade, and Gourgeist is going to be able to fire off first, but I think Corsola might actually be able to hang on. Jigglypuff thinks so too. Perfect knowledge of the matchup there as he's able to fire off this Nightshade.
Wait, if Sammy can incinerate this down before another move is reached from Jigglypuff on the Corsola, that's actually going to be really solid because one of these Seed Bombs should almost KO. And that's going to be the case. The incinerate down is massive for Sammy, and now Jigglypuff caught in a tough position. You can go for a catch on the Altaria later, but if you don't make that catch, then that's even more energy for the Gourgeist. Sammy trying to go for it, throws the Incinerate. You see a pause there. Jigglypuff pauses and catches the resistant Seed Bomb to negate some of that energy from the Gourgeist.
And that is a huge catch from Jigglypuff. It was looking a little bit precarious, but let's see if that helps him out enough here. Looks like the Gourgeist is in Aqua Tail range. Gourgeist not quite at the back-to-back Seed Bomb, but you really need to land one here, so Sammy's going to shield up this very low health Gourgeist.
Yeah, Sammy needs to throw at least one more Incinerate to get the back-to-back. Is going to reach it, and you're going to get there before the Aqua Tail is ready for Jigglypuff. So if he shields this one, the next Seed Bomb is coming right afterward before the Aqua Tail can be thrown. Sammy goes for it, and you can see Jigglypuff not loving that. Let's see if this is enough to one-shot KO or not. Double super rated Seed Bomb, but from this health range, it might just barely hang on, and it does not! And Sammy comes back from a disastrous lead scenario.
Wow, incredible comeback from Sammy. Came back from, like you said, the Steelix into Shadow Quagsire, probably the worst case scenario, but I love how he played that middle game. He knew exactly what his goals were, right? His goal was to sweep with Gourgeist up a shield, and we saw him take the shield in the middle matchup and then get that energy advantage on Gourgeist, which is what allowed him to take out the Corsola.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball from Gourgeist still hits pretty hard for super effective. Yes, Galarian Corsola, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, particularly Ghost types in the meta, but super effective Shadow Ball, even from that health range, will put it in that Incinerate rage down. And even despite the catch from Jigglypuff, still paid off quite well. I'm actually surprised that Jigglypuff didn't opt to throw the double Mud Shot first and try to go for a catch, because he probably could have gone like an optimized catch there onto the Altaria, and maybe that energy on the Quagsire could have put him in a much better position in the end game in that head-to-head matchup with Quagsire versus Gourgeist.
It's actually, yeah, a couple of little things for Jigglypuff there. Even though you do get this catch, like you mentioned, really needed the energy on Quagsire to be able to finish off the Gourgeist. We saw that it would have been charge attack priority with Quagsire versus Gourgeist at the end. And I think if you have that energy, you know, advantage from doing 2 mud shots, like you said, then you would actually be ahead there and you wouldn't even have to worry about the charge attack priority.
Yeah, like at best, Sammy catches a super effective Aqua Tail on the Steelix, and then you just farm even more for Jigglypuff. So I think, you know, definitely a winnable game from Jigglypuff, but let's see how he's going to adjust to Sammy in game number 2. Sammy feeling pretty good. 1 game away from making it, 1 win away, I should say, from making day number 2, and that's a fantastic lead. It's going to be Steelix into Wigglytuff to start things off.
Sammy doubling down on that team from game number 1, but finds a fantastic lead. Jigglypuff actually staying going in here. Maybe doesn't want to bring in the Altaria quite yet, as Sammy, happy with this matchup, going to fire off a Psychic Fangs and really start pressuring this Wigglytuff with the fast attack damage.
The guaranteed debuff is going to start chunking, and you can see Jigglypuff swaps over to Corsa, but this is exactly what Sammy wants, because this was actually a really solid answer to that Gourgeist and to the Quagsire in the back, and now Sammy can just stay in here with the slight entry lead he already had coming into this matchup.
Well, it's a little bit of an awkward position for Sam. He doesn't have an incredible matchup into the Corsola because, yes, he's happy that his Gourgeist gets to avoid Corsola, but he also kind of needs the Steelix for the Altaria in the back, as he has to decide whether or not he wants to preserve a lot of health on the Steelix now. Looks like he doesn't. Gonna let this Nightshade through as he switches out into Quagsire.
Okay, now comes the Quagsire. I like this play too, because getting energy on this Quagsire can be nice. Nightshade not going to threaten, and you're closing in on Aqua Tail plus Mudshot range against this Galarian Corsola. Even if the Aqua Tail's not enough, it may put you in a Mudshot range. Oh, and here comes the combo play from the Wigglytuff, and Swift going to come through. It's going to catch the Aqua Tail first, though, from the Quagsire.
I don't know if Jigglypuff actually pressed the Swift. It looked like he didn't. Probably going to get a little bit more Charm damage first. Yes, one more Charm before throwing the Swift. I think Quagsire, actually going to put up a shield by Sammy. He doesn't want to take the Swift, even though I think he might hang on. He wants to make sure he can get off some of this damage from the Aqua Tails. Looks like he is going to throw this Aqua Tail right away, and it is going to threaten the knockout on Wigglytuff, but Jigglypuff wants to preserve that Wigglytuff, which is kind of his namesake here.
Yeah, both players chatting a little bit too. I do see a little bit stutter, so we'll see what happens in the end game. But here we go, a fantastic catch from Sammy to catch the resisted Swift damage. I don't know if you get Thunder Fang down, but the timer might be coming up for Jigglypuff soon. You can see it, and if you get a crazy farm down from this Corsa that could pay favorably, does get to the Psychic Fangs, but it's not going to be enough to KO, and Jigglypuff knows it's not a crunch, easily no shields here, and tries to leave with as much energy as possible.
Yeah, great counting from Jigglypuff. Going to go for the Astonish down, gets it. Does get the defense fall though, so probably only going to be able to get off one charge attack into whatever comes in. It is that low health Quagsire, so Sammy now going to, again, like we saw in game number 1, put it all on the Gourgeist to sweep, but this time there's actually still an Altaria in the back, so it could be tough.
Yeah, this Incinerate down will be pretty important for Sammy, and the Nightshade reached at the very last second though, and this should be game over for Sammy as there's still the Altaria in the back that is full health. I think the graphic says Quagsire, but that indeed is not a Quagsire to Sammy's dismay. And here tries to go for a catch attempt, but instead actually gives Sammy more energy. I think it's still pretty tough for Sammy to come back from this one, but if you can somehow manage to land 2 Shadow Balls, that's going to be quite nice for Sammy. But no, the first one's going to be shielded, and Jigglypuff almost at the Sky Tag.
And tons of energy on the Gourgeist, but like you said, not going to be enough. You'll see how much this Shadow Ball does as it lands on the Altaria, but like you said, Altaria pretty close to the Sky Attack, and also, I don't even think 2 Shadow Balls is enough to take out that very, very bulky Altaria, as it is resisting the Incinerates, and Jigglypuff gonna even up the series here, 1-1.
I know a lot of players opt to go for the Shadow Altaria, but I think the non-Shadow is actually a good choice from Jigglypuff on this team composition. You play better into the Shadow Quagsire, where you can tank the Stone Edge a little bit more comfortably, and even into Gourgeist, right? Maybe able to even tank 2 of those Shadow Balls. Pretty solid even into Steelix, right? You don't just get taken out from the Thunder Fangs and Psychic Fangs combination or crunch, just slowing you, wear you down. You have more time to get off those super effective flamethrowers. So Jigglypuff able to even up the series 1-1, and we are headed to match point between these two players. One final battle to determine who is going into the winners to day number 2 on that winner's side undefeated.
And we saw Sammy bringing the same team in games number 1 and 2, but we saw Jigglypuff actually make an adjustment. Interestingly, he actually made an adjustment for the worse in terms of team comp, but was able to pull it out. So far what we've seen in this series is that whoever loses lead actually wins the game. So we'll have to see if that pattern repeats in game number 3 as we take a look back at game number 2. Lots of charge attacks being thrown throughout the battle, especially to the spammy Pokemon like Quagsire, but Jigglypuff's Altaria just too much for Sammy to deal with in the back.
Yeah, I don't hate the fact that Sammy just locked in the same team, same order, right? Sometimes he's like, you know what? I already lost against the worst lead possible. I feel like if I catch a good lead, I might have a better chance. But that second game actually looked a little bit tougher for him, mainly with that Altaria as a core breaker for his back line. Jigglypuff benching the Shadow Quagsire, I think, for good reason as well, expecting maybe there's a Gourgeist. There is going to be a match under review, so we'll see what the judges have to say for us. We'll keep you all updated as soon as possible on that. But at least from my perspective, it did look like it was a little bit stuttery at times throughout the game. Both players trying to optimize and unfortunately was forced to overfarm or, you know, not able to throw out proper timing, and that could have changed some of the damage values. And I guess from our update, it says Sammy is mentioning that drop some fast turns, and so just request a review, and we'll give you all an update based on what the judges say.
I think you mentioned it in the middle of the game there, Caleb, that looked like there was a little bit of stutter on Sammy's side. I didn't quite get to look at it very closely. A lot of charge attacks being thrown back and forth to kind of evaluate what the effect would have been. But definitely in a lot of these matches that come down to just a couple turns or a couple HP can definitely be very, very impactful.
Definitely, yeah, especially between high-level players like Jigglypuff and Sammy. So we'll see kind of how that goes, but overall, though, the team looks, pretty solid, I think, from Sammy's side. I think the Gorgeist is a really strong pick, right? Glenn Corso, obviously not the best matchup, but you still can hit back. And outside of really Altaria, it's actually fairly safe in the side of Jigglypuff's team, which is why I get why Sammy brought it. And, we did see it do quite well in Houston. Low usage, but high performance, right? I think Rise had it, as well as DuneBug, both making that top 8 finish in Houston. So, could be a Pokemon on the rise.
Gorgeist, definitely an interesting pick. And, Sammy's plan so far has been to try to sweep the end game with Gorgeist up a little bit of energy, but I think Jigglypuff made a great adjustment in game number 2, bringing the Altaria in the back, maybe kind of anticipating that plan from Sammy. So definitely expect to see that dynamic continue to play out in game number 3. Maybe Jigglypuff continues to bring Altaria. Sammy has been really relying on Steelix as that Altaria counter, but maybe gonna reach for something like that Wigglytuff in game number 3.
Yeah, Wigglytuff could be an option. His Clodsire is running Poison Sting, so that makes the matchup against Altaria a little bit better as well. Always a potential option. Might be a little bit harder to run into, though, with Empoleon on the side of Jigglypuff, as well as Corviknight, Quagsire, Corsola, all pretty good into the Poison Sting variants of Clodsire or just Clodsire in general. So Sammy might opt not to bring that one. But I feel like overall, too, this Annihilate is probably not coming into many of these matches. Wigglytuff, Altaria, Corsola, Corviknight's not bad. I mean, at best, you beat Empoleon, they can hit back at you with super effective moves or a neutral Quagsire matchup. But I do think maybe into other teams, Annihilate has a little bit more play.
I'm curious what you think of Clodsire getting the score back on the screen here. It does look like a rematch is going to be granted for game number 2. Okay. So we're back to 1-0, back to game number 2. It's like the game we just played never existed. But of course, to these players, they have seen some of the opponent's strategies already, right? Jigglypuff knows that Sammy isn't afraid to double down on the team composition, isn't afraid to double down on the Gorgeist, whereas Sammy knows that, now even if I win lead Steelix versus Wigglytuff, there's still going to be an Altaria in the back potentially that I have to think about.
Yeah, definitely. And, I think that's the thing, right? Now that you saw that Jigglypuff is not scared to bring that Altaria to lock it into the Gorgeist, Sammy has decisions to make. Do you bring the hard counter of, Wigglytuff to answer that Altaria? I mean, Clodsire okay, but hard to bring. I think the thing is there aren't a lot of Altaria in this current meta, right? People expected maybe to see more of it, but because Wigglytuff is so prominent as well, it's hard to bring that flying dragon type, but Jigglypuff still double downing on it, has double flyers, and that Altaria could definitely give Sammy some trouble. It has a lot of play into Steelix as well. It's really just the Wigglytuff that's your only hard answer to it. And I think if Jigglypuff positions Altaria well, I think it could come into the next 2 games.
I think a totally reasonable team for Jigglypuff is like Altaria, Quagsire, and a counter to Wigglytuff. Actually, in game number 2, I don't think Jigglypuff really brought a counter to the Wigglytuff, and instead has been bringing Altaria plus Corsola, which is pretty weak to it. So I'm curious to see if Jigglypuff feels like, he's baiting Sammy into bringing the Wigglytuff. Maybe not going to bring a couple more Wigglytuff counters in game number 3. Looks like Sammy still thinking a little bit longer about what to lock in as Jigglypuff awaits his opponent.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Sammy didn't bring the Wigglytuff. I talked a little bit about it earlier before the matches started, but it has great matchups across the board. Really just has to avoid the Empoleon. Other than that, you're kind of fine, right, into a lot of these situations. So let's see if Sammy makes that adjustment for the second game, as we did have that rematch. Here we go, game number 2 underway. Sammy versus Jigglypuff, and it is going to be Wigglytuff on the side of Jigglypuff, but of course, the tested and reliable Gorgeist to lead things off for Sammy.
And Sammy switching straight into his own Wigglytuff. Jigglypuff is staying in for just a little bit of time. He knows he's a turn ahead. Oh, but actually doesn't reach for the Swift, allowing Sammy to get there first, as Jigglypuff is going to put up a first Protect Shield.
In a way, this is giving Jigglypuff exactly what he needs because he is double weak to the Wigglytuff in the back. Maybe not expecting Sammy to even bring it in, and Sammy's now confusing. What do I do here? Do I shield? And he's going to shield the Icy Wind. It's going to be debuffed. However, he is ahead on energy now, so he's going to get to this next switch first, and that could spell trouble for Jigglypuff because do you double shield your Wigglytuff lead? Like, it puts him in a tough position, and yes, that's exactly what he's going to do.
And double shielding could make that Altaria in the back a little bit more vulnerable to those heavy-hitting charge attacks on Sammy's side. We've got the Stone Edge from Clodsire, but it looks like Jigglypuff is going to go for a full Charm Down, and now Sammy has to decide. He does show the full team of 3, so now Jigglypuff has seen the Clodsire, he's seen the Gourgeist as well. And now Jigglypuff is probably just going to go for alignment. If you get your Corsola onto the Clodsire and Altaria onto the Gourgeist, might be in a good position. But no, actually Heart switches in the Altaria.
All right, well, this is going to be a debuff Clodsire. Let's see if 2 Stone Edges still will be enough to KO the Altaria, but that could be the difference maker here. And you see Jigglypuff shaking his head, not really a fan of this matchup. And you see just a little under half health for the Altaria, but with these additional poisons things, you might be able to land a Stone Edge and farm down, or even more aggressively, you can Incinerate down from the Gourgeist, and that is going to spell trouble for the Corsola that has no shields on the back. Let's see how Sammy plays it out, as the next Stone Edge is going to be reached. You don't want to come in Gourgeist into this Altaria at all, and even though Sammy might have given Jigglypuff what he needed in that safe swap Wigglytuff matchup, Jigglypuff's handing it right back with this Altaria swapping into the Clodsire.
Well, I do like what Jigglypuff is doing here, farming up as much energy as possible. He knows he wants those Sky attacks for the Gourgeist. And I also like this hard switch into Corsola because now, with this energy lead, you can outpace to the Nightshade just before Gourgeist reaches the Shadow Ball, making sure to fire it off.
Really heads-up play from Jigglypuff, saving all that entry for Altaria in case there is something like the Gourgeist in the back. That's exactly going to be the case. The Shadow Ball is going to be thrown on proper timing. I don't know if it's going to be enough to KO the Corsola, though, from this range. It'll be close. You can see Jigglypuff crossing his fingers, and it is not enough. Should be able to survive one more Incinerate, but that one Incinerate is exactly what Jigglypuff needed to get to this final Nightshade. And now Sammy out of options, just the Clodsire in the back has way too much work to do for itself. Can you get the full farm down though? Because that might be okay, but no, forced to throw it, and the Altaria does have energy to take out the Clodsire.
Tons of energy on the Altaria, and I believe Altaria does win charge attack priority over Clodsire, so Jigglypuff definitely has this one in the bag, but actually going to finish it off with his namesake in that Wigglytuff there. Beautiful bow on the Wigglytuff as he now truly evens up the series 1-1.
Wow, Sammy does bring the Wigglytuff, but in a bold decision, safe swaps it, right? Which you don't see very often, especially with Empoleon on the side of Jigglypuff, but just saying, you know what? I'm going to call it. I'm going to say you don't have Empoleon on the back, and that was indeed the case. However, Jigglypuff taking out that Wigglytuff, which was really deadly for his backline, was what helped him come back from that matchup.
And you know what else helped him come back was that energy lead on Corsola. We saw in game number 1, Sammy able to get an Incinerate lead in that Ghost Mirror, with the Gourgeist able to get a Shadow Ball landing on the Corsola. But in this game, we saw Jigglypuff kind of anticipating, like, he brought the Corsola in a little bit early, and that's what made the difference, allowing him to get to that second Nightshade, as he is looking very happy as he goes into game number 3.
Well, for good reason to be happy as well, too. Jigglypuff, this is his highest finish to date, regardless if he wins this matchup or not. He's gotten 49th once, and then he's gotten 65th place 5 other times, and that's it for him. So he's very familiar with getting 65th, but he's going to be pretty happy with not getting that familiar number in Orlando, looking for even more and looking for his first ever day number 2 performance. What a start that would be for Orlando for him if he's able to lock that down.
And just one game away, he shows us the Jumpluff plushie there, but there's no trusty Jumpluff. Instead, it's going to be the Wigglytuff. Obviously, a big fan of that Jigglypuff family as he gets into game number 3, facing off against an opposing Wigglytuff with his Quagsire.
All right, Sammy going to bring the Wigglytuff back in. You do avoid the matchup against your Steelix, so Sammy in a slightly good position, but the Quagsire just outpaces the Wigglytuff so hard in this matchup, and Sammy going to let the Stone Edge go through.
Very heavy-hitting move lands on the Wigglytuff there. Jigglypuff probably feeling pretty good about that as he shields up the stuff, trying to preserve some health on this Quagsire as he continues to farm up energy.
And Sammy just has to try to take up this Quagsire as soon as possible, and then the rest of the line should be a little bit more free to play, particularly that Steelix, as it has so many possible matchups against literally everything except for this Quagsire. Does Jigglypuff go for a potential catch, or does he decide to shield again? But no, going to reach for the Aqua Tail instead, and maybe punishing Sammy for the greedy extra charm going to be thrown. However, this should put the Quagsire in Mudshot range. Let's see if he can Mudshot down before Aqua Tail's reach. No, doesn't seem to be the case, and Sammy just going to overfarm a little bit instead and just tank the Aqua Tail. I like this decision because he knows Steelix has good matchup against pretty much everything except for this Quagsire. So if you save a shield for it, it should go a long way.
Oh, this is incredible awareness from Sammy. Like you said, Steelix going to be good against pretty much everything with Quagsire out of the way. And you have so much energy on Quagsire. Quagsire is so flexible. There's no Empoleon from Jigglypuff to absorb this energy. And now he has to actually bring in his own Wigglytuff. Tables a little bit turned here as Sammy is going to land a Stone Edge onto Jigglypuff's Wigglytuff.
Well, this is actually going to be the right meta read, though. Jigglypuff maybe assuming that it could be a Gorgeist in the back or Steelix. There's the Steelix. Altari has a lot more play into Steelix than the Wigglytuff would, so avoiding that disastrous matchup of Wigglytuff versus Steelix. And it's going to be a Psychic Fangs. Jigglypuff not going to shield it right away, knowing that even if it's potentially a crunch, which wasn't even reached yet, you can take that no problem. And the Flamethrowers are definitely going to add up. You're going to be able to land at least one into the Steelix. Oh, but goes for the Sky Tag baits. A Thunderfang does come through though, but Jigglypuff's going to be feeling good about this once you see the shield being thrown up.
Hey, you know what? Every Dragon Breath matters, and Jigglypuff really needs everything he can have in this game as he tries to take out the Steelix. I think you're going to be able to land a Flamethrower, but yeah, you need a lot of damage to land onto the Steelix because Wigglytuff isn't going to cut it. Flamethrower going to land here on the Steelix. Let's see how much super effective damage this does. I don't think you're going to put the Steelix into fast attack down range, so definitely going to need another charge attack. Oh yeah, definitely not.
No, definitely not. And this is the benefit of the non-child Steelix. Brings in the Wigglytuff instead, but this is actually not that great for Jigglypuff either, as now Sammy can throw this and farm more energy off the Wigglytuff. Can the Wigglytuff even get to a move is the real question. Going to be close to it. Does get to the Ice Wind, but goes for the catch onto the Quagsire. I mean, Jigglypuff's got to throw this, otherwise you're going to get taken out by the Quagsire, but now you have energy banked on the Steelix, and that's going to play favorably for that Altari matchup later.
Well, Quagsire does go down there, but like you said, Steelix now gets this farm down. Doesn't have to worry about Altaria getting a farm down in return. And now Jigglypuff hoping and praying that he has a charge attack loaded, but shaking his head when he sees how far away it is. Steelix going to reach this crunch. I actually think Altaria might be able to hang on to this crunch, but doesn't have enough health to reach the Sky Attack.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that. Can he get to it? Only a few more Dragon Breath, but no! Just faints out at the last second. And I think you're right. You know, the Thunderfang that snuck through earlier might have cost Jigglypuff that game at the very end. A very exciting finish to this series, back and forth. We're going all the way to game number 3, but it's going to be Sammy85 that punches his ticket for day number 2 on that winner's side.
Came down to the last possible second in a decisive game number 3, but Sammy, I believe this is going to be his first day 2, not ever, but in North America, so congratulations to Sammy. But Jigglypuff, as we mentioned, this is his best tournament to date. He's going to have another opportunity to try and make day 2 in those losers finals.
Definitely, and he can still make that day number 2. As a reminder, it is a double elimination bracket, so players have to lose in 2 separate series to be completely eliminated from the tournament. Jigglypuff still smiles on his face after an exciting match, and you know, there's no shame in that, right? That was a tough matchup back and forth between these 2 players, and he had a definitely tougher backup line for that Steelix.
Definitely an interesting match that, you know, especially in these longer series, we get to kind of see how the different dynamics play out, right? We saw Sammy sticking with that same team composition in the first couple of games with the Gorgeist, and then in the last game, really relying more on that Steelix. And again, I have to give a lot of credit to Sammy in this game number 3. We saw, you know, this Quagsire is getting very, very low from Jigglypuff, and at this point, as you called out, Caleb, you realize that Steelix has such great matchups, and with this energy lead on Quagsire, plus the typing advantage of the Steelix in the end game, just put Sammy in an incredible position.
Yeah, and that was even after Sammy even spent his first shield on the Wigglytuff just to get hit by another Aqua Tail, right? Like in most situations, you're thinking that's not a great shield usage, but he said, you know what? Okay, I draw the energy out of the way. I'm going to farm down and I'm going to rely on the Steelix, and Steelix definitely came to play for Sammy. A lot of people running that Shadow Steelix, but he ran the non-Shadow, and honestly, that probably made the difference in that Altari matchup when shields were down.
And you know, you mentioned that Fortress usage seems to be a little bit dropping this tournament, and you have to wonder if, you know, we see Sammy pivoting towards Steelix as a steel type that does electric type damage. So I'm curious to see if other trainers are trying to find side grades for Fortress in this tournament.
Yeah, Steelix definitely has terrible matchups into the grounds, you know, just like Fortress does, probably worse even, but it does win the head-to-head against Fortress in most situations. It's also another reliable Wigglytuff counter, which, you know, we can always use more of those in this current meta, but it's also fantastic into those flyer picks and stuff like that, and even the Glen Corso with that crunch, super effective crunch damage. So excited to see though, as we have at least one Steelix locked in for day number 2. Congrats to Sammy85, and wish Jigglypuff the best of luck in that Losers Finals.
Great plays between the two of them, and a lot of great recognition from both sides, not just on the team compositions, what lines to bring, but also in the game, thinking about what Pokemon on your team are going to be really strong if 1 or 2 Pokemon on the opposing team is gone. We also saw, I think in one of the earlier games, Sammy safe swapped the Wigglytuff, which we thought was pretty risky, but I think in that matchup he was reading that, let's see, Jigglypuff wouldn't be, I think, ABA weak to Steelix with like Empoleon, Wigglytuff or something like that. So just a lot of recognition in terms of the lines of 3.
Yeah, I'm curious what his thoughts are on that one. He's on the floor with Will right now, so let's get a word from him.
Thank you so much, Caleb. And so that's correct. I'm here with Sammy with his trusty Turtwig. Sammy, how are you feeling after winning that battle versus Jigglypuff?
I am feeling amazing. This is unreal. I came here 2 years ago to Orlando and just missed out on day 2, and now I made it on the winner's side. So I'm feeling great.
Sammy, one of my favorite things about you is every time I see you, you're smiling. You're always happy, and I can tell you're very happy right now. Yeah. Tell me about your Steelix, because I love that Pokemon, and you played it so well.
Well, a lot of people on Twitch will say, oh, of course Sammy's running Steelix, because yeah, I do run it a fair bit, but I don't know, I like it. I honestly wasn't sure about bringing it. Like, it was the one Pokemon I was like, I don't want to play it, but it's put in some work today, so I think I'm glad I brought it.
Well, I think avoiding Quagsire and avoiding the ground types is like the key, right? And if you can avoid those, Steelix is so free. Sammy, going into day number 2, what is going to be your approach? Are you going to go for a walk? Are you going to take a break? Are you going to look at your next matchup? How are you thinking you'll approach that?
So first of all, I'm going to go catch some costume Pokemon from the raid at 2 p.m. because why not, right? Shinies. After that, I'm probably going to relax. Maybe if there's like a social or something, maybe go and hang out for a bit. Look at the matchup, prepare a little bit, and yeah, just looking forward to tomorrow.
Sammy, would you like to thank anybody or give any shout-outs?
I have a lot of shout-outs. First of all, to my teammates at Tion Pizza and Hidden Powers, to all my friends from the Pogo Twitch community, they're all very supportive. To my parents, my mom I think is watching, so hi mom, I love you. And big shout-out to my friend Heather for all the screams in the team prep. Yesterday we were screaming, I wasn't sure about the team, but in the end it worked out, so thank you very much.
Sammy, his Steelix, I wish you all the best in the rest of the bracket, day number 2. For right now, we're going to head back over to Caleb and Soph in the booth.
Thanks, Speedy. So great to hear from Sammy. Obviously, a lot of support in the community. Maybe going to go to a social tonight, who knows? But, speaking of communities, there are a lot of incredible communities out there around the world in Pokemon Go. And I think one of the most notable that we've had is, of course, the Brazilian players.
That's right. And they definitely come out in full force, especially if in the crowd. You can definitely hear them cheering on their friends and teammates. And there's going to be one on stage. We teased it earlier. It's going to be LNDS Harjev, a 2-time regional champion this season alone, got a 2nd place finish, and a 6-time champion looking for a 7th here in Orlando. And he's in the winners finals looking to enter day number 2 undefeated. Let's see what he has, what it takes. He's going against Aggie Aces, who has put off a decent amount of upsets, right? Beat Dappergus in, I think, like round 2, I think, or round 3 at the winner's side. Then beats Chen Yu, the number 2 seed, and now has to face off against a 6-time champion, the number 1 seed, an international champion at that, in Aggie's best performance to date. He definitely has the cards stacked up against him, but he's been playing well so far, and I'm excited to see how he's going to face off against Harjev.
A lot of work cut out for Aggie Aces for sure. You mentioned all those accomplishments from LNDS Harjev. Easy to forget that he was also 3rd place at Worlds last year, so he has proven himself at every single level of play in Latin America, at internationals, at Worlds, and funnily enough, one of the only things missing from his stat lines is a top cut in North America. As we take a look here at his player profile, you mentioned those wins this season in Monterrey and Curitiba. And yeah, he has enough accomplishments from 2026 alone to fill this up. But we didn't even talk about his Worlds finishes, his IC finishes, and all of his other many, many titles.
Yeah, this graphic itself can go on for a couple different slides at this point, but Harjev, one of the best players, not only in Latin America, but in the entire world. He doesn't compete in North America that often, but like you said, he is finished 3rd place in Worlds, has an IC title and 5 other regional titles, but has not made that day number 2 so far in North America soil. He's looking to change that narrative though in Orlando, has to win 2 more battles. Let's take a look at his team too. I believe he was one of the first like pioneers of Shadow Fortress in this meta with his win recently in was it Curitiba? Yeah, so when he went against Sardi, who I believe was also running a Fortress, but a lot of Fortress was being used. That was one of the first big tournaments in this Go Battle League season meta, and he shifted things around a bit. He brought Azumarill back, which is kind of wild, and then the Diggersby, which I actually really like. Outside of Altaria, it has a lot of play into this current meta, right? You can beat the Licky Licky, the Corvi Knights, you have play into the Empoleon and the Wigglytuff. And even though it's not a great match for the Quagsire, you can definitely hit back. But here we go, game number 1. It's going to be LDS Hardjeff with the Guzzlord versus Aggie Aces' Corvi Knight.
This is actually a pretty neutral matchup. Can really just come down to whoever wants to use shields, and that is going to be determined by who actually wants switch advantage. So we'll have to see what these trainers have in store for us as Hardjeff fires off the first charge attack.
And these backline matchups look fairly neutral for both players. Obviously, if Hardjeff can get the Fortress onto the Empoleon with shields still on his side, that's going to be fantastic. Oh, but Aggie Aces lets a full Dragon Tail through, so that's going to give Hardjeff a little bit more extra energy in this head-to-head matchup. And
that is the kind of little advantage that Guzzlord is going to need to win this matchup. I believe now Guzzlord might actually be able to win the zero shield situation. We'll have to see. Air Cutter gonna come through on the Corviknight, or sorry, from the Corviknight onto the Guzzlord, as Hardjeff is just 1 Dragon Tail away from double Brutal Swing. He has the back-to-back now. Yeah, and Aggie Ace is not boosting on any of these Air Cutters. It's going to hurt him even more in this matchup. And like I said, the switch advantage can play favorably here for Hardjeff as he's going for 1 more Brutal Swing. And let's see if Aggie Aces decides to spend the shield or might just let the Corviknight go and try to farm down with maybe an Empoleon or Licky Licky. Let's see. And the Brutal Swing does indeed KO the Corviknight. That's actually a decent still amount of health left on this Gourgeist. And Hardjeff going to just maybe let the Empoleon farm you down because you do have a fantastic matchup with that Fortress in the back. Can't really do too much more with the Guzzlord at this point with his health range either. Well, Guzzlord might be able to get to 2 Brittle Swings, but this is actually a Bug Bite Fortress. Hardjeff is pioneering this moveset. A lot of people have been using Volt Switch throughout the meta, but now Hardjeff bringing in the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress, gonna shield up this Hydro Cannon, hoping that, you know, maybe now that the Corviknight is out of the way, this Fortress has a lot of play. Another Hydro Cannon is going to come through though, so Hardjeff gonna go down 2 shields to protect this very valuable Fortress. That does change things quite a bit here, as I neglected to look at that moveset on Hardjeff, assuming his Volt Switch, but Bug Bite does have a lot of play too in some of these other matchups, particularly into those ground types, going for the first Sand Tomb debuff against Aggie Aces Lickitung. And Fortress can debuff Pokemon in a variety of ways. Actually pulls a shield with that Sand Tomb, so that's definitely very nice for Hardjeff. I think even though you didn't debuff with Rock Tomb, you can still hang on to this Shadow Ball, probably get off a Rock Tomb, and that's going to hit quite hard now that the Licky Licky is debuffed. Let's see what Hardjeff decides to go for though. Does look like he's going to go for the Rock Tomb just before the Body Slam is reached, so of course, excellent counting from Hardjeff. Great timing, Hardjeff. Defense debuffed, attack debuffed as well. However, the timer's coming up soon for Aggie Aces. Does throw the Shadow Ball first to whittle down the timer even more. Should be able to go straight into Empoleon afterward, but Empoleon has taken a lot of damage actually from the Fortress and the Guzzlord earlier. It's in the red, and you're closing into the territory where even Zuma can take you out with 1 move. I don't know if Ice Beam is going to be enough, but Play Rough definitely is. But Hardjeff instead opts to go for the full aggressive Bubble Down, and that might spell disaster for Aggie Aces' final Pokemon, which is going to be the Licky Licky. And I think Hardjeff has this one in the bag. Like you said, going to go for the full farm down here. Azumarill still well out of Shadow Ball range as well. Tons of energy here as he goes for the Play Rough. I don't think this is going to be enough to knock it out, but I think a couple of fast attacks or, of course, another charge attack will be enough to seal this game number 1 for Hardjeff. Azumarill, always a staple in PvP, and you can say the same thing about Hardjeff as he takes that first victory off against Aggie Aces. And I think the Azumarill pickup is actually quite nice, right? In a meta where we're expecting to see maybe more Feraligatr, more Metacham, and it has a lot of play into both of those, particularly the Metacham walling that off. And, you know, with Guzzlord, Diggersby, and Fortress on his team, like, it's definitely going to be good to have more fighter checks on the side of Hardjeff. Let's take a look at his very uniquely built team, and you know, I feel like he's one of those players that doesn't always play meta, always has a little own wrinkle on his team, with Diggersby around, but Bug by Fortress as well too, really paid off favorably for him in that first game. And I really like how creative HurricaneKaz's team is, you know, experimenting with the Bug Bite Fortress. I think we might see a couple players later in the tournament also bringing the Bug Bite Fortress as these players try to switch it up. But I also think Diggersby is a fantastic breed, of course, benefiting from the same Mudshot buff that Quagsire did. You know, we didn't see it in game number 1, but like you said, really has a lot of great matchups into Aggie Aces team, with the exception of the Altaria.
Yeah, and especially because Mudshot is, you know, better than it was in the last few seasons. This Diggersby now has more play even into Jellicent, which is pretty, you know, we don't see it too much, right? We thought we'd see more Jellicent, but it actually hasn't come out. But if you do see occasional Jellicent, it could be good there. You completely wall off that Galarian Corsola, a fantastic matchup there. So HurricaneKaz's team, I mean, just looking on paper, does not look like it would be a fun time to play into, because he has so many hard answers to so many of the meta Pokemon.
Aggie Aces taking a second to try and steal himself as he goes up against HurricaneKaz. He is down a game in this series with, of course, day 2 on the line here, going up against an incredible name, arguably one of the greatest of all time.
That's true, yeah, and might really be, if he wins this Orlando, he would actually, again, set the record for the most amount of titles. But he's still got to worry about day number 2. He's one battle win away from making it, and I think he was actually undefeated throughout all of day 1 as well, so hasn't even dropped a single battle yet. Very locked in and on form, and looking to conquer his North America past performances and make a new record for himself here in NA. It's going to be the Fortress versus the Empoleon, and without the Volt Switch, this match is a little bit better for the Empoleon.
It is a little bit better, but I think it's still definitely favored for the Fortress. As you see HurricaneKaz putting up a shield here, we saw him double shield Fortress versus Empoleon last game. Wouldn't be surprised to see him do the same if this matchup continues to play out, as HurricaneKaz is going to overfarm here before throwing the Sand Tomb. Maybe afraid of a catch, but no, actually going to let Aggie Aces get off the second Hydro Cannon and doesn't put up a shield. Yeah, I think part of his rationale is he wants to farm with a little extra energy, because in case you debuff and then Aggie Aces just swaps out right away, then you can't have anything really for the next Pokemon. Builds up the double Sand Tomb instead. This will actually grab both of Aggie Aces' shields if HurricaneKaz decides to throw this next Sand Tomb right away. Maybe he's anticipating potential catch, but let's see. And no, goes for the second Sand Tomb, and now Aggie Aces has a decision to make. Decides to spend both shields off the bat to maintain switch advantage. Well, switch advantage is crucial here. Look at the backline from HurricaneKaz, Azumarill and Diggersby, and there's an Altaria on Aggie Aces' side. Oh, and I think throwing those Sand Tombs like so late might have cost HurricaneKaz there, as he doesn't get the Bug Bite down. It's going to be able to absorb Empoleon's energy onto Azumarill, but now you're going to have Diggersby lined up with the Altaria. Yeah, shield advantage Azumarill has to do a lot of work here. I mean, there's just no shot that Aggie Aces comes in Altaria into the Azumarill, so because of that, Licky going to be definitely a better matchup for Aggie Aces. And let's see if HurricaneKaz snuffs this out or not. No, swaps in the Diggersby and now gets a really tough matchup. You can see him wincing a little bit, knowing that this is going to put him in quite a hole in the backline matchups. Yes, timers are a little bit shorter now, so maybe potentially can swap over to the Azumarill and try to take out the Altaria that way. But these damages do absolutely nothing to the Altaria. Resisted Mudshot, resisted Scorching Sand. I mean, at this point, like, I think Fire Punch might be even slightly better here, but either way, the options are not looking great for HurricaneKaz. HurricaneKaz gonna need a miracle to dig himself out of this one. He doesn't have Dig, though. He has Scorching Sand, which he tried to throw going for the debuff, but this is such a dominant matchup for Altaria. This matchup, honestly, might be one of the most dominant head-to-head matchups that we have in the current meta. HurricaneKaz actually gonna use his shield there, realizing the Diggersby might be his only chance to take out the Licky, but a quick swap by both trainers as Aggie Aces gets the body slam onto Azumarill. Yeah, super heads up play from Aggie Aces. I think he actually swapped before HurricaneKaz even, so if HurricaneKaz saw that and, you know, maybe didn't go for the swap himself, he would have just locked the Diggersby into the Licky and maybe could have won that game. But Aggie Aces, maybe expecting the combo play, head on a swivel, is able to bring the Licky back in, and now things are looking even tougher for HurricaneKaz. He's locked into this matchup and pretty much one body slam plus a few rollouts away from being taken out, and there's just no world where he could take out the Altaria at that health range with that energy. Even without any energy, Aggie Aces is in a fantastic position, looking to push this to a game number 3, not going to go down without a fight. Definitely a great game 2, but you know, HurricaneKaz, you know, still trying to hang on here, switches out the Diggersby, trying to knock out this Licky Licky. I think Licky Licky might barely hang on here, but let's see, it does hang on, and I didn't catch whether Aggie Aces actually stored a charge attack, but you know, I think if you're Aggie Aces, what do you think the safe play here is, Caleb? You just double up on Skytax?
Yes, yeah, you definitely have to double up because there is energy on the Azumarill, and you don't want to get to, like, worst case scenario for Aggie Aces is going to be a simul KO, right? Because the rollout and the bubble will take each other out in all likelihood. But you can avoid that if you just build up to back-to-back Sky Tag. The timers are coming up soon, though. If you don't have time to do this, it can allow HurricaneKaz to go for a combo play, and that would be disastrous. You can see Aggie Aces throws. Wait, hold on. The back-to-back Sky Tag is not reached yet, so HurricaneKaz can throw the Ice Beam. Does Aggie Aces go for a potential catch? No, there's no catch available. So going to go for the Ice Beam. Ice Beam will be thrown. This could be a simul KO, but I think the Licky Licky might be able to hang out from one bubble, whereas the Azumarill definitely cannot hang out from a rollout.
I think Licky Licky can hang on. It might even have a body slam, actually. Oh, it does. So Aggie Aces was safe the whole time. I don't even know if he knew he had the body slam, as he's relieved to see that charge attack button come up. But like you said, I think Licky Licky definitely could have hung on to a bubble there, as Aggie Aces evens up the series.
Wow, what a tournament so far. Tournament run from Aggie Aces. I mean, these are not easy opponents he's beating, right? And, you know, his seeding is a little bit lower, so he's going to face some of the higher seeds just in nature, just of how the brackets go. But especially if HurricaneKaz is not getting upset by anyone else. If anyone's going to do it, it's got to be him. And it's got to be Aggie Aces that pulls off that upset. I mean, getting one game off of HurricaneKaz to even up the series, and one game more, and he not only again extends his furthest ever highest performing tournaments, but takes out a multiple time champion and also makes it into day number 2 on the winner's side. So much to fight for here for Aggie Aces.
And you know, gotta give a lot of credit to HurricaneKaz in game number 2. Looked like an absolutely terrible situation, but still made it pretty close at the end, dancing around with that Diggersby energy, trying to make those combo plays. Unfortunately, the HP bars just weren't where he needed them to be, but you know, Aggie Aces able to hold on to that incredible advantage he got out of Switch.
And that's the thing, right? If you're watching at home, you're thinking, man, I would not want to be sitting up on stage against HurricaneKaz. And I'm sure maybe Aggie Aces thought that himself at one point when watching a previous broadcast. But the thing is, you know, this is Pokemon Go, and anyone can win and anyone can lose, no matter who you're sitting across. If you play a little bit better than opponents, make some good line reads, that could be the upset in your favor. HurricaneKaz, definitely one of the best in the world, looking to lock in for this third and final game. After seeing that Altaria versus the Diggersby matchup, may make him think twice about safe swapping that Diggersby in future situations.
Definitely risky to bring the Diggersby. Like you said, the Altaria is, you know, coming a lot, and maybe no surprise, as you said, you know, HurricaneKaz's Bug Bite Fortress looks very, very nice, and Altaria, of course, resisting those bug bites is, you know, not bad into Fortress, and so bringing the Fortress and the Diggersby is really kind of tempting Aggie Aces to continue bringing the Altaria.
Yeah, and you mentioned it too in that last game, right, where because HurricaneKaz didn't throw the Sand Tomb debuff earlier in that matchup, it prevented him from getting that bug bite down against the Empoleon in that matchup. And if he wins Switch advantage there, he pretty much wins the game, right? So let's see if he makes a change for game number 3. Here we go. Game number 3, HurricaneKaz versus Aggie Aces. And it's going to be the Shadow Fortress versus Empoleon to kick things off yet again. But this time around, the back line is slightly different. HurricaneKaz brings in Corviknight. Aggie Aces relying on the same 2 Pokemon of Altaria and Licky Licky in the back.
Well, HurricaneKaz did change the backlines, but you have to imagine that he still thinks Switch Advantage is somewhat important. Corviknight doesn't have the greatest matchup into Altaria. And you see, this is the adjustment from game number 1. He's throwing the Sand Tomb much, much earlier. And that means he's going to be able to boost up his Bug Bite damage much earlier. Maybe try to take Switch Advantage this time.
Yeah, as expected from one of the best players in the world, these players will criticize their own gameplay more than anyone else. And he definitely noticed that, thinking, oh man, if I did throw that Sand Tomb earlier, that could have changed the game. He's not going to make that same mistake twice. Going to shield the Fortress on top of it, and actually spends both shields to fight for Switch advantage. So he's doing everything he can to change the narrative of game number 2.
Yeah, he saw what happened in game number 2. He doesn't want it to happen again in game number 3. We saw that Fortress can actually hang on to one of these Hydro Cannons, so Aggie Aces is going to fire this off. But, you know, if that Sand Tomb did make a difference, I think HurricaneKaz should be able to win Switch Advantage here just with 3 Bug Bites. Oh, but you're actually very low on health. I don't know if you can do it, but these Bug Bites are really chugging away. He gets Switch.
Just barely, but that exactly was the difference maker from that last game. and Aggie Aces has a decision to make. Oh, doesn't get the Sand Tomb off. Energy on this Licky Licky is still pretty solid. Let's see if HurricaneKaz snuffs out. Yes, he does expect that there's Altaria in the back, and now he's in such a commanding position. Even if you catch a payback or air cut, it's not the worst for HurricaneKaz. But as long as he avoids this Corviknight versus Altaria matchup, he is such a good position to take this game victory against Aggie Aces. Let's see if Aggie Aces can make some magic happen. He brings in the Altaria, but in is going to be met with the Azumarill, and this Ice Beam is going to do a ton of damage into this Altaria.
Great team read from HurricaneKaz. You know, I think as soon as he brought the Corviknight into Licky Licky, it kind of felt to me like the game was sealed. We're still going to be playing it out here, but, you know, so difficult for Aggie Aces to come back from this position. Yes, I think you do hang on to an Ice Beam as, you know, HurricaneKaz is swiping these bubbles, but this is such a dominant matchup for Azumarill. These Dragon Breaths are doing absolutely nothing, and Azumarill, of course, has a decent matchup into Licky Licky as well.
And it was a great read from HurricaneKaz as well, right? Because if you look at the team of Aggie Aces, nothing can really take out this Azumarill consistently outside the Empoleon. Once you take out the Empoleon, not only do you know you have a good matchup with the Azumarill in the back, but you also have switch advantage. And here, expecting the catch as well, doesn't go for it, throws the Play Rough instead. And even at this health range for the Altaria, the Corviknight should be able to take it out with the Air Cutter. Going to throw a Play Rough first before swapping over to that Corviknight, or actually going to just let it go instead. Going to take up the Shadow Ball and then try to clean it up with Corviknight.
Yeah, there's plenty of ways for HurricaneKaz to win this game. I think he farmed up a ton of energy on the Corviknight. You can just probably land a payback here and then land an Air Cutter on the Altaria. You see him farming up almost to 100 energy, but not quite, not going over there, as this payback is going to land on the Licky Licky and take it out.
How much energy was on the Altaria is the real question, because the Azumarill is actually quite low, so if somehow you can get to a Flamethrower, no, not even close, and HurricaneKaz has it locked down with the Air Cutter. He takes a 2-1 victory over Aggie Aces, all smiles on his face as he makes, for him, his first ever top cut in North America, but one of many top cuts in day number 2 he's ever had in his career. And you can see the sportsmanship from both players as well. Aggie Aces still got to be feeling proud about his performance so far. He's not out of it yet. He's going down to the losers finals and still has a shot at day number 2.
And HurricaneKaz, of course, having absolutely nothing to prove. But, you know, in case there are any doubters out there, he is, of course, advancing to day 2 on the winner's side here in Orlando. Like you said, though, his opponent, Aggie Aces, tons to be proud of. And just like we saw with Jigglypuff earlier, going to have another chance to fight for day 2 on the loser's side of the bracket.
Yeah, I know it's like a very niche fun fact that HurricaneKaz hasn't made top cut in North America. But when you're as accomplished as HurricaneKaz, you got to start picking out little things that he hasn't done yet, because he's done pretty much everything at this point. But he is going to be our, I believe, second trainer to make day number 2 in the tournament in Orlando. And he's in Group A as well. Number 1 seed Group A, which means that he's, I think, the number 1 seed in the entire tournament. And that seeding is definitely living up to his name.
Definitely, and HurricaneKaz, you know, well, he has a big name, but he's definitely living up to it. I think you mentioned that game number 2 was actually his first loss of the entire tournament. So, you know, Aggie Aces taking a game off HurricaneKaz. Very impressive. Let's take a look at HurricaneKaz's run here with these bracket results. 2-0 over K Fitzgerald, 83, not to be confused with Khaleesi Fitzy in winners round 3. In the winners semis, we didn't get to see this match, but HurricaneKaz took down August in the winners semis to, of course, advance to the match that we just saw versus Aggie Aces. So 3 great matches for HurricaneKaz. That'll be his day 1. He is done for the day, and now he's got all night to prepare and wait for his opponent on day number 2.
That's right. And if you're cheering from home in Brazil or from LATAM, then you know you're feeling good about one of the main stars of that region continuing on in that winner's side as well. Being undefeated going to day number 2 is a huge advantage, because you have so many star-studded players or up-and-coming players in that day number 2 slot, and you know, having that second life there in that bracket can help a long way and get him closer to that 7th title.
Well, we've seen a lot of international players taking titles off of North America this season. We saw Stone Collection, we saw T. Steiner also coming from Brazil. So, you know, I'm sure the NA trainers are quaking as they see HurricaneKaz advancing to day number 2, trying to hold off the foreign invasion there. Yeah,
North America not doing so hot in the finishes this season in regionals, but I'd love to see as well too, right? Because as Pokemon GO has been growing on our side of things throughout the years, we're seeing that even the regional tournaments, not even just the international ones, are having international representation, right? We saw Sammy from Peru earlier, and then we got HurricaneKaz from Brazil, and we got so many other players as well, like you mentioned, that are here in Orlando trying to make a stamp for their name in a completely different region. And hey, some of them are really performing and living up to the task.
A lot of players came from Brazil along with Harjev. I believe, you know, we talked about T. Steiner. I believe Corlash is here as well. I believe Kanan, Jasmina. So a lot of these players all traveling together actually to come to this Orlando regional. They actually had a choice of which regional they wanted to go to. There's also a regional happening in Mexico this weekend, but you know, perhaps luckily or unluckily for the North American trainers, they chose to come to Orlando, and they are definitely living up to their name here.
Well, a previous champion did say NA is pretty free, so that might be part of the factor. But I'm curious to hear what Harjev has to think about NA in a region and his tournament performance so far. Let's take it to the floor with him and Nick.
All right, thanks, Caleb. And I do want to start with that comment. A previous regional champion has said that NA is kind of free. This is your first time top cutting a regional in NA. How do you feel about the competition in NA, and how do you feel about today?
Oh, the competition is always hard. I think when people say it's free, it's just to mess around. The things go. There is a rivalry between regions, so makes sense. But I'm pretty happy with this day 2 accomplishment. So yeah, that's what I came for. So I'm very happy with that. And thanks for the support. Everything is in home is giving me 2Z, so it's amazing to being able to.
And the casters also called out that there was another opportunity for you all to go to Mexico for a regional this weekend. Why did you opt for Orlando over Mexico? Was there some reason that you made the decision for you and all your friends to come here instead?
Oh, actually, Orlando is easier. It's not easy for Brazilians to come to NA, but like Orlando is easier than Mexico. And also, like 2Z Esports recommend us to go to Orlando. Like it's a bigger visibility and everything, and I think like all regions have like amazing players, but as I said, I never top cut in a regional NA before, so that's why I'm here. I'm here to be a champion.
A little bit of personal reasons, a little bit of logistic reasons. I do want to ask you about your team though. You did bring Diggersby, which had its move updated, of course, with Mudshot doing a little bit more energy generation this time around, but we've typically seen Quagsire being the Mudshot user. Why did you opt for Diggersby here?
It's a double bunny team. It's Easter, so I had to use bunnies. So that's why I have Azumarill and Diggersby. But also I like the coverage that he had. Like it's good against Corviknight. It's a very good ground type. Very bulky. So I'm more like for the coverage and like the type of the gameplay that I like to use.
All right, well, one last question for you before I let you rest before day 2. Any shout-outs you'd like to give to friends, family at home?
Oh, always. I always say that I'm here because of them, guys. It's not easy to keeping like put every offer that I do for this game and for the competition is not easy. So I have a lot of friends and family that help me a lot. So everyone at home, like my family, my friends that are cheering for me, thanks a lot for that. My special shout out for my wife Viviana, and also to everyone from Jabelindos and 2Z Esports. Thanks again for making this opportunity for me.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again on your day 2. Get some rest for tomorrow. And you at home won't want to go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, but we're going to continue the action here in Orlando right after.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Eric and Maddox, 2 of our incredible competitors in the trading card game this weekend. How y'all doing?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm ready for the weekend.
Excited to be at the hometown regional here in Orlando and excited for a good time.
All right, well, we're going to have a good time here with a little game I like to call Eyes Closed Drawing. Now, Eric, I don't know if you're going to be able to draw with those iron hands.
I don't think that the marker would fit in these hands, but I'm going to be amping very much this weekend.
For sure. So are you ready, Maddox, to get drawing?
No, but we're rolling, so I guess I got to draw.
All right, well, I believe in you. I believe in you. Now, I know it's not legal this weekend, but the TCG set Perfect Order was just released recently, and it will be legal for the next event. So I want you to think of a Pokemon that was released as a part of that set. And what Pokemon do you think will be the most successful from that set coming into the new format? So take a moment to think, and then whenever you're ready, if you want to start drawing, go for it. And Eric, I'm going to have you take a step forward here and just tell me what you're thinking.
Okay, I mean, obviously I'm thinking Iron Hands because thank you very much. It's got to be Starmie though, not Starmie. Goodness, from Perfect Order is so tough.
I mean, it's looking like it has a few things going on
I
there.
don't know what's going on here. I mean, I see Iron Hands. I mean, I see the hand at the top, right? So it's got to be Iron Hands.
Maybe it's like a whisker or something, or multiple arms of some sort.
Oh, it's gonna be Meowth, maybe. Yeah, Meowth. Okay, Meowth. Okay.
All right. So is that? All right. Let me switch spots with you real quick. You just said that's not too bad. What were you thinking, honestly?
Well, I was thinking like Meowth is like by far the best card to come out of perfect order. So I was like, I need to go and get the little like coin on top of his head, plus some ears and some whiskers. And honestly, for not looking at it, I feel like I'm pretty good for a non-artist. I mean, Meowth and Last Ditch Catch is going to be like game defining for the next like 3 years. So I figured no other choice than Meowth really.
For sure. I mean, like you said, we have the coin, we have the whiskers, and we have some Iron Hands over here. Now, Eric, if you had to pick a card that would be successful from Perfect Order, or Pokemon specifically, what would you have picked?
I think I'm gonna pick Starmie, and the reason why I went with Starmie first is because it's more of an archetype, a whole deck. Meowth is like a support card that's gonna be in every deck across the board, and Starmie's a new archetype that can put so much damage onto your opponent's bench and the active at the same time, which is really strong in the history of the Pokemon TCG.
All right, well, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you both, thank you very much for joining me here today. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon from Orlando, so please stay tuned.
The 2026 European International Championships introduced a new limited meta to Pokémon GO PvP. The field was swarmed by bugs, dragons, and normal-type Pokémon, but it was Spiritomb that proved to be the key piece of the format. 3 European trainers dominated the competition as they made their way to Championship Sunday. Europe's final boss, Colin 6, 2026 Lille champion Hikami, and boy wonder Pataman for his 5th consecutive Championship Sunday. Colin 6 kicked off the day with a statement 3-0 win to send Hikami down to the losers finals. There, Pataman lay in waiting, having already won 14 rounds back-to-back. In a stunning showcase of experience and expertise, Pataman also claimed a 3-0 victory to set up a grand finals for the ages. Colin 6 vs Pataman, a match worthy of the World Championship stage. Pataman quickly reset the bracket with a 3-1 win, leaving everything to play for in the final best of 5. The 2 finalists fought it out until the 5th and final game, exchanging blows amidst cries and cheers alike from the London crowd. As the dust settled following an explosive ending, it was Pataman who emerged victorious. The reigning champion defended his crown and cemented his name in EUIC history.
Winning for the 2nd year in a row!
Back-to-back EUIC champion, Pataman claims the title in London. Nobody's ever done it like the Spanish prodigy.
To keep up with all of the incredible action, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome in, trainers. There's some very interesting Pokemon hitting the meta this weekend. One of them is Aegislash. I sat down with one of the game's top pros to discuss it. DuneBug, what do you say about Aegislash?
Aegislash, definitely one of those more unique Pokemon with that form change from the shield form to the blade form. When Aegislash throws a charge attack, it will swap over to the blade form, which swaps its attack and defense stats, if I'm correct. And that means, like, for example, a Shadow Ball into a Quagsire will do an immense amount of damage. But once it uses a Protect Shield, then it's going to swap over to the shield form again, which means it won't be taking as much fast attack pressure from a lot of Pokemon. So at first I was skeptical because of how long it takes to get to its charge attacks. It has its ability called charging, where it slowly fills up the charge attack meter, and definitely takes a long time to get there, but I feel like in the right hands of the right player, it can work.
All right, Dune, do you think we see an Aegislash in Top Cut this weekend?
I do think we do. I think there are some very high-level players potentially bringing Aegislash this weekend.
Ooh, I don't know. That sounds like a hint, but there's only one way to find out. Let's head back over to the stream.
Welcome back, trainers. I always love hearing from the pro players, the best of the best, and DuneBug breaking down the Aegislash mechanics. I mean, that's high-value stuff. I hope you have your notepads out and you're ready to write some more things down. I'm Speediest Chief with the one, the only AlphaFeeb.
And I wish I had my notebook because I was not writing down notes, and I feel like I have absolutely no practice against that Pokemon, and we're seeing it pop up more and more from event to event. I feel like there were only maybe a handful of people that brought it in Houston, but we've already seen it on stream a handful of times already.
Yeah, I think it's one of those Pokemon that we kind of see creeping up on us, and then once a few trainers pilot it to success, the rest of the group says, you know what, maybe there's something here. I think something like that must have happened with Piloswine in Sevilla, because I didn't see it coming anywhere, and then suddenly it was all over the top cut in Europe.
And there's a circular shape behind her back. Is that an Aegislash? No, that's just a Pokeball. But
all right, Pete, we might need to get you some glasses, my friend. But we might see an Aegislash on stream here shortly. Like I said in that interview, only time will tell. But I can't tell you what we're going to get. Another Brazilian trainer.
Yeah, we were just down the pond. Not really across the pond, but it down across the pond with a Brazilian trainer before. And once again, with TZ Steiner up against him is going to be the Ox, who is a believer in the Feraligatr, but rounding out his team with Fortress, Talonflame, Furret back once again, Wigglytuff, and Metacham.
Talonflame was on my caster predicts. I think if you want to beat Metacham, Annihilate, Wigglytuff, Corviknight, Fortress, and a few other Pokemon, you can play it, but Steinar is ready. Not only does he have his Azumarill there at the top of the team, but he also has his Unova Stunfisk. It's going to be a little tough for Talonflame. Might be no-fly zone.
Yeah, Corsola as well, right? Power Gem, able to hit double super effective damage. I agree. Talonflame looks incredibly hard to bring in this matchup. Sometimes I feel like Talonflame users just completely disregard it and bring it anyways. You're able to threaten so much damage with its charge attacks, especially if you land a Brave Bird unshielded, but we'll have to see what the Ox thinks.
Yeah, to your point, a lot of Talonflame trainers will try to brute force their way through matchups. So if you see Steinar up against the Ox, and maybe the Ox starts saving the Protect Shields, letting his Pokemon faint, that's like a giveaway that he probably has Talonflame in the back. So when you select your teams, it can really lend credence to the strategy that you deploy, but Steinar's already locked in. He's ready to go.
And I do actually like it on the team, even though it might not see a ton of play, because it allows him to bring that Feraligatr just a little bit easier into teams that have that electric damage of Fortress. Because if you bring Fortress into a Talonflame, that's lights out.
Let's check out battle number 1. The water types hit the field here for a very neutral starting matchup. Azumarill into Feraligatr.
And this is one of the matchups where you prefer to be Shadow Feraligatr because the extra boost of damage that you get on those Shadow Claws and on that Hydro Cannon make this matchup a little bit more favorable for the Feraligatr. However, with the standard one, you just don't have as much punch with those charged attacks.
I really appreciate that recall feed. That kind of harkens back to the days when we saw more Feraligatr in general and the Shadow variant to boot. Regular Feraligatr, like we have talked about with our pros and we've seen on teams, is more durable, and that's why it's the more popular choice this weekend. Hydro Cannon number 2 connecting, but Azumarill's not sweating it.
Yeah, I think it's going to maybe require a 4th even, depending on how many Shadow Claws are adding up. We see no shield from Steiner, recognizing that this will not knock out quite yet. However, it is in the potential range for a Shadow Claw down.
I do think that if the play rough goes through, either way, as long as the Azumarill's on the field, it runs the risk of getting Shadow Claw down, and Steinar knows it too. He swaps right into the Furret.
Furret is met by one of its hardest counters in the meta with Metacham, and in comes the Swift. This is going to do a little bit of chip damage, but the Sucker Punches don't really add up here because of the Metacham subtyping of fighting.
Exactly, only neutral, but Dynamic Punch is a fearsome attack. Metacham loads it up, fires it off. This probably won't quite KO, but it's going to bring that Furret way down into the red, so Steinar uses his first Protect Shield of the game.
And Steiner has opted for a bit of an interesting moveset on his Furret. He's got the Brick Break and not the Trailblaze, which in most matchups is totally fine, but against Metacham, it's resisted damage, so you're only going to be able to throw those Swifts.
I do wonder, as this matchup drags on, if we see the Metacham go down here, the Ox deciding to shield. He knows he can get to another Dynamic Punch, but the Switch Timer is also up for Steinar. Is this a catch opportunity?
Oh, it is actually for the Ox, but there were 2 charge attacks loaded for Steiner, so I really like this catch from the Ox because he needs more time to build up to another dynamic punch because of the shield advantage that Steiner had from that initial matchup.
I'm really surprised to see Steiner stay in, but I think he's confident he'll win that charge attack priority, and he's got the brick break. Like Phoebe said, it wasn't good for the Metagame matchup, but it's excellent into the mirror.
In comes the Unnovan Stunfisk, and here comes the Trailblaze. No shields remaining means this is going to land. It's super effective damage. Can the Ox reach another charge attack?
The question becomes as well, I mean, now that the Stunfisk has taken the Trailblaze, even if it gets the Thundershock down, is it close to Ice Punch range?
I don't think so. I think Hydro Cannon or Dynamic Punch are going to be necessary here, but an immediate throw by TZ Steiner. In comes the Discharge. This is going to be more than enough to knock out the Metagame, and I think... Oh, how much energy does that Feraligatr have?
Only 3 Shadow Claws. It does clinch up the Hydro Cannon, but I think that the Ox recognizes he's out of HP and out of options. This Hydro Cannon will KO that Unnovan Stunfisk, but Feraligatr won't get much further than that.
Right. The Shadow Claws are going to be double resisted by the normal typing on that Fur, which gets the Sucker Punch down, and that's going to be game number 1 going over to TZ Steiner.
Furret largely dropped out of the meta as of late, just because I think there's so much Guzzlord and so much Steel. It's kind of hard for Furret to find those targets. So seeing Steiner bring it here this weekend with Brick Break is an interesting tech. And I think when everyone's reaching for a safe swap Pokemon, they think of Corviknight, they think of Licky Licky. So the Furret choice is pretty unique.
Right. And the Furret matchup versus Corviknight is a little bit wonky because I think you typically go for the Trailblaze if you have it. But here, you're able to get the same effect for cheaper and do much more damage because instead of doing double resisted, you're doing neutral, right, with that Brick Break. And you're lowering the defense, which is more or less the same as raising your attack at a faster pace.
Exactly. So that matchup actually gets a little bit more comfortable for the normal type as we take a look back at our battle number 1. Even though the Ox aligned the Metagame into the Furret, Steiner used his shields to save the Furret from the dynamic punches, and all that banked energy was for naught because Steiner fired that Discharge immediately when the Metagame came back out.
And I think that advantage was just really all pulled from that initial matchup. The Shadow Feraligatr just not, or excuse me, the non-Shadow Feraligatr just really struggling against that Azumarill. We saw the Ox utilize the shield pretty early on in that matchup because there's really no reason for TZ Steiner to throw an Ice Beam bait. So it's a pretty comfortable shield if you know you want to use one. But it put him on the back foot for every matchup afterwards because TZ Steiner was able to muscle through that secondary matchup with those 2 shields.
Well said. We're going to jump right into game number 2, though. Steiner, if he wins this one, he will make top cut in Orlando. The Ox is looking to fight back, and he does that by pivoting into the Feraligatr, but Furret, oh, this is a tough matchup.
Yeah, these Shadow Claws do absolutely no damage. Hydro Cannon coming through. The energy advantage for the Ox is a little bit nice here, especially because there are no super effective hits that Furret can do back. No Trailblaze is the one downside here, this particular matchup, but Brick Break going to be good enough to force switch advantage if you invest your shields.
And take note as well, I think Steiner threw that Brick Break immediately when it was available because he knows all of his subsequent Sucker Punches will add up even faster. Going to shield the Hydro Cannon. Honestly, Phoebe, he might be able to get a full Sucker Punch down here.
And ooh, it's going to be a bit tough, right? There is the Furret in the back, which looks very good with shield advantage. And looking at the team sheets here, that Furret does have Trailblaze, so it does have the ability to hit that Galarian Corsola in the back.
Wigglytuff versus Furret, looking for the full charm down, but this is another piece of utility that Steiner has. He does have the Swift and the choice of the Brick Break, but because the Swift is a little bit less energy intensive, he thinks he can get to 2. Let's see if he can hang on for one more charm. It's going to be really close.
And I really like this play from the Ox, saving all that energy. I'm not sure I like the Swift going here, and I don't think he does either. I think he wishes that one Sucker Punch did knock out. It does after the charge attack, and in comes the Corviknight, going to be able to soak up these charge attacks, but Sucker Punch going to start adding up as well.
And it's doubly good for Steiner, right? Because not only is he able to chip down the Ox's Furret, but he also sees it, reveals it, and now he can keep his Galarian Corsola in the back.
Throwing the Trailblaze immediately, going to try to boost up those Sucker Punches as quick as possible. The Ox ran a team that was very strong into the Galarian Corsola, so that Pokemon really doesn't have anywhere to go. And I don't know. Where do you use your shields here as TZ Steiner?
It's tough, right? I mean, you kind of have to manage your HP and predict the end game as best you can. The Galarian Corsola is healthy in the back, but it's up against 2 normal types, so that's a valid question. You might want to invest in the Corviknight. I just want to point out as well, the Oxus trios have been very weak to opposing Corviknight, and that's because Steinar's team protects it so well against opposing Talonflame.
In comes the Swift. I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out, even though the attack has been raised, but I believe it will put it into Sucker Punch down range. Ooh, not before the charge attack is reached, so another Swift is needed to be thrown.
Decisive shield here by Steinar. He wants to get to that air cutter. Do we see a pivot into the Wigglytuff? Yes, but this is also not great because Wigglytuff is going to lose a lot of HP here.
The Ox had the option of throwing the Swift immediately, but even then, that feels really bad because then you have no energy coming into the Galarian Corsola. And this is the Pokemon you want to see as the Ox, but TZ Steiner was just able to get so much momentum with his own for it that even though the Galarian Corsola was more or less useless for TZ Steiner here in this matchup, it didn't need to be useful. It just needed to do a tiny bit of damage in that endgame.
Exactly. Sometimes your Pokemon that you expect to pop off don't exactly do that. Sometimes they're just consistent damage dealers, and they are kind of like a wedge in your opponent's strategy. But you could see the disdain on the Ox's face when he realized Steiner's last Pokemon was Galarian Corsola, and he had 2 normal types and still couldn't bring it down.
You know, I did see an emotion, but I definitely did not register that it was disdain, and absolutely fair, right? You're seeing, okay, I don't have any play in this game anymore. Even if it is that one Pokemon that I specifically tried to hard counter. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you bring triple water and then the closer ends up being Talonflame and you still can't overcome it. It's like really tough. But that's also Pokemon Go for you, right? We don't have the abilities and status effects as the video game does. So you don't have any immunities. Everything does a little bit of damage, even if it's triple resisted. And that does lead to some wild and unconventional win conditions.
And I think TZ Steiner really utilized his Furret into his Corviknight very well in this match, right? He was able to basically use those 2 Pokemon to 2v3 in this matchup, and Feraligatr looking like a little bit useless here in this matchup, even though we have seen it do wonderful things elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Feraligatr looked like it got yanked up out of the swamp and it was being carried away. It couldn't really do anything. It wasn't in its comfortable environment.
Like a fish out of water.
Exactly, right? Well said. But we're going to see, as I think more about Steinar's team, I do think he has a bit of a dragon weakness. Maybe Guzzlord could be troublesome for him with that Furret. And no real answers outside of a Azumarill. So we'll see if he comes up against a dragon-type team in the future. But for now, he does advance to Top Cut, and that means 2 Brazilians are in Top Cut in Orlando.
That's 2 opportunities for another Brazilian to steal away a championship title from North America.
Hey, well, if you listen to Stone Collection, it might be possible for these trainers from outside of region. I think they believe in themselves, and they are formidable. But I'll tell you what, 2 trainers from NA are about to be on stage, and either one of those trainers could defend NA when it's all said and done. That's going to be Nighttime Clasher and Lyle Jeffs.
That is a clash of titans here in day 1. This is something that we could have seen going a match that could have been a grand finals here.
Easily. But speaking of grand finals, you have to follow certain steps to get there, and this is Lyle Jeff's bracket results so far in winners round 2. He took on Rice Quispy, and I promise that is not a mistake by me. Then he battled Force of Nader, followed by Doc Phil. I thought Doc Phil had a TV show one time, but that might be a different doctor. And now he's up against Nighttime Clasher.
And when looking at these bracket results, it's really great to see the player's journey to the end, who they were able to play, maybe some names we might be able to see on the losers side of the bracket later on in the day, and also gets to show, like, hey, these trainers sometimes do lose matches early, or not matches, sorry, games earlier on in the day. It's always really tough, right? So it's either game 1 or game 2. Was Lyle Jeffs potentially down 0-1 in that last round and was fighting for his winner's side of the tournament life?
I really appreciate you said that, because when I was outside on the floor, I wrapped the interview with Sammy and I bumped into DuneBug, and DuneBug said, yeah, my first battle today, I lost it. Oh. So I had to reverse sweep in round 1. And I'm like, all right, you know, even the champions have gaps in their armor from time to time.
Yeah, it's a long, grueling day for all of these trainers. Especially if you're in the later side of the bracket, you don't start right away. You don't have that 8 a.m. start. You'll probably still get here early because you want to watch the action. At least I want to when I'm playing out in the field. And when I'm behind the desk, I have to be here at 8 a.m.
Well, okay, so the thing is about commentary and about watching the broadcast is that we get all the best games. Yeah. We're so spoiled, right? We see all the best battles, and when you're competing, you do have your own track, and there's a lot of validation to be gained from that. But when you're watching the streams, man, you get all the goodies. We're going to take a look here at Nighttime Clasher versus Lyle Jeffs, and a bit of a surprise here. Alola Ninetales was on my caster picks, and it looks like it is not that, but we do have a Grumpig on Nighttime Clasher's team.
Yeah, a bit interesting head-to-head matchups of the Psywave users. Grumpig is going to be favored there. It has that Psychic typing, so it resists the Psywaves coming back from Lapras on Lyle Jeff's side, and it has the ability to land super effective dynamic punches, whereas Lapras, it's really only utilizing its bulk in that matchup, so if we ever see that matchup play out, I have to imagine Lyle Jeffs will try to pivot, try to find a way around that Grumpig.
A couple of movesets I want to call out. The Florges from Lyle is Chilling Water, Disarming Voice, and the Lapras is going to be Psywave, Sparkling Aria, and Ice Beam. We have seen Skull Bash tech, but not here this weekend. Lyle wants to make sure he's ready for the Flyers and the Dragons.
And that makes a ton of sense, right? Skull Bash is really only there for other water types that you can't threaten with Sparkling Aria. So that's not Quagsire, that's not Feraligatr realistically, because the Psywaves and the Sparkling Aria add up so that you don't need to hit Skull Bash. That's just Azumarill and Mirror Laprases.
Let's jump right in, everybody. This is the winners finals of Group D, and two of NA's Titans are facing off here. Corviknight into Lapras.
Honestly, it's been so long since I've seen this matchup, I'm not 100% sure how it goes. I have to imagine that Lyle Jeffs and Nighttime Clasher are a little bit more prepared than I am, given they have this Pokemon on their teams. Lyle Jeffs opting for the Ice Beam. It's neutral damage. It's same type attack bonus, just like the Sparkling Aria. It's maybe a little bit less efficient, but more overall damage.
Ooh, actually landing the Ice Beam and swapping immediately into the Corviknight. We see the Alola Ninetales come out to respond for Nighttime Clasher. He had a choice. He could have come in with that Fortress, but he instead chose that Alola Ninetales. And I think the key to that decision there was that this is a Bug Bite Shadow Fortress feed.
And that's the second one that we've seen, and a little bit of an interesting pivot for the meta from Volt Switch. I had seen that first matchup, and I had seen that the Fortress was potentially going against Empoleon and Corviknight. And I was like, oh my gosh, this person went ABA to it, but with Bug Bite, those matchups are totally fine.
I think that the Fortress with Bug Bite's probably targeting Malamar and other Psychic types, but let's see what happens on the field here, because the Alola Ninetales is whittling down the Corviknight. I don't know if this will be enough. I don't think Lyle thinks it's enough, but it's going to be really close.
Yeah, this is a non-Shadow Alola Ninetales, so it is not enough to pick up the knockout. Air Cutter is ready. I maybe would have preferred to see Lyle Jeffs do a few more sand attacks, lower the amount of health on the Corviknight a little bit, because I think now we're going to see if Bug Buttons come in, but instead decides to pivot immediately, thinks that his Furret is very safe, and again, we see another Brick Break Furret.
This is a gnarly situation to be in for both Pokemon, because not only is Nighttime Clasher allowing the Brick Break through, this is going to lower his defense, but that Fortress is going to fire back with the Sand Tomb any moment and lower the Furret's defense. They're just going to wear each other down and rip through the HP.
2 shields left for Lyle Jeffs means that this is a pretty safe shield. He wants to make sure that he is not allowing himself to get completely bitten down. Corviknight comes in, fires off an Air Cutter. This is going to do respectable damage, but not threaten a knockout.
Is it Bug Bited down or Bug Bitten down?
Not sure.
All right, we're in the Corviknight matchup though, so we'll come back to that. We're gonna see a Brick Break get fired off here. Nighttime Clasher still with 2 shields. You probably have to use them eventually, but now is not the time.
In comes the Lapras. It is far away from a charge attack, but it is also far away from a payback from being reached, and an Air Cutter would not knock out. I think Lyle Jeffs throws up the shield, gets the full Psywave down, and is going to come up with loads of energy.
Nighttime Clasher was aiming for the payback the entire way. I don't think that Air Cutter was ever in his vocabulary in this situation, but in comes the Fortress, and you're right, Phoebe. Double Sparkling Arias. I think those shields are going to come down right here.
The question remains, though, does Lyle just have energy on his 2 remaining Pokemon as well? This Fortress is very low on health. The Psywaves are resisted. The second Sparkling Aria is reached before a charge attack can be reached from this Fortress. Lyle Jeffs now has to be looking for a switch clock. Can he switch? Not quite yet. And both of his following Pokemon are quite low as well.
That's so devastating, allowing the extra charge there. Fortress, Sand Tomb, this is going to be enough. I think all 3 of Lyle Jeff's Pokemon have sub 10 HP, and Fortress is poised to sweep.
I don't think there's any real remaining energy on the Corviknight as well. It gets bug bitten down or bug bited down, depending on how you want to chromatize here. And that's going to be game number 1 going to Nighttime Clasher. And man, maybe bug bite's just the way nowadays.
Nom 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 nom. Shadow Fortress tears through the final remaining HP for those 3 Pokemon, and Nighttime Clasher spins up a win in game number 1. But it's not over yet. Lyle Jeffs, one of the best trainers, not only in the world, but especially in Canada. And he's got to contend with this, I mean, weird team of Grumpig and Alola Ninetales and Bug-Bite Shadow Fortress.
Yeah, trainers at home, make sure you're checking your beds so you don't get any bed bug bites coming your way. That Pokemon is scary.
It can definitely be scary, but luckily it's only on the battlefield here in the venue. So we'll see what Lyle Jeffs decides to do. And speaking of that, how do you adjust knowing that the bug bite damage is just so potent? How do you resist it? I mean, you look at Pokemon like Corviknight, like the Florges, but outside of that, you're going to take a lot of damage.
I think Metacham's pretty safe because you have such hard-hitting moves with your Dynamic Punch. You really threaten. Like, that game, I feel like was played out very much in a fast attack orientation where you got farm downs, you try to get as much fast attack damage in as possible, but then the charge attacks, they weren't hard hitting enough to threaten Nighttime Clasher's shields at any point, and he was able to retain 2 of them until the end game, save them both for the Fortress, and just sweep.
Let's jump right in, everybody. We're going to get all of our questions answered and more. We got the fairy types on the field here for our lead. Alola Ninetales versus Florges. And you got to assume that the Florges should aim for that Chilling Water as soon as possible.
Chilling Water coming through, going to lower the attack stat of this Alolan Ninetales. Powder Snow into Weather Ball is a good pacing, means that actually going for the Dazzling Gleam, a bit of a cheeky Dazzling Gleam here. I feel like most people would no-shield in Lyle Jeff's position.
Yeah, well, I mean, Nighttime Clasher had the choice of the layup or the 3-pointer, and he shoots and scores. That Dazzling Gleam doing a lot of damage to the Florges. Another Chilling Water is queued up. Nighttime Clasher confident he can withstand it. He's going to no-shield again.
Nighttime Clasher is now also at a Weather Ball, so could throw it immediately to try to take the knockout, but no, great patience over farms, not willing to risk a charge attack tie that he maybe doesn't know if he wins or not. Throws immediately, and he's gonna be able to pull a shield.
I also like the Alola Ninetales into Lyle Jeff's team so much. It's got a lot of resistances and a lot of potential for super effective damage, but it finally feints here to the 3rd Chilling Water. Nighttime Clasher maintains shield advantage. In comes Corviknight.
And this is going to be a bit of a tougher matchup. I know that this matchup can be determined a bit by the exact stats on that Shadow Fortress. However, Nighttime Clasher does not let that play out, switches into his own Corviknight here, takes the payback. Corviknight easily takes 2.
I think that there was an attempted catch there, maybe trying to catch an air cutter in the mirror matchup, but Lyle Jeffs holds his energy just long enough. We're going to see another payback get fired up here, this time from Nighttime Clasher. No shield from Lyle Jeffs.
Payback coming back and forth. Next one is ready by Lyle Jeffs. I think it is getting close to threatening a knockout, so we see a shield coming up from Nighttime Clasher.
Gonna protect his Corviknight, using his shields a little bit earlier than game number 1, but out comes the Furret with Brick Break from Lyle Jeffs. You gotta wonder if we see a swap or straight payback, and it is the latter. This is gonna take about half of this Furret's HP away.
Furret is fairly bulky and is not very threatened by any singular charged attack, besides maybe like a Dynamic Punch from a Shadow Machamp. But in comes the quick switch from Nighttime Clasher, bringing in that Shadow Fortress. Sand Tombs loaded. Will we see a Brick Break reached?
I have to be honest with you, with the Alola Ninetales and the Shadow Fortress, this is a very tough team composition for Lyle, and he's fighting back just about as well as he can, but you can see the HP on his Pokemon. This looks eerily similar to battle number 1.
Yeah, that fast attack damage is just tearing through his remaining Pokemon. Sand Tomb is loaded. Lyle Jeff should know the counts here, knows that it is not a Rock Tomb, however, needs to preserve his HP because of this Bug Bite damage.
Exactly. Bug Bites still adding up, even though they're heavily resisted. Corviknight at double air cutters finally going to fire them off here, and no shield from Nighttime Clasher.
Just before the switch clock was available for Nighttime Clasher, really great timing from Lyle Jeff. So we actually saw Nighttime Clasher click for that switch. Now reaches the payback, but going straight for the air cutter. He did get the boost, and Nighttime Clasher calls it.
Instantly no shields. That could have been a payback, and that could have been a game-winning charge attack from Lyle Jeffs, but Nighttime Clasher does not blink in the face of adversity. Now throwing up the shield, but that was Lyle Jeffs' one chance.
How much health is remaining on that floor? Just not that much. Comes in, goes for the Fairy Winds, but now Nighttime Clasher is very comfortably able to farm up more energy, and Lyle Jeffs is just left stumped. How did Nighttime Clasher call that?
Flabbergasted, stumped, without words. That was incredible for Nighttime Clasher, and it's so subtle. Look at him. He's looking across the table like, what are you cooking over there? How did you know that I was going to bait? Nighttime Clasher just shrugs it off. He says, man, I'm the LAIC champion.
I feel like Nighttime Clasher is one of these trainers that's just so good at just calling people's bluffs. He does not care at all if you one-hit knock out his Pokemon. He's gonna look you dead in the eye and say, that's not it.
Exactly right. Nighttime Clasher taking the 2-0 over Lyle Jeffs to make it into Top Cut in day number 2. But Lyle's not out of it yet. He falls to that loser side bracket where he still has a chance to qualify for Championship Sunday. But it's going to be a tough road. He's going to have more battles to fight, but I do feel confident he can pull it off.
And Nighttime Clasher brought a really interesting team composition here. A lot of Pokemon that have been fringe or meta across the entire Championship Series lifespan, but just put together in a way that I don't think anyone's seen before.
It's so interesting too because you see the Alolan Ninetales and the Fortress and you say, oh, well, you're double weak to fire. So if you end up against a Typhlosion, a Talonflame, an Arrow, Kanto, Ninetales, you're in a tough spot. But the rest of his Pokemon, I mean, he does have the Licky as well as the Grumpig and the Quagsire. So he has answers to the top threats. And I gotta say, I'm gonna be honest with you, Phoebe, I don't think Lyle had any answers to the combination of Alolan Ninetales and Fortress.
Yeah, I don't think too many trainers were prepared for Alolan Ninetales coming into this event. Additionally, Grumpig's a Pokemon that I'd heard whispers about for a long time. Event after event, like, ooh, people are bringing it, ooh, people are trying it, and it's great to see it show its face once again. We'd seen it a long time ago at a couple events when it first got Psywave and Dynamic Punch was lowered in energy cost so that you could build to back-to-back. It's really good, but it has to hit in the right spots. And nowadays, Shadow Drapian's not really a Pokemon that we see too often, so maybe Grumpig's the answer.
I think mono Psychic-type Pokemon have historically been very difficult to play. We've seen the occasional Mew, we've seen Cresselia was big for a long time, but playing something like Hypno is really tough. Playing something that's a pure Psychic-type or single Psychic-type is really difficult, but Grumpig has that coverage. Like you pointed out, you can double up on the Shadow Balls, you can Dynamic Punch through opposing normals and Dark types, right? Which helps you so much. So maybe there is a little bit of, I guess, hype that's well-deserved for Grumpig.
I was chuckling a little bit because I was thinking back in the day, Shadow, Hypno, Confusion, Elemental Punches going left and right.
In my day.
It used to be one of my favorite Pokemon that I ran in GBL all the time.
Sure.
But this Pokemon just has been out of the meta for so long. I hope we get to see it sometime soon.
Well, let me ask you, Phoebe, when you played Hypno, did you ever run Focus Blast?
Every once in a while. I think that probably the Elemental Punches were
kind of like
altered
mandatory.
a little bit.
Yeah.
They were buffed who knows, like 17 years ago, 20 years ago, something like, you know, we're pretty old here back behind the casting booth. But I think a long time ago, it used to be, oh, you know, you want the perfect coverage of Ghost and Fighting, so we'll just bring those. We'll try to nuke any Bastiodons that come out onto the field with a sneaky Focus Blast.
Very satisfying.
But yeah, long time ago.
Long time ago. But that's neither here nor there. We have two new trainers on stage. This is going to be Rise to Occasion. And he might have been cooking in the same kitchen as Nighttime Clasher and stolen a couple of ingredients because he also has the Grumpig, but he's up against Hungry Wolfpack. And my, oh my, does Wolfpack have a team?
Yeah, he has been cooking himself. He's had a number of really great performances at the past few events he's attended, and on his team, ooh, is that a Shadow Abomasnow I see?
It is Shadow Abomasnow, one of those Pokemon where I feel like Ice does have a place in the Great League meta, especially in the Championship Series. We've seen it in most cases, Alola Ninetales. We saw it in Sevilla in Piloswine. Abomasnow has also popped up a couple times. We had a trainer who top cut in Houston also playing Abomasnow. So seeing it return here, I gotta ask you straight up, Phoebe. I mean, while we get our headphones set on, do you see any obvious targets on Rise's team?
I think the obvious target's going to be the water and ground types, right?
Sure.
It's going to do very well into that Unova and Stunfisk. It's going to do fairly well into that Feraligatr, of course, with your fast attack typically being Powder Snow, you're going to be resisted on that side, so you have to reach all the way for that little bit more costly energy ball, as you could bait with a Weather Ball yourself, but that seems incredibly risky.
As one could. One could bait, or one could be Nighttime Clasher and just call every single bait. So it's hard to say sometimes, but
I missed your layup, sorry. Altaria as well, which has been so prominent in the meta.
I thought I airballed there. I thought
I had only gotten so far through his team before I recognized that there was an Altaria.
Yeah, it's okay. Altaria with the flamethrower can absolutely fight back and turn that Abomasnow to a crispy critter. But I do see it on stage. We got a Mankey plush. It's really cool.
Ooh,
I like that.
What's it sitting on top of? I couldn't quite tell. Is that
Some
like
kind
a
of
deck
box
or
of some
something?
sort. Some kind of square object, cubic perhaps?
Rectangular even.
Perhaps. Well, our trainer's going to get set up on stage here in just a few moments, but in the meanwhile, we can kind of discuss the metagame, see what else is on our minds. Are there any Pokemon that you haven't seen yet that you think will be viable? I've got a couple in mind, but I want you to go first.
You're trying to set me up for a layup again, but I think the most obvious answer based on that Mankey we saw on stage would be Annihilate.
Sure.
But I personally don't think it's that good in the current metagame. I think it's a little bit bait.
Okay, well, I don't know. I mean, Annihilate looks pretty good in the hands of a couple trainers in Houston, so we might see it. I think Low Kick is pretty good, but I think Metagame has also kind of overshadowed it. Let's take a look at a different trainer, though. We're going to try to give you more updates throughout the stream because we want to follow our heroes, our champions, who are, I guess, battling through very high-stakes events. Pranav, in particular, needs championship points if he wants to qualify for the World Championships, and my goodness, does he have a tough task ahead of him.
Yeah, DuneBug going to be just an impossible trainer to get through, and look who DuneBug's facing in the finals. Oh, it's Pranav. We were just talking about him.
Exactly. This is kind of the other side of the coin, so to speak, because DuneBug did have that win over Master Red, as well as Monty and Habibi EX, and now he's up against Pranav. If everyone remembers, Pranav was actually in the Grand Finals earlier this season, back in the Murkrow meta. It feels like it was yesteryear, but it was just a few short months ago.
We haven't seen Murkrow or like Fearow anytime since.
None
which
of
is
the O's. Now you're thinking of the O's. No, don't think too much into it.
Oranguru?
No, it has to end with an O. No, you're thinking too much into it. You can't blow up my point here. But yeah, Pranav was in the Grand Finals, and he's a trainer that I feel like will come out to only maybe 2 events per season, but he does pretty well, and he's a very, very talented player. He knows his counts really well. He plays a ton of Go Battle League, and he's well equipped. But he's up against probably the most equipped trainer in Championship Series history, and that's DuneBug.
And maybe he can make it 3 events if he does quite well and can qualify for the World Championship. You know, there's 2, but if you're going to add a 3rd, I feel like Worlds is a pretty good one to add.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just choosing, Worlds is probably the one I would choose as well. But we're going to see how it all unfolds. Rise to Occasion and Hungry Wolfpack were just on stage, but we might be doing a little switch. We're going to get confirmation here shortly. Might be going back to them, actually.
A little bit of a fakey. Maybe a bit of a fake out. Did we introduce fake out to the move pool in Pokemon Go?
We've done a lot of sports references here in Orlando. Tons of wonderful teams here. Maybe we're trying to catch you off sides, chat.
And do you know what my favorite team is from the Orlando region?
Tell me.
It's the Orlando Blooms.
The what?
The Orlando Blooms.
I lean in to hear better what he was saying, but his audio's in my headset, so it really made no improvement whatsoever. But anyways, we're back to Rise and Hungry Wolfpack up on stage as we get squared away.
What can I say? I'm just incredibly knowledgeable about sports teams.
I'm telling you, deep cuts all around. Rise to occasion, though. Deep cut for him. He's won a Championship Series event every single season that Pokemon Go has been active on the Play Pokemon circuit. So I mean, he's a titan in his own right.
Yeah, and these trainers are trying to make a deeper cut into this tournament, right? As we have been going through these winners finals, each player that wins these best of threes, they're done for the day. They can go back, they can get a snack, they can grab a drink, they could lounge outside in the great weather, you know, like sit out by the pool, put on your sunscreen, people. Don't want to get any bad rays.
See, whenever you go on those tangents, Phoebe, I always wait for it to get more and more specific. And then it becomes oddly specific at the end. I'm like, yep, that's it.
That's me.
Well, we have our headsets on. Let's dive into these teams a little more closely. Grumpig from Rise to Occasion and that Shadow Fortress begs the question, is this Bug Bite? Is this Volt Switch? It's the former Hungry Wolf Pack. Diggersby. I think Diggersby could be a big game changer here.
And really interesting, he does have that Shadow Drapion on his team. So, actually, let me double check. Yes, he does have it. I don't think I see it on our graphic on the screen, so we'll try to get that updated for you. If I'm looking correctly, that's actually Shadow Drapion as opposed to the Shadow Abomasnow. So we talked so much about Abomasnow.
I know.
I left you hanging about the Altaria, and it was all for naught.
We got called off sides here by our production team, but it happens from time to time. We love those guys a lot. Let's jump right into game number 1, though. Our trainers are just about locked in as Rise to Occasion and a Hungry Wolf Pack face off here. Group F. Winners round 4.
All right, game number 1 is a awful lead for Hungry Wolf Pack. This is not a matchup you ever want to be in unless you're running Hyper Beam, but I see Fire Punch and Scorching Sands.
It's so funny that I called out Diggersby as being a game changer, and it changed in a negative way when it led into Altaria, but that's neither here nor there. Hungry Wolf Pack fires the crunch into the Altaria. Does he get the debuffs like King Alexander did in Houston? No, not off the first crunch.
I don't know why when you said King Alexander, I thought you were saying Alexander the Great there.
Hey.
Sky Attack landing into the Shadow Drapion, going to pick up some good neutral damage, and I'm a little bit surprised to see that Rise to Occasion didn't pivot into his Unova Stunfisk, because now it has the possibility of getting matched up against that Diggersby.
All I'm going to say is I've never seen Alexander the Great and King Alexander in the same room together, so it's undetermined if they're not the same person. Anyways, Altaria wins that matchup versus Drapion, and things are going from bad to worse for Hungry Wolfpack because he has the Wigglytuff, but he's already lost his Drapion and the lead and revealed his third Pokemon, so now Rise can start the game plan.
Sky Attack coming through, going to do meaningful chip damage to the Wigglytuff here. However, he doesn't have that many great answers. In comes the the shiny Feraligatr, and that's going to be met. Ooh, a very slow switch by Hungry Wolfpack is going to allow that Feraligatr to get so much extra energy.
This is a matchup that we did see in the max out meta last year. Feraligatr's Hydro Cannons actually do a little less than you'd expect just because the Diggersby is so bulky. I do like the shield by Hungry Wolfpack, and the Scorching Sands could pick up a debuff.
Yeah, I recall playing against Rise actually a long time ago. I had Shadow Feraligatr into Diggersby, and he won the one shield matchup because I let a Scorching Sands go through. And Quick Attack dealt so much damage, but we're not on Quick Attack here. We're actually on Mud Shot, generating energy as quick as can be.
On Charge Attack priority, Feraligatr gives a little shake of the head. It's ready to fire off this Charge Attack, and Hungry Wolfpack has to brace himself as he uses his final Protect Shield of the game. Scorching Sands will connect though.
This is a non-Shadow Feraligatr, so I believe we will hold on just barely. The question becomes, can we reach another Hydro Cannon before we're Fast Attack down? No, we immediately pivot out into the Unova Stunfisk after the Wigglytuff comes in.
This is a little bit tricky. I mean, it's going to be tougher than it looked initially, but I do think Rise probably still has the edge. Wigglytuff Icy Wind connects. Wigglytuff has to get to a second Icy Wind to give Hungry Wolfpack a chance in this game.
Instead, just opting for the Swift, maybe calling you out again. I don't think this is enough damage. I think the Icy Wind would have been necessary. However, it was needed to be thrown immediately because Rise to Occasion has back-to-back charge attacks here.
Great call out. Discharge number 1 is going to come through here. Obviously, no Protect Shields left. Wigglytuff takes a little jolt, and it's going to get hit with another one back-to-back.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised that Rise to Occasion is going for the Discharge because it gives Hungry Wolfpack the opportunity to catch it on his Diggersby. However, the Altaria is still in the back. It is outside of Fire Punch range, but because this Digger is not running quick attack, I don't think we're going to see a mud shot down here.
I agree with you. Fire Punch, it's not Hyper Beam. It's not going to do nearly enough damage, and the Altaria soars high as Rise to Occasion takes game number 1 from Hungry Wolfpack. Something I want to talk to you about, Phoebe, as this game closes out is that Dragons seem like a problem for a lot of teams this weekend. Outside of Wigglytuff, most teams do not have a solid answer.
Right, you can run steel types as well, but because of the move addition that Altaria got a while back of Flamethrower, it's just so safe unless you land it into a fairy type. You have that coverage for those steel types that resist your fast attack damage, so you're not really threatened by them, and they typically don't run fast attacks that threaten you.
Exactly, so it can be a little bit tough to rein those Pokemon in. Speaking of reining things in, Hungry Wolfpack needs to get 2 wins here to advance to the winners finals of Group F, and only 1 game for Rise. I just don't think that the Drapion and Diggersby combination is it, but if Wolfpack over adjusts, it could open himself up to even more counterplay from Rise.
All right, I think that Shadow Drapion makes a lot of sense because we just saw how influential Grumpig can be as a Pokemon in terms of making pressure or putting pressure on your opponent to make certain Pokemon decisions. And I think we saw it here, right? The Shadow Drapion brought Grumpig left behind, and the Grumpig is influencing the Pokemon that Hungry Wolfpack wants to bring.
Excellent point. We're going to jump right into game number 2, Rise and Hungry Wolfpack. You know, the Stunfisk versus Feraligatr, it's just kind of very neutral. I mean, kind of wonky, right?
Yeah, the Stunfisk has bulk advantage, but the Feraligatr does pace very quickly to its charge attacks, and they hit incredibly hard.
I think the discharge would damage this Feraligatr too much, and Hungry Wolfpack does not want to see how much damage it does, so he throws up his first shield. We're actually in the 1 shield scenario so far. Let's see if these trainers push it to the 2s.
Discharge comes out just before the next Hydro Cannon is reached. Shield coming up. I have to imagine what's going to happen here is that Hungry Wolfpack goes for a catch on the 3rd discharge, but no, instead actually in comes Rise to Occasion's own Feraligatr, and now it's a little bit tricky. He built up so much damage here, but now catching on what is more or less a 3rd shield here, that Aegislash.
Very funny feed because it looks like a shield as well, but I will point this out. Rise to Occasion recognized that Hungry Wolfpack was willing to 2-shield his Feraligatr in a negative matchup versus Unova Stunfisk, which means there's probably another weakness to Unova Stunfisk in the back, and Hungry Wolfpack does have it. It is the Aegislash.
And I really like this team composition from Hungry Wolfpack. Based on what Rise to Occasion brought into game number 1, we saw that he brought the Unova Stunfisk and the Altaria, which is very weak to the Wigglytuff, and he's got Wigglytuff in the back right now.
Great call out as well. Hydro Cannon is probably going to be enough to KO. The Blade Form is not known for its bulk. It's good for 1 charge attack, but not much more. We're going to see what Hungry Wolfpack decides to do. He has the healthy Wigglytuff and the weakened Feraligatr.
And the Feraligatr has a good amount of health as well. He comes in with the Wigglytuff, does not want to take the Hydro Cannon on his own Feraligatr. The difficult thing here is that you're not going to be able to pace very quickly to your charge attack on Wigglytuff. You can take 2 because it is the non-Shadow Feraligatr trying to catch the next one on his own, however, unsuccessful.
Yeah, in the middle of the charm there, can't quite get to the swap in time, but these Shadow Claws are double resisted, and Wigglytuff hangs on for the Swift, which is a breath of fresh air for Hungry Wolfpack, but I think Rise is still very comfortable, has not even revealed his 3rd Pokemon yet.
And this is going to be another drawback of the non-Shadow Feraligatr. Sure, you've got Ice Beam that's double super effective. However, it's not enough to pick up the knockout. But because Rise to Occasion switched into the Altaria here, maybe you can get farmed down with the Shadow Claws. Ooh! Actually pivoting immediately into the Unovan Stunfisk, can he now outpace to a charge attack?
No, I like this so much from Rise. He knows he's going to take damage somewhere, and his win condition is the Unovan Stunfisk. He empties the tank of Feraligatr on the Altaria, and then Stunfisk does the rest. That's going to be a 2-0 for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, the Thundershocks adding up a little bit more quickly now means that the Wigglytuff goes down in just 1, and that's going to be game, set, and match for Rise, moving on to day number 2.
Well played by Hungry Wolfpack, but he's up against a veteran of our game, and Rise to Occasion just looked like he had every answer in every situation as he advances to the winners finals for his group.
And I really liked the attempt from Hungry Wolfpack there to utilize Aegislash as an additional shield, but The drawback being that if you have no shields to get yourself back into shield form, you're leaving yourself very vulnerable when you're the sword form.
No, you're exactly right. I was just kind of chuckling to myself. You don't have enough shields to get back to shield form. And I'm sure people listening are like, what are they talking about? We're talking about protect shields and shield form Aegislash. So I'm sorry, it's a little word spaghetti, but that's going to happen at least a couple more times this weekend.
Spaghetti.
I know, right? It's about lunchtime. Rise does take this win 2-0 versus Hungry Wolfpack. You know about Stunfisk, a very reliable Pokemon. We gassed up Grumpig quite a bit, but it did not make an appearance in this series. So if you're a fan of Rise to Occasion or Grumpig or both, you better tune in tomorrow to see what he does with it.
And it's really interesting to see the mirrored rise of Feraligatr and Aegislash, right? Because Feraligatr has that ghost type fast attack, it's going to be one of the premier water types that beat that Aegislash, and it's able to store back-to-back moves. Whereas like something like I'm thinking Quagsire can store back-to-back Aqua Tails, but they're not super effective damage, so maybe they're not nearly as threatening to the sword form of that Pokemon.
Yeah.
Maybe you have the ability to still bounce back into your shield form after being able to tank one of them.
I can't remember exactly which player it was. I'm sure somebody in chat will correct me, but I believe somebody who top cut in Sevilla was playing Mud Bomb Quagsire, which would have been a game changer, right? But the Aqua Tail is just so fast and so versatile. That Community Day charge attack is basically a staple in most team compositions, but sometimes the Mud Bomb, for the example you outlined, would be like ideal.
So Mud Bomb Stone Edge.
Yes.
Interesting. So like the OG Quagsire set.
Yeah. Very, very well said. I'll tell you what though, V, we're going to go down to the floor. Rise to Occasion just took a 2-0 victory. Didn't play Grumpig a single time. Let's see what he has to say. Take it away, Soph.
Thanks, Speedy. I'm Rise, who, like you said, didn't bring Grumpig a single time, but nonetheless had an amazing series. Rise, tell us about that game number 2. It looked really dicey with all of the Feraligatr, but I'd love to hear about how you were feeling and how you dealt with it.
Right, I knew the Wigglytuff was probably coming against me because it's pretty solid against my team, but I have a lot of things that can surprisingly handle it pretty well neutrally, like Gator can just win the 0 straight up. Stunfisk as well can put out pressure and just really outpace the Wigglytuff. So just managing the Wiggly was my main concern, and it worked out well for me.
Well, one of the counters you potentially had to Wigglytuff was the Bug Bite Fortress, which we've actually seen a lot of players bringing. So I'd love for you to tell me about why you think so many players are switching over from Volt Switch to Bug Bite.
It just functions a lot differently with Bug Bite, and certain common Pokemon like Quagsire that can be really rough for a Volt Switch Fortress are a lot better with the Bug Bite. I also feel like there's a lack of fast attack pressure right now in the meta. A lot of Pokemon are really fast at their charge attacks, but don't have much fast attack pressure. And Bug Bite Fortress is something that can be really oppressive. We saw like Nighttime Clasher before me really show how oppressive it can be with fast attacks.
Well, you mentioned that a lot of players are, switching over to Fortress now, or Bug Bite Fortress, but I'd love to hear about how you maybe came up with the rest of your team for this tournament.
I feel like team building is difficult right now. I went through some different iterations. Part of me wanted to do something a little bit more standard, but I was getting a lot of practice in the Go Battle League with this, which I don't know if you can also always translate like Go Battle League success to Show 6 success, but yeah, I thought the Grumpig as well is just a really flexible pick. The energy kind of goes everywhere, so I was looking at that. And Feraligatr, Paula did a great job showcasing how good it can be, and I think a lot of people have picked it up from her, but it's just a really safe Pokemon right now.
All right, well, before we let you go to prepare for day number 2, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, shout out to my family, everybody watching, teammates, and yeah, thank you guys all for the support.
All right, well, lots of friends and teammates out there for you, but another rival of yours is DuneBug, who we're going to see on stage in just a second. But before we get to see his matchup versus Pranav, let's take a look back at his run from Las Vegas.
My name is DuneBug97, and I'm originally from Boston, Massachusetts. The Pokemon type I would be Steel type because I'm very resilient, like Steel.
DuneBug was the first trainer to be able to get 3 regional competitions in 1 season. He's so good at this game.
When I was working a summer job after graduating high school, some coworkers were just playing Pokemon GO, and I was like, what is this game that they're playing? Oh, you can find Pokemon in the real world. And I was hooked. I think my favorite early memory from the game is the first Go Fest I ever attended, where there was just such a fun community. It was just a great time overall. I would say the best advice I had for new Pokemon trainers, be the best person you can, because that will help you in life in general and also at the tournaments you go to. My biggest mentor in my life has been my father, who is sadly no longer with me. He always told me, keep putting in the effort and the results will follow. I think the underdog mentality really pushes me further and helps me succeed when I really need it. I think the biggest development for me personally throughout the years has been concentration and in-game discipline. Not making rash decisions that could potentially cost me games. There's absolutely a balance between being aggressive and being more reserved with your playstyle. When it comes to attending tournaments, I would say it's 70% I'm focused on winning, doing as best as I can. Then 30% is having fun with everyone and all my friends. My most difficult match in day 2 was against Rockhaven. That Bastion, Goodra, Azumarill combo, and the Shadow Scizor was just a lot to deal with, and I had to just make some really risky calls, and it ended up working out in the end. I feel like Rise to Occasion is the most fierce competitor I can face at any tournament. My first finals was in Arlington. I was able to dig myself out of a 0-2 hole in the losers finals against Rounds. This match, compared to the other ones, it shows how much I was able to adjust to a difficult matchup. In the first winners finals, I was just not realizing how strong my Shadow Primeape would be. But once we got to that rematch, I was starting to realize this is a really good pick against his team. Once I made the correct adjustments, I was able to just steamroll through the rest of the games. When I reset the bracket, I knew I was in a very good spot.
DuneBug pumps his fist. Give it up for your Las Vegas Regional Champion!
Right now, I'm feeling really in awe of everything that's happened. It's been a crazy weekend.
DuneBug came down to Vegas, and he set the stage on fire this weekend.
This event qualified me for Worlds and put me in a very good position to get that travel award for EUIC in London. My #1 goal this season would probably be make day 2 at Worlds. Every World Championships I've attended, I've never made day 2. I just finally want to break through that wall. My favorite Worlds moment has to be when I got to spend that whole time with my amazing boyfriend, Dylan. I don't know if I'm going to win Worlds this year. You'll have to tune in and find out. Twitch.tv/Pokemon. Go. I think people should look out for me at Worlds because I'm just a sneaky player, very sneaky. Sometimes I can fly under the radar and people might not expect me to come out from underground. If I won Worlds, I think my life would be complete.
So far from home on the untread path, but we're not alone. We got each other, so we got a lot. And now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come. Look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Welcome in, trainers. A Pokemon that is climbing up the charts right now is Feraligatr because it looked absolutely ferocious on Palasha's team in Sevilla. I sat down with one of NA's top pros to discuss it. DuneBug, tell me, is Feraligatr the real deal?
Yeah, Feraligatr is certainly the real deal. It can really dish out those the Hydro Cannon damage there. A lot of charge attack pressure, very quick with that fast attack Shadow Claw. And yeah, there's a lot of targets for it in this meta, like Talonflame, Galarian Corsola, though Shadow Claw is super effective. Shadow Quagsire, it forces, but because of that typing, the water typing, it always forces Shadow Quagsire to go for that Stone Edge to deal real damage. So yeah, it definitely has a lot of play in this current meta, in my opinion, and I could see it putting on a real good show here in Orlando.
Well, Dune, one more question for you. Shadow or regular Feraligatr?
I do think regular Feraligatr is the better play right now because that extra bulk can really come in handy to allow you to survive a lot of attacks from opposing Pokemon.
Awesome. Thank you so much, DuneBug. Will Feraligatr steal the show this weekend? Let's find out.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Orlando Pokemon GO Regional, and we've seen so many incredible battles so far, but we got even more coming up right here. It's going to be the winners finals of Group E, DuneBug 97 versus Pranav.
And we just heard DuneBug's take on Feraligatr, Shadow versus regular, but actually he doesn't look like he's brought Feraligatr to this tournament. He's actually opting for Pokemon that we've seen throughout the Memories in Motion meta so far. Some of those reliable picks like Quagsire, Corviknight, and Corsola, so we'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah, he ran a very anti-meta team in the Houston Regional, the most recent one. I think at least 3 out of his 6 Pokemon were not in that top 12 in usage in general, being one of the few Gourgeist users, the one of the few non-Wigglytuff, non-Quagsire users. But he's gone a complete 180 and has gone super meta in his upcoming matchup, running the Corviknight, the Galarian Corsola, Licky actually, so bring that back. The Shadow Quagsire, I believe Shadow Altaria is in his lineup. He's going against Pranav, and this is actually, you know, both the players have played in a lot of tournaments, particularly DuneBug, but Pranav as well over the years. And funny enough, they've only matched up in one tournament prior, and that was Milwaukee in 2022. I remember that very vividly, actually, and one of our third ever North America Regional to date, I believe, at the time. And Pranav took the 2-0 victory over him in the winner side of the bracket, I believe. But then DuneBug took the 2-0 victory against Pranav on day number 2 in that loser side to knock Pranav out, if I recall that correctly. So it's been a couple years, 4 years to be specific, is the long story short of that.
Great background information about these two trainers. Well, since then, I know they haven't met up in the championship series, but they've definitely been at tournaments together where they've both made it very far. They've definitely come across each other in grassroots tournament as well, so I'm sure very familiar with each other's play. Taking a look at Pranav's team, we've been spotlighting him throughout the tournament, but let's see what he's brought here. He's actually brought Togekiss, which I think has been a pretty good pick throughout the meta, not used by a lot of players, but when brought correctly, it does very well. And it looks like, interestingly, neither of these players has the Wigglytuff Quagsire combo, just having the Quagsire by itself.
And an interesting fact about Togekiss on Pranav's side is it's actually running Dazzling Gleam, the harder hitting stab fairy move. And you do trade off in some respects, dropping the flamethrower there, but it could really help out some of those matchups, particularly Altaria. One Dazzling Gleam will be almost enough to one-shot KO that Dragon type. But here we go. It's going to be the Fortress Fortress into Apollyon, a much better matchup for this move type for the Fortress compared to the Bug Bite variants.
And it's been all about Bug Bite Fortress for the last couple of winners finals, it feels like, but Pranav is sticking with what's tried and true, bring that Volt Switch Fortress. DuneBug actually catches the Sand Tomb onto his own Quagsire, but Pranav might be okay with this because now this Quagsire is going to be locked in for about 30 plus more seconds as he brings in the Corsola.
Corsola going to be able to farm this down pretty effectively. We'll have to throw one Nightshade to close it out, but this Quagsire does have a lot of energy, has a back-to-back Aqua Tail. Pranav already spent a shield, not going to spend another shield here on the Corsola, and the Corsola being just one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League can take this damage very easily. Closing in on the Nightshade, a little bit over the Nightshade actually, but knows that DuneBug has energy for another move.
Definitely making sure to farm up more energy. Doesn't want to risk losing a charge attack priority, so Pranav counting perfectly there, making sure to throw this Nightshade before a third Aqua Tail is reached as DuneBug lets his Quagsire go down.
And I like this play a lot from Pranav because the Corsola has a lot of play into the Empoleon as well. Oh, but DuneBug actually comes in with the Altaria instead, Shadow Altaria, and Pranav going for the neutral Nightshade, but this could easily be a Power Gem. DuneBug going to throw up the first shield.
And I like this bait because, you know, Nightshade and Power Gem are very close in energy, but DuneBug with 2 shields up is very likely to shield a super effective charge attack. And Pranav actually brings in the Guzzlord here. Not a great matchup as it is the Shadow Altaria rather than the regular, but is going to be able to tank the Sky Tag.
And he's going to opt to save the shield for the Fortress in all likelihood. I think that's a great choice because he has so much play into the entire back line of DuneBug with that Fortress. Now that the Quagsire is out of the way, DuneBug going to let the Brutal Swing go, but he's running low on HP on both his Pokemon at this point.
Running low on HP, but I think the Altaria has just enough health to reach another Sky Attack, but Dune actually decides to bank it, brings in the Empoleon to absorb this Brutal Swing as the Guzzlord is getting very, very low on health here, but Dune actually now going to shield up the Empoleon, trying to invest in it, thinking that, you know, I can take Sand Tombs, but maybe you don't want to take that Brutal Swing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great catch, but still forces to throw up the shield because he just doesn't have enough health left at the end of the day, and you don't want to be in voltage range for the Fortress for Pranav. Pranav, he's not locked in, so he has a catch potential as well. It's not easy to catch 4-turn into 2-turn, but it is possible, but instead, just going to go for the Sand Tomb. Sand Tomb plus one more Volt Switch should be enough to KO Pranav. Going to save that final shield for the Altaria, knowing that it has a move in the back. Kane gets the Hydro Cannon. No, not going to be the case. Pranav looking to close it out on this Fortress. Altaria, not enough health to get 2 moves off, and Pranav takes the first game off against DuneBug 97.
And a very clean first game for Pranav there. We saw he finished with a shield. The Altaria did have energy, but I don't think it had a flamethrower and still had the Corselet at the end. So Pranav got to be feeling very good about taking the first game in the series.
Yeah, personally speaking, I'm still a huge fan of the Voltridge Fortress. As you can see, much better matchups against the Empoleon. You have something to actually, like, you know, fast attack damage for Wigglytuff, which is not on DuneBug's team, but stuff for the Corviknight, the Altaria as well. Just be able to throw neutral super effective fast attacks and just allowing it to really be a steel type that beats flyers, you know, and having additional coverage for water types and berries as well. I know a lot of top players are running Bug Bite variants, but I love that Pranav is still able to showcase that Volt Switch still has a lot of play.
And Raz was saying in an interview that those Pokemon just play completely differently. Of course, Fortress, you know, here it's a non-shadow, it's running Volt Switch, and it's just very, very bulky, like you said, just trying to hold off Pokemon like Empoleon. But with Bug Bite, you do definitely much better into Quagsire, and it just becomes much more of an offensive Pokemon. Whereas here, Pranav is, you know, kind of just happy to let Fortress chip every Pokemon a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the team of DuneBug, he doesn't really have great Fortress answers either. The only thing that really hard checks it is that Quagsire. Everything else has maybe neutral slash not so great neutral matchups in against the Fortress. Corsa being the secondary reliable Pokemon into that Fortress, but I think Pranav can safely bring Fortress into most of these matchups. As long as you avoid the Quagsire, you're feeling pretty good.
And with that in mind, I can definitely see how he built that first line of 3, right? Fortress with answers to Quagsire in the Guzzlord and Corsa. Let's see what he's done for game number 2. Looks like he switched up the formula, though, now bringing in the Empoleon.
Yeah, no Fortress, but no Quagsire either. This actually could have been a fantastic Fortress game. We can see DuneBug trying to draw out the Fortress with this Empoleon Safe Swap, knowing that you can hit back against it, and then Licky can still shore up some of those neutral matchups, especially if you get some chip damage. But that's not going to be the case. There is no Fortress in sight. It's going to be the Guzzlord, and after that Hydro Cannon landing, you're closing in on Brutal Swing plus Dragon Tail range.
And this is a nice place to absorb the energy. You are forcing the Empoleon to use that less efficient Drill Peck there, but I think this is still just barely out of Brutal Swing range. Gonna need a couple more Dragon Tails to finish off this Empoleon.
And DuneBug, thinking about it, not going to shield up the Empoleon, knowing that it's going to put in some work to soften up this Guzzlord, maybe to set up a potential farm down. Licky has a lot of coverage into the entire team of Pranav, so energy on the Licky can go a long way.
But this is a great position for Pranav's Guzzlord. You end with just a little bit of health. You come out with a full Brutal Swing to unload as a parting gift onto whatever comes in. Looks like it is that Licky. Like you said, Pranav has to be mindful of all the energy, but he's probably going to be happy to get Empoleon lined up on the Licky, and he doesn't know it yet. He will also have Togekiss on the Altaria, but no, he actually gets that switch advantage to bring in the Empoleon straight away.
I actually don't hate this play by Pranav either. You do have the super effective Aura Sphere for the Licky. Going to shield up the Shadow Ball, trying to think, is this a good usage of shield? And I think it is. Even if there's a Quagsire in the back, right? This is still going to do more damage than most of Quagsire's moves. And Pranav going to farm up a little extra energy before throwing that Hydro Cannon. One should not be enough to KO, but a second one will definitely be the case. Let's see if DuneBug opts to shield, switch out, or just let the Licky go.
Definitely an awkward position for DuneBug. Doesn't have a great thing to bring into this Empoleon as it reaches yet another Hydro Cannon. And at this point, Dune has a ton of energy on his Licky, is forced to put up a shield. Looks like the game is going on, even though we lost Pranav's screen. But here it comes back again as DuneBug switches on the Shadow Altaria.
And this is where the end game looks a little bit funky for Pranav, because usually if you have Psy Shock with the Peck damage, the Togekiss can take out the Altaria no problem, but you might have to bait with resisted Aura Sphere. Maybe the Peck damage will put it in Aura Sphere range. It looks like Pranav just going to full send the Aura Sphere. However, Sky Attack's going to be reached first.
And those pecks definitely are adding up. I think we saw Pranav just heading straight for the Aura Sphere. Let's see if he decides to farm up a little bit more energy. No, he just throws it straight away. I don't think this is enough to knock out the Altaria necessarily, but I think with just 1 or 2 more pecks afterwards. But DuneBug doesn't want to find out. He's actually going to shield it up.
Yeah, you can see DuneBug. He's like, I know it's an Aura Sphere. I don't want to shield it, but what else is he going to shield at this point? He's caught in a tough position. He's right down the game. He needs to find a way to win this game to force a game number 3 here. Pranav going to let it go and try to clean up with just the Empoleon on the back. There's still catch potential with the Guzzlord as well, but I love this play. He's going for the full metal sound down, and he's going to almost get it, but not before Sky Attack is thrown. Pranav going to throw up the final shield. Only a little bit of health left on the Licky Licky. Doesn't have a Shadow Ball loaded. I don't think that's the case, but going for... Wait, trying to farm down. Doesn't actually quite get it. So now... Oh, wait, Shadow Ball's there, though! And you can see Pranav trying to get the Hydro Cannon off, but didn't react to it, and the Shadow Ball is going to KO the Empoleon.
Oh, so frustrating for Pranav. You can see that he knew what DuneBug was trying to do there. I think that's why he brought in the Guzzlord, but Dune just 1 step ahead of him, stayed in with the Altaria and able to fire off the Shadow Ball. At the last second, 1 turn ahead of the Empoleon.
Yeah, that's tricky for Pranav, right? Because you typically will win Charge Rack Party against the Licky Licky there, but if DuneBug goes for the combo play, swapping out the 1 HP Altaria, that changes things. If his Guzzlord took out the Altaria there, he wins that game, right? He gets the Hydro Cannon off at the same time the Shadow Ball's being thrown. But instead, DuneBug surviving with 1 HP, giving him 1 win condition, and he locked into it to force his game 3.
Well, he found his 1 win condition. This is what happens when you switch out with banked energy. It always gives you a little bit of hope in the end game as we take a look back at this game number 2 where DuneBug barely staying alive on the winner's side of the bracket. You can see here Licky Licky really putting in a lot of work this game, even though he said it was trending down, pulling the shield from Empoleon, and of course able to knock out the Empoleon at the very end.
Yeah, that end game looked really disastrous for DuneBug. I really didn't even realize that he had a win con at that point. Me forgetting that he had a Shadow Ball loaded, but Pranav did not forget. Unfortunately, he just couldn't figure out at the exact time that DuneBug was going to go for that. And you can see Pranav giving respect to his opponent as well, too. This is DuneBug, the 6-time regional champion, also the defending Orlando regional champion from 2 years ago. And he's looking to repeat that title, but he still has to go through Pranav. And Pranav still looking on points in these games. A slight hiccup in the end there, but can still lock it in for game number 3 to get his ticket to day number 2 on the undefeated winner side.
And DuneBug, of course, so experienced, so decorated, but, you know, really not looking incredibly dominant in this matchup versus Pranav, who has much fewer tournaments under his belt, but so much skill. Definitely a match for DuneBug as we head into a decisive game number 3.
Oh, and fantastically for DuneBug, he has the Corsa, but here's the thing, Pranav doesn't really have a great answer to his Corsa in the back because Togekiss isn't going to be able to contend with the Corsa with behind energy, and in general just kind of gets outbulked by it. You do have the Guzzlord, but you can't really swap in your only answer, so Pranav forced to stay in for the time being.
And let's see how he decides to deal with this. I don't think this is a terrible matchup. Oh, actually trying to catch a Nightshade on Guzzlord, but DuneBug doesn't fall for it. Brings in the Shadow Altaria. This does have a slightly better matchup compared to regular Altaria, but is still going to be not terrible for Pranav.
This is a little bit tricky for Pranav because even if he flips Switch Advantage, he doesn't have a great answer through this Corsa anymore, unless he wants to shield up this Guzzlord and just pivot back out later. And he's going to throw up the first shield. He might go just for that, but DuneBug still has 2 shields on his side. He can still shield with Brutal Swing and try to maintain the switch advantage.
Yeah, tricky position for Pranav here. Fires off the Brutal Swing, doesn't want to take too much Dragon Breath damage, even if he could get the farm down eventually. Looks like Dune is going to let this Altaria go. Probably brings in the Empoleon here, I'd have to guess. Yes, does show his full line of 3. And now this Empoleon up a shield could be quite annoying for Pranav as he brings in his own Empoleon, but DuneBug with a quick swap into Corsola.
This shield advantage on DuneBug is going to be problematic for Pranav because no matter how this matchup goes, a shield advantage on his own Empoleon back is going to be disastrous for the Guzzlord and the Fairy type of Togekiss. I think DuneBug snuffs this out. He doesn't know what's in the back yet. Unless it's a Quagsire or a Fortress, he might be okay, and he is indeed going to be okay in those matchups. Tries to go for the Astonish down, and he gets it. That's huge. And Super Effective Power Gem is going to be good into the Togekiss or neutral Guzzlord, and it's going to be thrown into the Guzzlord. Pranav has to let this go. Can't go shieldless against Togekiss, but Togekiss is in for a Rude Awakening in the back.
Yeah, Togekiss is going to get 1 peck here, but I don't know. It needs to get to 3 Aura Spheres to win this game, and this Empoleon only needs to reach 2 Hydro Cannons. It's just 1 Metal Sound away from that back-to-back, and it looks like DuneBug is going to be able to take game number 3 as Pranav concedes, not even going to put up the shield on this Togekiss.
Yeah, even in even energy, even shields, this is an awkward matchup for Togekiss, but down energy and down a shield, it is impossible as DuneBug pulls off the reverse sweep and gets his day number 2 spot on that winner's side.
And DuneBug, the defending Orlando Regional Champion, looking to repeat that feat from 2 years ago as he takes the 2-1 victory over Pranav. Pranav, great series from him, but unfortunately at this point going to drop down to the loser's bracket.
And DuneBug has been incredibly consistent in his tournaments this year. I mean, he's one of the best players in our circuit in general, but he's been even probably more consistent than some past years, maybe coming close to that, what was the season where he won 3 regionals?
2024.
Yeah, 2024. So looking like 2024 DuneBug in a way. He got first place in Las Vegas. Well, he got third in Pittsburgh as well, too. There's that. Also get first in Las Vegas, gets third place in Seattle, then second in Houston. That's 3 straight regionals where he got top 3, which is absolutely insane. Some people haven't even gotten top 3 in any of the tournaments combined, but here we got DuneBug looking to add another medal to his collection.
And actually something interesting here, I think Pranav undercharged a little bit on the last Hydro Cannon he threw with Empoleon, maybe trying not to let DuneBug get a farm down on whatever it was, but that is what allowed DuneBug to farm down with Corsola and come out with, of course, that power gem. So a little bit of a tough position for Pranav. They're trying to make something out of it, maybe just misjudged the undercharge a little bit. But, you know, like you said, DuneBug having an incredibly consistent season. I think his worst finish in North American Regionals this tournament, or this season, has been a top 6. And like you said, a lot of medals, you know, a first, a second, a couple of thirds. So, and he's having a great time. This is par for the course for DuneBug.
Yeah, and he's feeling confident. I mean, if you're playing that consistently, you could run really any team. He has so many reps, right? I think he's one of those trainers that says he doesn't even prep much for tournaments. He doesn't even scrim that much because he just plays so much Pokemon Go and Go Battle League. And then in some of these tournaments, he just knows his matchup so well. Switching completely different from an anti-meta team to a meta team. He can do it all, and he's going to be doing more in day number 2. Congrats to him. Pranav still has a chance to join him in that top 16 in day number 2. He has to win that losers finals, which he'll be going straight to. But speaking of big names, we have 2 other big names coming up.
And we've been watching a lot of winners finals. I think we've sent about 5 trainers to day number 2 on the winners side already, but we haven't looked at all on the losers side of the bracket. So I think we're actually going to be dropping to the losers bracket for just a second, like you said, to check out the journeys of some of these bigger names. We've got Out of Pocket versus Haydonis coming up.
All right, before we get to those battles, though, let's hear a word from DuneBug. He's with Will on the floor right now.
Thank you so much, Caleb. And so I'm with the trainer that somehow always finds a way. And we talked about this yesterday, DuneBug, with your run in San Antonio. You seem to always just do the impossible. Tell me about that key moment in game number 2 when Pranav swapped out and you threw the Shadow Ball into Empoleon. Did you see that coming?
Yeah, I was totally expecting him to expect my combo play with the Licky Licky, so I was like, my win con is just stay in Altaria and hope he makes a mistake, and I just capitalized on those mistakes.
I almost flipped my plate of lunch backstage. I could not believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, this was the 1% condition that you were able to win it. Dune, tell me about your overall team composition. What's working for you? What pick are you most proud of?
I think the Galarian Corsola has probably been my strongest pick so far. It's definitely coming clutch when I've needed it, and it showed in that last game against Pranav there in game 3 where it got that last second power gem off against the Guzzlord. It was massive.
DuneBug, there are 2 Brazilian trainers that have made it into Top Cut already, but there's a lot of talent here in general in Orlando. Is there anyone that you were looking forward to battling against?
I'm looking forward to battling against TZ Steiner. He's such a good battler. We've battled him previously, and I'm maybe looking to get some revenge for his last games against me in Pittsburgh, because he got me there, so I want to get him back.
Well, Dune, you've already come so far. You've accomplished a lot. Is there anyone you want to shout out to or thank that's maybe here in the venue or watching at home?
Yeah, shout out to the collective, obviously. AJ, Axon, and Alex Browning Watch Party. I love y'all. And then shout out to Shaner for the battles and Firestar, who I'm staying with this weekend. It's been great so far. I'm looking to make everyone proud.
I know everyone's going to have their eyes on your bracket run. Best of luck, DuneBug, and the rest of the tournament. For now, we're going to go back over to Caleb and Soph.
Thanks, Will and Dune. It is so great to hear from one of the most consistent trainers on the circuit who is so creative, so versatile, able to play with all these different Pokemon. And another trainer, of course, with all of those same qualities is Out of Pocket. We saw him peeking out of the background of the interview there on stage as he awaits his match with Heidanis.
Yeah, one of our most talented trainers in the circuit, and finding a, speaking of DuneBug, finding a way to make day 2 in almost every tournament. Out of Pocket doing that as well. Even if he starts on the loser side, he's won tournaments from the loser side as well, and you'll be going against Heidanis, also a talented player, and these two know each other quite well on top of it. But look at these teams. Shadow Celio, Shadow Malamar, Shadow Cancel Ninetales. I don't know what to make of this, Soph.
Both of these trainers are pretty innovative. I know that Out of Pocket is good friends with SS Thorn, who recently reached Legend very early on with Shadow Celio, so maybe pulled the idea there. He's also running the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress that we've seen many trainers succeeding with, especially on the winner's side of the bracket. Heidanis has the Kanto Ninetales and Cradily. I do think that we've seen those at some point on stream already today, but it is a very interesting combination that is pretty uncommon still. I don't think either of those Pokemon are in the top 12 usage. So, very creative trainers, a lot of unusual matchups here that we're going to have to wait and see how they play out.
And I love how from tournament to tournament, the meta still is kind of constantly developing, right? We had Wigglytuff and Quagsire super high in usage in Houston. We thought it was going to be everywhere in the season. But meanwhile, if you look at Out of Pocket's team, neither of them are on his team at all. Only a Wigglytuff on Heidanis' team. Both players don't even have a Quagsire, which I feel like is a really rare occurrence in today's meta. That again is a Bug Bite Shadow Fortress and the Diggersby call from Out of Pocket. I love all these Diggersby choices from a lot of these players because I actually do think it has a really great place in this meta, knowing that Corviknight is all over the place. Altari Users has dropped a bit, but it actually seems like it came to play in Orlando, and of course the Shadow Malamar, a very fast-pacing, polarizing matchup in certain situations, but it can even win against a Wigglytuff if there's no shield on the side of Wigglytuff.
Definitely want to avoid Wigglytuff up shields if you can. Probably want to avoid Guzzlord up shields if you can, but again, so flexible. Pockets won tournaments with this Malamar in the past. Let's see what he has here for us in Losers Round 5 of Group B as he does lead the Shadow Malamar into Metagame.
And this is an absolutely brutal matchup for Metagame because you're doing triple resisted Cycle Cut damage. You can see the side wave damage though really adding up. Dynamic Punch is going to be thrown, and Out of Pocket actually chooses not to shield. I know a lot of Malamar users typically shield this first move.
Dynamic Punch lands, does quite a bit of damage, but maybe Pocket is thinking that he can get so much energy because these Psycho Cuts are doing absolutely nothing. Gonna fire off the first foul play of the game here as Heidanis lets it go. Metagame can definitely take this, but the question is what's gonna happen when they reach the next charge attack. Are they gonna have a charge attack priority? No. Pocket decides to continue over farming as Heidanis throws the Ice Punch.
Yeah, and if Heidanis doesn't swap out here, I think Pocket go for the full side wave down. That would definitely be problematic for Heidanis. Let's see if he opts for that. No, brings in the Kanto Ninetales, and in comes the super effective rollouts of the Licky, but Out of Pocket didn't throw a move first, and if you can land an overheat through the Licky, that could be pretty good. Out of Pocket still has only one shield remaining, but chooses to shield the Weather Ball baits.
And now down 2 shields. This is looking quite nice for Heidanis all of a sudden, up 2 shields. There is a Body Slam coming through, which would do quite a bit of damage to Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but you can definitely hang on. Let's see what Heidanis decides to do. Maybe you can throw 1 Weather Ball and 1 Overheat to knock out this Licky, but he's just gonna go straight for the Overheat.
Yeah, and this is going to do a lot of damage. Licky might be able to hang on just barely to get the Body Slam off, and yes, only a few embers away, but now you're debuffed and Out of Pocket going for as much energy as possible, and actually going to be Heidanis that wins that charge attack priority to take this Licky off the field. A lot of energy on the Licky wasted.
And that looked like it was a charge attack priority, so Heidanis maybe thinking he could undercharge, but already does enough damage as he brings in the Wigglytuff. Final Pokemon on the field right now, but Heidanis, again, up 2 shields. There is still a lot of energy on Pocket's Malamar, though, so Heidanis still has to be kind of conservative with how he decides to use them.
And makes the correct shield call, shielding the harder-hitting Surf move, and this is all of a sudden flipped on its head. I thought Heidanis was in a tough position with that tough lead, but all of a sudden he had 2 shield advantage. Wigglytuff coming into the backline matchup, and if you catch this energy on the Malamar, it's not great either, as the Swift is going to land. Only a few more charms to take out the Celio. Going to be 1 more Surf being thrown. If Heidanis shields this, he is prone to getting hit by superpower. Does he opt to shield? No, he knows that's a potential win condition. In comes the Malamar, tries to charm down. He doesn't get the charm down. He gets Side Wave down instead.
And now Heydonis really has to hope that these Embers are going to be enough. One side wave, and Heydonis zooming in on the HP bars, trying to think whether he can try to Ember down. Looks like he decides that he can't. Now gonna go for these 1 HP at a time. Psycho Cuts trying to farm down this Shadow Malamar, and he gets it.
Oh, a few fast attacks can do it. Let's see if the Metagame can hang on. It does get the Ice Punch off. Double resisted, but it will be enough for Heydonis to close this out. 1 HP on the Metagame.
And that game just went back and forth. It felt like Pocket was in the driver's seat in the lead, but all of a sudden, of course, Heydonis getting that 2 shield advantage with the Kanto Ninetales, knocking out the Licky, put him in a great position, and he barely was able to pull that one out.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of spice picks too, I mean, there's a lot on the line here, but Shadow Kanto Ninetales is kind of back in a way, and very curious to see it too, right? Because you're in a meta where Shadow Quagsire is one of the safest Pokemon, if not the safest Pokemon in the meta. Not a great matchup, running triple fire damage. But if you avoid that and you avoid, you know, some of the dragons, the Ninetales can definitely do some damage, right? Into a Fortress, a Corviknight, the Celio's awkward if you don't land the Surf. And, you know, Diggersby and Malamar are kind of slightly neutral matchups. Yes, the Scorching Sand is super effective, but if you don't land it, you're fine. And Licky, again, you got super effective rollouts, but that's not too bad because you only have neutral Shadow Ball and Body Slam. So a really great meta read from Heydonis, and he kind of found the perfect team to bring this Kanto Ninetales into.
I think it is a great meta lead, especially because, like you mentioned, there is a lot of Quagsire on opposing teams, but here in this matchup, this is actually probably one of the best possible matchups for Kanto Ninetales because there's no Quagsire, but it also does really, really well into Pokemon like Wigglytuff, like Fortress, like Corviknight that we're seeing really throughout the meta. So if you can avoid those Quagsires, which you definitely can in this matchup, then Kanto Ninetales is a fantastic pick.
All right, a lot on the line for these players. Match point for Heydonis in the losers finals, I believe, or maybe it's just losers round 5 actually, not even losers finals, which means that they still have to face off against someone else, but actually make day number 2. But the loser of this series will be eliminated from the tournament completely. And you know, both these players super competitive, want to do more than just make day number 2, want to win it all. They'll have to go through each other first to make that happen. Against these two players in history though, they've only faced off once against each other, and that was back in 2023 in Charlotte. And it was Out of Pocket that took the 2-0 victory over Heydonis. So Heydonis looking to change history here in this next game.
And definitely probably the underdog in this matchup, of course, Pocket, one of the most decorated trainers in North America. IC title, regional titles. Heydonis has yet to clinch his first title to his own name, but he does have quite a few top cuts, quite a few medals, and he's definitely putting up a great fight for Pocket as he is up 1-0 in the series.
And if he keeps doing Kanto Ninetales, that can change things, but Out of Pocket finds a fantastic lead with the Diggersby, exactly where he wants to see this Kanto Ninetales.
And Heydonis has to stay in for just a moment. Looks like he doesn't quite know what he wants to do. Maybe he's going to try to overheat and dip, but Pocket maybe sees it coming, wants to pull a shield before Heydonis can get away scot-free. Is going to throw the Scorching Sands, and Heydonis at the last second puts up the shield. Maybe he was considering trying to call the bait, but doesn't go for it.
No debuff coming through from that Scorching Sand. Heydonis, speaking of baits, is going to throw his own bait, throws the Weather Ball. This is going to easily be an overheat and dip, though, and Pocket thinks that that could have been the case. Unfortunately, shielding another bait. Now the overheat's going to be reached before the Scorching Sand is going to be thrown. Neither player's throwing it, and now finally both throw on charge attack priority. Overheat coming through on the second move from Heydonis.
This is exactly what Heydonis wants, probably, as the overheat doesn't land. Pocket puts up the shield at the last second, but now Pocket gets to throw the Scorching Sand. If you're Heydonis, you're really happy with the work that this Kanto Ninetales has put in. You've pulled both shields, and now you probably just bring in the Metagame, I would think, to try and finish off this Diggersby.
And Metagame is going to be able to finish this matchup pretty easily, and in comes the Corviknight. But here's the thing, right? If you could take out this Corviknight or do enough damage with the Metagame, then your Wigglytuff has a really free matchup in the back. Heydonis doesn't know exactly what's in the back at this point in time, but might think it's unlikely it's a Fortress, given that Fortress is not the best in the Metagame. It is a bug by Fortress, so could change things, but he's feeling pretty good about just softening up this Corviknight and making things easier for the Wigglytuff.
I think once you land both Dynamic Punches, it might even be safe for you to just pivot straight into the Wigglytuff, as Wigglytuff does absorb the energy from Corviknight quite well. Let's see what Heydonis decides to do after he lands this Dynamic Punch. The Corviknight does have quite a bit of energy and closing in on close to a payback, I believe.
And there's really not much that's going to resist all the damage from Metagame on the team of Out of Pocket. He knows he can hang on after one Air Cutter, might even leave with the Dynamic Punch loaded for later as he is closing in on it, and that's exactly what he does. In comes the Wigglytuff. Here comes the Diggersby to throw a Scorching Sand. There's still a shield on the side of Heydonis as well, and this would be a pretty good shield to spend. That's exactly what he's going to do.
but he doesn't know that there's a Shadow Malamar in the back. And Shadow Malamar, of course, we know that superpower is quite heavy hitting. There's still a lot of health as well on this Diggersby as it reaches another Scorching Sands. I don't think it's quite an Icy Wind range yet, which is probably why Haydonis is going for the overfarm. But this Wigglytuff is getting chipped now. It is at just about half health.
And now this Icy Wind will be close enough to knock out the Diggersby, if not only one more charm away. That actually would be a good spot for Haydonis to be in because he gets extra energy. That's exactly what would be the case. He gets another charm to go, and that's going to go a long way into the back line of Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket slowly out of options. There's energy on the Metagame, and of course the super effective charms are really stacking up against this Malamar.
Oh my goodness, and Pocket trying to get out of there, bringing in the Air Cutter, hoping that this is enough to take out the Wigglytuff. I don't think it quite is, but maybe the Sandatucks after art. Pocket doesn't think so though, as he's shaking his head. Haydonis gonna switch out. He has so much energy banked on this Metagame. Gets the huge farm down as well.
Yeah, just barely doesn't get the Air Cutter through, and he knows he's not in a good position. Dynamic Punch going to do a lot of neutral damage to this Shadow Malamar. Can you Sidewave all the way down? No, Dynamic Punch will close it out here as Haydonis eliminates Out of Pocket and continues his Orlando dreams.
Incredible series from both of these trainers. Good friends, so much talent on the stage right there. But Haydonis for now going to continue on to losers round 6 as he eliminates, like you said, one of the best trainers in the North American circuit off the back of that Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
And definitely, you know, in a matchup on paper, maybe looks like, okay, Out of Pocket, definitely the one expected to win, right? Haydonis the underdog. But Haydonis, even though he hasn't won a tournament before, he's definitely one of those players that is good enough to go against any previous champion and upset those matchups. And in my mind, you know, it's only a few more tournaments away, or maybe this is the tournament for him to take it all the way and win his own first title. But here we go. The story of Kanto Ninetales standing so much value for Haydonis. Is such great shield decisions from him throughout as well, putting everything on the Wigglytuff, snuffing out the potential catch even from Out of Pocket, and closing it out with the Metagame.
And we saw the Kanto Ninetales put in so much work in both of those games. We saw the highlight at the beginning there, pulling the shield from Diggersby with the Weather Ball bait, and then pulling the second shield with Overheat, which was also on charge attack priority, and that meant that Haydonis could safely let the Kanto Ninetales go, you know, thank it for its work, and let his back Pokemon sweep.
Yeah, I mean, Kanto Ninetales was definitely not on my bingo card, and I don't think it was on any of the casters or maybe a lot of the players either, but it really looked pretty good, and I'm curious to see if it really has a spot in this upcoming meta or not. I know Pilot Swine did win Seville, and there are 2 in the grand finals, and that's also a fantastic matchup if you do run into any of the Ice Pigs.
And I think there's some other fire types with potential out there, not just the Kanto Ninetales. There's also, you know, Talonflame, which we've seen at a couple prior tournaments. There's also potentially Shadow Typhlosion, which I don't think anybody has brought, but I think it has, you know, quite a bit of potential, maybe a little bit better play versus Pokemon like Feraligatr.
That's right. Well, we'll see how far Haydonis takes the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but coming up, we have another winners finals, I should say, and it's going to be Raisacation versus LNDS Arreo. And these are 2 star-studded matchups. I'm very excited to see this one. Number 1 seed versus number 2 seed. No upsets in this bracket so far.
Well, before we get to that match, let's take a look at Haydonis and Nick and hear from what Haydonis has to say about his losers run.
All right, thanks, Soph. I'm joined by Haydonis after a big win against Out of Pocket. Talk to me a little bit about your choice of that Ninetales and why you think it's a good pick here in Orlando.
A lot of trainers are opting to bring Corviknight, Wigglytuff, and Fortress, and I feel as if the both fire typing resist Charm from Wigglytuff, but then also super effective damage into the Steel types of Fortress and Corviknight. I also felt as if Overheat has so many places to go, or not even like in terms of super effectiveness, but like just it does raw damage in great amounts. So I was really hoping it would have connected to the Diggersby in game number 2, because that would have been insane. But I think I landed the Overheat on the Licky Licky in game number 1, and even that damage was just insane. So felt like it had a lot of utility in pacing to the Weather Balls fairly quickly, and then also having a hard-hitting alternative charge move as well.
Yeah, that's definitely something we've been talking about a lot backstage, about how strong Overheat is, even while resisted by a Pokemon like Azumarill. You still do a big chunk. Also, talk to me about what it's like going up against a Shadow Malamar. It's a very tricky Pokemon, right? Even though you might get it on something like Wigglytuff, you can still do a lot of damage with that superpower. So how do you devise a team that can handle a Pokemon as strong as Shadow Malamar?
Yeah, so I wasn't really thinking about Shadow Malamar in terms of like team building or like devising my team, thinking about it when I was team building. I guess I would just say that I got fairly lucky getting my Wigglytuff aligned on it in 2 games, or at least getting charm damage on it in 2 games, both game number 1 and game number 2. I'm not sure if there was much strategy there other than what was going through my head of like, I really hope that I get some charm damage on Malamar. So, yeah.
Well, if you don't have strategy, just have a little bit of luck. Last thing for you, any shout outs before we let you go?
Yeah, of course. Shout out to my friends and family. Shout out to SoCal Swablu specifically, Dre, Meepy, and Dapper. And then as well as shout out to Bates Production and the casters as well. So.
Love the shout out to Bates. All right, thanks, congratulations, good luck on your next match. We're gonna send it back to the casters.
All right, all smiles from Hey Donis. Thank you, Phoebe, for that fantastic interview. And like we said, another star-studded matchup to go, and it's the winners finals. Rise Occasion versus LNDS Arreo. 2 names you see quite a bit in our circuit.
And Arreo, of course, actually won the Buenos Aires Special Championships earlier this season. I believe that was his first title after getting second in quite a few different tournaments. So he's on a roll here. This is his breakout season as he is bringing his success, hopefully, to the North American circuit.
Yeah, and I believe he won that tournament with a Jellicent, and this was, I think, before the Shadow Ball buff even. So he was running Jellicent and winning tournaments with it, winning a tournament with it without it being at its peak potential like it is right now. No Jellicent on his team, though, to start things off here. It is actually going to be a little bit more of a meta team as here we go. It's going to be Rise Occasion versus Arreo, game number 1, and it's going to be the Unova Stunfisk into the Shadow Fortress, and this matchup actually looks a little bit better now for Fortress now that it's running Bug Bite.
Yeah, of course, we've seen this as a terrible matchup for Fortress with the Volt Switch, but look at how much these Bug Bites are doing as Rise is just staying in with the Stunfisk, trying to chip away with this Mud Bomb. I believe 2 charge attacks are going to be close to knocking out the Fortress as it is still in the green there, but with these Sand Tombs that are super effective coming through, the Unovan Stunfisk is not going to appreciate the Bug Bite.
I mean, looking at Rise Occasion's team, his team's actually very, very weak to opposing Bug Bite Fortress. His only real answer is going to be that Altaria, but everything else is going to take neutral or super effective damage, or just has a type advantage for the Fortress, and I think Arreo is going to snuff that out. Going to go for maybe for the Bug Bite down, but Rise Occasion not going to let that happen. Going to come in the Feraligatr right away, but it's going to have to take a Sand Tube or maybe shield it, which feels even worse. But the debuff is what's really going to make things difficult for this Fortress in the back.
And you know, Rise doesn't have an answer necessarily to Fortress, but Arreo doesn't actually have an answer to Feraligatr either. Yes, you have debuffed the Feraligatr, but you still don't have a great place to absorb the energy. Maybe you just bring in your own Feraligatr now, potentially go for a massive farm down after that debuff.
And the backline looks fantastic for the Wigglytuff of Rise to Occasion. There's only 1 shield remaining for Arreo, so going to let this Hydro Cannon go and go for the Shadow Call down. I don't know if Rise is going to let that happen, but Switch Timers are not up yet. Arreo farming up so much, and you can see Rise Occasion mashing on that switch button. He doesn't get to it. You can see as he looks up in frustration. That's a lot of energy on the Feraligatr, but he might smile if he realizes that there's a Galarian Corsola way in the back, which is still going to make this Wigglytuff quite good. He might spend both shields here, as these are probably going to be the hardest hitting moves that his Wigglytuff will ever tank.
And he doesn't know what's in the back, as you said, is that Corsola, which is going to have a pretty terrible matchup versus a Wigglytuff. But, you know, it does still hit quite hard with the Power Gem. So, you know, Rise potentially not very happy with how this situation is going. But let's see if he can get the Charm down or whether Oreo decides to move down. No, he's going to stand here thinking he can get to 1 more Hydro Cannon. But no, actually, I think transfer to Charm onto the Corsola.
Yeah, very high level play from Arreo, knowing that 1, he's not only going to get debuffed here, but 2, he needs a way to potentially clear the debuff, save the Feraligatr for later. And 3, he probably needs to land the Hydro Cannon to have any shots at taking out this Wigglytuff in the end game. Debuff Power Gem is not going to be enough. Trying to avoid a potential catch of Rise on his own here, as the first Power Gem is going to be thrown.
But now that this Corsola is debuffed, I don't think 2 Power Gems are really going to be close to knocking out. So like you said, going to need to rely on damage from Feraligatr, as Wigglytuff is still very, very healthy. They're still in the green, as Rise is going to debuff this Corsola yet again.
And Rise's Switch Hammer is going to come up before Arreo, so let's see if it opts to go in and bring in the Unova Stunfisk or not. Maybe wants to try to catch some of this energy. Pauses there for Arreo to avoid a catch. Tries to throw the Hydro Cannon, but doesn't get there before the swiftest reach from Rise Occasion. Rise looking to close out this matchup. There's a Power Gem loaded, but it's still a Galarian Corsola into a fairly healthy Wigglytuff, and I think Arreo recognized the writing on the wall. Going to throw 1 Power Gem, but still a lot of health left on Unova Stunfisk to fast hack down, and Rise Occasion takes the first game off against LNDS Arreo.
Looking pretty scary there in the middle game for Rise, as he had to double shield to the Wigglytuff after that huge farm down with Feraligatr. But like you said, really able to take the game off of that strong matchup in the back.
And that's the thing, right? You might be really weak to Fortress with your team composition, but because of that, you might be really strong against the backline of LNDS Arreo, and that was exactly the case. Freeing up that matchup, avoiding the Wigglytuff into that steal matchup of Fortress means that the Wigglytuff can do so much work. And that was even when Risegation allowed the full farm down in that Feraligatr mirror matchup.
And that was a nice play by Oreo to, debuff the Feraligatr and realize that that meant his Shadow Claws were going to do so much damage that he could farm down Rise's entire Feraligatr. But I also like the awareness from Rise not to get farmed down in that lead matchup and just bring in the Feraligatr to make it uncomfortable for Oreo. Because, again, we've heard these trainers say that Feraligatr is such a strong neutral Pokemon. Even against Wigglytuff, you win some shielding scenarios. So definitely expect to see both of these trainers continue to bring the Feraligatr.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Oreo maybe throws in the Diggersby, right? It has a lot of decent play into the team composition of Risegation. A Stompfist is pretty decent neutrally into Wigglytuff, can beat the Fortress with the double super effective fire punches. You just really have to watch out for that Altaria, but even Feraligatr, right? You resist that Shadow Claw damage, so you can definitely hit back against it. But, knowing that the Altaria is also one of the better answers to the Fortress, may opt to just leave it on the bench. A little history before these two players, too. Risegation and Arreo has only faced off once against each other in the past, and that was at LAIC 2025, so a little over a year ago, and Risegation did take the 2-1 victory against Arreo in that matchup.
Thanks for that little bit of Championship Series history, Caleb. Does help set the stage as we think about these two players, their histories. Even though you might think they've actually never played each other, because they're from different regions, like you mentioned, these trainers travel all around the world to face off. And, did you say that Rise won that series?
Yeah, he did, 2-1. So it was a close one, and both players, like you said, right, they've traveled a lot. They've been to probably way more than one tournament together at the same one. Just didn't cross paths, but here it is, their second appearance. Risegation on match point. LNDS Arreo has to win this one to have a chance. He finds a fantastic lead. It's going to be Wigglytuff into Altaria.
And there is no Wigglytuff answer on Rise's side. Let's see what he does. He brings in the Feraligatr straight away. This isn't a terrible matchup for Feraligatr, but of course, Arreo is going to, have the option to switch whenever and whatever he wants. So Rise, though, is going to be able to fire off this first Hydro Cannon first. I'm sure he's happy to get this chip damage off on Wigglytuff. Looks like Arreo is continuing to stay in, not going to throw a Swift quite yet. Going to instead bank it and now switch into his own Feraligatr to absorb this resisted damage.
Very interesting place from Arreo. Doesn't opt to throw any moves at all. Maybe confident that he could get a strong Shadow Claw down from this health range. Let's see if he can do it or not. Risegation definitely get to 2 Hydro Cannons. Let's get to 3 is a different story. But Arreo going to shield up the Hydro Cannon now on his own Feraligatr, knowing that he's going to have a lot of energy for this Altaria in the back. And if you look at just on lines on paper, Arreo has Risegation completely hard countered.
But the Feraligatr is pretty difficult for Arreo to deal with, also difficult for Rise to deal with, as now there's tons of energy on this Feraligatr, has to bring in the Altaria, and now the question is, can Arreo get to 2 Ice Beams, or does it just go for 1 Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam? Looks like he's going to go for the Hydro Cannon here, and does pull a shield.
That's a brutal bait for Risegation, shielding the resisted Hydro Cannon when he's already behind, and the Wigglytuff still has energy as well. This is going to force Risegation's energy a little bit sooner, and let's see if Arreo opts to shield this or not to get the Ice Beam off. He says, you know what? That's fine. We're on shield parity. I have a matchup advantage. I have energy on Wigglytuff. I'm very okay with what I got out of this matchup. And here, you can see him nodding his head. He knows he's locked Risegation in a terrible matchup. Even though this is resistant Bug Bite, it doesn't look that resistant as it's still chewing through the health bar of this Wigglytuff.
It is resistant, but does still do more damage than the Charms Fortress as well. A little bit bulkier, although I'm not sure if that's still the case in the Shadow form. Going to be a great matchup for Fortress. You have these neutral charge attacks, while Wigglytuff, of course, only able to throw resisted charge attacks. Rock Tomb going to come through. Rise shielding, knowing that this Wigglytuff is kind of his only chance here. As the Altaria, of course, has a terrible matchup into the opposing Wigglytuff.
Yeah, at a minimum, he needs to grab the final shield from Arreo so he could potentially even land a Sky Attack. But Arreo says, you know what? I feel pretty good about this. I still have a shield for my Wigglytuff, and that's going to be my Pokemon to close out this matchup. In comes the Altaria, though. Timer's not up yet, but now it is, and the Icy Wind loaded from before from Arreo is paying off in this dominant matchup. Double super to Icy Wind, going to land onto Altaria. Only a few more charms away should KO this Altaria, but the Sky Attack's going to be reached first before it goes down, and Risegation trying to get as much value as possible before throwing the Sky Attack.
But I don't know if he has a charge attack loaded on his own Wigglytuff to knock out Oreo's. I think Oreo's already at another charge attack. Looks like he's one away from the Icy Wind, already at the Swift, and Oreo gonna take a very, very clean game 2 here to even up the series.
Gonna throw the debuffing Icy Wind to do a good chunk of damage. 1 or 2 more charms should do it as he evens up this series 1-1 and has a chance to make it day 2 undefeated.
And we've seen so much Feraligatr gameplay from both of these trainers. I really like the strategy. It is so flexible and really uncomfortable for either trainer if it is up energy. So we'll have to see how Rise decides to adjust after losing that game number 2. It did look like there were a couple Pokemon that were problematic for him, right? It was the Wigglytuff, the Feraligatr, and of course, even at the end, the Bug-Bite Fortress, which you mentioned looked really annoying in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, in general, Rise Occasion's team is just so weak to Wigglytuff that unless he brings a Fortress in, he's just going to be in an awkward spot throughout. You know, the Grumpig's actually not terrible there, but knowing that you're taking Super Effective from Bug Bite damage makes the Grumpig really hard to break. Plus the Super Effective Shadow Ball damage, the Corsola as well. It's just not a great Pokemon in this particular matchup. He tried his hardest, but he was also kind of hard countered in every matchup for the most part, outside that mid matchup of the Feraligatr Mirror.
Well, if you're Rise, do you have to pivot to the Fortress to try and hold off the Wigglytuff? Because I think he still wants to bring the Feraligatr. And if he wants to counter the Wigglytuff, he has to bring the Fortress. It kind of feels like there's a lot of Pokemon on Oreo's team, where Rise has 0 or 1 answers.
Yeah, I mean, Rise has been in tough matchups before, so he is no stranger to that. But he does have a tough puzzle to figure out as he faces Oreo and tries to lock in one final team for this Game 3 to see if he can continue his top cut and undefeated streak here. He's had a very consistent season as well, too, right? We talked about DuneBug, but Rise Occasion also has had a lot. I think he's made top cut every single tournament so far, and he's not looking to change that narrative anytime soon. But we'll see if he could crack the code on how to beat Oreo's team, because, yeah, I mean, Bug-Bite Fortress, I can see why people run it in these kind of matchups.
And if you're Oreo, maybe you also want to stick with the Wigglytuff Feraligatr, and then what else do you bring? You could bring really anything you want. Could be Diggersby, could be Corsola, could be your own Fortress. But we're getting into game number 3. Let's see if Rise can continue that streak of consecutive top cuts.
And this is a tough matchup for Rise Occasion because Oreo avoided the matchup of Wigglytuff into the Fortress in the back. However, mirror matchup in the back though, so this could be pretty interesting as this matchup back and forth is fairly neutral between the two, and Oreo not going to shield up this move, knowing that, you know what, he's going to save his shields for his backline Pokemon. They have a lot of play. Going to throw the Icy Wind, super effective Icy Wind first.
And this is one of those matchups where that Mud Bomb rework actually kind of hurts Unovan Stunfisk. You get to your Mud Bombs just a little bit more slowly there as you see Wigglytuff throwing the first Icy Wind, and very interesting decision from Oreo to quickly swap in the Feraligatr here. Yes, the discharge is debuffed, but it is also still super effective damage.
Yeah, maybe trying to draw a potential Altari, but that's not going to be the case. And now this changes the matchup completely as Rise Occasion has his own Feraligatr, and kind of a reverse of the last game where now Oreo has his back against the wall with his Feraligatr with less health, and that kind of spells disaster in this matchup as Rise Occasion can take advantage of it. He is a little behind the NG, so Oreo's going to get to the next Hydro Cannon first, but it's not going to KO Rise Occasion's Feraligatr.
And it's a really interesting dynamic in these desynced Feraligatr mirrors. Looks like Oreo is actually barely able to hang on and get to that last Hydro Cannon. That's pretty big for him as Rise does have to put up a shield. I think he would hang on, but he also really needs the energy on this Feraligatr.
I like this play from Rise Occasion because now he could get some value into the Wigglytuff, but instead Oreo brings in the Fortress. He doesn't want that to be the case because he knows the energy on the Wigglytuff isn't going to go nearly as far as the Fortress will. And now comes Rise Occasion's own Fortress. The real question is, how do you play the debuff game? Do you throw the Rock Tomb first? Do you throw the Sand Tomb first? Oreo's going to throw the Sand Tomb into the Fortress for some neutral damage.
And these Shadow Bug Bite users have surely studied their matchups. I'm sure they know that if they throw the Sand Tomb, their Bug Bites are going to do 1 more damage. And now if you're Rise is going for the same thing, just trying to chip down this Fortress bit by bit, fast attack by fast attack, as Oreo now actually puts up the shield on the Sand Tomb.
Yeah, I thought maybe it could have been a Rock Tomb because Rise was at that energy, and you can see him wincing a bit. But here's the thing, if you land this Sand Tomb, you can take out the Fortress, grabbing the final shield from Rise Occasion, but you could potentially pivot over to Wigglytuff to only clear your debuff, but also get a charm down down now that you're double debuff on the Fortress. Oh, he goes for the catch and he catches the Sandtube.
And that could be a huge catch for Oreo. Like you said, preserving the Fortress, forcing the energy here. But now if you're Rise, I think this might put the Wigglytuff into the range of a single charge attack from the Unova stun, because Rise is going to switch out right away. Doesn't want to overfarm, doesn't want to take the charm damage as he fires off this discharge.
Wait, the question is how much energy is on this Feraligatr, because if you get a Bug Bite down, this could be game over for Rise Occasion, but there's still a decent amount of health, so you have to throw some energy with this Fortress. This is going to be a pretty tricky endgame. How much energy is on the Feraligatr? Rise Occasion's got to figure this out. Can you get Bug Bite down, because there's no energy on the Fortress? Oh, there's no energy on the Feraligatr at all, and LNDS Oreo knows that Rise Occasion cannot swap out. The timer's not there. The Sandtube's going to land. It's going to be a Bug Bite down in a mirror match in the endgame.
Oh my goodness, and who has the health advantage here? Looks like, oh my goodness, it's so close. I think it's going to be Oreo as he becomes the third Brazilian to punch his ticket to day 2 on the winner's side.
Wow, what a crazy endgame there in the end. I mean, it looked like Oreo was even more stressed than Rise Occasion in the final minutes of that game. But Shadow Fortress Bug Bite is here to stay in Orlando, and LDS Oreo takes the 2-1 victory over Rise Occasion.
Incredible series. Really came down to the wire. Just a couple of HP. Maybe if Rise had just one more Shadow Claw on his Feraligatr, things could have turned out differently. But Oreo really making the most of each of those matchups, right? We saw the skill play out in each of those Fortress mirrors, each of those Feraligatr mirrors, and Oreo ultimately just able to pivot around those matchups just a little bit better.
Yeah, and just, you know, it was a tough spot for Rise to be in. The catch was fantastic, right, on the Sandtube. That's a one-turn catch, so there's really no telling when Rise will throw it unless he just throws it right away. Oreo catching that Sandtube, wasting that energy, forcing the energy from the Unova Stunfisk, and closing it out with the Shadow Fortress there. Wow, what a meta we're in right now too. Volt Switch Fortress, Bug Bite Fortress. If you're anywhere out in the world, you're probably loving the Fortress meta, especially our co-caster Speediest Chief.
Speediest Chief has been a fan of Fortress since, I don't know, 2020, 2019 probably. But, you know, if you're out there watching this, make sure you go out and look for those Pinecos in the wilds and also in Shadow Grunts, because you can see here how potent it is.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, another Brazilian player making it into day number 2. I was looking at the bracket really quickly, and I feel like for the most part, the Brazilian players, the players, a lot of them represent from TCG as well, esports, are all in different brackets for the most part. So they've managed to avoid each other and all find a spot in day number 2 so far.
Well, interestingly, you know, all of these Brazilian players are very strong. We don't see them in North American very often, but a lot of them are actually the 1 seed in their groups. And that's why they're all able to spread themselves out and, you know, conquer each of these groups one by one, maybe looking for a Brazilian sweep on the podium tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a little Brazilian civil war if that's the case, with so many of them making it day number 2. But I'm sure they're very happy for each other, and we're happy to see them, you know, show up in Orlando, in North America, to show what their region can bring to the circuit.
Yeah, very long journey from them coming all the way from Brazil to Orlando, Florida. But, you know, they've been having a lot of success, you know, showing why it was worth it for them to come all the way here, as, you know, so many of them are making incredible runs. Not only just the 3 we've seen on stream, but so many other talented of the LNDS trainers here too.
That's right. And speaking of talent, we have some talent coming up in the next matchup. It's going to be Firestar 73 versus Sustenance Eater in the winners finals. Both players really, really talented. I don't think either have won a tournament to date yet, but these are also players that I feel like no matter who you are, if you face them, you'll be a little bit nervous because you know these players know how to play.
Well, before we get to Firestar and Sustenance Eater, let's hear from Will and Oreo about Oreo's team and matchup.
Thank you so much, Soph. That's true. I'm here with LNDS Oreo, who just took down Rise to Occasion, one of North America's best. I'm noticing a trend here, Oreo. We've got Hard Jeff, we've got Steiner, we've got you. There are lots of Brazilians in the top cut. You're a very strong trainer from a very strong region, so how do you feel?
I'm feeling very happy because I was so nervous about this tournament. It's an open meta, so we have a lot of options. I didn't make it my team until 3 a.m. So I'm really happy. I can't say anything more.
Well, you've had a really fun career because you've been a trainer that's very good, but you're in a strong community. You had your first victory at a Championship Series event, and I feel like you're carrying that momentum with you into this event. Does it help your confidence to win that event and then come here?
Yeah. Like, after so much times, finally winning something make me feeling more proud of myself and make me feeling more comfortable
to play and with my gameplay. And that's why I'm here. I want to show everyone that I can be the champion here again.
Awesome. I really admire your community. Several of your friends are here. Do you want to shout out to anyone, say thank you to anyone who supported you?
I want to shout out Tuzi. I want to shout out all my friends, my girl, and that's it. My family. Thanks, everyone.
Of course. Aureo, thank you so much. Best of luck in your next round. We're going to take it over to an interview, and we'll be right back after that. Welcome in, trainers. I'm here with 3 top cut and international champions. We've got Nighttime Clasher, Out of Pocket, and Sustenance Eater. And you know, everybody's eyes are on NAIC, the final international championship of the season. I have experts here to talk about how to team build and prepare for those limited metas. So I'll start off with a question just right off the bat. Sustenance Eater, what is the first thing you do when a new meta is announced?
I start going to my account to see which Pokemon I have. Usually I'm lacking quite a few, so I kind of use PV Poke and then go from there to see what I can really team build around. And then if I don't have them, I'll have to go get them.
All right, Nighttime Clasher?
I also have to look for the Pokemon, but more importantly, looking at what those limited Pokemon are. Usually, there's a couple of typings that are allowed and a couple of typings that aren't, but it's those extra additions, like in the European International Championships, Seeking, Melodic, were some of the extra Pokemon that were allowed that their typing wasn't necessarily a part of that meta, but they added those as a little bit of a way to core break the Pokemon that were maybe too strong. So it's almost like Pokemon companies like hint and like, hey, maybe take a look at these. We're gonna add these in extra. Maybe that's something worth taking a look at.
All right, I think everybody's answered. So my next question is, with so many similar Pokemon in these limited formats, how do you find your edge? How do you study these matchups? Sustenance.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of it's just going to be like playing with other people and kind of seeing how these mons interact with each other, kind of seeing what the best way to go about each individual matchup is, kind of like swapping out, conserving energy, and kind of trying to use the most efficient ways and swap around and play with the clock and all these different things that you kind of get from playing more. So these limited metas are really great at kind of rewarding that matchup knowledge and meta knowledge, unlike OGL, for example, which can have a lot more polarizing matchups.
Eric?
Another thing is like when those limited metas drop, especially like the week of a tournament, just playing the Go Battle League, like play as many sets as you can every day leading up to the tournament. Those are just like extra reps that you're gonna get in, and maybe against some Pokemon that you didn't really expect that are specifically core breaking the very top meta Pokemon that you may not see in like a practice tournament. So maybe some last minute adjustments. I know last minute at the European International Championships, a lot of people start picking up on Shadow Beedrill. So all these things, like you have to try to discover them, and if you can discover them and hide them well, that'll be the key to success.
Well, all 3 of you have had a lot of success at international formats, but I wanted to come back to you one more time, Sustenance. What was the key to your breakout performance at EUIC? Because I really feel like you exceeded all your other performances so far.
Yeah, so it was actually like a really good time in my life where I didn't really have much other stuff to do. Like school was kind of on the low, the semester was just starting. So I kind of was just sitting at home all day playing. I didn't play that much per se, but like I was playing a fair bit, and it kind of really allowed me to understand the meta, and I was able to talk it through with people like Aiden and Eric and Tom and Sergio from home, and they're able to kind of help me realize the best way to go about playing these matchups and kind of find that small edge that maybe other people don't know. Like, for example, we should always be letting Earthquake go on Spiritomb, and we should always be throwing Earthquake as Licky Tongue. And it's like ideal if we kind of play with these things and like we're baiting with Seeking, etc. It's kind of things you figure out as you keep playing.
Nighttime Clasher, you won LAIC, and you took down Pata Man, which basically nobody else can do these days. What was the secret to that success?
So I thought the team was really good for going into that weekend. My brother and my girlfriend Teresa built the team together, and they did a really good job kind of piecing it together. 2 Worlds qualified trainers in Anaheim, putting together a brilliant team for me to win the championship. I'm just beyond blessed to have that kind of support behind me.
Awesome. Guys, thank you so much. Really insightful points, especially from Out of Pocket. That's a great kind of prep to start thinking about your IC performances, and when you're going to go compete, maybe it will be NAIC, but only time will tell. We'll see you there, but for right now, we're going back to the stream.
Gotcha! Quixley!
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
There's homie, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So what's your favorite?
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Orlando Regional Championships. I am Alpha Phoebe, joined at the desk by Speedy's Chief 2, and I have a question for you. What's your favorite?
My favorite? Oh my goodness. It's got to be Blastoise. All right, we saw a lot of Kanto picks in that that little spot there, but I've been committed to Blastoise ever since I played Pokemon Blue. I remember my parents would lock me outside and tell me to do yard work, and I'd sneak my Game Boy outside. I'd sit under a tree, and I'd play through Pokemon Blue.
Hey, you're in the yard? You're doing some work?
I'm working.
That counts as yard work, right?
Just not on the yard. And yours?
In the yard, not on.
Yeah, exactly. And yours, Phoebe?
For me, as one of the ones that was showcased in that video, it is none other than Gengar. I had a number of others from Gen 1 that I really liked, Butterfree being one of them.
Oh, that seems like a hint for something else.
I'm trying to cue you into something.
Well, we're not on camera anymore, so we can't exactly talk about it, but we will get there, so everybody better stay tuned. We're going to see Firestar facing off against Sustenance Eater.
Looking at these two teams, they look fairly similar. I think the one key difference is that we've got a Galarian Corsola on one side and a Licky on the other.
I think that's the only difference, if I'm being honest. In terms of movesets, we might have a little variability there as well, so we'll dive into that as the series progresses. But Firestar is a trainer that really burst onto the scene with his Fire Fang Shadow Mightyena, say that 3 times really fast, and the Sustenance Eater, the brother of Nighttime Clasher. And I gotta say, this is gonna be a really interesting series to watch.
Both of these trainers are on the Bug Bite Fortress, so they got the word, they heard it. It's no longer Volt Switch, it's Bug Bite down here in swampy Florida.
I mean, the memo was sent out, Pete. You got your copy, right?
I didn't actually.
Oh, you gotta change your email address or update it.
I should. Actually, I feel like I didn't have my email input, and it was snail mailed to me, and that's why I didn't hear.
Ooh, on the back of a Mad Cargo, it probably burned up along the way. But let's get right into game number 1. Firestar, Sustenance Eater, mirror teams and mirror Pokemon.
And mirror shinies. The question is who wins that very important charge attack tie? In the back, we see both of these players have opted for Togekiss as well. A very versatile Pokemon. There aren't that many Pokemon in the meta that really hard wall it. Depending on your moveset, if you are opting for the fighting and fairy type coverage, then you never want to see Clodsire. But if you're running Psyshock, then Clodsire is not that bad of a matchup.
Yeah, you really don't fear the poison types, right? Because you can hit back for super effective, but it looks like the Empoleon from Firestar dipped to the yellow just a little bit earlier than Sustenance Eaters. That typically says it's going to have a higher attack, and that does come true as Firestar wins the cap tie.
Yeah, both of these trainers throwing 1 Metal Sound before they're at 2 loaded Hydro Cannons. Both trainers also opting to no shield here. Now we know that Firestar should win again unless these Empoleons happen to have the same exact attack stat.
And in that case, it would be a coin flip, right? It comes down to random chance, but we're going to see Firestar win the lead here as these trainers play at the zeros in the Empoleon mirror match.
And interestingly, Sustenance Eater comes in with the Togekiss, taking a little bit more damage for his Wary, but the energy goes everywhere.
This is such an interesting call out too, because Firestar leaves his Diggersby in the back. I do like that quite a bit, because if you look at the rest of the team from Sustenance, I mean, the Togekiss, the Empoleon, those are the 2 real answers, and otherwise, Diggersby looks pretty neutral.
Yeah, of course, it would be amazing if it landed on Galarian Corsola, but that Pokemon was left on the bench. It's also going to look amazing into the Fortress that takes double super effective damage from those fire punches.
My goodness, those are going to sting if they do connect, but Sustenance Eater is trying to get through this Togekiss from Firestar. We had a mirror lead, we get a mirror mid-game, and it looks like Sustenance is going to decide to use his final shield.
And patience there from Firestar, waiting the turn to make sure that the Psyshock lands into the appropriate target. We see him actually pivot out immediately into the Diggersby and potential Aura Sphere damage coming here. No, actually over-farming the Fire Punch, knowing probably that it doesn't knock out.
Exactly, and this is such an interesting spot to be in because Firestar would have been pecked down in the Togekiss mirror, so he's forced to switch out. And like you pointed out, Phoebe, if he takes an Aura Sphere here or two, this Diggersby will be dangerously weak.
And unfortunately, because we're on Mudshot now and not Quick Attack, I don't think we're going to be threatening a Fast Attack down any point here. So Sustenance Eater could stay in, but that's going to allow Firestar to build up a ton of energy. Maybe we see an immediate pivot, but double super effective fire punches, and the Bug Bites are adding up, but I just don't think this Fortress has got enough in the tank.
I don't think so either. This Fire Punch is going to do about half or more, and the answer is more. Fortress down to the yellow, and now this second Fire Punch will be more than enough to pick up a knockout.
In comes the Togekiss afterwards. It's going to, I don't know if it can reach a Fast Attack down, but actually we see Firestar almost reaching for the switch, and no, because the Togekiss was brought back in, no Fast Attack down is possible for Sustenance Eater, and that's going to be game number one going over to Firestar.
Very tumultuous mid-game there. I wanted to ask you, Phoebe, so I almost felt like if Sustenance left his Togekiss in versus the Diggersby and forced it to deploy a bit more energy, it would have put Firestar in a tougher position, but I don't know if that would have been enough to win the game.
I think maybe the most optimal thing for him there is to go for a few extra fast attacks because you're taking so little damage from the fast attacks of the Diggersby. Go for a catch because you know you survive one, but you know that two will knock out. So the amount of damage that you take there is very key because we saw that the fast attack down from the Togekiss was happening in return. So maybe if you get a couple of pecks in, you make it so that later on you take a few less pecks, maybe you win and maybe you outpace.
Yeah, it would have been competitive and very close either way, but going into battle number 2, I don't think there was anything inherently bad about the team compositions from either trainer, so they could even just run it back and maybe try to just play a little bit better, a little bit more cleanly, and try to lead to a different result.
And very similar teams from the two trainers. The Empoleon mirror in the lead was pretty influential into how the rest of the game played out, but we have a slightly different lead here. It's going to be Empoleon into Shadow Fortress. And of course, reminder, it's on Bug Bite.
This time, Sustenance Eater relying on his Diggersby, just like Firestar did in game number 1. Just a slight change in strategy, but still Steel types on the field. And the Bug Bite's actually not too bad into Empoleon either, even though it's resisted. I mean, Empoleon's now down to half health.
Good timing from Firestar here, throwing out this Sand Tomb, going to do super effective damage to the Steel typing. A little bit of an attempted undercharge and an immediate pivot out from Sustenance Eater.
Ooh, Togekiss up energy. We saw this matchup earlier on stream, and I do think the Metal Sounds will pile on a ton of damage, but Togekiss, those Aura Spheres command shields in return.
And this is going to be very interesting for Firestar because in the back it's going to be Togekiss into the Diggersby as well. So it's going to be a very similar situation where charge attacks are doing a lot of the damage from the side of Sustenance Eater into that of Firestar, but fast attacks won't be.
Exactly. The fast attack advantage is on the left side. Charge attacks, though, pulling away these shields rapidly from Firestar. This is his second one and final one of the game. And at this point, the switch timers are almost up as well. So Sustenance, he actually can't quite get out just in time. He's going to need to shield if he wants to.
He has the option. He could throw an Aura Sphere afterwards. He does last second choose to shield. Aura Sphere comes in, goes for the one-turn wait, and Firestar unable to switch.
Just misses the switch button, was going to reach for his own Togekiss to absorb a resisted Aura Sphere, but instead loses his Empoleon to some heavy damage. And now we see Togekiss versus Diggersby. Oh, this does not look good for Sustenance Eater.
Yeah, Sustenance Eater is not happy with this matchup. You're taking super effective damage from the charge attacks, and you are doing double resisted fast attack damage in return. You have the bulk advantage, and you're going to get to these fire punches, but you switched out. You are locked into this matchup.
Locked trapped and there's no escape. Diggersby fires a fire punch. Gonna look for a second fire punch here. It's not gonna do a lot. I mean, this Togekiss is bulky and that's just neutral damage.
I thought it was going to do a little bit more. That was pitiful. Not even, maybe just about 20%. Aura Sphere is going to be reloaded. 2 of them back to back, and Sustenance Eater is looking like he's almost out of options.
I'm looking at this. I'm thinking Sustenance Eater might be able to send out the Empoleon, do a peekaboo play, catch on his own Togekiss, and look for some play down the stretch, but it's gonna be really tough. And then here comes the swap for Firestar to absorb the Hydro Cannon.
Actually, the peekaboo happens from Firestar there, not allowing Sustenance Eater to get that charge attack into that key Empoleon. Full undercharge, switching into his Togekiss, but I think this Togekiss is going to be just farmed out for Firestar, and with no energy remaining on that Empoleon, that's gonna be game number 2.
We talk about Wigglytuff, we talk about Florges, but don't forget about Togekiss. The coverage is unmatched, and that Aura Sphere is extremely potent. Firestar makes day 2.
You could almost feel Togekiss exerting its aura up on stage, one could say.
One might say Firestar is currently aura farming, if I may.
Maybe over farming a little bit and making sure that he has energy going into the next matchup.
Phoebe, you know what? Speaking of aura, I heard that you got a really nice result from the raid battle you did in the venue earlier. I don't know if you want to tell everyone about it.
I rated that Butterfree we were talking about as one of my favorite Pokemon from Gen 1, but it's my second shiny costume, so I don't really feel the need to show it to the camera.
You know what, chat? If you want me to mute Phoebe, I can. If he goes on one of these bragging tirades, we can do it.
That reminds me of that one time that I muted your mic in the caster lounge that one time.
Sometimes you got to do it, you know. I mean, when we're out of pocket, we just are. But congratulations on your second shiny costume, Butterfree Phoebe, and congratulations to Firestar as well. Taking down Sustenance Eater is no easy feat. He was top 10 at EUIC, and he has hit the stage like a meteorite. He's so good, and he's learned the game so fast. Sustenance Eater is going to try to battle his way through the loser side bracket now.
And really, I think across all of those games from Firestar and Sustenance Eater, I saw no mistakes, just optimal play coming from both sides, and Firestar just had a little bit better alignment, a little better team compositions, and unfortunately for Sustenance Eater, although the Diggersby worked so well for Firestar in game number 1, it was dead weight in game number 2.
Well, I also really like what Firestar did. He brought the Diggersby in game number 1, and that dissuaded Sustenance Eater from leaning on that Galarian Corsola. And when you look at the overall team, you think maybe the Galarian Corsola versus the Togekiss matchup, that's pretty good for the Corsola because the Psyshock doesn't do much damage. Definitely don't want to throw Aura Sphere in that matchup. And the Pecs are kind of neutral, so I do think that the team composition and the story of the tape is something we don't talk about enough, but it's very impactful.
And I wonder, I'd be super curious if we do have the opportunity to interview Firestar, if he thought about the fact that he brought Diggersby in game number 1, and then it felt like he brought a team that was pretty strong into it game number 2, and maybe he was manipulating the Pokemon that Sustenance Eater was bringing.
Caleb, did you get that? All right, Caleb's down on the floor. We want to know about Diggersby and Firestar strategies. Take it away.
All right, thank you, Speedy and Alpha Phoebe. I'm here with Firestar right off his victory, and that Togekiss looked completely unleashed in that matchup. How are you feeling after that one?
I've been feeling great. I actually was running the team, but with Florges in that position, and over time, over practice, I realized that I really wanted Togekiss, and it's really been proving itself.
Yeah, Accent making Togekiss look really good in Houston, and you're continuing to make it look good, especially with a lot of these top players pivoting over to Diggersby. That matchup looked even better. Now, you're telling me right before this interview, this is your second time making top cut on that winner's side, undefeated, and the last one was actually in Seattle last time around. How are you feeling after that?
Feeling crazy. It's really nice to have a feeling that my consistency is getting up there, starting to play with the best of the best, and I really want to keep it going, you know, get even further than last time.
Well, it used to be known as kind of the king of the losers bracket, always making day number 2 or top cuts with that loser side. But now you have an extra life going into day number 2, so I'm sure you're feeling great about it. Explain to us about your prep, right? Because I feel like you run different teams all the time in tournaments, and you're no stranger to Spice as well. You cooked me with the Shadow Mayenne once. I remember that very vividly. But how did you come about this team?
It was a lot of work, honestly. When I I was doing a lot of practice, and I ended up playing the League yesterday that we had in the actual convention center. So I played in the League. I noticed Togekiss doing well. I was practicing with a specific team, and You know, just switching Pokemon around, trying to find the exact sort of lines you want to play into these insanely good opponents is just the way to do it for sure.
That's awesome. Well, I'm going to let you get some rest as you prep into day number 2. Any thanks or shout outs you'd like to give?
Shout out the Home Slice homies, a lot of the friends that's with me right now, including Dune and For the Battles, as well as Shaner, who are bunking with me.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'm excited to see you play in day number 2 and see how far you can take it. Back to Speedy and Alfie for some more awesome battles.
All right, thanks, Caleb, for that interview. I'm really curious. He's talking about how he played the challenge yesterday.
Yes.
If he used the same exact team, or if he used a very slightly different team and used that challenge to optimize it. I know that's something that people in the VGC or TCG do. They'll play in the challenge the Friday that they arrive. Yep. They'll get a play test with that team, and they'll make some final adjustments going into that first day of the main event. And I'm curious if that's something that you think people are doing.
No, absolutely, Phoebe. I've talked with numerous players who say exactly what you pointed out, that they would like to get here Friday a little bit earlier. Usually the challenge is at 1 o'clock, but you definitely want to check the event website to make sure you're arriving on time and registering beforehand. But I will say that a lot of trainers will come in, they'll say, man, the challenge went really badly for me. I'm going to think about my team, maybe make some adjustments, and that leads to a better performance on Saturday. Or they say, you know what, the challenge proved all of the opinions that I had, and I feel like this is the right team for me, and I'm going to carry that momentum into the weekend. So it's a great way not only to battle and test the team, but also to get a feel for the competition, because at your local championship series events, you might only battle against your locals. When you come here, you know, you're taking on DuneBug, and then you're battling a Brazilian trainer, then you're battling someone from another region. It's really, really intense. So it's a great way to kind of shake out those nerves and validate the team compositions.
Well, we're going to have another intense matchup up on stage. We're going to have Alan and Frankly, who are going to be ready just in a bit.
Yep.
They're going to be some impressive teams. I'm very curious to see what Alan is running, because I know that he ran that Aegislash back in Houston.
Yeah.
He was one of the few people who did, and we'll have to see if he's able to make a run with it here in Orlando.
We'll see. There's also a couple other interesting Pokemon on this team that I cannot wait to talk about. Outside of the Aegislash, it's so funny when you see a team like this and you're like, you know what, Aegislash is great, but there's also another really cool pick, and that's Carbink. Carbink, I don't know, Phoebe. We see so many of Empoleon in the meta. It feels like a tough ask. And when you look at Frankie's team with double water in Feraligatr, Quagsire, it feels like it's tough to bring it here, too.
I definitely feel like Carbink is a tough Pokemon to bring with double super effective metal sounds. This is going to be game number 1 of winners finals of Group H, and I don't think we see it in game number 1. For whatever reason, I thought it was actually selected, but maybe you did a last-second change
It's the power of suggestion. I think I said it enough that you're like, oh, it must be on the team. But no, I was not right. We're going to see Corviknight lead into Wigglytuff. This is an interesting matchup because Alan is a talented trainer who has won a special championship outside of the continental U.S. And then we have seen Frankie as well compete quite often. He's a Orlando local. So this is a very fun matchup.
And it's an interesting team composition from Alan because he is A steel typing. However, we are seeing that Frankie is actually staying in this matchup with that Wigglytuff because maybe he's afraid of the other steel type in the back.
Exactly. I think this ABA steel is something that we do see quite often these days, especially if there are no fire or ground types that are too threatening. And in a Wigglytuff lead scenario, I think you nailed it, Phoebe. I think just staying in the matchup is the right idea.
Coming in now that he doesn't want to get farmed down, the Feraligatr is going to get up some energy, but not quite to the Hydro Cannon before the first charge attack is thrown.
So in this situation, how do you feel about the Guzzlord coming out at this point, especially with the Feraligatr up 5 Shadow Claws?
It's a little bit awkward. You can take an Ice Beam. It is not the Shadow Feraligatr, but we actually do see Alan throwing up his first shield here. I think it's a fairly safe shield. You do have 2, right? And you're able to do a lot of fast attack and charge attack pressure here.
Great point. It's going to see the Brutal Swing from the Guzzlord connect into the Feraligatr. This is not going to do too much damage. And again, that regular Feraligatr flexing its HP and its stats, it's not easy to bring down.
And throwing immediately, I don't mind this from Frankie. I don't think he was really going to be able to reach another charge attack, but Alan investing heavily into this Guzzlord, we see the Wigglytuff coming in. 2, oh, he could have reached the Icy Wind. The damage from those Dragon Tails was just so little.
It was almost like he was panic clicking. He went Swift and then Icy Wind, and then he's like, no, I'm not gonna make it. He went back to the Swift, and you can see by his expression, he really wishes he would have gotten that charge stack from the left side of the screen, but Frankie still has a ton to play here down the stretch.
And Alan is absolutely not fazed by what happened. That could have been an Icy Wind. I'm curious to see if he knew exactly how much energy was there, because Icy Wind would have removed about 2 charge attacks worth of energy from his Guzzlord.
Very good point. Guzzlord back on the field yet again. Low HP, but it's deceptive because it does have so much HP to go around. Brutal Swing connects. Quagsire gets rocked. Now we see a swap into the Corviknight.
And I like how Frankie is playing this out in the fact that he is saving a shield that's going to be very crucial to try to get through that Aegislash in the back. However, it seems like most of the time you almost need 2 shields in order to beat that Pokemon because it can build up to back-to-back Shadow Balls.
Alan looking flustered, doesn't wait down his switch timer, instead immediately sends out the Aegislash. He doesn't like this position because the Quagsire can deal so much damage with the Mud Shots. But look at the Aegislash too, it's so bulky. I think Alan might be able to get up to a Shadow Ball.
I think there is a chance that the Mud Shots add up so that maybe 1 more Aqua Tail is enough. No, I think it's going to be 2. So the pacing here is going to be very crucial for Frankie in order to take this game, and there's a catch remaining from Alan.
Doubled up on the Aqua Tails. I think Alan has to make a decision here. Does he decide to throw a charge attack, or does he pivot into the Guzzlord and try to win charge attack priority? It's going to be close. He's going to, oh, actually losing the charge attack priority tie here in shield form.
Yes, shield form attack stat is very low. We are going to see this Aqua Tail pick up the knockout. A second one is loaded, and oh, actually not loaded yet. Sorry, he threw back-to-back in order to get the knockout there. Guzzlord throwing his charge attack here. Brutal Swing going to pick up the last shield from Frankie.
Exactly. Guzzlord is mighty, but Quagsire takes it down here in the final moments of game number 1. And despite the misclick of the Swift over Icy Wind in the mid-game, Frankie still finds a way to win this first battle and go up 1-0.
And on Alan's side of the field, it seemed like Corviknight and Guzzlord just were able to stay on the field for so long. But for Frankie, it was Quagsire back to back to back to back Aqua Tails. I want to say it was probably 5 actually over the course of that battle in order to knock out all of the Pokemon that Alan had, showing how key that pacing Mudshot to Aqua Tail is.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The Quagsire, if you don't have a hard answer to it, it's so tough to rein that Pokemon back in. And when it has an energy advantage, it feels like you can't do anything to stop it. It's just going to keep on hitting you with those Aqua Tails. It doesn't have to be a Blast Burst. It doesn't have to be an Earthquake. Just the pressure over and over and over. Quagsire was absolutely relentless.
And it's really interesting to see how these trainers have been using Aegislash, right? It's typically been as a closer, but I think it also has play as an opener, right? You could build up to 100 energy on it, maybe pivot to another Pokemon and save those charge attacks for later. But we've only really been seeing people use it as a closer, as an endgame Pokemon, saying, hey, I can survive anything that you throw at me up until I throw my first charge attack. And if I can throw them back to back without you sniping my energy, then you have no shield of your own. I am the shield.
Excellent point, and pun received. It's really tough because Aegislash is one of those Pokemon that you feel like you should play it like a Wild Charge user or like a Superpower user, because you know that your entire dynamic of the battle will change after you throw that charge attack, but still, the trainers are finding interesting ways to deploy it. And Phoebe, with a great read, we see Aegislash in the lead up against this Wigglytuff and the instant pivot.
And we see a instant pivot out from Alan. I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't see him go up on energy and before switching, but again, he has a really great answer for this Feraligatr. Ooh, baiting this time, Frankie, recognizing Alan's likelihood of shielding a potential Ice Beam.
Exactly, because he did that exact play in the game number 1. So drawing the shield with the Hydro Cannon bait, and Frankie could still afford to take a Brutal Swing here. He's probably going to get 2 shields off of Alan if Alan wants to maintain switch advantage.
And great timing from Frankie here, and great energy management, able to get the Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam off before 2 charge attacks from that Guzzlord. Guzzlord now deep into the red, and I don't think it's going to be able to get a farm down. I think Alan could have done a few more Dragon Tails, but I think Frankie would have gotten to another Hydro Cannon first, and actually shielded.
Frankie just committed. I think he committed to the Shadow Claw down. We're going to see the second shield come up here because he does not want his Wigglytuff versus the Aegislash. This is a tough decision to make, but Frankie already committed one shield, and he gives it up anyway.
I'm a little bit surprised by that, given the fact that one more shield, the Shadow Claw down, could have been possible. And if you're going to invest already, and ooh, now he's got to feel the sting of regret getting the Aegislash onto the Wigglytuff and the Gourgeist onto the Quagsire.
I mean, as viewers, right, as commentators, we can see the entire team composition here, but I think anyone would have known that the Aegislash versus the Wigglytuff is a tough, no pun intended, matchup for the Fairy type, and Frankie almost committed to fighting for switch advantage, but decided to change his mind, and now he's facing a barrage of Seed Bombs.
And even though he was able to land that hard-hitting Stone Edge, you're just not threatening the Gourgeist at any point in this matchup because it survives so easily, and Frankie is just going to be in a tough position here for the rest of the game. The Incinerates are going to add up, Seed Bomb coming through, and no shields remaining.
We know that Aegislash also has the Gyro Ball, and that's going to devastate the Wigglytuff. So this Seed Bomb is just chip, and here comes Aegislash to finish the job. I think this is going to be the first, maybe second KO we've seen all day for the Aegislash.
And I'm really curious to see how much damage a Swift would have done. Triple resisted, extremely bulky Pokemon. Is it just 1 damage?
I think it'd probably be at least 2 or 3. Alan says, bye-bye, Wigglytuff. You top the usage charts, but Aegislash is here to stay.
I'm, again, a little bit disappointed that Alan played the game exactly like he did. I would have preferred to see him build up a little bit of energy, maybe even throw a Shadow Ball, right? So that you can pull away a shield. However, I get it. You want to get into your good Guzzlord into Feraligatr matchup as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And with the team compositions he's bringing, maintaining alignment has been incredibly key for him, and it showed in this game specifically.
And to your point, I feel like if Alan would have stayed in with the Aegislash to gather energy, he would have been playing more of the energy leverage game, but I think he was very confident in his composition, and he thought he had what it took to beat Frankie, and he was proved right. So now we're tied up, everybody. Frankie took game 1. Alan took game 2 with his Aegislash lead into Wigglytuff. Game 3, what do you want to see here?
No Wigglytuff from Frankie. We've seen Alan has relied time and time again on that Aegislash, and you do not want your Wigglytuff on it at all costs. If you're going to have a bad matchup into it, at least make it the Corviknight, right? You can hit it for super effective damage with a payback. You're doing pretty good damage with your Sand... Pretty good damage. You're doing 1 damage with your Sand attacks realistically.
That's more than 0.
It is more than 0, to be fair. And, you know, supplement it with a Pokemon like Quagsire or Feraligatr. You know, Frankie was very successful in game number 1 with a double water combo.
He was.
I think he could go back to it again.
No, I think you're right. I think the double water combination looks very strong, especially when there's essentially no grass coverage on Alan's team outside of the Gourgeist. And when you have a Feraligatr with Ice Beam and Shadow Claw, you can fight back in that matchup. So if we don't see double water, I think we for sure see at least the Feraligatr. But here we go, everybody. Game 3. This is our winners finals for Group H. Top Cut on the line.
And in the lead, we do see it take the field. Carbink on the left, Feraligatr on the right. Will Alan stay in this matchup? Will he try to pivot into his Guzzlord? In the back lurks Wigglytuff.
I know, that safe swapping a Guzzlord could be disastrous here, so Alan likely going to stay in this matchup for a little while. Actually shielding right off the bat. He had no hesitancy there.
I imagine that Carbink has the opportunity to shield through Feraligatr, especially if it no shields a charged attack here.
Yeah, I think you're right, but Frankie doesn't want to follow that script. Instead, he wants to play out the 1s, maybe even the 2s, because he knows how important it is to win the lead advantage when he does have a Pokemon like Wigglytuff on his team.
No shield on this second Hydro Cannon. Frankie's very close to another one following, and I have to imagine it'll come out before the next Rock Slide, so Alan has a choice. Do I want to let this Feraligatr go through with so much health and the ability to threaten the rest of my Pokemon, or do I utilize my second shield here?
And here's the trick, too. too, right? Oh my goodness, Frankie swapping into the Quagsire. I really like this play quite a bit, but Alan led the Carbink. If Frankie's worried about Aegislash in the back, that makes Alan ABA weak to ground, and I don't think that Alan would be willing to do that versus a Quagsire team, so maybe Frankie would pick up that that third Pokemon is not the Aegislash like he saw in games 1 and 2.
And really importantly here, Alan's brought in the Guzzlord, right? You could have brought in your Gourgeist, which is a really hard counter to this Quagsire, but fearing the Wigglytuff in the back, I think that's a really smart read by Alan.
Maybe a 200 IQ play, but only time will tell. Stone Edge connects, Guzzlord gets rocked, and it's going to look for another charge attack, but Quagsire, the Aqua Tail's getting enormous value.
Aqua Tail's not going to be enough to take the knockout here, but I think Alan is very comfortable getting the farm down after just 2 more Dragon Tails. Energy is loaded. He needs to be careful not to get sniped. Very smart. Sludge Bomb coming in. No shield by Frankie.
No shield from Frankie on a super effective charge attack. This is probably the hardest hitting charge attack left in the battle, and Frankie allows it through. He knows he's got a Carbink to deal with, and now he sees the final opponent in the Gourgeist.
Charms coming through, and throwing after 2 Incinerates is medium optimal timing. Seed Bomb going to get that last shield from Frankie, but there is still a lot of health on this Carbink, and ooh, this is actually not over.
No, this is not over at all. This is a very close matchup because the Feraligatr, yes, will get past the Carbink, but I do think that 2 Incinerates will pick up the KO in kind. So this Feraligatr might not get another charge attack, and then it becomes a question of which Pokemon wins the charge attack priority tie between the Gourgeist and the Wigglytuff.
And Wigglytuff is deceptive. Although it feels very bulky, it has a surprisingly high attack stat. Icy Wind coming through, winning that charge attack tie. Can Gourgeist hold on?
Frankie shaking his hands for good luck, and it's not enough! And he's unable to KO the Gourgeist. Alan hangs on, and with this win, he will make top cut in Orlando.
Seed Bomb coming through, enough to pick the knockout, even with that attack drop. And congratulations to Alan. Really interesting team compositions from both of these players, and Alan making an incredibly crucial call, not bringing in his Gourgeist, bringing in the Guzzlord, securing it away from the Wigglytuff, and that was his key to victory.
Expertly said, and also what a bold decision. He sees a Quagsire Feraligatr team, he says, let me lead Carbink. Like, that I was bamboozled by that call.
It's such a bulky Pokemon. You're able to take a super effective Hydro Cannon. You do not win the 2 shields very clearly into the non-Shadow, but maybe I was thinking about that Shadow variant, or maybe I was expecting a no shield on the Rock slide. Either way, very crucial there. The pacing that Feraligatr gets over Carbink in order to secure that matchup was very nice for Frankie, but not enough to secure victory.
Not quite enough to get the job done. And as you pointed out, this Carbink Feraligatr matchup, not something I thought I would be talking about at this event. But here we are, everybody. Sludge Bomb coming through into the Wigglytuff. There is a chance, right? If Frankie shields a Sludge Bomb there, it could end up changing the direction of this game, but he also didn't know what the third Pokemon was. It could have been Aegislash, it could have been Corviknight. It's very, very tough to tell.
Counterpoint for Aegislash, though, if it is, game's just over, right?
Exactly. There's not much he can do.
So, a potential call to shield there, but also, if it's either one of those other Pokemon, maybe you want the shield, maybe you want to protect up that Pokemon.
Yeah, I think this is something that a lot of trainers pick up in Go Battle League. If you see a Pokemon in the lead with distinct weaknesses like Carbink, double weak to steel, weak to ground, your opponent's probably not going to have another Pokemon in the back that shares those weaknesses unless they're playing the Aero Battle approach, as we call it, the ABA strategy. And it didn't look like Alan had that in mind.
I've never actually heard that before.
Really?
No.
We did a whole segment on it. It proves that you don't watch my segments, feed.
I'm so sorry. I only watch the battles. What can I say?
I'll recover. I'll recover, chat. Don't worry about me. We're going to keep our spirits high here in Orlando. Alan punches his ticket to day number 2. Frankie, though, he's going to fall to that loser side bracket where he needs to battle his way through and maybe make it to top cut, but he's got a longer road ahead of him.
Yeah, and if I know my alphabet correctly, C, D, E, F, G. Ooh, that's... Oh, no, that was H, sorry. H. Yeah. I don't know my alphabet. That's 8. So I think that's all of our winners' sides being done. So I think we're headed towards the loser side of the bracket.
Oh, we are going to find out. Maybe H stands for 6'10 Hero.
Or maybe it's, haha, Phoebe doesn't know his alphabet.
Well, it could be either one. We're going to see what happens, though. Spandalicio and 610 Hero are queued up to battle here shortly, everybody. And I don't know, the Aegislash fun might be just getting started. And there is a very formidable counter to Aegislash paired with it. I don't know what to think about this team.
That Pangoro is a very interesting Pokemon because against a lot of common teams in the meta, if you don't have a fairy type, it can just go off.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't have a lot of resistance to both dark and fighting type, and it can be very scary if it ramps up, if it gets a Night Slash boost, if it's up a ton of energy, it pieces so quickly.
Also, you have the choice of Rock Slide or Close Combat, right? So, before we get there, I would like to hear from a trainer that absolutely popped off on stage. This is Soph and Alan.
Thanks, Speedy. I'm here with Alan, who has just won Group H. Alan, tell us how you feel about advancing to your first ever top cut.
Feels pretty surreal. I was just coming here hoping I can just show off some Aegislash play, so it's pretty happy just to be able to kind of get on and finally do Aegislash justice, because I know that a lot of folks, you know, brought Aegislash, didn't necessarily do it, and I think that it's hard to kind of pilot, and I was glad that I happened to get a chance to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, there were a couple in Houston, but I don't think any made it on stream. And then here, of course, in Orlando, you're, I think, the first one to advance to day 2, so congratulations. In that third game, it looked like you had a pretty tough lead with Carbink into Feraligatr, so I'd love to hear about your game plan when you saw that lead.
Yeah, so looking into that, I knew that I wanted to kind of adjust it, and I really wanted to kind of bring sort of like Aegislash in, so I decided not to, and when I benched it, I figured that when I saw the Feraligatr, it was tough, but I figured that there was probably going to be sort of like a wig, so I just figured that I needed to kind of like chip it and hopefully like call the lines right in the back, and thankfully it worked out in the end.
Yeah, it definitely worked out for you. And in terms of the team of 6, not just the lines of 3, I noticed you have a very similar team to another competitor who we saw on stage earlier, so I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's funny because actually Chen Yu was kind of like the inspiration to my team, and when he originally sort of told me, he actually had Corviknight in his Quagsire spot, and I thought that, oh, that was like sort of the team to sort of like run, but I just kind of ended up getting practice with that, and he kind of like helped me with sort of the inspiration with that team, so I'm glad it worked out.
Well, great to hear about the help you had for building your team, and is there anyone else you want to shout out for helping you build your team or prepare or just give you support?
Oh yeah, this is kind of like a long list, but I wanted to be able to shout out Stud Muffins, Chen Yu, and Maroon. They're the ones who are helping me sort of like out. My fellow factions team, East Caliber, they're based out in NorCal, and they've been helping me out for a long time. My friends Jameson and Anji, who actually let us stay at their house, thank you so much. And of course, my final one is my biggest support pillar, my wife Sherry. Thank you so much for being there.
I'm sure they're all very proud of you and rooting for you for day 2, but for now, let's take it back to the casters for some more Pokemon action.
Great to hear from Alan, and I really appreciate the insights. Thank you so much, Soph. Phoebe, we're going to go right into another set of battles. You got Spandalicio and 610 Hero and the reveal of the teams that we were alluding to.
That might have been the first Aegislash going into day 2, but we have more opportunities for more Aegislashes to make it through, and potentially our first Pangoro that we've seen in a long, long time.
I like Pangoro, and I do like that Shadow Politoed on the opposing side. Let's see what we get, though. Spandalicio leads that floor just right into the Metagame.
That is a great lead for Spandalicio, able to get to those chilling waters before you're going to be taking any sort of damage in return. But interestingly enough, not opting for the debuff immediately. Dynamic Punch coming through, probably a little bit more energy efficient than Ice Punch because of how efficient it is.
Yeah, and getting the stab also helps. That same type attack bonus. Chilling Water raining down now onto the Metagame. And you're right, Phoebe, I'm surprised to not see it right off the bat, but I think the Florges and the Spandalicio with its pilot probably thought that there'd be a swap or something.
In comes the Trailblaze, going to raise up the attack stat of this Florges. Not going to be quite enough to take the knockout. In comes a returning Dynamic Punch. Again, not enough to knock out, but I think we're going to see 610 Hero switch out because sorry.
No, you're okay. 610 Hero goes into the Corviknight versus the Empoleon matchup now, keeping the Aegislash in the back. Again with the double steel heavy metal, Spandalicio sends out the Emperor Pokemon. And this is a matchup we've seen a lot, Phoebe. Those sand attacks add up, and I think that the Hydro Cannons command shields.
Especially when you get those attack raises from those air cutters, we're going to see the sand attacks do just a little bit more damage, and the next payback is going to be reached before a Hydro Cannon can be thrown, but no, instead going for another air cutter.
Could be the payback, and Spandalicio respects it. 6-1-0 Hero takes the shield away from his opponent, and he's got a lot of energy still banked, plus gets another boost.
In comes the Hydro Cannon. This is enough to threaten the Corviknight, so we see the shield come up, and it's going to be, actually a pivot into the Florges. In comes the Chilling Water. I think this is going to be just shy to picking up the knockout.
If so, 6-10 Hero might look for the swap out, but it's actually a charge tag priority tie. I think that this Florges has won them both over the Metacham and the Corviknight, so Spandalicio definitely has the edge there. Undercharge, in comes Stunfisk, gets a zap to knock out.
Yeah, really impressive undercharge there, allowing for 6-10 to get the additional damage. And in comes the Aegislash. This is not a matchup it wants to see, but we're seeing, again, how little damage these Mud Bombs will do to the shield form.
I really like the Unova Stunfisk pick here from 6-1-0 Hero because he's able to kind of pin this double steal combination from Spandalicio. And as time goes on, the timers tick down. And after the Aegislash fires off a charge attack, I mean, 6-10 might be able to swap.
Mudbomb coming through, doing a little bit more chip damage. It's important to call out that although those Aqua Tails from Quagsire were doing very little damage, because the Mud Bombs are super effective, they are adding up much more quickly.
And you saw there as well, 6-10 did not trigger the charge attack priority tie because he does not want to lock himself into a charge attack from that Aegislash. Doesn't look for the switch either, so he's going to be forced to shield.
Shield coming up, going to protect the Unovan Stunfisk from the second Shadow Ball. And we see immediate pivot into the Empoleon, and there is so much energy from 6-10 Hero here. I'm a little bit surprised to see no Mud Bomb being thrown here. I think it is a little bit less energy, and both would knock out.
Well, the 6-10 Hero just wants to be sure, right? He wants a knockout here. He wants this Game 1 win in Losers Round 5. He's going to get one KO here versus the Empoleon. Aegislash will return, but it is empty. It's got no energy. And you know, Stunfisk, despite not having legs, is going to run circles around the Aegislash.
Swim circles, what one could say.
Exactly. Or flop circles, perhaps.
I think flop is the best term to use, and that is going to be game number 1 going over to 6-10 Hero with 3 Pokemon still alive on his side of the field. I think we just saw a little bit of the downsides to Aegislash. They're just not providing enough to his team. And I'll be curious to see what Spandalicio does in game number 2 to try to pivot around how strong that Florges was, as well as the Unovan Stunfisk.
Game 1, Spandalicio leading the Florges with the double steel types in the back. He has to start thinking about that Unova Stunfisk. If he does decide to run a similar lineup, maybe he pivots to that Empoleon early, tries to pull that Pokemon out, and then get his Florges into a positive matchup. But I don't think we're going to see the same strategy in game number 2. An adjustment needs to be made here because that ground and electric type will just terrorize this back line.
And I think, unfortunately for you and me, we're not going to see the Pangoro all that much because there's a Florges, because there's a Metacham. And although Metacham might be a little bit threatened by numerous Night Slashes in a row, because there's the threat of the pure Fairy type walling the energy from Pangoro, I just can't imagine there's a world where Spandalicio feels comfortable enough to put it on his team of 3.
No, you're right. It would be a very bold call, and it could absolutely backfire. And when you're in this loser side bracket already in round 5, you do not want to give away any free games. So we might see these trainers actually pivot towards neutral strategies and just try to outplay each other. It doesn't feel like the time to swing for the fences. I mean, maybe more so for Spandalicio, but still, it's going to be uphill for both players.
And if you're thinking about neutral, I'm a little bit surprised to see that Spandalicio wasn't really leaning into that licky-licky because it has so many neutral matchups across the board. We're seeing a pretty similar lead to game number 1. It's going to be Florges into that Metacham. We'll see if Spandalicio switches it up, maybe goes for a Chilling Water immediately.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. That's what he does here to kick off this battle number 2. Also, looking at the team composition from 6-10 6'10 hero. He's got the Metagame, he's got that Fur, he's kind of ABA weak to the Florges, and he sends out his best answer in Corviknight, and this is starting to snowball because an Altaria comes out with a flamethrower equipped and ready to go. I don't know, Phoebe, this is looking like 6'10 hero might be misstepping here.
In the lead and secondary matchup, sure, but it's looking a little bit awkward for Spandalicio in the back end because that Empoleon doesn't have that many great matchups. Sure, it can land onto that Furret, but it's always threatened by that initial energy that Metagame got built up. And if we see Spandalicio use his secondary shield here at any point, there's always going to be that threat.
6'10 here got the boost on the first air cutter, could have thrown the payback here, but Spandalicio calls the second air cutter, and now a second boost comes through, looking for the swap. Oh my goodness, almost catches a flamethrower, but opts for the Ice Punch instead.
And realistically, had he thrown that payback, maybe this Ice Punch is enough to pick up the knockout. Maybe if he gets a shield with the payback, the Ice Punch is enough to knock out. So I like that combo play. I like your thinking a lot, but instead, we see the Florges come in, lower the attack stat of that Metagame, and I think it's going to be a pretty clean farm down from here.
I think so as well. Dynamic Punch is going to be resisted by the Fairy typing, and the Chilling Water bogs the Metagame down even further, so this is not going to deal too much. He might be able to get to one more Ice Punch. Oh, but he's got to hang on, and he clicks it at the last second.
And really importantly, did not go for the Dynamic Punch there. It costs a little bit more energy than Ice Punch. It takes a little bit longer to get to on the third rotation. Florges has a good amount of energy. There are two Pokemon that don't really want to see that energy in the back, though.
Chilling Water immediately into this Corviknight matchup. I think Spandalicio is trying to build a buffer around his Fairy-type Pokemon. He has not yet shown his Empoleon, so he goes back into the Altaria. He says, I have unfinished business, and that business is connecting a Flamethrower into your Steel-type.
And the difficult thing here, and the reason I'm not sure I like this play from Spandalicio, is because there was still a shield on 6'10 Hero's side, so that charge attack feels a little bit wasted. And, however, 6'10 opting to not throw his charge attack immediately here does allow the Altaria to get to a secondary charged attack.
Furret building almost to double, actually opting to throw the Swift after just one additional Sucker Punch in this Altaria Furret matchup. That's going to pick up a KO, and it leaves a little bit of reserve energy, but I don't know. I mean, you might get to one Brick Break here, right?
Yeah, first Brick Break coming through. I'm not sure a second will be reached. Maybe the switch clock will be up, and if 6'10 has enough energy on his Corviknight, maybe he can get to another charge attack. No, actually switching out. Corviknight has a ton of energy, and he banks a move on the Furret.
This is absolutely insane. I mean, blink and you miss it. Out comes the Florges into the Corviknight yet again. Another Chilling Water. We've been here 2 other times before, and we return for a third go-around. The sand attacks did pick up the KO, and 6'10 Hero might be poised to win this. Oh, but he's got to take a Hydro Cannon here.
Payback going to lose that charge attack tie from the Empoleon. Hydro Cannon coming through, but I believe there's a Brick Break loaded if it's able to pick up the knockout. Oh no, actually, one away, he didn't have it.
And the Metal Sound does it. Spandalicio bounces back here in game number 2 to even up the series versus 6'10 Hero. I gotta say that game felt shaky in the middle. It went totally off the rails, and Spandalicio was able to bring out that Florges yet again and make a big impact play with it.
Unfortunately for 6'10 Hero there, the energy cost of Brick Break, although it is less than Trailblaze, it's still more than Swift, so you don't have the same pacing. And had he gone Swift, he would have had the move. And unfortunately, Brick Break takes a few Sucker Punches longer to reach, and he didn't have the energy.
I appreciate you pointing that out. I think a lot of improvement comes down to looking back at gameplay and trying to find opportunities to make some different plays and make different decisions. And I think that a lot of trainers watching this gained a lot from your feedback there, Fee. But the Ice Punch here at the last minute, I mean, this game went round and round and round. This was a merry-go-round of a battle, and the Altaria never landed the Flamethrower, but it didn't even need to.
I think maybe if there was one optimization that 6'10 Hero could have made in that game, is he could have thrown his Swift before the Altaria reached its Sky Attack, and potentially cutting off that move from being launched means that he has enough health remaining to deal with the Empoleon a little bit more cleanly.
Good call out as well. That game belonged to Spandalicio. We are tied up 1-1 in our losers round 5. Spandalicio has leaned on that Florges over and over and over again, and 6'10 Hero does not have a clear answer outside of something like his Corviknight. And when you start to battle so many times, Phoebe, you kind of get a sense of what your opponent's going to do, and maybe they come predictable.
And it's very key for Spandalicio that he does have Trailblaze, because the Shadow Politoed could be a solid answer, but because you have that access to that super effective damage, it isn't. Here we go. Game number 3 here. It is win and move on, lose and go home for these two trainers.
Corviknight digs into this Aegislash, the sand attacks, piling up damage, banking energy, swapping into Licky counter met by the Furret. This is a matchup we saw weeks ago, Phoebe, but we have not seen lately. With the Brick Break, though, this is a game changer for Furret.
Body Slam coming through. It is very similar in terms of its efficiency compared to Swift now. Brick Break, though, going to, 1, do super effective damage, and 2, lower the defenses of this Licky. Very potent for this specific matchup.
Brick Break, super effective damage. Doesn't look super effective, but trust me, it is, as it connects into the Licky. Another Body Slam coming through. This is what Licky does best, just spamming off these charge attacks every 9 turns. Gets you back to your switch timer. It whittles down your opponent. It gives you a lot of play down the stretch. 6'10 Hero going for the Swift.
And Swift comes at the same time as a Body Slam. Spandalicio not willing to use his shields here, letting it go for retained switch advantage.
Florges coming out here for Spandalicio. He did not hesitate whatsoever. He wants a big fairy wind down, and 6'10 Hero is going to fire off a Swift for his trouble. Do you think we see a pivot, though?
From 6'10? I think so. I think Corviknight's pretty safe, but no, just staying in, going for the fast attack, and retaining switch advantage.
It's a lot of resisted Sucker Punch damage there, but that floor just does bank an enormous amount of energy along the way. This looks a little bit tricky. Don't forget, everyone, that Aegislash has tons of energy as well. Floor just mirror match, yellow versus white.
Which one takes the win?
That's a good question. I'm going to say the one that is in the green HP.
I think that's a good call from you. However, in addition to the energy that the Aegislash has, there is a ton of energy on the Corviknight. Super effective payback, no shielded, but it is the shield form.
Exactly. Super effective damage. Takes about 35% from the Aegislash. It's banking a lot of energy, and it finally fires off a Shadow Ball.
I'm not sure about this throw from Spandalicio because he's now changing into the sword form. 6'10 Hero might be able to just throw the air cutter baits at this point.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the stats change tremendously when Aegislash swaps forms, and at this point, you're right, he's got to respect the air cutter damage because otherwise he might lose the blade form here, but it does convert back into the shield form once a protect shield is used. Out comes Florges. Spandalicio back into it.
And there is just so much health remaining on this Corviknight. Neutral damage coming in from the Chilling Waters, not even going to bring it into the yellow. Looks like a charge attack tie. And I forget if it's 1 or 2 attack raises on this Corviknight, so this might just be, I think it's just 1. This might just be doing neutral damage, but in comes the Florges for 6'10 Hero, and I think it's going to get a Fairy Wind down.
I'm starting to see the problem here. Now that this Florges for Spandalicio faints, the Aegislash has nowhere to go. It can't swap to clear the debuffs. It has 1 shield to hide behind. It does have energy. Spandalicio might need to fire sooner rather than later, but he opts to allow the Chilling Water through.
Chilling Water is neutral damage. We saw just how little Aquatail did from Shadow Quagsire, so I think this will do just a little bit less. And now the Aegislash attack lowered. Gyro Ball is loaded and going into the Florges, but I think this is just an incredibly easy no-shield.
Yeah, when we think about win conditions, I think Aegislash requires 3 charge attacks to win this game. Spandalicio is starting to put the pieces together. He realizes it too. Here is number 1. That's the Gyro Ball. Big KO. Out comes the Corviknight, though, and the Blade form just cannot stand up to it.
And importantly, no opportunity to switch back into the shield form. So you're always taking those harder hitting sand attacks because of your lowered defensive stat. And it's just a very clean farm down. I was actually thinking about it a little bit in that mid game there, right? We saw 6'10 Hero throw the air cutter almost immediately after the Shadow Ball was thrown by the Aegislash. He could have opted to do a few more sand attacks, but realistically in this game, I don't think it mattered. But those are the kind of intricacies that Aegislash introduces into the game. It's not about necessarily throwing your moves on good timing or as fast as possible, but thinking about how your opponent's Pokemon stats change over time and when you want to farm and when you want to throw.
There's so many variables, right? A lot of trainers that picked up Aegislash and tried it when it was first released would put it in the lead and say, I'm going to play it, like I said earlier, like a superpower user, like a wild charge user. But as you pointed out, Phoebe, there's so many different things you have to keep in mind. The switch timer is a huge factor. Overcharging when you're already capped on energy is also so weird. Nobody likes doing that. It feels like you should be throwing your energy, but when you battle against Aegislash or play Aegislash, sometimes you have to do that as well. So it's such a confusing and strange Pokemon to play. And I've heard that if you go Battle League and you pair against somebody who doesn't really know how it works, it's beatable. But against the top trainers, Aegislash is incredible.
Against them? Or for them?
For them. Against you.
Oh,
or
against me particularly.
No, or me.
Wow.
Hey.
Should I be offended?
No, I don't think so.
Won't be. I haven't actually faced an Aegislash yet, so I get it. I get it. And I definitely would be afraid of it because if you have more and more things to think about over the course of the game, the mental load's intense in the battles, especially up on stage where you have the additional focus of everyone in the crowd and the additional pressure of everyone at home watching. It's a lot.
You don't think about that though, right?
I think about it.
You think about
it's
it?
terrible.
No, you got to focus on the games in front of you. I think that's the most important thing. You got to block everything else out. At least that's how I think about it, because otherwise you're spreading yourself thin. Your brain power is going all kinds of different directions, and I don't have the same brain power capacity as you.
I don't know. Sometimes my brain power capacity is very low as well, so it comes and goes. It flows and ebbs.
Well, you know what? We talked about how we should approach on-stream battles, whether you should think about the crowd, the people at home, people you care about that are watching, or just lock in, put on some blinders and focus on the battles. But battling in the Championship Series starts even before that. It starts with the day before prep, your trip in, going for a walk before you hit the venue, and even maybe some superstitions. So we're going to hear from Out of Pocket about how he prepares for Championship Series events. You do not want to miss this one.
Welcome in, trainers. I'm joined by a special guest, a familiar face on the stage, and that is Out of Pocket. For many trainers, preparation for an event starts weeks before. Maybe they're looking at the meta, maybe they're scrimming, maybe they're kind of trying to get their team building concepts in mind. But for Out of Pocket, the preparation turns a bit into superstition at times. Pocket, I heard you have a ton of tournament superstitions the day before, the day of, the day after. Break it down.
Okay, so I would say before the tournament, a lot of it is about like, sometimes I have like a narrative in my head about like how turns are going. And for example, in my win from Milwaukee, the last two tournaments were a second place in Atlanta, and then I threw up an air ball in Monterrey, Mexico, and then I won Milwaukee. That was my best. I think that's the best tournament I've ever played. And sometimes whenever I've like had a deep run and then I like lose, sometimes I trick myself into thinking I'm gonna win the next tournament. I'm due, right? That it's like history's gonna repeat itself. Sometimes I also, with like the teams I'm using, sometimes I just have a feeling that whatever I'm using is possibly a winning team, or sometimes I'm using it and I'm like, I don't know, like maybe I'm winning every match, but it just doesn't feel like I have the tools, right? Even though I've maybe had a very small sample size of practice. For the tournament, I always try to keep the same rhythm, you know, like the scheduling for basically every tournament. Recently, this last season, I try to arrive Friday morning or Thursday evening, sometimes Thursday morning if that's the only option, and then play the challenge, talk with the people that I prep with, that being Eric and Harry mostly, and then just either build a team or lock the same team. So generally, I feel like I just have the same process. I feel like deviating from the process is like a bad sign. So that's my goal. So
if you arrived like late Friday night or early Saturday morning, right, that would be really tough because you feel like you were out of rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I kind of have to, and that's just how it is. But I really feel like all my best tournaments, I generally have ample time to get accustomed to being in the area, doing things with friends, like going some tourist attractions, stuff like that. If that's happening, generally things are going good.
If I remember right, Pocket, there was a season where you wore like the same sweater on stage every tournament. Was I imagining that, or was that part of the superstition?
That is part of it, actually. I do have what I call a lucky sweater or lucky fleece. The fleece, I like the fleece. Sometimes I've worn it like to 1 or 2 tournaments this season, but at Pittsburgh, I forgot it, and I was like, oh no, and I was already gone. I was already there basically. But Harry, my GO. But I told him, I was like, I'm missing a sweater. I need a jacket. I need something. And Harry was like, don't worry, I'll bring you one. And that was how I broke free of it, actually. Wow. I broke free of the superstition. Because I did well with a random sweater I had never worn before.
Wow.
So I was like, okay. But after I aired my new jacket, not the one I'm wearing, a different one, in Seattle, and I got second, that's my new lucky jacket.
Okay.
So
okay.
we've
so you kind of like passed the torch.
Yeah, we passed the
fleece
torch.
to fleece. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any other superstitions? Like, do you eat the same breakfast? Do you knock on the door twice before you leave? Anything like that?
Yeah, sometimes I do knock on the door a few times before I leave. It's like a knock on wood thing. Like, I'm not gonna mess up this time, right? You know? And yeah, I always like get up super early. I like sometimes it's really weird. I sometimes have an alarm set for like at 5:30 or 6, just so that I can get up early. I'm obviously like an early group, right? Since I'm generally groups A through D, that means my call time, the time I have to be there is around like 9. So usually I always have to get up early. So I figured may as well get up as early as I really can, have a good night's sleep, get up really early, take a shower, sometimes put on deodorant if I'm really feeling like it. And then, you know, if, and then I just go on a little walk, go to the venue. Sometimes I have to catch a ride. Sometimes, ideally, I could walk to the venue. I love venue walks. I'm like 20, 30 minutes away from the venue this time. I'm probably gonna walk instead of taking like a public transit or anything. But I generally just try and follow the same rhythm. And if things are going good, then I know I'm onto something.
All right, last question, Pocket. When you're walking to the venue, what song are you listening to? What's your hype song?
It really depends. I actually have like a bunch of playlists I choose from, and whenever I'm feeling some way, I'll pick this one, this one, this one. Generally though, it's just, I just sometimes like, I listen to a song once and I'm like, it just sticks.
It clicks, yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely, there's some songs by, I remember when I won Milwaukee, I remember like walking around with just this one song called Chicago by Michael Jackson. And like, I honestly, I like the song, but I hadn't really like clicked with me for a while. But then I just like, it got to that in my playlist and I was like, I'm just gonna listen to this and repeat. And then I just knew like, it just felt right. Sometimes like when I won NAIC, I distinctly remember, even now, having a song in my head while I'm tapping, about to win.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Pocket, I think you gave some valuable insights. It's not all about the battles that happen on stage. Sometimes it's about the preparation, being comfortable, being yourself, and playing your best. So, Pocket, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend, by the way. And we're going to head right back to the stream.
Thank you.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Orlando Pokemon GO Regional. We're back in Orlando after not being here last season, and, you know, we got some crazy action coming at you. I'm Caleb Peng. I'm joined with Softov, and, you know, Speediest Chief talking to Out of Pocket about superstition and, you know, certain things you do to bring some luck to your events. Do you have any superstitions of your own, Soph?
I personally don't, although I do have something I like to do on the morning when I cast tournaments.
Oh.
But I'll keep that to myself.
You don't want to share the secrets?
And as for, well, you know what I'm talking about. And as for Orlando, of course, we have filled out the upper half of the bracket for day number 2. We finished all of our winners finals, and we're now jumping down to these losers finals brackets to find out who will join those trainers in day 2.
And we have a familiar face coming onto the stage. If you're tuned in earlier today, it's Aggie Aces on stage against Dapperdis. And Aggie Aces was actually able to upset Dapperdis. I think Dapperdis is slightly higher seeded, or, you know, just in general has had a lot of top performances throughout the years. And Dapperdis fought through the losers bracket all the way back to the losers finals for this rematch against the player that knocked him into his losers bracket to begin with.
Dapper is a really consistent trainer. Like you mentioned, you know, has a bunch of top cuts under his belt, but even the tournaments where he doesn't top cut, he's usually only 1 or 2 rounds away from making the top cut. And so seeing Dapper in the position of losers finals is quite familiar territory for us, and I'm sure for him as well.
Yeah, very great player, and a SoCal local of mine as well. First time I actually battled against him personally was in San Diego back in 2023, and you know, he's been consistently strong since. Definitely one of those players, kind of like Adonis, where like hasn't won a title himself, but good enough to beat pretty much anyone in the world. And he's rocking a Murkrow. What are we looking at here?
Well, his last top cut was actually Milwaukee in the fall, where he made top 6 with a Murkrow. And so maybe he's feeling that with the luck on experience on his side with the Murkrow, he's going to be able to bring a little bit of that here. Of course, the meta has shifted quite a bit since Milwaukee. Now there's, you know, Wigglytuff everywhere and Polion everywhere. So I'm not sure if the Murkrow is going to work quite as well, but we'll have to see what Dapper decides to do, whether he decides to bring it at all.
Yeah, Murkrow, I think it's a little bit hard to bring in this current meta, but the pacing is super fast, and I could see some potential utility with it, especially because there's no Fortress on the side of Aggie Aces. Let's see if he could bring that or not, though. There's still some pretty rough matchups for that bird. But here we go. Game number 1, Aggie Aces versus Dapper Dis, a rematch from earlier today. It's going to be Empoleon into the shiny Metacham, a good lead for Dapper Dis.
And this is an interesting matchup where both sides can do super effective damage to each other after 10 turns. Of course, Dynamic Punch versus Drill Peck, but Aggie Aces trying to make a catch, maybe Dapper not falling for it, overfarming quite a bit before finally throwing the Dynamic Punch.
And Dapper Dis does have the Murkrow lurking in the back, as well as the Corviknight double flyers. Actually not scared of a potential Wigglytuff lead at all, and now comes in with his own Corviknights, because energy lead on the Corviknight could be a little bit annoying for the Murkrow, but on top of it, the Empoleon can't very easily come into the Corviknight of Dapper Dis.
And this is a great way to play around with Corviknight, where you chip the opposing Corviknight and then bring in your own, especially if you're still out of range of Payback. I think that Payback doesn't do quite half damage to Corviknight, so this is going to bring Aggie's Corviknight very low if it lands, but it doesn't because Aggie actually decides to shield.
Yeah, very interesting shield from him because he's ABA weak to that fighting type of Metacham with the Licky Licky and the Empoleon on the back. Both can hit back against it, but now that you're down shields, it can make the backline matchup a little bit tougher. And Dapper just maybe suspecting them there could be a Wigglytuff in the back. Oh, here comes a combo play instead from the Empoleon. Dapper is going to let this go and try to get maybe some extra energy on the Metacham before throwing this super effective Dynamic Punch.
And that's a really nice play by Aggie, making sure all of the energy from Corviknight goes to waste here. But Dapper, you know, banked up a ton of energy on his own on this Metacham. Now going to bring it in just before the Empoleon reaches the Drill Peck. He fires off this Dynamic Punch. Let's see what Aggie decides to do. Actually lets it go. And now the Empoleon's going to go down. Aggie now down a shield, has the Licky Licky in the back as well as a chipped Corviknight.
Yeah, hoping that he could have survived there just to get the Drill Peck off, but not going to be the case. And now comes the Corviknight yet again. And Dapper is catching the Air Cutter. Going to be neutral move, the right move, but getting a slight energy lead on the Murkrow will help out the matchup against Licky Licky in the back. Licky Licky does have the super effective rollouts, but these neutral Peck and Foul Play still do a good chunk of damage, as well as the Drill Peck, which is going to be the slightly better move to throw in this neutral situation.
And Air Cutter doesn't hit very hard, but when it's on a Murkrow, that might be enough chip damage for Licky Licky to eventually try and roll out down. Murkrow just threw a charge attack, bringing the Licky into quite low health, actually. Licky Licky now going to fire for Body Slam. That's going to knock out the Murkrow, and now Dapper is going to try to close out this game with the Metacham.
Yeah, and I think you should be able to pretty easily two-shield Metacham with energy to boots, and Aggie Aces just throws the Body Slam. I think Dapper knows, but he's going to spend the shield anyway, wants to save as much health as possible because the Corviknight is still there with a decent amount of HP left. Dapper Dis going to overfarm as much as possible, gets to the double Dynamic Punch, and Aggie Aces is running out of options. Spends the final shield, but there's another Dynamic Punch still loaded. Is he going to go for a potential catch option? It is available. He does catch the Dynamic Punch onto the Corviknights, but there goes the Corviknight after this.
But it's not that bad of a catch for Dapper Discs because it does knock out the Corviknight. He doesn't go for any kind of overfarm or undercharge, but I think this Metacham should still be able to pace to a move before Licky Licky can get to a Body Slam plus Shadow Ball. He does shut out the Body Slam though, and now actually it's going to be a race to the charge move. Let's see if Dapper can reach an Ice Punch or Dynamic Punch before Aggie reaches the Shadow Ball. Looks like it's charge attack priority.
Yeah, but it's going to go over to the Metacham. Very close game from Aggie Aces despite being ABA weak to that matchup. Keeping things pretty close against Dapper Dis as well, but two great shield base allowed it to come down to that charge attack priority. But Dapper Dis going to clean up that first game and take the 1-game series lead into Aggie Aces.
And I definitely thought Dapper was quite ahead in that matchup. A few little things at the end, right? Aggie making the catch on Corviknight. Dapper maybe not sure exactly how much health was on the Corviknight or how much damage a Dynamic Punch does, but maybe could have undercharged a little bit if he wanted to make the game a little bit less close, but nonetheless able to take it out. Maybe he knew that the Metacham was exactly far away, or sorry, the Licky Licky was far enough away that the Metacham could outpace.
Yeah, calculated plays from Dapper Dis as he is on match point, has a chance to make it into day number 2 despite losing against pretty much his first opponent of the tournament. And sometimes when you lose that early on, it can be a tough road back into that potential day number 2 spots. But he is 1 win away from doing just that. Can Aggie Aces continue his underdog story here and make his first ever day to himself?
And he's an underdog in this matchup, but he's also got quite a meta team versus Dapper's relatively spicy team. We saw the Murkrow in game number 1, but we didn't even talk about the Galarian Weezing. I believe Rise actually brought that to a previous tournament, maybe Houston, and so it definitely has a place in the meta as a fairy that beats other fairies, but I don't think we've seen one on stream this tournament until now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit tougher to bring, especially in a Quagsire meta, but if you're strong to Quagsire like Dapper Dis is, double flyers, a mirror matchup, Metacham, which is fine in the neutrals, and then a Credilli, it's hard to bring that Quagsire into the team of Dapper Dis. However, there are other answers to this Galarian Weezing, particularly the Empoleon. The Corviknight is not too bad, especially because you're not running Overheat. He's running Brutal Swing and Sludge variants on that Galarian Weezing. So we probably won't see it too much in today's matchup against Aggie Aces, but looks like he doesn't really need it as we head into game number 2. Match point for Dapper Dis, and it's going to be the Shadow Quagsire into Corviknight. A solid lead for Aggie Aces.
A pretty neutral lead on both sides as well. Quagsire can take a payback. It can also take an air cutter. Probably can't take both, but Corviknight can also take all of these charge attacks from Quagsire quite comfortably.
And Dapper Dis going to throw the Aqua Tail baits. Both moves are the same damage per energy efficiency. However, Stone Edge is going to do a lot more damage if you can land it. But sometimes it's just safer just to go straight Aqua Tail. Dapper Dis doesn't shield the payback, so this is going to bring the Quagsire quite low.
It will, but it's also non-stop damage, and Dapper knows he can hang on and probably still get to 2 Aqua Tails here. He also brought the... Oh no, he didn't bring the Murkrow. That's actually a Corviknight in the corner of our screen there. I was going to say he's probably saving shields for that, but you know, saving shields for a Pokemon like the Metacham or the Corviknight, which we saw performing for him quite well in the last game.
And there is a Wigglytuff as Aggie Aces realized Dapper Dis was still quite weak into that Wigglytuff in the last game, suspecting that he might at least bring the Metacham or Murkrow back, and there was that Metacham lurking in the background. So Aggie Aces is going to have a good matchup now that he has switch advantage in the backline matchups. But with the shield advantage, Dapper Dis can do a lot of this, especially if you get a very aggressive sand attack down.
It would be a very aggressive sand attack down, but I think even if he doesn't get the full farm down, if he can come out of this with a bit of energy, that could be quite annoying for Aggie Aces backline. He has the Wigglytuff and the Empoleon, neither of which does particularly well into Corviknight.
And I like this decision from Aggie Aces, just saying, you know what, I'm going to stay in, force you to throw your energy, and this way I could potentially even come in Wigglytuff, very into Steel type, not a common matchup you see, but with the underwhelming air cutter damage going into Wigglytuff, and also, you know, Wigglytuff being a very bulky fairy, it gives you some options to soak up this damage instead of taking the super effective sand attacks on the Empoleon. But actually, he does come in Empoleon, and that's just going to pay favorably for Aggie Aces because now he can get the Wigglytuff onto the Metagame in the back.
But you know what? This Corviknight boosted, and so now this payback is going to land, and it's going to do tons of damage. Dapper Action are reaching for the Metacham. I don't know about this, but Metacham does win the zero shield situation against Wigglytuff, so if you can just land... I mean, you definitely want to land 2 dynamic punches, but even if you only land 1, I think you're going to be okay. Looks like Dapper is going to be able to pull the first shield, and I think if you just invest shields in the Metacham, you may be able to land 2 dynamic punches and then finish things out with Corviknight.
Oh, and Aggie Aces trying to go for the optimized timing after 3 charms, but instead, the dynamic punch is going to be reached first from Dapper Dis, and I think at this point, maybe you just go for the charm down. I don't know if you need to throw a move, but instead opts to throw that Swift, not sure if he's going to get to another one. There's still 2 shields on the side of Dapper Dis. Does he ever shield here? He does, trying to get to 1 more dynamic punch against this Wigglytuff, but the Swift's going to be reached first, and he's not able to catch it onto the Empoleon. Now, does he decide to send this final shield? No. Going to save it for the Corviknight. The Corviknight has to get through the Wigglytuff, and still there's energy on the Empoleon in the back, so has a little bit of work cut out for himself, but I think he's going to outpace no problem. Unless you go for a catch, he doesn't get the catch off, but he does get the Hydro Cannon instead. Dapper Dis should be able to sand attack down, though.
And Dapper saved the shields knowing that there was still this Empoleon in the back with some energy, but it's pretty far away from a Hydro Cannon now, and at this point, I think Dapper is so close to double Air Cutter, he's just going to be able to land this Air Cutter to knock out the Empoleon, and then a second Air Cutter to knock out the Wigglytuff.
Aggie Aces, can he get to the Icy Wind? Still another charm away, not going to be the case, and Dapper Dis takes the 2-0 victory in this grudge match against Aggie Aces, getting his redemption, getting his spots in Top Cup for day number 2 here in Orlando.
Little bit of revenge for Dapper Discs as he advances to day number 2. He is our first trainer to make it to day 2 on the losers side of the bracket. So remember, he's already lost a match, as you said, to Aggie Aces. Jeff is the one who won this group, but Dapper is going to come in second and take that second spot from Group A in day 2.
Yeah, first time appearance for him on the broadcast, but he did play fantastically well, getting 2-0 victory against a player that knocked him into that losers bracket. It's got to be a great feeling. Aggie Aces, a fantastic performance from him as well. I believe his highest ever finish to date, and getting a lot of championship points in the process, and maybe he'll even get be able to make a Worlds run in the remainder tournaments of the season.
And I think everyone who is at this point in the tournament has accrued quite a bit of championship points, probably at least 160, if not more, so a lot to be proud of, and like you said, a great foundation to continue building on as we get towards the run-up to Worlds in the remainder of the season.
That's right, and like you said, Dapper Dis, definitely a very consistent player, either making to day number 2 or just barely getting there, and today he did make that top cut again. I think he made day number 2 in Milwaukee this season, maybe one other tournament, but looking to extend his performances even further here in Orlando.
And I actually want to point out something funny that I saw in that last match. We saw when Dapper was waiting to see what Aggie was going to bring into his Corviknight, he was reaching for the Metacham and he was actually tapping it. But then when he saw that his Corviknight boosted, he like stopped tapping the Metacham and then ended up landing the payback on Empoleon. So I thought that was funny, just, you know, reacting to the boost that you get in the game.
Yeah, adjusting on the fly, which is definitely something that top players do quite a bit. And like I said, Dapper Dis is a local of mine somewhat from SoCal. Sometimes we'll drive up for our local events. And locals, in my opinion, is a great way to practice for regionals and international, even Worlds, as there are so many near you. And there's great ways to find out if you're at home looking to get into the competitive circuit. Definitely check out the events sites to find a local tournament near you.
And they're not just a great way to practice, but they're also a great way to meet your community. Yes, you can scan this QR code, you at home, to find a store near you that might be hosting events, but they're also a pretty important way to get championship points for a lot of these trainers. You know, they might get points at 1 or 2 regionals and then finish the rest of their attempt to get a Worlds qualification by going to their locals. You know, you can rack up 50 points per cup, 15 points per challenge. I believe you can count 4 of each of those. And so those can add up quite quickly, especially if you're not able to attend as many regionals as you would like.
Exactly. Those local points can go a long way as you get closer to your Worlds qualification or even invitations for travel awards for internationals and Worlds. Speaking of internationals as well, we have one more in the 2026 season that hasn't taken place yet, and that is going to be at NAIC. So beat the crowd, reserve your hotel for NAIC right now, scan the QR code to get more information. I love this hookup for people because, you know, traveling can be expensive, but sometimes those discounts can go a long way. And, you know, for me personally, I love sharing some hotel accommodations with friends I've met through the local community, actually in a lot of my local tournaments, as well just throughout the world.
Travel can definitely be expensive, but also just, you know, logistically challenging. And if you are, you know, searching for a hotel, you're stressed about where to stay, definitely check that QR code out if you want to look and book things ahead of time for NAIC.
Yeah, New Orleans is definitely one of my favorite cities that we've had these tournaments in, and very excited to see it run back for the 3rd year in a row in New Orleans. And yeah, I mean, it should be a fun time, and that's the final tournament as well for the regular season in championship points purposes. So that will be a big tournament for many of our players, not only just in North America, but across the other regions as well, as they're trying to see if they make that cutoff for that Worlds qualification.
Yeah, NAC is definitely a fun tournament. If you're watching the matches live, you know, you might be calculating like, oh my gosh, if this player wins this match, they're going to get the exact points they need to make the World spot, or, you know, might kind of depend on a couple other matches that are still playing out. So definitely a very exciting time where it feels like every match, every round, there's something to watch, someone to root for.
That's right, and it's international as well, so people come from all across the world, and we've really seen that a lot here today in Orlando, right? But it's even bigger to see in the international stage. But yeah, I mean, that's gonna, our little slight promo for the upcoming international. We have more awesome matches coming up. We have the Ox 5005, maybe 5005, I'm actually not sure how he prefers to have that read, and against Abinov, a previous regional champion and frequent player of the circuit in North America.
And taking a quick look at these teams, I do see the Ox has Shadow Talonflame. We saw Heidonis earlier with the Shadow Kanto Ninetale, so maybe a little bit of a theme where a couple of these trainers are feeling that fire type damage could be very valuable in the meta. Taking a look at Abinov's side, I mean, you can see why, right? There's a Gourgeist, the grass type, and there's also the Aegislash, which a lot of trainers have actually been bringing to this tournament. Kind of surprisingly, I think there were only 3 in Houston, and now I feel like there's been at least like 10 on stage.
Hey, I'm a loyal believer of the Aegislash, so we'll see if we get another one in that top cut, as one of these players has a chance to bring that in. That's going to be Abinov. On the left-hand side, the Oxys team, you might be wondering, is that Furfrou? That is indeed not a Furfrou. It should be a Furret, another Pokemon that does begin with Fur as a normal type, but Furfrou also probably has great matchups into the Ghost if I saw it on paper.
And Fur is an interesting Pokemon because I know we've seen a couple on stage. I think a lot of people are actually now opting for Sucker Punch, Swift, Brick Break as the moveset of choice, but it's also a Pokemon that I kind of thought was on the decline, but maybe making a little bit of a comeback. Obviously does great into Ghost type, of which Abinov actually has 2, and then also has pretty neutral matchups across the board for the rest of the meta. Also does pretty well into Feraligatr, so Furret, potentially a Pokemon that we could see come onto the battlefield again.
And the Ox is actually running the Trailblaze variant, not the Brick Break variant. So going a little bit back to kind of the more moveset of choice, going to be a little bit better into the Feraligatr, but for the most part against all the other matchups, Brick Break could have been a little bit better, right? Into the Empoleon, into the Guzzlord. I mean, Aegislash is kind of a wash either way, so maybe Trailblaze is a little bit better to boost up the Sucker Punch damage. But I think overall it has a lot of play. There's no fighters on the side of Abinov, and it could be pretty good. Obviously, Guzzler's going to be a fantastic matchup for Abinov. And the real question is, this Aegislash has play, because Talonflame, not super common, but into the Aegislash is a fantastic matchup for the Ox.
And I'm not feeling too good about the Aegislash. There is the Sucker Punches from the Fur that we just mentioned, the Talonflame, of course, that you just mentioned. There's also Shadow Claw for Alligator, so I'm not thinking this is necessarily Aegislash's time to shine. Maybe Abinov can reach for something like that Florges, but that Fairy typing you resist, the Furret Sucker Punches. You also do well into the Metacham. You also have Chilling Water for Talonflame, so I'm liking the Florges for Abinov.
Yeah, something I do like about the Aegislash, especially compared to some of the other matchups, is it core breaks the Metacham and Wigglytuff core, which a lot of pretty much no other Ghost Pokemon can do. So something that Ox has to worry about, even if Abinov doesn't bring it in. Here we go, game number 1. It's going to be an awful lead for Abinov. Wigglytuff into Guzzlord, and unfortunately, he doesn't have a great answer to the Wigglytuff at all. Forced to swap over to the Feraligatr instead.
And this is actually not a terrible matchup for Feraligatr, especially with a huge energy advantage that Abinov got. I believe 2 Hydro Cannons pretty much knocks out the Furret, and so you should be able to win certain shielding scenarios. Although this Trailblaze, with all of that charm damage, might be close to knocking out the Feraligatr.
Yeah, and let's see if Abinov's going to throw up a shield or not. Flipping Switch won't do him so much good, as that's a lot of damage, and there's where the Trailblaze comes in handy. Farming down this Fur, though, can't give you a lot of advantage, as a Sludge Bomb is going to be the hardest hitting move into the Wigglytuff, despite being a bad matchup for Abinov.
And Abinov really has to go for a huge farm down here. I don't know if you can get the farm down all the way before Furret reaches 2 Swifts. You see that first Swift pretty much threatens to knock out with another Swift, as Abinov decides not to go for the full farm down. Instead, going to fire off this brutal swing at the last second, as Ox lets his Furret go down.
Yeah, Abinov would have definitely preferred to get the full Dragon Tail down, but instead not able to do it. This is not a Chilling Water Forge, so it's a little bit worse even into that Feraligatr in the backs for the Ox, but Ox wants to just throw a Swift and forcing a shield from Abinov. He's shaking his head. He's like, yeah, I really don't want to shield this, but I really can't let this go down. And now comes the Feraligatr. I love that choice from the Ox to throw the Swift, because the energy from the Wigglytuff is not that crucial for the Guzzlord matchup. You just want to do the double super effective charm damage.
And this is the second time this game where Ox has made really good decisions about how to deal with uncomfortable save swaps, right? We saw Furret getting to come into the Feraligatr after the Feraligatr reached Trailblaze range. Otherwise, Feraligatr can actually win the zero shield situation. And again, here, we saw Ox making sure to pull a shield from the Florges before bringing in his Feraligatr.
And Abhinav caught in a tough position, has to throw resisted chilling water, and the Ox calls it, not going to shield. I don't know if he could get the full Fairy Wind down before the HurricaneKaz reach. HurricaneKaz going to be thrown before that is possible, and Abhinav out of shields, out of options, as there was still Wigglytuff waiting for him in the back.
And Ox looking like going to have a very dominant game number 1 here as he charms down the Guzzlord. Abhinav has a Sludge Bomb stored, but not going to throw it as there are still 2 shields left for the Ox.
Wow, what a strong performance from Ox in this first game. Obviously, not having Wigglytuff answer is not great for Abhinav. He has both the Empoleon and the Aegislash, 2 of the hardest answers to Wigglytuff, but he didn't bring them. And unfortunately, that did unfortunately hurt him in this game throughout the series. Let's see if he's going to make that adjustment or not. I mean, we talked about how Aegislash is kind of hard to bring into Ox's team, right? With the Talonflame, with the Feraligatr, it's kind of uncomfortable even into the Furret, but in my mind, I think it still has pretty solid matchups into the Fortress. Is okay, right? And it just dominates the Wigglytuff and Metagame options. The Ox doesn't bring any of those into that. Well, he brought the Wigglytuff, so there's still a chance, I think, for this Aegislash to shine.
But I do like the way that Ox constructed his team, where he has Wigglytuff and then a bunch of different steel answers, right? You've got Talonflame for, you know, some steals out there like Aegislash. Feraligatr, of course, very good into the Aegislash as well. Fortress going to cover the Empoleon, so I can see why Abhinav in game number 1 didn't reach for either of those steel types in Empoleon or Aegislash. But like you said, that kind of cost him in the end, as the Ox's Wigglytuff was largely unchecked.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of the Ox, maybe not many players are as familiar with him, but this is his 10th ever tournament, started back in 2024 in Charlotte, and I think this is probably his highest finish to date. Before this, it was 25th tied in 2 separate tournaments, and he hasn't played in any tournaments, any major tournaments this year, outside maybe potential local tournaments, since Worlds last year. So his first tournament today, still plenty of time to qualify, especially if he continues his run here in Orlando. Let's see if Abhinav has what it takes, though, to force a game number 3 against the Ox, or the Ox will pull off the upset against Abhinav, a previous champion.
And if this is Ox's best finish ever at top 24, well, he's just 1 game away from advancing to the top 16, which would be kind of improving his previous best performance by 2 rounds. So that'd be an incredible accomplishment for him. Also, I believe a ton of championship points are on the line when you move from that top 24 finish to top 16. So definitely going to try his best as we move into the match point of this knockout round.
Yeah, maybe a lesser known name, but he is still a 2-time Worlds qualified competitor. And here we go, game number 2 against Abhinav. It's going to be Metagame into the Florgens. This is a terrible matchup for that Metagame, but he has decent, okay options in the back. So I'm surprised he hasn't swapped out yet. Maybe he wants to just bank this energy and then swap out later, trying to see if he can save it for everything else. But that's a hard-hitting, super effective Disarming Voice into that Metagame, and now the Ox behind that energy into the floor just means that he's going to have to take another Disarming Voice or spend his first shield on the Feraligatr.
And I'm not a huge fan of how the beginning of the game has played out for the Ox. I felt like the reason he was staying in was because he didn't want to bring Feraligatr behind to turn into the Florges, but then he just did that anyways after taking a Disarming Voice on Metagame. Yes, he does have a bunch of energy banked on Metagame in the end, but we'll have to see whether that was enough to justify bringing the Feraligatr in this late.
And surprisingly, Abhinav goes for the Hydro Cannon. I thought maybe he's going to try to farm a little bit more energy, but if the Metagame comes in, oh, actually no, he brings in the Wigglytuff instead. And hold on now, Abhinav kind of waits the Wigglytuff yet again. However, he has a lot of health on the floor just this time to contend with and could get a parting Hydro Cannon off. However, Wigglytuff's going to come out this with a lot of energy.
A lot of energy, a lot of health as well, as it's pretty much only taken these double resisted Shadow Claws at this point. And now if you're Abhinav, you definitely have to bring in the Florges. You absolutely cannot bring in the Guzzlord. But like you said, tons of energy on this Wigglytuff, as the Ox is going to fire off his first charge attack with the Wigglytuff, and that's a Swift.
This is tough for Abhinav because once he throws up the shield for the Swift, the Ox is thinking, all right, this is going to cue me in and say that Abhinav is pretty weak to Wigglytuff in the back. There's no Aegislash, there's no Empoleon. It's probably that Guzzlord, because we already seen the the Feraligatr. There's no other worse matchup for Abhinav, and I think this is going to prompt the Ox to potentially even shield. Honestly, he probably doesn't even need a shield. As long as he takes out this Fortress, he could charm down. There's no way he Dragon Tail down from this health range.
And you also want to remember that I think that Metagame has an Ice Punch stored, also a Dynamic Punch, and at this point the Fortress is shieldless. Definitely an Ice Punch range. Yes, here it is. Ox brings in the Metagame, and now all of a sudden Abhinav in a very difficult position. I don't know if he can crawl his way out of this one. He brings in the Guzzlord, but I mean, this Metagame definitely going to be able to reach a Dynamic Punch, and then of course there's the Wigglytuff up a shield in the back.
I wonder if there's a chance he gets a double Sludge Bomb or a bait plus a Sludge Bomb, but he also has to be able to survive the super effective, double super effective Charm even. I don't know if he has to run with that. That's his only win condition, and he gets a lot of energy. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. He throws the Brutal Swing, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get to a Sludge Bomb. He's shaking his head. He doesn't think it's possible, and the Charm did go through. That's a lot of super effective damage. Can he get to a Sludge Bomb in time? He's not at it, and Ox takes the 2-0 victory over Abhinav to find his first ever day number 2 here in Orlando.
And Ox pulling off the upset. Very clean 2-0 sweep over Abhinav. Like you said, Abhinav, a former regional champion, so that is no small feat and a lot for the Ox to be proud of as he advances to the top 16.
Wow, what a finish from the Ox. And, you know, Shadow Talonflame, I feel like, has really dropped out of meta relevance. He didn't particularly use it in that head-to-head matchup, but just the threat of it could make Abhinav bring those Pokemon like Feraligatr, like Guzzlord to cover for those answers. And unfortunately for the Aegislash believers, there goes another one that could have made day number 2, but fantastically well played from Ox to, you know, upset his opponents and get his first ever day 2 finish. A great finish again for Abhinav. He's made a lot of top cuts throughout the years, and he's getting a lot of championship points still, even if he didn't make day number 2.
And I think for Ox, maybe the MVP Pokemon of that matchup, for me at least, was the Wigglytuff. Even though, like we were talking about, there's 2 steel types on Abhinav's side, right? The Aegislash as well as the Empoleon. But I think the Ox crafted his team in such a way where he knows that people are not going to be comfortable bringing those particular steel types into his team. And that was a really great call by him for both of those games.
Yeah, he just played really excellently. Great maneuvering from him. And even in the start, right, we thought, I don't know if that was the right play to take the disarming voice, but he just said, you know what, I'm going to save my shields for the Wigglytuff, and tried to close it out on the backs of that, and that was exactly what happened. Metagame Wigglytuff still looking like a very dominant core. I thought a lot of players were going to break that core up in this tournament, but there really aren't a ton of great options for that. And yeah, we'll see if other players have what it takes to defeat that core. But Ox making it day number 2 on that loser side. Big congrats to him.
Well, Aegislash could be a key to breaking up that
That's what
core,
I'm saying.
But unfortunately, it seems like nobody's been quite able to make it work. Maybe with the exception of Alan, right? Of course, advancing on the winner side with the Aegislash. But, you know, we've seen a lot of Aegislash this tournament. I'm really curious to see what the base rates of people bringing them are and then how far they're making it. Because just because we're seeing, you know, on stream, people aren't necessarily making it to day 2, they're actually still all making it quite far regardless.
Yeah, well, I know someone that's fantastic with data that might be sitting next to me, so I'm sure she'll do a breakdown sometime on Aegislash's performance in Orlando. But we have more battles to come. We have Loud Jets III versus Rockhaven 703 in the losers finals in group number D. Group letter D, I should say, not number. Trust me, I know the difference between my alphabet and numerical digits, but here we go. This is going to be a pretty heavy-hitting matchup. Loud Jets, 3-time regional champion, and Rockhaven hasn't won a tournament himself, but has definitely beaten a lot of champions throughout his run. They both actually lost a nighttime clasher in this tournament that sent them both to that losers bracket. So both have a common enemy, but their current enemy is the person sitting across from them to see who makes it to day number 2.
And I know Lyle was feeling a little bit frustrated about some of those games versus Nighttime Clasher. There was one where I think Nighttime Clasher literally won because he just made a 50-50 bait call.
Yeah.
And Lyle was like looking across the table like, I cannot believe this guy just did that. So maybe feeling like one of those games might have slipped away from him, but you know, he's got to lock in. He's had some time to cool down and focus on this upcoming matchup versus Rockhaven.
Yeah, befuddled was probably the best word to describe his facial reaction after that match. Definitely a fun one to see if you will have a chance to watch back the broadcast from earlier today. But he is still one of the best players in our circuit and looking to lock in another day number 2. He is the one that's running forward with Brick Break, which I think might have been the first one I've seen on the broadcast today. Very interesting moveset, and honestly, I think has a lot of play in today's meta. So excited to see how that'll play into Rockhaven's team. He's running the Feraligatr, the Metagame, Quagsire, Shadow Quagsire, Corviknight, Fortress, and Wigglytuff. And honestly, it does look pretty good into Rockhaven's team. Metagame with Cycle Cut doesn't do that much damage with the fast attack pressure in that matchup that typically is pretty favored for Metagame. So you can definitely make that matchup a little bit uncomfortable. You start shielding some dynamic punches.
Definitely wouldn't be surprised to see Lyle bringing the Ferret, like you said. Maybe doesn't do that well into the Metagame or the Wigglytuff, but I think, you know, resisting the Shadow Claws from Feraligatr, maybe able to kind of ramp up your Sucker Punches versus Corviknight after you debuff it with Brick Break. But interestingly, you know, Rockhaven has 2 water types, and in those situations, maybe Lyle would have preferred the Trailblaze moveset on his Ferret.
That's right. But I did see earlier too, I think, I don't remember if it was Lao Jeffs doing this or someone else with the Brick Break for it, but after landing the Brick Break, you can completely sucker punch down the Feraligatr. So maybe in some ways even a better trade-off. It doesn't do so much damage to KO the Feraligatr in some situations, but that might be even better knowing that you can take the double resistance Shadow Claws pretty easily, and that energy can go a long way into the composition of Rockhaven. I don't think anything on Rockhaven seemed completely resist that moveset combination, so the energy will definitely go favorably and much better into a Corviknight dominated meta.
And I think, you know, Rockhaven's best answers to Ferret are going to be Metacham and Wigglytuff, so definitely expecting to see him bring at least one of those Pokemon throughout this matchup. But let's take a look at some of these other Pokemon. Rockhaven, again, rocking the kind of old school, at this point, Volt Switch Fortress. I think it's a lot of play into Lyle's team, obviously. Got to watch out for the Unova Stunfisk, but outside of that, I think the Fortress is either safe or favorable across the board.
Yeah, Rockhaven running as meta as possible. I feel like he just said, you know what? I'm going to take a look at the Houston meta and just swap Feraligatr in there for something else and call it a day. And I mean, honestly, it's paying off for him. He is all the way in the losers finals. Lao Jeffs kind of theory crafting a little bit different from Rockhaven, going for a more slightly anti-meta strategy with the Lapras. And I think the Lapras is going to be super interesting because, again, if you don't land Dynamic Punch from Metacham, it's still not the worst matchup, right? And you have a lot of option hit back against everything outside the Feraligatr. But Feraligatr doesn't do amazing into Lapras either. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Lapras in every single game in this upcoming matchup.
Man, I'm a big fan of Lapras, but I just don't know if this is the matchup for you. Don't do that amazing into regular Feraligatr, even though you wall all the energy. Have to watch out for Metacham and Fortress as well, but let's see what Lyle thinks of his Lapras as he finds a terrible lead with Unovan Stunfisk into Quagsire.
Yeah, absolutely awful lead, and this Quagsire has played into everything on the side of Lao Jeffs, but I think that's really the main reason why Quagsire is so strong. Rockhaven going for some Aqua Tail damage before Lao Jeffs gets to the move, and Rockhaven, he still has the Wigglytuff in the back, which also would not be so great, and he comes into the Metacham with the Wigglytuff, maybe recognizing that Metacham can win that matchup, but still actually throws up the shield, maybe wanting to go straight for the Charm down and just taking one Dynamic Punch afterward.
And I think he realizes that Lyle is going to reach 2 Dynamic Punches regardless, so gonna have to shield up one of them, doesn't really matter which. As we see, Lyle does indeed reach that second Dynamic Punch, and now Rockhaven can safely let it go and go for the full Charm down.
Yeah, on paper, Rockhaven has Lao Jeffs completely countered with a Fortress to Volt Switch in the back for even the Lapras, but a shield advantage for Lyle will play favorably for him in a potential comeback victory in the backline matchup. So the question is, does his Pokemon have enough health to hang on, as Rockhaven is going to throw this first Icy Wind right away, debuffing this Unova Stunfisk and doing some super effective damage.
And I have to give the advantage to Rockhaven right now. Not only is he maintaining switch advantage, this Wigglytuff is still pretty annoying for Lyle to get rid of. He does farm up quite a bit of energy and throws this Mud Bomb just before Wigglytuff can reach another Swift, but you know, now Rockhaven's going to be able to align his Quagsire with the Unovan Stunfisk, as well as the Fortress against the Lapras.
And the super annoying part for Lao Jeffs is this Quagsire can bait your Lapras quite easily with the Aqua Tails, and super awkward. You do have a shield advantage though, and Rockhaven just going to try to make the most out of this matchup. Debuff Central are the move choices, and Rockhaven not going to shield up the energy here, knowing that the Quagsire is probably going to be the Pokemon that closes out this game.
And Sparkling Aria does land. Looks like Fortress could hang on through another one, and now he's going to be able to debuff the Lapras' attack with this Rock Tomb. Lyle is going to shield it up. He knows that his Unovan Stunfisk isn't going to be able to do much at all against the Quagsire, and so the Lapras is really going to be the key for him. Maybe, you know, with the Switch Clock coming up, there could be some opportunities for Lyle to pull some shenanigans, but we'll have to see as he shields up another Rock Tomb.
The timer is coming up soon for Lao Jeffs, and here it goes, but he is going to just lock his Unova Stunfisk into the Quagsire, and this could be a really tough position because if you just build up to Aqua Tail plus Stone Edge, Rockhaven theoretically should be able to close out this matchup no problem. However, the Mud Bomb is starting to land, and Mud Bomb's going to do a decent amount of neutral damage. Rockhaven building up as much energy possible, throws on Charge Attack priority into the Unova Stunfisk. Does he have a Stone Edge bank though? Because if not, the Lapras can still throw back-to-back Sparkling Aura to take out this Quagsire.
But even if he doesn't, he's going to get one mud shot right here as Lapras throws a charge attack. And I think that one mud shot might have gotten Quagsire the energy it needed to reach another Stone Edge. Let's see right here if the Stone Edge is loaded. Looks like it is. Lapras wasn't even at another Sparkling Aria. And Rockhaven is going to take a very convincing one-game lead.
Yeah, great mechanics and understanding of counts from Rockhaven, throwing right on charge attack priority against the Unova Surface, knowing the Quagsire win stat, getting as much farm as possible in that positive matchup. Now, that's a tough one for Loudjess, right? Because he's kind of hard countered in every single matchup, but on top of it, you're playing against an experienced player, and usually when that happens, the experienced players are not going to give you a breathing room to have a potential comeback option. Yes, the shield advantage was on the side of Loudjess, but that Lapras just had a little bit too much work to get through.
And I think for a player like Rockhaven, no, he doesn't have a title yet, but he's got a ton of incredible finishes. I believe multiple third places, multiple top cuts, and with that big of a team composition advantage, he's just not going to be the kind of player who lets you get away with winning a matchup like that.
Yeah, and let's see if Rockhaven's meta team can carry himself to the day number 2 here in Orlando on that loose side. He is on match points, but he is also facing Loudjess the third, and that third doesn't just stand for his championship titles. It might stand for something else too, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, we can ask Loudjess that some other time in the next interview.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he wins another title, if he changes his name to Lyle Jeffs IV, of course, the Roman numeral for 4. But let's see if he's able to stay alive in this tournament before we talk about regional titles. He's got Florges into Wigglytuff, much better lead for him compared to game number 1.
And the backline matchups don't look amazing for Loudjess, as his Corviknight is super safe for him, but in comes the Fur, and he does catch the Air Cutter. But the thing is, this is still not a terrible move to throw into Loudjeff's Furret. If you boost on this, a payback will surely threaten a KO, especially with the Sandtax adding up.
And Rockhaven did get the boost, so the next payback is going to threaten a knockout, I believe, after a couple more Sand attacks. Lyle gonna go straight for the Brick Break, wants to start ramping up his Sucker Punch damage as quickly as he can. As you can see, the defense falls, and now the Sucker Punches are just doing a little bit more from Furret.
This is a very bold safe swap strategy from Rockhaven after seeing the Unova Sunfist, but he wants to draw that out to free up the matchup for Fortress in the back. Luckily for him, there is no Unova Sunfist to worry about. However, there's still the Metagame. And now Rockhaven swaps back over into the Wigglytuff. Doesn't care about switch advantage at all. Just trying to swing in and out of matchups and get energy leads whenever he can.
And great timing from Lyle there, throwing the Brick Break. Now I expect to see him come back into the floor just with this debuff. Oh, he's actually going to debuff the Wigglytuff again, but this time we'll be debuffing the attack as he throws the Chilling Water.
And Rockhaven, like many players with Wigglytuff, is going to use this Fairy type mostly as a meat shield to absorb all this energy. Does he get to the ice when he does? And this will debuff the Florges. However, Florges is not in KO range, and Loudjess probably going to farm a lot of extra energy before throwing one final move. Can he get the Fairy Wind down? That would be even more massive for him. I don't think that's going to be the case, as he's going to farm up as much energy as possible before Rockhaven gets to a Swift.
Yeah, you're right. Even with that defense drop, I don't think there was a way for Lyle to farm down, but great recognition of that as he throws the Chilling Water to knock out the Wigglytuff. And now Rockhaven's going to bring back in the Corviknight. It is going to take this Chilling Water, which I think it can survive, as Rockhaven probably going to try to farm up just a little bit more energy before knocking out the Florges.
Might even opt to go to the Fortress as both players pivot over, and now Rockhaven has the Fortress, but this is such an annoying matchup because you're getting debuffed in every single one of these. Chilling Water, Brick Break debuffs all over the place, and Fortress is not going to appreciate these debuffs because now you're closing in on Dynamic Punch range, especially when debuffed here, and just going to try to go for the Volt Switch down, but you're getting punished so much with the fast pacing of Furret to these Brick Breaks.
And it looks like Rockhaven doesn't care about these debuffs. He is happy to just go for this Volt Switch down. He thinks his energy is going to be useful in the back, but unfortunately for him, it is that Metacham in the back which can take Rock Tombs no problem, and so Rockhaven is going to reach for the Sand Tombs instead.
And Rockhaven might have to pivot over to the Corviknight eventually. This is actually not the worst though. If you debuff here, Loudjess tries to go for a catch, you can just farm even more energy off the Florges, and I think Rockhaven will try to go for the swap afterward, unless he just wants to draw the energy away from the Metagame. That's also a potential option. Let's see what he goes for. No, he's going to come in the Corviknight, and now double debuff. Metagame has to worry about these air cutters a bit. Loudjess maybe going to throw a move to grab the final shield and swap over to clear the debuff, or maybe even try to catch the next air cutter. It is going to be a dicey spot for him to be in, and he tries to go for a catch, doesn't quite get it, but still forces the energy out of Rockhaven's Corviknight because you just cannot sand attack down from this health range. Rockhaven has to get to one more air cutter, but with the debuff cleared and Lao just building up the double moves, I don't think it's possible. Wait, he gets to the air cutter, and Lao just not a fan of this at all.
No, Lyle is definitely not a fan of this. I think you survived this, but at what cost? The Fortress is still there in the back. Can you live one Volt Switch here? That's what Lyle needs. I don't think so. Lyle doesn't think so. He throws the Dynamic Punch without taking the Volt Switch, and he has the next attack loaded, but that Metacham's health is just so low.
Wow, and out of nowhere, Rockhaven closes out this match with the Fortress. It takes the 2-0 victory over the 3-time champion of Lao Jeffs. Rockhaven finding another way to make it the day number 2 after losing early on to Nighttime Flasher.
Another incredible losers run, very similar to Dapper in that regard, and Rockhaven, another day 2. I don't know how many day 2s he's made. It's got to be at least 3 at this point, and of course a couple of medals to his name as well. So no surprise that he's able to advance so far, but kind of a tricky matchup, and of course going up against a trainer as talented as Lyle is no small feat in and of itself. So congratulations to Rockhaven.
Yeah, definitely. And looks like meta is meta for a reason, as Rockhaven running a fairly meta team, very similar to a lot of teams we've seen in, Houston, maybe in Seville as well. But that Feraligatr just looking really strong in this current meta. Didn't really bring it too much, I guess, in these matchups, but it was really the Wigglytuff just out-bulking the opposing Fairy of Fortress, not shielding stuff, using it as a damage sponge, and Fortress. I mean, it might be hard to play at times, but it's good for a reason.
And a lot of Pokemon on Lyle's team are just throwing debuffs everywhere, and so Rockhaven really able to navigate very skillfully around all those debuffs, switching in and out, understanding when each debuff was and wasn't important. And, to Lyle's credit, the game was actually quite close. If he was able to get that farm down against, I think, the Corviknight, I think he definitely wins that game.
That's for sure. Yeah, close games for sure, but when you're facing those tough opponents, sometimes the win condition isn't super clear. Speaking of tough opponents as well, too, Speedy Chief has a quick interview with some of our top 2 players in the circuit.
Welcome in, everybody. I'm here with 2 trainers that have exploded onto the competitive Pokemon Go PvP scene. Both of them building rosters, building teams, and then competing at a high level within a year or less. I can't wait to hear some insights here. I want to start with Nighttime Clasher. So, NTC, you had success in other mobile games before coming to Pokemon Go. Why'd you choose Pokemon Go?
I saw that there was like a tournament in the area. I'm from Dallas originally, even though I'm everywhere. Dallas, there was a tournament in Arlington, I believe. So I was like, 3 months before that, I was like, there's a tournament. That looks pretty cool. I play like PvP every so often after like going to Go Fest, and I was like, okay, we'll give it a shot. It's like very close to me, so did pretty reasonably there. I got 17th, went 5-2, lost to Rise twice. So overall, nothing to complain about.
Hey, no, absolutely. That's a great performance as your debut tournament, right? So
with Togedemaru, it was like Shadow Obamastone, like Tapu Fini. Like the team was ridiculous.
No, but ridiculous, but awesome at the same time. Sustenance Eater, your brothers within Nighttime Clasher. And I wanted to ask, your arc to me has been like the brother that we hear about but we don't see, and then your top cutting events, and then suddenly I find out you're like team building for Eric. Like, how did this kind of reverse where you're the mastermind?
Yeah, so it all started, I guess, coming up on a year now, where I realized that Eric was really into Pokemon Go, and I decided, okay, I'm probably going to be going with him to a couple more events, so I might as well become pretty good myself. I didn't really have much to do. I was in my freshman year of college, so I just started scrimming. I had, using the help of a bunch of other people like Eric, Aiden, Lyle, Sergio. They were able to help me kind of get a grasp on the game really quickly and kind of catapult me into really getting into the weeds of things, like the small interactions and other things just beyond just the basics. And it was really helpful getting that quick, I guess, kickstart to playing. And since then, I've just been getting better and better, ideally, and hopefully looking for a good performance this weekend.
I really like your answer, Sustenance, because it ties into what I want to ask you, Nighttime Clasher. So you mentioned the small things and the mechanics and going beyond the basics. For you, when you were learning Go, it felt like you were learning at an incredible pace. What was the secret to that? Were you watching a lot of streamers, or were you doing your own scrims? How did that work?
Kind of building on what he was saying. Your network is your net worth, right? So who you know is super important. I was working with people like Elite and 23 EJB at the very start of when I was playing, and they were just scrimming with me every day. I was losing almost all the games, it was like kind of a disaster, but you can't learn if you're like always winning, of course. Also watched a lot of like YouTube videos. I would literally just sit there and like 2x speed like any videos of like Go Battle League and just watch like, oh, would I've made the same decisions here? It's basically like playing the battles at like 1/4 of the time it takes, because you're just watching and you're thinking if you would have done the same thing. And you do that like thousands of times, I suppose. You'll eventually figure it out.
Well, Sustenance Eater, you had a huge amount of success at EUIC. Coming from someone who just started their competitive career less than a year ago, how did that placement at EUIC change your expectations? Like, for example, this weekend, do you think, oh, I'm going to top cut no matter what? Or do you have a different outlook?
Yeah, I guess the beginning of this year, I had a couple of like unfortunate performances. I think I always had pretty high expectations for myself following the end of my last season with NISC Worlds, which I think were a little underwhelming. And I really thought that this season would be like a great season for me to get a medal, to get like some really deep runs. And I think EUIC just kind of like where it all came. And the team was good, the meta was good, and I had a nice bracket laid out for me, and I kind of just executed, and I'm happy to do that. And as for expectations now, I think expectations remain the same. I think just having high expectations, trying to deliver every single time is like a good standard to set for yourself inside of Pokemon, outside of Pokemon, all of that. And I'm just hoping to have another good weekend.
Wow, well said. Real quick, rapid fire. I want to hear your best pieces of advice for new trainers. Nighttime Clasher.
Honestly, just play the game as much as possible. I know someone like Cheese Curl, he says he plays all of his GBL sets every day. He's been doing that for like years, and he got his first top 8. So something like that.
Awesome. Sustenance?
I think just like making sure you understand the way the Pokemon interact with each other, doing a lot of scrims, and having that like core group of people that you really know can help you get to that next level is super key.
Your network truly is your net worth. You guys have done so well for yourselves. Best of luck this weekend. Hope you have a lot more success. We're going to take it right back over to the live battles on stream. We know what the casters think, and we know what you think at home. Feraligatr might be the real deal, but I want to hear from the pros. We've got LNDS Corlash, one of Brazil's best trainers. You got to tell me, Corlash, be honest, is Feraligatr good?
It is really good. And now, mostly now, because of the high usage of some Pokemon in the meta, like Quagsire, Piloswine, the high increase of usage of Medicham as well. So it's a Pokemon that can deal with all those threats, and it has been so good before, and has not been nerfed as well. So it has a really good potential to be one of the best Pokemon used here in Orlando Regional.
Would you play the Shadow or the regular?
The regular for now.
Why is that?
Well, for the most part because of the bulk, and we like, well, the Shadow one has some flaws that the non-Shadow hasn't at the time. So probably because of you can tank better some charge moves like Stone Edge from Quagsire and something like that. I prefer the bulk over the damage it takes.
All right, you heard it here first, everybody. Corlash releasing Feraligatr. Let us know what you think in the chat. Let's head back to the battles.
We are here in the swamplands of Orlando, Florida, and there are Feraligatrs abound. I think that was a great call by Corlash. I'm Alpha Phoebe, joined by Florida man, Speediest Chief 2.
And a great call by the production team to say, you know what? Well, let's talk about Feraligatr a little bit more. I really do appreciate the call outs there. Phoebe, it's been a wonderful day so far. Lots of Feraligatr, lots of Aegislash, even more than I predicted. Not a single Piloswine as far as the NAI can see, but we'll see if that changes anytime soon. We're going to check out in the next set, and I'm really excited for this pairing. They're always very special.
Was that an NAIC pun, or was that just an accidental throw-in?
No, that was an NA versus EU, Sevilla, Piloswine, Palasha. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
all right,
I get your flow.
All right, there we go. Well, I'm really excited to see Pranav face off against Habibi EX, because Pranav, like we discussed earlier on in the stream, was in the grand finals earlier on in a regional. He was playing Murkrow, and I gotta tell you, in game 1 versus DuneBug, he looked unstoppable, but his run fell apart in games 2 and 3. He's in that loser's side bracket in the loser's finals, and he's got to get past Habibi to make top cut.
Right, and he's been waiting for probably quite some time. It's been a while since we saw him on stream, and he has a very interesting team, and oh my gosh, I've never seen one of those before. That's a shiny Aegislash.
Is it? It might be. We're going to see what happens here. I don't have that Pokemon because I guess I'm not a real Pokemon Go grinder, but I need to step my game up. These trainers are going to step it up in a big way. I love the losers bracket matches, Fee, because they're so exciting. The stakes are so high. And you can already see the tension. I mean, look at these trainers just locked in on stage.
Yeah, they are both so focused on what lies before them. It is the losers side of the bracket, of course, in a double elimination tournament. If you have lost once already, if you lose a second time, you're gone.
I'm looking at Habibi EX's team. I think he needs to unleash that Primate. There's a Guzzlord, there's a Fortress, there's a Quagsire, and Empoleon. You can also land Rage Fist into that Galarian Corsola. There's so many targets. Just need to watch out for the Togekiss.
Yeah, of course, you are a little bit frail, but because you're not that Shadow variant, you're not too frail. In the lead, we have Togekiss versus Feraligatr, and this is a fairly neutral matchup in terms of typings, but I give the edge to Togekiss here because it wins that charge attack tie.
Oh, and good call out, Fee. Just like you said, Togekiss fires off the Aura Sphere first, commanding that Protect Shield away from Habibi EX and his Feraligatr. I think the Hydro Cannon would do quite a bit of damage, but this is a very even matchup overall.
Hydro Cannon actually getting a no-shielded Pranav, probably going to say, hey, I can survive this Hydro Cannon. I don't think it's an Ice Beam, and if I get to another Aura Sphere, I'm going to threaten away another shield.
Going for another charge attack. Pranav holds the energy. I'd be surprised not to see the shield, and that's actually what we get. No shielding, even though he had the Aura Sphere locked and loaded.
Yeah, that's very peculiar from Pranav, opting to not throw the move and to not throw the shield up. We see that instead he comes in with the Empoleon, going to take a Hydro Cannon here. He's building up a lot of energy as well.
Correct. Hydro Cannon connecting into the Empoleon. Doesn't do much damage. Steel and Water is very, very strong against opposing water-type attacks, but the Empoleon has so much energy now. Shadow Drapion, a Pokemon we haven't seen very much today. Let's see how it does in this matchup.
And this is an incredibly commanding team composition from Pranav into the team that Habibi EX has opted to bring. He's got a Shadow Drapion here that does double resisted Poison Sting damage into the Empoleon, and in the back, it's Diggersby, and that's going to get matched up against that Shadow Quagsire.
Winning the charge attack priority tie, Habibi EX is on the back foot for sure because Pranav is applying a full court press here in losers finals. Hydro Cannon takes down the Shadow Drapion. Feraligatr's about half health. Diggersby hasn't been shown yet, but like you said, Phoebe, the team composition for Pranav looks tremendous.
Shadow Quagsire lurking in the back. In comes the Feraligatr. Drill Peck going to be more than enough damage to pick up a knockout. A potential catch option there from Habibi EX, but instead opts to throw up the shield.
I was looking at it too. I was wondering if he was going to reach for it. Does he go on the second? Drill Peck. Hydro Cannon gets thrown, and if he would have swapped, he would have taken an entire Hydro Cannon. But is this enough to pick up the KO against Feraligatr?
Ooh, it's going to be really close. I think maybe just barely picking up the knockout, and in comes the Quagsire. Habibi EX shaking his head, not very happy with how this team composition has gone for him.
Pranav saw the catch opportunity. He throws the Hydro Cannon. He can get the job done either way, and that's a very high skill expression play by him. But team composition, I mean, that's the really outstanding factor here in battle number one.
Pranav, eyes open, scanning the team sheet, probably looking for, hey, does this trainer have a Hyper Beam on his Diggersby? No Hyper Beam available, just Scorching Sands. Gets the attack drop, but Aqua Tail, super effective damage, gonna do a lot.
Gonna do a lot, but it's not the strongest charge attack either, so he's gonna need two to pick up the KO and the win. Scorching Sands numero dos gets fired off here by Habibi EX, and this is just going to chip down the Quagsire, but this is basically all said and done. Shadow Quagsire gonna take the win here.
Yeah, no Feraligatr in the back. It did not survive with 1 HP and get immediately swapped out, so no catches available. No Pokemon remaining. That is game over. Game one going to Pranav.
Staying alive on that loser side bracket. Pranav needs one more win to make top cut. It's tough no matter which way you cut it. So many talented trainers in Orlando. Pranav, again, falling to DuneBug 97, but having a solid run up until this point. Volt Switch Fortress, surprisingly the oddity here in Orlando as Bug Bite has become the norm.
And I think going into game number two, Habibi EX is going to have to respect the water types that Pranav brought into that game number one. They both looked so powerful into the team that Habibi had brought, right? You have the water v water matchups, and Feraligatr's going to do fairly well into the Empoleon and quite well into the Quagsire, but because he allowed that Feraligatr to get whittled away by the Togekiss, and then it was taken out by the Empoleon. It just didn't have enough to carry through the additional matchups where it was needed.
Perfectly said. I think Pranav did such a good job of neutralizing that Pokemon, and sometimes you don't need to hard beat a certain pick on your opponent's team. You just need to pace yourself, work your way through the matchups, and beat Pokemon by committee. And I think Pranav did a great job of that. Going into game number 2, I called out the Primeape in game 1. We did not see it. Do you think we see it in game 2?
I think there's definitely a possibility. I think there's a lot of flexibility that you get with a Pokemon like Primeape. You can potentially go for a close combat and dip. You could bait with a Rage Fist, ramp up your fast attack damage. It's really crucial what that actual move set is.
Let's see, everybody. We're going into game number 2. This is the losers finals. If Pranav wins this, Habibi EX's run in Orlando is over.
And look at that. Look at you, maybe a little bit of a Psychic type with Future Sight yourself. Guzzlord going to take super effective damage from the Karate Chops as well as the close combats, but resist the Rage Fist.
Going right for it too. Pranav respecting it. Got to double check those team sheets, everybody. It could have been an Ice Punch, but no, this is close combat. The registered moveset on the Primeape. Nice switch as well to try to catch the Brutal Swing and the Quagsire pivot.
And there's a lot of energy that's still on that Primeape, and now its defensive stats have been restored to their former glory. Crunch coming through, not enough to threaten the knockout, but a second one will. And now with the defense drop, Aquatail also threatens.
And this is uncomfortable too, because the Aquatail's not enough to KO the opposing Drapion. You need a Stone Edge, and Habibi probably knows it, but he lets it through anyway. Stone Edge spears through that Drapion, picking up a KO, and Pranav gets a breath of fresh air.
Now the question becomes, what Pokemon does Habibi bring in? It's going to be the Primeape. It's going to be able to build up some energy here. Aquatail is thrown as soon as it's reached, but Rage Fist cuts off that Pokemon's attack.
I like that so much. Going on the charge attack priority, keeping the pressure on, exactly what Pranav did in game number 1. But the Guzzlord has energy for days, and here comes a Brutal Swing.
This is a brutal bait if it goes no shielded, but shield comes up. No damage is applied, and another fast attack comes through, and one more for the road.
I wonder if Habibi no shields this one here. No, he actually protects the Primeape, doubling down with both of his Protect shields. Guzzlord's pretty weak, but he can't afford to switch out.
But if he knows his counts, he knows this final one is just a Brutal Swing. I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out, but puts the Primeape so low, it's in potential range of just a few more Dragon Tails.
A few more, I'd say maybe 1, maybe 2 if we're really pushing it. Rage Fist does connect to pick up the KO in the Guzzlord. Primeape still with a lot of HP, gonna go for another Rage Fist into the Empoleon and peel that final shield away.
And in the back is that Feraligatr. It's going to likely come in as soon as possible to not get too behind in energy. Unfortunately though, it only has resisted it only has resisted charge attacks available to it, so it's likely just going to be throwing straight Hydro Cannon.
I think 2 Drill Pecks is the recipe, and 2 Hydro Cannons is the recipe for the Feraligatr. So it's going to be really tough, but I have to give a slight edge to Empoleon for the reasons you outlined. Resisting the Hydro Cannon that much, it just sets you ahead. Meanwhile, fast attacks are actually neutral and then resisted.
Drill Peck isn't the best charge attack, so if this does not knock out, I think Habibi EX wins this game. The Hydro Cannon coming back does not happen. It does pick up the knockout, and that is actually going to be game number 2 going to Pranav. But I feel like that Drill Peck was really close to not picking up that knockout.
Oh no, I agree. That was maybe 1 or 2 HP different. Pranav very satisfied to make day 2 here in Orlando after a tough fall in that matchup to DuneBug, but Habibi EX has to be proud of himself as well. His tournament run is over, but I'm sure he got some championship points for his trouble.
Some championship points, some Pokemon card packs. What else can you ask for?
Exactly. Pranav advancing to day number 2. We're starting to wind down a bit of our coverage here, but we're going to show you as many losers side matches as we possibly can, because that's always so exciting to see. We know that there's several Brazilians in Top Cut. We know that there's several talented trainers like DuneBug that have also made it, but on that loser side bracket, we have some upstarts.
Definitely a lot of names to look out for. Maybe some new, maybe some old, maybe some, I don't know where I'm going
You're
with
gonna
that.
say
Like
blue,
red
right?
and blue? Yeah,
I
like
don't know.
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Am I Dr. Seuss?
Yeah, almost there. But we have more battles waiting in the wings, getting set up and ready to go. But Phoebe, what a day it's been. Again, no Piloswine anywhere. Do you want to talk about it?
No, I'm just kidding. We can talk about it. We can talk about it. I think Piloswine's a very interesting Pokemon to go into the Sevilla meta. It's not good into what has been one of the most dominant Pokemon in the past, I want to say like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 regional tournaments. Yeah. Empoleon, right? Empoleon is a really bad matchup because it does super effective damage with its fast attacks, and it does really hard-hitting super effective damage with those charge attacks, but has the downside of taking super effective damage from a charge attack. Could be Bulldoze, could be high horsepower. You have a number of options, I believe, on Piloswine. Sure. Could even be running Stone Edge, which I believe was the option of one of the trainers over in Sevilla.
Batoman,
yes.
I believe.
And it provides a lot of flexibility, but it doesn't have a ton of bulk. And I feel like because of the poor typing matchups, even like the flyers that it wants to match up into, if the most dominant one is Corviknight, because of the steel subtyping there, it's just not that clean.
Good point. Very, very good points. You said Empoleon. I was thinking Quagsire. Quagsire is also a very tough Pokemon for Piloswine to beat if it doesn't have an energy advantage, because all the charge attacks are super effective, right? Ice is going to take a lot of damage from the Stone Edge, and then Ice also, or the ground type, excuse me, does not appreciate Aqua Tail pressure. So I don't know. I'm really fascinated that we had like this pocket meta in Sevilla with Piloswine, and then you come over here to NA, and it's like nobody's even considering that Pokemon. We're all playing Aegislash.
Well, we do have a pocket meta here. It's just out of pocket.
You were waiting for that. I could see the gears starting to turn. And I was like, Phoebe's going to say something insightful, and then you hit me with that.
Really insightful here from Alpha Phoebe. You're so welcome at home. I hope you gained a lot from all the things that I say here all the time.
He'll be here all weekend, everybody, so buy tickets now. Just kidding. But no, this is going to be really fun. We're going to see Rise to Occasion returning to the stage versus 6'10 Hero.
Both of those are upstarts like you called out, right?
Oh, yeah.
First time.
Rise to Occasion, who? No. But I will say that 6'10 Hero has not yet played his Shadow Politoed on stream. I'm very interested to see if it has a positive matchup into Rise's team here.
Well, let's also take a look a little bit at the meta to see maybe what top picks we have that Shadow Politoed could match up against, of course, with that Ice Beam coverage. It's going to do really well into a Pokemon that's not even on this list, Altaria. That's what I was going for. I was really hoping it'd be on our top 12, but apparently Guzzlord is a little more popular right now.
Yeah, it's actually just basically falling off the charts below 14%.
That's crazy.
That's wild, right? Altaria's kind of had an outsized performance, but...
Altaria who?
Right? Apparently, it's not that great. But I'll tell you who is great. That's Pranav, who just punched his ticket today, number 2. Caleb's going to talk with him down on the floor. Please take it away.
All right, thank you, Speedy and Phoebe. I'm here on the floor with Pranav right off his victory and getting that day number 2 spot. How are you feeling after that victory?
I'm feeling great. I mean, I didn't get to see the Aegislash against him, so I was a little nervous. But other than that, I mean, they were close battles, and I'm just thankful to be in Top Cut again.
And this is your second tournament, major tournament in the season. Your last time you got second place in Milwaukee, and you told me this earlier. You're a busy student right now, so what motivated you to come out to Orlando?
I think, you know, I have really great friends like ETMs, and, you know, seeing my buddy Elam, who he stayed with me in Milwaukee, just like win a regional, I was just like, I have that itch to compete again, you know, like it always comes back, and who wouldn't want to pass up like the nice weather? And I had the time, so I was like, might as well make this regional happen.
Definitely, and you're one of our players to watch as well. You know, one of the players that maybe hasn't won a title, but is good enough to beat really anyone in the circuit. Who are you looking to face the most in day number 2? Because there's a lot of big names there.
I mean, I just like to put my head down. I just like to take it one match at a time and just take what comes to me. So I know there's a lot of great people who have advanced to day 2. So whoever's there, I mean, hopefully I'll have their number and I'll just keep moving forward.
And I know your busy life outside of Pokemon GO as well. So maybe give us some tips or speak on how do you balance it all? Because you're one of the best players in the circuit, but you got a lot of other real life stuff to take care of too, right?
I think for me, it's just understanding my priorities. I know Twitch and streaming and Go has been a big part of my life, and I'll never forget that. I'm very thankful for all these opportunities that I've had. So ultimately, like, right now it's just me focusing on my career, and when I can make the time to see my friends, see all these people that mean so much to me, then I will make that happen 10 times out of 10.
Sure, and it feels good to be still winning and making day number 2 in your second tournament again. Best of luck for day number 2. Any final words or shout outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to shout out ETMs. You know, I love and appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out Jankles and Angela. They let me crash at their place, and this was very last minute and spontaneous, so I'm just appreciative of their kindness, and shout out my girlfriend, Megan. I love you, so.
Awesome. Well, I wish you best of luck on day number 2. We have a few more trainers looking to make and join Pranav in day 2. Back to Kessler for some more battles.
There's a billion reasons to come to these events, and it's very clear that Pranav is rich with friends and family that support him. You love to see it.
You absolutely love to see it. And we're going to head down to the stage here. We've got Rise and 610 Hero. 610 Hero played a lot of Metacham, and I believe Florges in his last series. Rise, Shadow Fortress with Bug Bite, Grumpig. There's a lot of dynamic gameplay to be had.
And never heard of before Pokemon Altaria on his team, so really actually glad to see that 610 bringing that Shadow Politoed. I know that's actually a Pokemon that he and I had championed a long time ago in a meta far away. But let's go into game number 1 here. We've got Feraligatr into Florges, and this Florges, Disarming Voice, not running Trailblaze.
Very important distinction, and Feraligatr will win the Charge Attack priority tie. I think Rise, to his credit, is the only shiny Feraligatr left in the tournament here this weekend, but Hydro Cannon connects, Disarming Voice is going to fire right back.
It's going to be good neutral damage. It's got same type attack bonus, so it's going to hit a little bit harder than a resisted Chilling Water in an immediate pivot into the Furret, which is going to be hard answered by the Wigglytuff. Looking at this team composition, maybe I would have preferred a safe swap of the Metacham because it fares a little bit better into Wigglytuff, because if you land 2 dynamic punches, you can pick up the knockout. However, Furret really just never threatens.
You're right, and it's just amazing because I would never expect to hear that. Like, what you should say into the Wigglytuff matchup is a fighting type. But you're exactly right, Phoebe, and that's so interesting how the dynamics have changed, and the newly buffed Psycho Cut affords Metacham that flexibility. And it's also interesting, too, because now the Metacham is going to be squared up against that Unova Stunfisk if this goes the way we believe it will. Swift coming through. This will KO if it's allowed through.
Yeah, 610 has the option to shield and get off his own, but risks the potential loss of another charge attack tie because Rise to Occasion does have a Swift loaded as well. There is energy. In comes the Florges. It's going to be that Swift to try to pick up a knockout here.
Rise to Occasion and his Wigglytuff taking away that first Protect Shield from 610 Hero. Instant swap from Rise back to that Feraligatr that he began with, and he is going to place the charge attack priority tie. Awesome.
Hydro Cannon coming out first before the Florges could get that Chilling Water through. Going to pick up the knockout, and 610 is going to have to look to try to get the fast attack down here while taking super effective Shadow Claws in return.
I really like what Rise is doing here. Another Hydro Cannon. Everybody, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4 Hydro Cannon, and that's what Rise is doing all battle long. This peels away that final protection from 610 Hero. Rise is up 2 shields to 0, but Metacham's got a boatload of energy.
I think we could go larger than boat. I think we go like tanker or aircraft carrier full of energy.
Yeah, it might be. Ice Punch is going to peel that shield away back from Rise to Occasion, though. He has a Wigglytuff ready. Does he look for the switch here? He could pull it at any moment, and he decides not to, staying in this Stunfisk Metacham matchup.
1 shield remaining for Rise to Occasion means that he can prevent one of these charge attacks from coming through. Ice Punch going to be a little bit cheaper and super effective, so it's going to be the move of choice here for 610 Hero.
I do wonder, I believe Metacham would win the charge attack priority. It's very close with these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, Stunfisk is so bulky, it's a little bit deceptive because the ground and electric subtyping is not quite as good as the Unovan counterpart of the ground and steel typing, but they have the same stats. They have the same exact bulk, so they have the same aptitude of taking charge attacks outside of their typing.
Very, very interesting. I actually didn't know that. Mud Bomb connects, Metacham goes down, Rise to Occasion rises up with a Game 1 victory over 610 Hero in the Group F Losers Finals.
And because 610 Hero has brought Politoed on his team as opposed to Quagsire, he's a little bit less good into opposing Unova Stunfisk. He has his own right, but compared to the Quagsire, you take super effective damage back from those Mud Bombs as opposed to neutral. He does have Corviknight on his team, which is not going to be good into that Unovan Stunfisk. So overall, it just looks like such a safe Pokemon. Of course, you do have for 610 Hero that Furret, but it doesn't have Trailblaze. It's got Brick Break, so no super effective options.
Exactly, and Ferret found the Wigglytuff in battle number 1 as well, and that really kind of capped its potential. So it depends on what 610 Hero decides to line up in terms of his lead, his swap, and his closer. If Ferret can find an opening, it might be useful, but you're right, Fee, without the Trailblaze, you really lack a way to hit back against that Stunfisk.
And I thought 610 had put himself into a pretty decent position with the farm down on that Metagame, but Unova and Stunfisk just too bulky, not threatened by non-same type attack bonus ice punches, just not enough damage, and I'm curious if there was another way that he could have played it.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Feraligatr for Rise felt like the glue that held that entire game for him together in battle number 1, because it just came back onto the field over and over and over. I think he fired 3 or 4 Hydro Cannons, and if you look at 610's team, he doesn't have a hard answer for it, so he's got to figure out a way to deal with it.
I think Ferret is a somewhat decent answer, and I'm a little bit surprised that 610 Hero pulled the Ferret off of his team of 3. I guess it landed in a very poor position in game number 1, and maybe that's why he's more hesitant to bring it here to game number 2.
Rise continues his Hydro Cannon ways, peeling that shield away from 610 Hero. A discharge will take a shield in kind, and we've seen Rise be willing to do this, playing out the 1s or even the 2s in the lead in order to lock down this matchup.
The nice thing for Unova and Stunfisk here is that the discharge does pace a little bit quicker, but the downside is that if you catch an electric type move onto a ground and electric type, that's triple resisted. That is 1 damage.
That is diabolical is what it is. Rise with the incredible catch. Out comes the Florges, and Chilling Water is going to start to kick in here almost immediately. But how, oh my goodness, how to get ahead if you rise to occasion and you are able to catch that triple resisted charge attack. All that energy flushed down the drain.
No, nothing like a 4 times swing in effectiveness of a move. Or just able to hit this Unova and Stunfisk with those Chilling Waters, lowering its attack stat, as well as doing meaningful, super effective damage.
Unova and Stunfisk banking a lot of energy. Rise apparently not willing to throw until the second debuffing charge attack comes through, and he will get his wish. A 610 Hero deploys another Chilling Water. Stunfisk very weak, and he's able to swap it out. Oh, going for the Chilling Water. Do we see a shield from Rise? No! He calls it.
Chilling Water going to be resisted into the Feraligatr, not really threatening, but an immediate pivot into the Stunfisk. This is a little bit curious because there is a significant energy advantage. However, there is enough bulk on these Unova and Stunfisk to no shield here, get the charge attack through and either force the final shield from Rise or peel away the energy that he's built up on this Feraligatr.
I think he's actually going to do the latter. To your point, 610 Hero wants the knockout. He wants Feraligatr off the field. And also, he's got to be relieved that he saw that Unova Stunfisk from Rise earlier, because it means his Corviknight is largely safe. And now that Rise has revealed the Wigglytuff, that only shores up his strategy further.
Mud Bomb coming through, and actually, I think this would have been the best move for Rise to Occasion to have shielded, because in the back, it's Corviknight. Corviknight loves to face off against Wigglytuff. Rise to Occasion may be predicting the same team composition that 610 Hero brought in game number 1, but instead the switch up into Corviknight. Now, Discharge, 2 of them are loaded. Do we see a catch from 610 Hero?
I almost feel like you have to, right? And if the floor just comes in, it does get the Fairy Wind down, but the Discharge connects regardless. I don't think this is quite enough to KO. I don't know if you agree with me, but it's going to be close.
I think it's going to be short as well, and I think the unfortunate thing for Rise is that 2 more Fairy Winds going through means that I think his Wigglytuff's going to be taking a Chilling Water. Oh, no, not quite.
Whoa, all right. Wigglytuff is able to get the Charm down, and then the Icy Wind immediately into the opposing Corviknight. If you look at the math here, 610 Hero needs to break the shield with an Air Cutter. He probably needs to land 2 more Air Cutters on top of that. Can Rise get to another Icy Wind before all that goes down?
And does that Icy Wind even knock out is the question, because it is only neutral damage and these charms are resisted. Attack rises for 610 Hero. That's really tough for Rise.
I see what you did there. The attack did in fact rise on that Corviknight battling against Rise. We're going to see an Air Cutter get fired off here. That's the final shield for Rise to Occasion, and the Icy Wind is going to get queued up.
Ooh, another attack rose. I'm going to switch it up there so that we don't have to say Rise too many times here. Icy Wind coming through, going to lower the attack stat once more, up, down, like a teeter-totter. But this final Air Cutter coming through with how little health is remaining on the Wigglytuff, that's going to be game number 2, going to 610 Hero.
I just want to point out, I mean, we talk a lot about the gameplay here, but I think the body language on stage is also very telling. You can see it in Rise's expression. As soon as he saw that Corviknight come out, it took him probably 5 or 10 seconds, and then he shook his head. He was already visualizing, already projecting forward what the matchup was going to be. And a lot of really talented trainers are able to do that. And I think that's a skill you can cultivate over time. Maybe take 2 or 3 mental snapshots throughout the battle and try to envision how it's going to end. And that's going to do wonders for your win condition prediction and execution.
And it can be really tough to do in those more drawn out matchups, right? We saw how long it took for the Wigglytuff versus Corviknight matchup to play out. There were 5, 6 charge attacks thrown. I think had Rise been able to prevent the catch of the final charge attack from the Unova Stunfisk onto that Florges, I think he had a shot to win that game, but 610 Hero, recognizing the win conditions that Rise had remaining, prevented that from happening, went for his own win conditions and secured victory.
Exactly. You have to execute on your own win conditions and prevent your opponent from fulfilling theirs. But both of these players want that top cut. They want to be here on Championship Sunday in the venue, competing against the best that Orlando has to offer, but they have to get past this game number 3.
And it's going to be a tough one. 610 Hero played a team that was a little bit risky into that Unovan Stunfisk. Corviknight's always a tough ask to bring, but it's going to be his best answer to that Wigglytuff, right? So your options are weak to Stunfisk, weak to Wigglytuff. Neither of those feels great.
Pick your poison, as they say, and you have to pick carefully. This could be the last battle for 610 Hero this weekend. This could be the last battle for Rise to Occasion this weekend. A lot on the line here in the losers finals. This is a pivotal moment here, and our trainers are almost ready to go.
Game number 3 on its way on the left. Rise to Occasion with a new Pokemon, Shadow Fortress, to that Unovan Stunfisk on the right for 610 Hero.
Rise to Occasion rocking the Bug Bite Shadow Fortress, and you can tell the difference. Look at the Bug Bite shredding through that Unovan Stunfisk. This is not the Volt Switch Fortress of old.
Mud Bomb going to be the move of choice for 610 Hero, going through neutral damage, super effective against the Steel typing, resisted by the Bug typing.
Sand Tomb will be super effective regardless, and 610 Hero is going to allow the first one through, but it did get a big buff in the Memories in Motion season. You can see the damage output difference.
Mud Bomb is thrown before the next charge attack is reached by the Fortress. I think if Rise to Occasion shields here, he could potentially go for a fast attack down, so we'll have to see if 610 Hero pivots.
Oh, he actually decided to bank on the Stunfisk, and Rise knew the matchup just a little bit better. Gets a full farm down, and that's a great setup for the next Pokemon that 610 Hero brings in.
And the tough thing is, if you lose switch advantage to a Shadow Fortress, you're going to be taking some sort of debuff in the secondary matchup afterwards. Rock Tomb coming through. This is a big call for 610. No shield comes up. Lots of damage.
Fortress putting in mountains of work here for Rise to Occasion. That's exactly what he needed at this juncture in the tournament. Chilling Water will finally pick up the KO, but 610 Hero sacrificed his Unovan Stunfisk and three quarters of his Florges to do it.
Importantly, in the back, he brought the Furret once again, and Rise to Occasion has left the Wigglytuff on the benches, which is a bit of a surprise, maybe calling out that Corviknight once more. In comes the Altaria. This is going to want to be a Swift-only matchup for the Furret. Brick Break or Trailblaze, not the option you want to throw.
I think the key here is that 610 Hero still has both of his Protect Shields, so Rise is going to have a hard time bringing down the Furret unless he gives up his final crucial Protect Shield. We're going to see another Swift come through here. Rise not willing to give it yet.
And really importantly, the changes to Dragon Breath, right? Doing less damage now, you are generating more energy, but because there are 2 shields on the side of this Furret, I think 610 here is going to be a little bit more comfortable with throwing up at least one of them. Will he reach the next Swift before the second Sky attack?
He definitely will, and he knows that 610 Hero is going to deploy this charge attack. Rise with a critical decision to make. Decides to shield his Altaria. This is a pressure point, and the swap might be available. Florges is ready, but it's a cap tie.
No switch possible because that Sky attack was thrown at the same time. 610 Hero now has a decision of his own. Lets it go, switches immediately into the floor, just can't get the fast attack down. Disarming Voice is ready, and this is actually now looking a little bit good for Rise to Occasion because he does have a significant amount of energy, and Disarming Voice doesn't threaten a knockout.
Yeah, he's so far ahead. He's only one Shadow Claw away now from the double up. He goes over it, actually, on the charge attack priority. Ty I'm really kind of confused by the play.
Yeah, now I think Rise to Occasion's recognizing his mistake. 610 Hero could just shield, get the charge attack through, which knocks out the Feraligatr. Who cares if this is resisted? This is going to pick up the knockout, and all that's left in the back is the Altaria that's energy dry.
Rise had the double up. He had the energy. Here comes the Altaria. He does get the Dragon Breath down, but can it finish off the Furret as well? Out comes the Furret. It's going to be really close, and Rise toppled by 610 Hero.
610 Hero popping off on stage, and a rare mistake from Rise to Occasion costing him that game. Maybe a miscount, maybe a little bit unaware of the situation that was at hand. It's so tricky when your opponent has a shield remaining and you're left with your last Pokemon. When do you throw your energy? You need energy going into a next matchup.
Yes.
But if you wait too long, you get that charge attack tie, they shield, you only do 1 damage with your charge attack, and they automatically get their next move into that first Pokemon.
I mean, maybe Rise had the shield in mind. Maybe he knew there were 2 Pokemon remaining. Maybe he felt like he could farm just a little bit more, but we saw the double up. And I think we both kind of glanced at each other like, okay, the Hydrocans will start coming. Okay, now the Hydrocans will start firing off, and they just didn't come. And eventually 610 Hero was able to get to his chilling water. And like you said, resisted or not, that's plenty when the Feraligatr is barely limping along.
Rise to Occasion had that double up of Hydro Cannons, but I did like the double down from 610 Hero into that Furret. I think that was his key to success in game number 3 because it had such great matchups into the Pokemon that Rise to Occasion was bringing, resisting the Shadow Claws from the Feraligatr and outpacing and outmaneuvering the Altaria, I think was his key to success.
Yeah, exactly right. That was a very, very clutch matchup between those 2 talented trainers. The 610 Hero punches his ticket to day number 2 and the top cut, and Rise to Occasion unfortunately eliminated from the competition this weekend. But you know what? He's already had such a great career. I feel like Rise is only going to continue to climb. I'm not going to use the word Rise twice.
I thought you were going to do it.
He's going to climb up that competitive ladder, and I'm sure all of his fans will be watching. But meanwhile, 610 Hero is leaving his mark in the Sunshine State.
And we got our next 2 trainers up on stage on the left. It's a familiar face. We've seen him a handful of times throughout the weekend.
Yeah.
Getting interviewed in the lounge, ignoring out of pocket. That definitely happened.
Well, it's funny interviewing those 2 because there's so much chatter between the 2 of them, and it feels like they're so scatterbrained, but then when the interview starts, they lock in, and they're so focused.
You could say they like to yamper back and forth at each other?
Maybe.
Are they yampers? Yappers? Is that connecting?
Yeah. No,
okay.
I got it. No, I think I got it the first time.
But did those of you at home? Let us know in the chat.
I'm waiting to see
I
what
feel like
chat
the answer's no, which is why I explained it. And
okay.
you know, everything is more funny when you explain it. That's how it works.
Okay. I heard the opposite, but we're going to see what happens. We got Sustenance Eater on stage, going to take on Toad. 4-3-4-8-4, and I expect Phoebe to say those numbers every single time he calls out that trainer's name. But I want to say this. Toad is a trainer that in grassroots has been very, very active. I've seen him compete quite a bit. Very talented. He's been scrimming like crazy, so I think that all of that work is paying off big time. He's actually in the losers finals versus a trainer that was top 10 at EUIC, and that says a lot about his ability.
And he's one of the younger trainers on the scene too, right? Yeah. So he hasn't had as long of an ability to play. He hasn't had as long of an ability to perform at these tournaments, right? So the fact that he's made it this far speaks to his ability as a trainer.
And the thing is too, right? There's always inherent advantages and disadvantages. You can say, oh, I've got so much experience, I can lean on that, that's my advantage. And while that's true, there's also something to say about trainers that come into the format brand new. Fresh eyes, fresh approach. They don't carry any of the, the tendencies that other trainers have acquired over the years. And Toad is a great example of that. He's probably going to do some pretty crazy stuff that Sustenance Eater might not be ready for. And I think it starts with that Galarian Moltres and that Aegislash.
Galarian Moltres? This day and age?
That's what I see.
Haven't heard of her lately, at least.
I know. Not since Beelzebub rocked the World Championship stage with it. But let's see if Toad can do a great impression of that as our trainers get queued up here on stream.
I mean, I think into this meta, especially if you're looking at picks like Grumpig or Aegislash kind of showing up a little bit more, it's going to have a pretty decent matchup into that Quagsire as well because it's a flying type, so you resist all of that fast attack damage. Of course, you have to be wary of the Stone Edge, but if you're a pretty bulky Moltres, I think you can hang on to a Stone Edge and land some super powerful flies or Brave Birds or paybacks if you're being a little bit funky.
I think so too. I think there's a lot that Moltres has to offer, and we're going to see if it can find an opening here, because we have seen a pivot more towards the normal types. We've seen more Furret, more Licky, but I gotta say, the bad news for Toad here is that there's only one normal type on the team for sustenance. It's going to be the Diggersby, but the Galarian Corsola looks like a prime target for the Dark and Flying type.
And I think even I almost said the Galarian Diggersby. The Diggersby is still a pretty solid matchup, right? We saw how little damage that those Fire Punches do when they aren't super effective.
Correct.
And because it's on Mudshot now, as opposed to Quick Attack, you're not really ever threatening a fast attack down again, even though Moltres isn't the bulkiest Pokemon. It's not like Guzzlord that has 17,852 HP, right?
It's oddly specific.
Extremely specific.
Well, it's not Beeb's Diggersby either. This is not Hyper Beam Diggersby. So like you said, that Moltres has less things to worry about. But in terms of other Pokemon that stand out to you, I'm not sure what you think about Malamar.
I think Shadow Malamar is a very interesting Pokemon because it gets to its charge attacks very quickly and it's very threatening. To a Pokemon such as Jellicent, it's just incredibly dominant. However, Toad does have that Galarian Moltres, and that's a little bit of a back and forth game. You're doing neutral damage as the Galarian Moltres. You're doing basically no damage with your fast attacks as the Malamar, but Malamar is able to outpace, get to those neutral superpowers, and let's see how this matchup plays out in game number 1.
I don't know. Fee might be bending spoons like Alakazam back here, because he called the lead perfectly. We're going to see the Empoleon counter swap from Sustenance Eater into the Galarian Moltres, and a late pivot into Feraligatr. He's going to enjoy this Hydro Cannon, a nice little shower.
Yeah, that's a great catch from Toad. I don't think it's going to necessarily be the most impactful catch, because I think... Oh, no, I take that back. I think 2 Drill Pecks would have probably been enough, whereas Hydro Cannon plus Drill Peck now is going to be not enough, and Toad can even farm up additional energy if he so chooses.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's even a slight chance we've seen Undercharge here and a Shadow Claw down, but Toad wants the full effect of the Hydro Cannon, and I think that's the right call, because he's able to get 3, maybe 4 more Shadow Claws. Wow, great play by Toad.
And this energy just goes everywhere into the rest of Sustenance Eater's team, right? The Empoleon is gone, it's down, it's out. What Pokemon wants Hydro Cannon in the back? Nothing.
Nothing wants to absorb the damage, but it's got to go somewhere. Out comes a Shadow Malamar. Sustenance Eater allows the charge attack through. He knows it's got a tough matchup versus the Moltres. He's going to go ahead and try to pace to a charge attack here. This is a very, I think, easy read. This can't be superpower, can it?
This is a very peculiar bait. I'm not sure that this Malamar gets to another charge attack at any point in this game. We do see the immediate pivot into the Shadow Fortress, and this is another drawback of that Bug Bite. You're no longer doing super effective damage to the flying types, and even though you're doing neutral damage into the Moltres has just so much energy.
It does. That Dark typing betraying it just a bit, though, as that HP ticks down. Another flying type charge attack, and as viewers at home, you've realized the third Pokemon for Toad is a Shadow Quagsire, and I gotta be honest, things are not getting any easier for Fortress here as it looks to spin up a KO, and it can't clutch it up.
Just not quite enough damage into this Galarian Moltres. Fly coming through, not able to pick up the knockout quite yet, and actually Sucker Punch down occurs first, but this Malamar is on its last squid legs?
Yeah, we're gonna let that one stand. Let's let that phrase hang in the air for a minute, Phoebe. It looks like Toad is able to win that battle number 1, and you know what? It really started with the swap. The catch of that Hydro Cannon on the Feraligatr put Toad ahead. It looked like a small play, but it made a massive impact.
Right. The ability for Toad to basically farm down afterwards and get so much energy loaded up onto his Feraligatr just gave him so much momentum into the remainder of the game. That Moltres really strong into the Malamar. I was a little bit surprised by the bait. Doesn't matter in the end game, right? You had so much energy on the Moltres. You were able to throw 3 flies into the Shadow Fortress, and we actually see a pivot out here from the Moltres into that fortress.
Instant pivot. Feraligatr comes out to meet the fortress. Bug bites are adding up, and we see the first protection of the game. While we were chatting, Phoebe, Sustenance Eater locked in his team almost immediately. This could be the last battle of his Orlando run, and he is certain that this is the team composition to get a win. Let's see if he pulls it off.
Fortress is looking quite good for him here. He was able to push away that Moltres. Rock Tomb coming through, lowering the attack of this Feraligatr, and because this is the non-Shadow variant of Feraligatr, this Hydro Cannon is not going to threaten a knockout, especially with that attack drop.
Hydro Cannon connects, Fortress gets rocked, but stays steady, looking for a big bug bite down. Can he get there? Feraligatr trying to hang on and gets KO'd, ripping through the one-turn fast attacks.
Rock Tomb or Sand Tube available. Sand Tube is going to be more effective, but depending on what you want to do with this Shadow Quagsire, Sustenance Eater has a choice. Sand Tube going to do a little bit more damage and lowers the defense, so if you want to do more fast attack damage with your Fortress, that's the key.
That's absolutely the key. Somehow, I blinked, I looked away for a second, and this Quagsire is deep into the yellow, only at 1/3 of its overall HP, and Empoleon comes back in.
Yeah, I think this is a great call, especially since Sustenance Eater knows the full team from Toad. He knows it's the Galarian Moltres in the back, so he has no fast attack pressure into his own Togekiss. You're going to soak up all of this energy. A Stone Edge bait?
I don't think it's a bait. I think it's one charge attack to deal a little more damage than usual. And we see the swap into Togekiss, counter swap met by the Galarian Moltres. But like you said, you got to give a slight typing advantage here to the Togekiss. It's going to be resisting all of these sucker punches.
And it's going to be doing reasonable damage with Peck. Aura Sphere coming through, neutral damage into the dark and flying type of that Galarian Moltres. Aura Sphere doing a little bit more than half of the remaining damage, and it's going to be a little bit close. You shield up this fly. Do you get to 2 Aura Spheres in time?
That's the great question. The shield comes up as predicted, but I'm almost wondering if this is a peck down win condition. Can he outpace? Galarian Moltres is close, and it does get there on charge attack priority. Great counting by Sustenance Eater.
Shield coming up, going to prevent this damage from coming through. No swap possible because it was the charge attack tie. The question is how bulky is Togekiss?
Togekiss is going to get hit with a fly from a Galarian Moltres. It lands right on top. Togekiss barely hangs on, and the switch into Empoleon. Metal Sound down. Hydro Cannon. Sustenance Eater is primed to tie up the series.
Looking confident, throwing the Hydro Cannon, going to pick up the knockout, and that Moltres has very little health remaining. Although both fast attacks are neutral, Empoleon has so much more health.
Empoleon, Shadow Fortress, and Togekiss. That was the recipe for Sustenance Eater to win battle number 2. But will Toad make an adjustment? We haven't seen his Aegislash. We haven't seen his Clodsire. Is there any reason to change up now?
It's tough. I think Aegislash is a little hard to bring into Sustenance Eater's team because of the Digger Speed and because of the Malamar, actually.
And arguably the Galarian Corsola too, because you're dealing so much super effective ghost type damage. But as we took that zoom in look at Sustenance Eater's team, I really think that this Shadow Malamar and Diggersby duo is innovative, but it might not be the right combination versus Toad, especially in the face of that daunting Galarian Moltres.
Additionally, I think Toad will have to think about how he deals with the Shadow Fortress. And very peculiarly, you called out how last game, Sustenance Eater locked in immediately. He's actually taking significantly more time this time around to lock in his team. Maybe a little doubt creeping in, or maybe just trying to concoct the perfect plan.
You know, my suspicion is that he kind of YOLO'd that team in game number 2, and he's like, wait, that worked? All right, I gotta lock in. I've got a real chance here. Let's find out, everybody. Game 3, losers finals, Group G, Sustenance Eater versus Toad.
And this is going to be an interesting matchup. Toad looking at the camera, happy with this lead. It's going to be Bug Bite into a Ghost and Steel type. We see that he is opting to charge up energy. Will we see a Shadow Ball and Dip from this Aegislash?
throwing the Hydro Cannon, trying to start to work his way through this Aegislash's enormous stat product in the shield form. Hydro Cannon bounces off no problem, and it's going to fire the Shadow Ball. I like this play quite a bit from Toad.
The question is which Pokemon does Toad pivot into afterwards? Is it going to be the Moltres, or is it going to be that Feraligatr? I think either has play, but he has to make a call about what's in the back.
And keep in mind, we only saw the Shadow Fortress, so Toad does not know that Sustenance Eater's third Pokemon is that Togekiss. Sends in the Feraligatr.
In comes the Drill Peck. I think this is a little bit of the safer play from Toad, depending on which third Pokemon Sustenance Eater did bring. You're able to force the Empoleon to throw the less efficient Drill Pecks into your Feraligatr. You're not taking those really hard-hitting Hydro Cannons. Hydro Cannon coming through into the Empoleon in return. I think a second one will be necessary to pick up the knockout.
I agree with you. Hydro Cannon bounces off the Empoleon. Switch Drivers are heavily displaced, and that allows Sustenance Eater to throw that Fortress back onto the field. Bug Bites shredding like they tend to do when you have a Shadow variant, and the Hydro Cannon will be fired off to kind of slow down that Fortress.
And I think this is a very comfortable no shield from Sustenance Eater because you know you're going to be met by the Aegislash afterwards. In comes the Sand Tomb, going to do super effective damage into this Aegislash, but it is back into its shield form, not taking all that much.
Aegislash gearing up for another charge attack here. Does get to the Shadow Ball. Good counting by Toad. But I think Sustenance has to realize if he shields, he might be able to work his way through the matchup. Decides not to. Lets the Fortress go. I think he's going to try to get back to his Empoleon, perhaps.
That is one option. You could also come in with Togekiss and see just how much damage those packs do, and wow, those do not look resistant.
Do we see a catch here? Got the Gyro Ball, goes for the Shadow Ball instead in case there was the swap. I like that play a lot by Toad, and it commands the shield either way.
Shadow Ball coming through, taking the last shield. We do not see an immediate pivot out, wanting to ensure that he maintains his switch ability later into this game. Toad does have a shield and is able to use that catch here, catching Sustenance Eater off guard.
Incredible catch, realizing that Sustenance was at the double up, and that's when trainers tend to throw. He uses that knowledge to throw out that Feraligatr, absorb all that damage, and kind of reset, or at least push back this Togekiss away from the double charge attacks.
There is energy on Sustenance Eater's Empoleon, and there are only flying type moves for this Galarian Moltres. However, I think it's going to be potentially possible to get a fast attack down. No, opting to preserve HP.
Yeah, I think Toad realized he wasn't going to get all the way there, and this is the smart play because you're still outside of Aura Sphere range, and you eliminate the Empoleon as a threat. Going for another fly, not even the Brave Bird.
I think Brave Bird would have been a little bit safer if this doesn't knock out, though. I think we're still outside of Aura Sphere range, but that's going to be game number 3 going over to Toad, showing just how potent Aegislash can be in the right spots.
Wow, incredibly well done by our young upstart Toad. He was able to claim that 2-1 victory over a trainer, again, that plays within the top 10 at EUIC. This is a very talented player in Sustenance Eater. Unfortunately, his Orlando tournament run comes to an end. He'll have to watch from the sidelines as Toad battles his way through day number 2.
And I know we were talking about taking notes earlier. I think those of you at home, and frankly, we should also have been taking notes about how he was utilizing that Aegislash in that game. I think it was perfect. I think pulling the shield at the beginning, switching into a more neutral matchup, getting more defensive form later because you had switched out allows you to take even more charge attacks, waste your opponent's energy. Yeah. I think that's exactly how Aegislash needs to be played in order to be in the top cut of this sort of tournament.
And you know, one thing that stood out to me is also not being afraid to leave that Pokemon Aegislash in its blade form when you're taking those resisted fast attacks and throwing another charge attack of your own. You don't instantly have to switch after you throw that first charge attack. I think Toad did that probably better than any Aegislash player that we've seen so far. But you know what, Phoebe? You know who did it better than anyone else in Houston a couple weekends ago?
Who?
That's Elam. Let's take a look at his journey.
My name is Elam Rojas, and I'm from Costa Rica. If I were a Pokemon, I think I would be Steel type because it's the best defensive typing. I started with grassroots tournaments and meeting up with some of my friends. That was back in 2019. I just kept playing Go Battle League, a lot of tournaments, grassroots. So my first ever tournament was NAIC 2022. but I was very stressed at the time, couldn't really find the team. Baltimore 2022, I found the team, I managed to prep with it, and I did really well. I ended up getting second place to my friend House Stark. My next finals was in Hartford 2023, and that was against a friend of mine, Wudosh, which at the time he hadn't won his regional either. I've learned a lot after being on stream so many times. The first time that I competed on stream, I noticed that I got really tired as the day went by. I'm so used to it that I found a way to stay locked in, if that makes any sense.
We're about to get locked into these grand finals.
I used to think that there was a very clear skill ceiling. The more I play, I notice that that's not as clear as it used to be for me. You definitely need to put a lot of time and practice into it to be at the top. For this tournament, my team was a very similar team to what I brought in both LAIC and Louisville. I changed a couple picks with the new season. I added Annihilate and Corsola. I felt like they worked better in the current meta. My most difficult matchup has to be the finals against Septalize. He beat me on the winners finals, and then I came back. I don't even know what happened in those games. I was just locked in. He had a very difficult team comp. His Shadow Feraligatr was very strong against my team, and he knew that. He played fantastically. I just had to find ways around it. I didn't think I was going to win until literally the end. It was just way too close.
And Elam claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion.
I'm feeling out of this world. It's been a long time, many tries, a lot of practice. I just feel fantastic right now. If I didn't win this regional, I would need to take a long break. I love competing. I'm a very competitive person. I know how good I am at the game, but my friends, meeting them at the events, hanging out with them, that's most of the reason why I keep going to these regionals. For this season, my initial goal was, of course, winning a regional. Now that I'm qualified for Worlds, I guess I need to win an IC. Other players should consider me a threat because I'm on the top of my game. I'm just a very well-rounded player. If I ever were to win Worlds, I would probably seriously consider retiring.
And that was just about a year ago that Elam said he was at the top of his game after winning Toronto. Well, it's been about 15 months since then, and he just won Houston a couple weeks ago, and we're about to see him try to go back-to-back here as he takes on Frankie in the losers finals. My name is Softo. I'm here with Caleb Pang, and we're here to bring you the last couple of matches of day one of the Orlando Pokémon GO Regional Championships.
All right, only 2 matches left, and it's going to be Elam right after the highlight against Frankie T, 52, both Florida natives. And Frankie T has played in every Orlando tournament so far. First ever tournament was Orlando 2023 for him. He got 4th place there, and then the last time it was in Orlando in 2024, he got 13th. So definitely performs really well in general, but also very well in his home state. But he is going against Elam, one of our top players in the circuit. He was talking about that in that last interview, right? He was excited to even win his first regional title. Well, since a little over a year ago, he's won 2 more, including just 2 weeks ago in Houston. So he knows this meta well, and let's see if he has, he's able to take out Frankie T for another Top Cup finish, or Frankie T has a way to upset this matchup.
He knows the meta, but he also knows his opponent, like you mentioned. These two are locals, and they've played countless times. I actually asked them backstage if one of them has the other's number, and they said the record's actually pretty even when they meet up at locals, so we'll have to see here. Also, we've been talking about Elam's record a lot, but Frankie, like you mentioned, does really well in Orlando. Also has a couple top 16s under his belt over the seasons, and so let's see if he can make yet another.
All right, losers finals, Group H, Elam versus Frankie T, 52 to kick things off. It's going to be the Feraligatr versus Galarian Corsola. Fairly neutral matchup throughout, but the super effective Shadow Claw damage will definitely add up against the Corsola.
And this is one of those matchups where you might prefer the Shadow Feraligatr over the regular to get just a little bit of extra damage with those Shadow Claws, but either way, still a decent matchup for Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon coming through. This is going to do quite a bit of neutral damage, and then Elam's going to decide how much he wants to farm up before maybe throwing a Nightshade.
The next Hydro Cannon will, plus the Shadow Claw damage, will come close to KOing this Galarian Corsola. Let's see if Elam decides to stay in and let that happen, or maybe he's going to swap out to something else. Both players are running Volt Switch Fortress, the older moveset, but also a still very reliable moveset in this current meta. Elam decides to spend his first shield to preserve this Galarian Corsola and try to fight for switch advantage. And Frankie T's probably thinking, once I get this Corsola out of the way, my meta champ is pretty free. However, Elam has a chance to pivot out if that's going to be the case. In comes the Corviknights, and Elam's actually going to throw the Nightshade instead.
Looks like he doesn't decide to pivot out. Just going to maybe let this Corsola go down, maybe try to get to another Nightshade. We do see him staying in there as Frankie going to go for maybe a Sand Attack down. Let's see if he tries to throw an Air Cutter before Nightshade comes through, but no, he is just going to go for the full farm down as Elam reaches a Power Gem, and all of a sudden Frankie going to be forced to use his first shield here, but he does have quite a bit of energy on this Corviknight.
And great shield usage as well, to preserving as much health as possible, but this makes the matchup for Elam a little bit harder, or a little bit easier in the back, because shield advantage matchup would have done absolute work into the team of Elam. And unfortunately, only gonna throw one more Sand Attack before he's capped out on energy. We're gonna get this payback off, putting this Fortress close to Dynamic Punch range. Not quite yet though. However, Elam now is in a slightly tough position because he's coming into a Metagame behind on energy. Frankie T decides to throw the Dynamic Punch right away though, and now if Elam swaps, he can be on even energy against the Metagame, and now their pacing is going to be the same.
This is incredibly awkward. Looks like Elam doesn't want to bring in the Empoleon on that one-turn swap, so he's going to just throw a Rock Tomb here. Maybe hope that with this Rock Tomb debuff, his Empoleon will be able to take a Dynamic Punch just a little bit better, but you can see that this Metagame already has one Psycho Cut, and now it's going to throw right away before Empoleon can get to its Drill Peck.
And timer's misaligned. Elam actually decides to still throw up the shield even on the debuffed Dynamic Punch. Let's see if that's going to hurt him in the endgame or not, because another Dynamic Punch could still be reached as Elam's building up to double, and Frankie T actually decides to throw on Charge Attack priority into the Empoleon instead of going for maybe a potential swap out. Knowing that Metagame lose Charge Attack priority either way, maybe not the worst decision from Elam, and now this will put Elam's Empoleon in a little bit lower health range. It is debuffed though, so not going to be as bad as a fully charged damaging Dynamic Punch, but that still does a lot of damage though.
Oh, and Elam actually throws the Hydro Cannon on the Metagame. It looks like he waited a turn. Maybe he wanted to see if the Corviknight was going to come in, but no, decides to just fully charge the Hydro Cannon. Frankie now has a ton of energy on this Corviknight. Elam trying desperately to reach another charge attack. Frankie doesn't want to let that happen and throws an Air Cutter, but that Fortress in the back is so low. I think Frankie is going to be able to take this one either with an Air Cutter or with Sand Attacks.
Yeah, and no energy banks on the Fortress. Frankie T playing clean in the endgame and gets the sweep with the Corviknight to close game number 1.
And Frankie, looks like a little bit of at a disadvantage coming out of that lead, had to shield the Corviknight, ended up getting debuffed, but Elam really did not have an answer for that Metacham in the back, especially up energy.
Yeah, once you neutralize that Galarian Corsola, outside the Willy stuff, there's just not great answers for that Metacham, and you got great matchup against the Empoleon, the Fortress, the Guzzlord, and pretty neutral into the Quagsire as well. And the thing is, you can even win the zeros against Wilgitzel. So this Metagame really looks strong into Elam's team. Let's see how he's going to make the adjustment. He did have the Corsola, but just couldn't get it onto the right target. And from there, Frankie T was able to take advantage of that.
I think Elam is just maybe a little bit too comfortable with Corsola versus Feraligatr, because yes, you can win that one shield scenario, but I mean, you get pretty low. Actually, Frankie got a very, very aggressive farm down there. Looked a little bit difficult, but it ended up paying off for him as this Metacham was able to do quite a bit of damage and make Fortress and Empoleon very uncomfortable.
All right, Frankie T facing the most recent regional winner in North America, Elam, and also Elam just has so many other medals and titles under his belt. Definitely a tough matchup, but he has the one game advantage. He's on match point as well. Let's see if he can pull off this upset, or Elam can bring us to a game number 3. Feraligatr, definitely the star, I feel like, of Orlando, being really prominent on a lot of teams, and it was pretty solid, I think, for Frankie throughout the tournaments. It's got great matchups into Elam still, right? Empoleon, the Galarian Corsola, the Quagsire, and yes, you have, kind of winning matchup in Fortress, Guzzlord, and Wilgitzel, but it can still hit back. and that's the symptom of really just grass types being non-existent in this current meta.
I think if I were to look for kind of the stereotypical prototype team of Orlando, it would be Frankie's team. Like you said, it's got that Feraligatr that's on the rise, and then so many stable meta picks around it. As we get into game number 2 here, Frankie with a nice lead of Feraligatr into Empoleon, but he doesn't want it. He switches straight out into the Fortress, now met by Elam's Corsola.
Yeah, he draws out the Corsola, but that does mean that Elam still has the Wigglytuff for the Medicham in the back. Elam calling the line perfectly there. ABB strong into that Medicham. Let's see if he's going to opt to give up a shield or not in this scenario, or Frankie T's going to fight for switch advantage.
Well, you mentioned that Elam is ABB strong into the Metacham, so, you know, maybe thinking that even if he loses this matchup, maybe if Empoleon can get just a little bit of an energy advantage, that might also be okay, but we'll have to see how this matchup plays out. Frankie now reaching for another Rock Tomb. Corsola, of course, very bulky, going to be able to take this no problem, but the real question for Elam is how much energy is he going to be able to leave this matchup with?
I think Elam is going to suss out that it is going to be a Medicham in the back, or maybe a Quagsire. So let's see how it's going to play out this next matchup, because Frankie T can either shield and try to flip switch advantage, or you get a very aggressive Shadow Claw down, and that's going to play favorably. Oh, he actually gets the Sand Tomb. If this KOs, that does change things for Elam, and he knows he is still strong to the Feraligatr in the back, so maybe not the worst case scenario for him, but actually going to survive and get that Astonish through, and now he hard pivots Empoleon into the Feraligatr. I think Frankie T is going to tank this damage and now bring in the Medicham.
And Elam didn't want to give the Feraligatr any bit of an energy advantage, but he did give up switch advantage. So like you said, maybe, but Frankie is actually not reaching for the Medicham, maybe doesn't want to be behind energy, so is going to throw this Hydro Cannon first. I think you probably need 2 Hydro Cannons to knock out this Empoleon. You see the first one land, the second one would definitely knock out, but this Feraligatr is dry at this point, trying to farm up a little bit more energy as Elam reaches for the Jewel Peck, maybe trying to force Frankie's first shield.
And I think Frankie's suspecting that it could be potentially a Fortress in the back. You can't really cycle cut down the Empoleon from this range, so maybe going to go for the aggressive Shadow Claw down. This Shadow Claw down is going to pay very well for Frankie T, because there's still the Wigglytuff in the back. It's hard to catch 3-turn into 2-turn from the Galarian Corsola as well. Oh, but he does it! A little peekaboo action brings the Wigglytuff and then catches the Hydro Cannon. All the energy wasted on the Corsola, going to set up Elam for a potential comeback victory with this Wigglytuff.
And this is still a very difficult position for Elam. Can this Feraligatr get to 2 Hydro Cannons? Looks like it's just 1 Shadow Claw off another one, so probably not going to be able to get it off as Elam puts up this shield. He still hasn't seen the Medicham yet. It looks like Frankie is going to go for the Hydro Cannon, can't quite get it off, and now he's going to be locked in with this Medicham. I expect to see Elam go straight for an Icy Wind here to try and start debuffing it.
And you can see Frankie T saying the GG's already, knowing that the writing is on the wall. Coming into Wigglytuff is already a tough time for Medicham, but especially when you have this much energy. Beautiful peekaboo play from Elam to set up this backline Wigglytuff. And Frankie T may be expecting that it's a Fortress back, but no. This time the Medicham has nowhere to go, as Elam is only a few more charms and a charge move away from evening up the series.
Wigglytuff continuing to charm away. Another Dynamic Punch going to come through, but Wigglytuff is well out of Dynamic Punch range, as we are going to go to a Game 3, as you mentioned. And, you know, with these top players, I feel like we see them sometimes in these impossible situations, and somehow they just find a way out. Elam with the peekaboo play there, staying alive on the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, Frankie realizing that he needs to land this Hydro Cannon against the Feraligatr, maybe got a little patient, didn't wait for the charm to come through, allowing Elam to make that tough catch. So this is why Elam is a 3-time champion, a recent champion as well this season, and he's looking to add another title to his belts, but he's got to go through Frankie T first to get to day number 2.
I'm curious about why Frankie decided to instantly switch out of Feraligatr into Empoleon. It's quite a neutral matchup. Maybe it depends on the exact stats of Pokemon, how that plays out, but I think bringing in the Fortress kind of allowed Elam to get a little bit of an advantage with the Corsola.
Yeah, I think what he really wanted to do is draw out a potential Corsola, which did happen for him, but unfortunately Elam was prepared for that Medicham, knowing how strong it is into his team composition. Now, the question for Frankie T is, does he double down, or triple down, I should say, and bring Medicham for a 3rd game straight, knowing how strong it is, or does he suspect that Elam is going to, again, bring the Corsola and maybe this time also Wigglytuff? And in those situations, it is hard to find a positive matchup if you're Medicham.
I do expect Elam to continue to bring the Corsola, but I think if you're Frankie, you still want to be bringing the Medicham. We saw how well it worked out for him in game number 1, and if you can land the Medicham on anything that isn't the Corsola, you have quite a bit of play, even against the Wigglytuff, as we've seen throughout the day in some scenarios. You can hit very hard with those Dynamic Punches.
All right, well, Frankie T trying to pick one final team. for this losers finals. Great Group H, going to be the last battle for one of these players, and the other one will lock in their day 2 spot here in Orlando. Let's see how they're going to make the following adjustments into this final line. Elam is ready, and he's ready to see what Frankie T is going to lock in. Frankie T taking one last glance over the team sheet before he decides how to run this final line.
Well, it's win or go home for both of these trainers. Winning means advancing to day 2, so definitely want to make sure you're happy with your line, you're happy with the scenarios that could come of that line as we get into game number 3, decisive match here as Elam gets a fantastic lead with Corsola into Metagame.
Absolutely brutal lead there. Throws the Cycle Cup first and then swaps over to the Feraligatr, and it's going to be met by the Fortress, which is not a great spot to be in, but at least you draw this out of the way. Both players not even throwing moves and allowing Frankie T to get a full Shadow Claw through into this matchup. Going to throw up the shield. I don't know if you can ever flip switch advantage, especially with the Rock Tomb debuffing at this point in time, but is at the back-to-back Hydro Cannon. Going to throw the first one. The second one may be shielded up from Elam, knowing how positive a matchup he has with that Galarian Corsola into the Metagame.
He's well over back-to-back, I believe pretty much at 100 energy at this point, throwing his second Hydro Cannon. Like you said, probably going to pull the shield from Elam, but I think after this, Frankie is just 2 Shadow Claws away from yet another Hydro Cannon, so Elam's going to have to throw right away if he wants to prevent that from happening. This is just a Sand Tomb, though. I actually don't know if this knocks out Feraligatr. Elam's shaking his head, maybe spoiling it a little bit, that it doesn't knock out, and you can see there the Feraligatr comfortably lives and is going to be able to get off this Hydro Cannon.
That's pretty massive as well. 2 turn to 4 turn means he's not going to take that Volt Switch damage before throwing the move, and that's going to set up Frankie T for a potential comeback victory. Shields down, this Corviknight is pretty scary into the team of Elam, but the problem is he can't really pivot out here because he only has one option for this Metagame, so he's just going to have to allow the Metagame to farm up extra energy into this Fortress. The good news for Elam is that this energy doesn't really go that far into the Corsola. He's also debuffing the Metagame, and now Metagame, after building up to 100 energy, is going to throw the Dynamic Punch. Frankie T probably going to be ready to swap over to Corviknight right away.
Elam's probably going to bring in the Corsola, and then like you said, he's going to see the Corviknight come in and switch straight into the Empoleon. And I don't think that Empoleon wins this matchup, especially down shields, but for Elam, I think your goal here is just maybe to land a Hydro Cannon and then hope that somehow Corsola can clean up.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough because Corsola doesn't have a move banked. You could potentially land the payback and even go for a Sand Attack down to see if Elam can get to, indeed, 3 Hydro Cannons. He has to double, but that's not going to be enough. He's going to need to land 2 additional more to take out this Corviknight, and I just don't think he has the time. This really sets Frankie T up for a farm down, and all the energy on the Metagame might actually come to fruition, as after 1 payback, only a few more Cycle Cuts and Ice Punch might be enough. Elam not happy with the situation, predicament he's in. The Sand Attacks are going to take the remaining health bar of this Empoleon. Doesn't get to the Hydro Cannon, and now the payback is reached on this Corviknight. I don't know if he gets astonished down, but I don't think Frankie T is going to give the option to Elam. Might just swap straight over to Metagame to start throwing these Cycle Cut and Ice Punches.
That was a huge farm down by the Corviknight. Elam wants to get rid of this Corsola straight away, but now, like you said, I think the Metagame has so much energy, it's going to be able to get to double Ice Punch. I think Elam probably didn't want to keep taking Sand Attacks to get into Ice Punch range, but now I think you just got outpaced. And I think Frankie has this. He's already at back-to-back Ice Punch.
Frankie T, 1 more Ice Punch away. You can see he's counting it down himself. And Elam, I think he sees the writing on the wall. 1 more Ice Punch will do it, and Frankie T pulls off the upset and finds himself in another top 16 in Orlando.
Orlando is the city of magic for Frankie. They are Orlando or Florida locals here, and Frankie gonna take the victory between these 2 friends as they handshake, and Frankie celebrates a little bit.
All smiles on Elam's face as well. Great sportsmanship between these players that know each other well. And you know, I think for Elam, he's had an amazing season, even last season as well combined. So maybe he's like, well, I already locked in my Worlds qualification. Happy for my friend Frankie T to make a top cut as he's looking still for his first title.
Well, I think Orlando is actually Elam's unluckiest city, as a little bit of a fun fact. He's never made top cut in Orlando, and so that pattern is going to have to continue for another year as, you know, Frankie gets another top cut for himself in Orlando.
Well, you know, a lot of people can join Elam in the company of not making top cut in Orlando, but sometimes, again, these accomplished players, we got to find the little tidbit fun facts because they're so accomplished. There's very few cities they haven't top cut in. As we take a quick look at the replay here, terrible lead for Frankie T, but it did not phase him at all. The aggressive Sand Attack down was what set him up for victory. And we initially said, you know, I don't think the extra energy on Metagame is going to come in handy, but it sure did come in handy for Frankie T.
the energy is exactly what mattered. It wasn't the Psycho Cuts, it wasn't, you know, the health or anything, because the Corsola really needed to reach an entire Nightshade, right? So Metagame, of course, you know, doesn't usually have a great matchup into Corsola, but at the end game, if you're up enough energy and up enough health, you can still pull things out.
All right, and we have one final matchup to go, I believe, here in Orlando on day number 1. It's going to be a rematch between Jigglypuff and Arrow. I believe Jigglypuff was the one to take Arrow down in that winner's side. Now they're both in that loser bracket. On that loser's finals, only one trainer will make it to our 16th and final member in day number 2 here in Orlando.
And it's been a very long day for both of these trainers. As you just mentioned, they're from Group B, actually, which means that they started almost at the very beginning of the day. I think Jigglypuff
yeah, they've been here for a while.
Yeah, Jigglypuff was one of the first people who we saw on stream, I think, today. And actually, so was Arrow. So they've been waiting a long time. I'm sure they've even watched back the footage from earlier in the day at this point, trying to figure out, you know, the lines that their opponent likes to bring, either against themselves or against other players. So we'll have to see if they've evolved their strategies since this morning.
And Jigglypuff looking for his first ever day 2 performance here in the competitive circuit, and he is closing in on that mark. Meanwhile, Arrow, one of our top players who often in the conversation of best players that haven't won a tournament yet, he has, I believe, 3 second place finishes to his name and looking to return to that grand final spot again. But he does have to get some redemption against Jigglypuff, the one player to take him out. And Arrow, no stranger to running weird teams. I mean, I think for any other player, if you see this team, that's a very anti-meta team. But for Arrow, this is just another day in the office. He's running the Dartrix, the Aegislash, the Shadow Cancel Ninetales. I mean, the fact that Shadow Cancel Ninetales is probably the 3rd spiciest anti-meta pick on his team is wild. But that's kind of how it is for Arrow. And yeah, I don't know about these Dartrix matchups, but I asked you earlier, and you said, hey, the Peck Dartrix actually looks pretty good.
I've come across quite a few Dartrix in the Go Battle League, surprisingly. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know who started this trend or where it comes from, because let me tell you, Dartrix is not typically on the list of Pokemon when you look at the Open Great League. But Arrow maybe took some inspiration from there, trying to make it work, maybe figuring out a couple matchups here and there that Dartrix picks up in terms of that central meta. Maybe he's thinking, you know, the Seed Bomb is going to one-shot Quagsire. Maybe he's thinking the Pecks are going to do something into Metagame. I don't know.
I mean, it can do something for sure, and Dartrix is running the hard-hitting, super effective Brave Bird for Metagame as well. Gives us some additional coverage into opposing flyer matchups like Altaria, so you can hit back there. So I do see the merits, and obviously it's worked for Arrow if he's made it this far, so we'll see if he brings it into this final matchup. I believe, if I recall correctly, he did bring it to Jigglypuff earlier today. And honestly, probably one of the first times you've ever seen Dartrix in any competitive stage matchup. But Arrow trying to make history happen, not only with the Aegislash, another Aegislash joined that top 16, but a Dartrix, I think this would be a first-time top cut for that Pokemon alone. But here we go, Jigglypuff 27 versus Arrow in the losers finals of Group B. The final matchup of the day is going to be Empoleon into the Aegislash. And Aegislash actually finding fantastic matchup against the entire team of Jigglypuff.
And this is going to be a good test of how much Arrow knows his Aegislash matchups and gameplay. You can see Jigglypuff farming up a ton of energy. I think might have just gone over 100 as Arrow is going to fire off this Shadow Ball. It is going to do a ton of damage, as I believe Aegislash has just now switched into its Blade form.
And kind of curious from Arrow, he doesn't build a double Shadow Ball, so maybe has a pivot out strategy. But if he brings in the Guzzlord here to eat the energy, it's going to be a problem. And now Arrow has to maybe spend both shields right away. Again, like, a little bit curious why he didn't build it to double Shadow Ball and force Jigglypuff to throw the move first, as now he is back into shield force, and maybe it is actually going to pay off, because now Jigglypuff, wait, hold on, brings the Wigglytuff into an Aegislash. I don't know about this one, Jigglypuff.
Oh, but Arrow actually switches out. He doesn't care about throwing the super effective Gyro Ball that would almost certainly one-shot the Wigglytuff. He's just going to come in with the Ninetales because that also resists Charm, and, you know, he can sleep soundly at night knowing that his Guzzlord doesn't have to see the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a weird matchup and weird gameplay, but Arrow, no stranger to weird gameplay. As he goes for the overheat, I like this play a lot. One shield down right from Jigglypuff, and he knows Jigglypuff won't spend that final shield because then the Aegislash can just throw 2 back-to-back hard-hitting neutral moves at the remaining Pokemon. And here comes the Empoleon trying to farm up extra energy. He has as much energy as possible, but you can't Metal Sound down this Shadow Kanto Ninetales. And now Arrow has so much energy on the Aegislash. I might have questioned his gameplay decision earlier, but I think he knows how to use this Pokemon way more than I do. And here comes Arrow with back-to-back Shadow Ball loaded. And this is a tough position for Jigglypuff to be in, as this is why Aegislash is so strong. Next Shadow Ball should connect. Let's see if Arrow decides to throw it or swap straight away to the Guzzlord. I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to throw this just to soften up the Altaria. Oh wait, trying to build up extra energy, build up to double. Does he try to go for a catch? No, he throws it on charge attack priority, but Jigglypuff doesn't throw the move yet.
And I actually really like that play from Arrow because while you're in that attack-weighted form, you also generate energy much more quickly. Looks like Arrow maybe tried to go for a catch there, but didn't quite get it, as Jigglypuff now is going to be able to force a shield with the Sky Attack. But I still think you're in a good position if you're Arrow. You can switch Guzzlord, and he does indeed switch into Guzzlord. Maybe go for a Dragon Tail down, and then you can go for double Brutal Swing on the Empoleon, which quickly switches in.
Yeah, I really like that switch out from Jigglypuff, saving the energy for later. I think he got to a Flamethrower as well, which can be problematic for Arrow. And now all this energy on Empoleon is going to come to fruition. Here's a tough part for Arrow, because if he throws the Shadow Ball right away into the Empoleon, he's going to be in Blade form, and definitely the move KOs. But even in Shield form, I think Flamethrower will be enough from that health range. Arrow going to throw another Brutal Swing, but now Jigglypuff in a really commanding position. If it doesn't KO though, this Brutal Swing might be enough to take out the Empoleon.
And Guzzlord barely hangs on. I think the Brutal Swing is going to be enough, and even if it's not, I think Aegislash, as silly as this might sound, might be able to fast attack down the Empoleon. But now it's going to come down to Altaria versus Aegislash. As you mentioned, didn't quite have the Flamethrower there, and that's going to mean that Arrow is going to be able to knock out the Aegislash.
All right, closing out with the Gyro Ball. Aegislash coming to play for Arrow here. One of our final players with Aegislash to try to see if this Pokemon is legitimate or not. What players are talking over with the judges? Not sure exactly what might have occurred, but if there is going to be a review, we'll definitely keep you all updated.
And that was an interesting game for sure. Lots of great Aegislash gameplay from Arrow. I really like how he danced around, built up to back sometimes, and other times, we saw him willing to stay in with the Aegislash even when he was in the Blade form, right? Farming up all that extra energy versus Altaria at the end, really paying off.
Yeah, I'm very curious too, because in the early parts of that game, Jigglypuff swaps Wigglytuff into a loaded Aegislash. And I don't know if he meant to do that, or maybe it was a misclick or something happened in the game. I don't know if that's what's happened, because I remember he started saying something the moment that occurred. I mean, it's a pretty wild play in my mind, because that's an absolutely terrible matchup for Wigglytuff. But let's see what the trainers, what the judges are going to say on this specific situation. Could be something else. That's just what I saw, Soph.
Definitely not a great situation to be in, but regardless of the outcome of this review, and I think Jigglypuff is probably just explaining to our judges up there. Javier, by the way, of course, a talented trainer in his own right, looking at the footage, making sure all is going smoothly, and this is the last match of the day, so these trainers have got quite a bit of time if they need to, as they're probably just gonna let the judges do their thing and look a little bit more at the matchup.
Well, speaking of time, they definitely spent a lot of time in this venue today, as they were here bright and early in one of the first brackets to go. It looks like the review is potential lag disputes, and they're going to just review the game footage. So nothing too detailed after that, but we'll keep you all updated if we have more details.
And we're just getting a message here that there is a potential lag dispute. Not entirely sure where exactly in the game yet that lag took place. I see Jigglypuff picking up his trusty Jumpluff plushie, not the grass flying type that Arrow has in that Dartrix, but maybe both of these trainers like their grass flying types.
Yeah, we're a couple seasons away from the Jumpluff meta, but definitely a fan favorite for many of our players. And Arrow opting for the other flying grass type, and we didn't see it in action, but I think we saw plenty of Aegislash action, which is super interesting. Again, for those that don't fully know the mechanics of Aegislash, because even I was surprised when I first faced in Go Battle League, Aegislash is a very unique form change Pokemon, where only one of its kind, where it changes forms based on the moves and decisions you do. So anytime you shield the Aegislash, it always goes back to shield form if it's not in shield form already. It'll stay in shield form if it is, or every time you swap it out, when it comes back into the field of battle, or when it starts the field of battle, it will be in that shield form. Anytime it throws a charge attack though, typically Gyro Ball or Shadow Ball, it will always throw it from the Blade form. It will transform first before throwing it, which means a lot of players will typically tank all this damage, build up the double moves, then throw hard-hitting moves. And the problem is, no matter what Pokemon it is, very few Pokemon resist the Steel and Ghost type. And because of that, even if it's neutral damage, it's going to hit so hard because the Blade form is so attack-weighted.
Thanks for that explanation. And a couple of notes there as we get the message that there will not be a rematch is that Aegislash, because it's always throwing from the attack-weighted form and it can always farm up back-to-back charge attacks, that makes its charge attacks always going to do a ton of damage. And so if you're Jigglypuff, you know, we saw the overheat land in the mid-game. Knowing that the Aegislash had so much energy, that's probably why he was letting those charge attacks go.
And it's very tough to play into, right? Because if you don't have a really strong, solid answer, you could just tank all this damage, even into opponent, tank all this neutral Hydro Cannon and resistant metal sound damage, no problem on the shield form, bank up the energy and then throw or swap out. And it's just a very high skill Pokemon to use, but also a very difficult one to play into if you're playing against an opponent who knows what they're doing. And Arrow, I know he ran the Aegislash in Houston as well. He didn't make top cut with it, but he swore by it. He was a big believer of it. And 2 weeks later, he is here trying to make day number 2 with it again in this tournament. Let's see if he has what it takes as both players are locking in. Match point for Arrow. Jigglypuff still has a chance to make his first ever day 2 performance, but he's going to have to win 2 more here. As here we go, it's going to be the Dartrix, the costume Dartrix into the costume Wigglytuff. Obviously, double super effective Ice Wind's going to do a ton of damage, but if you don't land it, the moves from Dartrix will come out way faster.
And we know Arrow loves to put on a show. He definitely wouldn't want to leave this tournament without bringing the Dartrix out one more time as he goes for the Seed Bomb. Jigglypuff, no shield straight away. Maybe think he could live a Brave Bird even if it was that, but luckily for him, it's not, as Arrow trying to make a catch, maybe bringing in the Quagsire to absorb the Swift.
And it's going to be actually Jigglypuff maybe going for that bait move against the Dartrix, but now there's a chance that the Wigglytuff can still match up against the Guzzlord in the back, which is not going to be a great time for Arrow. Arrow actually doesn't even build up the stone, throws the Aqua Tail right away. Want to just do as much damage as possible. I mean, this is not terrible for Arrow because you draw the Corviknight, which is also a great matchup for Dartrix, but Dartrix doesn't have anywhere to go. It's got double flyers in the back, plus a Wigglytuff with double super effective Icy Wind for it.
Arrow might need to try pulling something out where he's putting in the Dartrix in a situation where it can land a Brave Bird, but we'll have to see as we're still in this Quagsire versus Corviknight matchup. Looks like Jigglypuff is just going for another Air Cutter. Arrow can definitely take this if he wants to, but looks like he doesn't want to and is going to shield up the Quagsire.
And that's going to be a great shield bait for Jigglypuff and gets the boost on top of it. How does Arrow play around this? He gets to another Aqua Tail. He didn't really bring an answer to Corviknight. Corviknight fantastic into the Dartrix and not bad as Guzzlord or Quagsire. Just doesn't have a great answer to it despite the fact that he brought Kanto Ninetales in the first game. Jigglypuff doesn't care. Run ABA Weak to Kanto Ninetales and is really paying off.
And I like this no shield from Arrow. He realizes that he can't really afford to shield this Quagsire as the Corviknight is very close to another charge attack and now has to decide how he wants to absorb this energy. He is going to reveal that he has the Guzzlord in the back. And at this point, if you're Jigglypuff, you're probably thinking, wow, I can just get my Wigglytuff on this. But is there ever a universe where Arrow can somehow get a huge Dragon Tail down on this Corviknight?
Well, the boost is not going to make things easier for Arrow. Oh, and he catches the resistant Brutal Swing on the Wigglytuff, but now Arrow avoids the matchup Wigglytuff into Guzzlord. So maybe not the worst case scenario for Arrow. Can he get a peck down? It's going to be massive because then he has a lot more play into Altaria. He doesn't know it's Altaria in the back, so he's probably going to throw right before the move is reached. And he does go for the peck down. Going to have to shield this double super effect to Icy Wind, and now he's going to be debuffed for the remainder of the game.
He is going to be debuffed, but I think what Arrow wants out of this Dartrix is maybe just to reach 2 Brave Birds against whatever comes in, although he hasn't seen the Altaria quite yet. He's going to have to maybe build up to 100, throw 1 Brave Bird, and then throw another. I would be very surprised to see him bait with a Seed Bomb at this point in the matchup, as we do see him firing off the first Brave Bird.
And that could have easily been caught on the Corviknight as well if the timer's up. I actually wasn't sure if it was or not. It's only 1-turn moves there. As I said, he's going to be debuffed for the remainder of the game, but he actually does have a pivot opportunity. But no, here comes the combo play from the Corviknight. This is definitely going to take out the debuffed Dartrix. Now Arrow has to go for aggressive farm down. Can he get it? It's a real question. He's going to need at least 2 Brutal Swings to take out this Altaria in the back.
And there's still a shield up on the Altaria, so I just don't think that Arrow can get to 3 Brutal Swings in time, especially with this Corviknight already throwing this Air Cutter here. I think it might even be able to reach, no, I don't think it'll be able to reach another one. Oh wait, it does! And Arrow's last hopes go down the drain for game number 2, but he's still in it as Jigglypuff evens up the series 1-1.
All right, Jigglypuff finding a way. Still a little bit of health left, but not enough HP, and even the Sludge Bomb wouldn't be enough to KO, but Jigglypuff getting the Dragon Breath down. Arrow, maybe not expecting the Wigglytuff to come back into that game, was very weak to it, but also very weak to the Corviknight, so not a lot of great options there for him. I don't know if the Dartrix is it. You know, like, yes, you have a great matchup into Quagsire, but that's pretty much it. You know, everything else has so much play into it, and some of them have even more positive matchups than the others in those neutral scenarios. So may leave the Dartrix on the table, but I mean, it's fun to see, right? I don't know if it's still his best Pokemon or sorts, but I feel like the Kanto Ninetale is much stronger and safe for him, as well as that Aegislash.
I definitely like the Aegislash from Arrow. I wonder if he was potentially thinking that just because it was so dominant in game number 1, he thought that might scare off the Wigglytuff, and that's why he felt emboldened to bring, you know, Guzzlord, Dartrix, Quagsire as a line of 3. But, you know, for game number 3, maybe he's just going to go back to the basics, bring in the Aegislash, because I think, you know, other than the Quagsire, it has pretty nice matchups into some of these other Pokemon on Jigglypuff's team. And I think given how good it looked for Arrow in game number 1, it seems really tempting to bring it back in game number 3.
Yeah, and even in against a head-to-head Ghost matchup, super effective Astonish and Nightshade does do damage, but in shield form, you can still let those go and tank the damage no problem, as well as the payback from the Corviknight. So again, I think this is such a good time to bring the Aegislash. Why not run it back? Yes, you're worried about the Quagsire, but after showing, you know, the Dartrix, maybe you scared it off. But here we go, game number 3, the final game of day number 1 here in Orlando. Jigglypuff versus Arrow. Winner will lock in their day 2 qualification, and it's going to be Galarian Corsola into the Quagsire. A fantastic lead for Arrow because he avoids this ghost-on-ghost matchup.
Ooh, and if you're Arrow, I think you really want Switch Advantage taking a peek at those backlines. He's got Aegislash and Kanto Ninetales, whereas Jigglypuff has Altaria and Corviknight. But we're still going to have to see how these trainers decide to play out this Quagsire versus Corsola matchup. It is quite neutral, but I think if you want Switch, you're going to have to put in the shields.
Yeah, and I don't know what Jigglypuff's going to do, because he does have double flyers in the back, so kind of ABB, and fairly strong to Quagsire, so I'm surprised he hasn't actually swapped out yet. But this might confuse Arrow and make Arrow think that Jigglypuff is actually a lot weaker to Quagsire than it really is. But Arrow not going to shield up the move, trying to farm up as much energy as possible. Might save the final shield for that Aegislash, but throws the Stone Edge. If you land this, it's going to be enough to KO, but the shield going to be thrown from Jigglypuff, and this edge is going to definitely go far into the remainder Pokemon of Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow doesn't really have anything to absorb the energy from this Corsola. I guess you come in with the Kanto Ninetales and try to throw Weather Ball before Jigglypuff can get to 2 charged attacks, but you're now kind of throwing away the shield advantage that you got, because you have to respect your potential power gem.
And he does end up, he's like, wait, hold on, that's not even the power gem. A little bit confused, but it does force Arrow to throw the energy sooner. Wait, hold on, Jigglypuff going to spend the final shield. That's exactly what Aegislash is looking for.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because now Arrow is thinking, well, okay, who cares about this Kanto Ninetales? I've got a Sweeper in the back. But you still, okay, if with Aegislash, you have to preserve at least one of your other Pokemon, right? Otherwise, it's just going to be stuck in that Blade form for the rest of the game, which you definitely don't want. So Arrow can't quite get the aggressive farm down, so he throws the Weather Ball here. But now, what do you think Jigglypuff brings in? Has to be the Altaria. Do you think we see Arrow go for an immediate swap into Aegislash?
I think he will, unless he wants to bank energy for a combo play. That is maybe what he's going to do, and that's he saves the overheat board later, and now he has a chance to do exactly what he said earlier. Aegislash in the shield form charges energy actually slower than the blade form, so it's actually going to take him a while to get to the double Shadow Ball, but because of that, the timer might be up in time. Super FA Payback is going to do a good chunk though, as Jigglypuff over the energy actually, and now going to throw the first super effective Payback.
But I wonder if, you know, given how slowly Aegislash is charging energy in this form, I don't know if, oh, but maybe going over 100 energy is going to cost Jigglypuff here, as he barely now is reaching the Payback as Arrow fires off the first Shadow Ball. He's at the back-to-back. Jigglypuff is also at the Payback, though. So let's see if Arrow decides to throw right away.
Yeah, I don't know if the timer's going to be up or not. Maybe the shield transformation to the Blade form will burn the timer a little bit longer than need be. Oh, wait, no, hold on. The Payback's going to be thrown first, and this should definitely be enough to KO the Aegislash on the side of Arrow, especially in Blade form, and now Arrow knows the game is over. Overheat resisted is not going to be enough to take out the bulky flying dragon type of Altaria. Jigglypuff just a few dragons away from locking in his first ever day 2, and it's going to be against Arrow. 2-1 victory in the loser finals.
Bubble by bubble, and Jigglypuff's got it. A long day for him, but it all paid off as he knocks down Arrow twice today to advance to day number 2 and lock in that 16th spot.
All right, what a series between these two players, and unfortunately for Arrow, losing the same player that took him out in the winner's side, but fantastic performance from him and from Jigglypuff, and Jigglypuff will see a lot more tomorrow.
And it's been really exciting to see trainers like Jigglypuff, who maybe haven't quite had their time in the spotlight yet, but, you know, really clean plays today on stage throughout the day, not just against Arrow, but in, you know, several matchups. So really exciting to see him advance to day number 2.
Yeah, he had some tough matchups there for sure. Losing that first game to Arrow did put him slightly behind, but he stayed calm, cool, and collected, and fighting for switch advantage on this glaring force, so definitely proved to be helpful, grabbing every shield from Arrow, and then closing it out with a double flyer strategy in the back.
And Arrow, of course, with that Kanto Ninetales, trying to put in as much work as it could, but really can't get through the Altaria there. Everything is resisted, and Jigglypuff, you know, playing against a Pokemon like Aegislash, if you don't have that much experience against it, you might not know its mechanics that well, you might not know how to take advantage of those mechanics, but Jigglypuff definitely proving that he has the knowledge and knows what it takes.
Definitely, and I'm excited to see him play in his first ever day 2. We'll have the full bracket for you all maybe sometime later, but very excited to see how our top players are going to round it out. A lot of great players on both the loser side and the winner side. Well,
let's take a look at the winners side of the bracket. I feel like the story of the winners side was all of these trainers from Brazil, LNDS Harjeff, TZ Steiner, LNDS Oreo, all of whom have won many, many titles in Latin America, now trying to repeat that success in North America, but in their way, trying to defend North American pride. We've got Firestar 73, DuneBug, Alan, and Nighttime Clasher. Also, Sammy 85 is from Latin America, so pretty even split here, 4-4.
And they're not facing each other, actually, which is probably very convenient for those that are friends from LATAM, particularly our Brazilian players. So, you know, they're probably feeling great. A lot of them making that day number 2 on the winner side, too, even more impressive, completely undefeated.
All of those players so decorated. We've got, you know, players like Firestar who have been top 8 at Worlds, but let's take a look at the rest of the season. Of course, we're here in Orlando, April 3rd to April 5th, and we've still got 2 more regionals in LA and Indianapolis before closing out the regular season with NAIC in New Orleans in June, and we've got a little bit of a break, all leading up to San Francisco Worlds.
And as a reminder, too, the winner of the regional in Orlando will lock in their Worlds qualification for Worlds in San Francisco, the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. So really exciting Worlds this year, particularly this year. Every year's a fun time. And of course, if you like today's broadcast, stop by tomorrow. The start time is 9:45 a.m. Eastern, 6:45 a.m. Pacific. And then of course, you can do all the conversions if you're watching from anywhere else in the world. But we're excited for more Pokemon action tomorrow. Get some rest, and we'll see you there.
And we still have, you know, if you're interested in getting in on the action yourself, make sure to take a look at this NAIC hotel QR code. If you scan this, you know, that's going to make your travel to NAIC just a little bit easier if you want to join us for the end of the regular season.
All right, and make sure you follow our channels as well. Turn the notifications on so you don't miss any tournaments that we go live for in Orlando or elsewhere. But that's going to be it. Follow our socials as well, and be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon if you want to be featured on a broadcast.
We'd love to see how you're enjoying the stream, who you're cheering for, maybe some cool Pokemon that you've caught while watching the stream. So like Caleb said, make sure to follow us on all the channels, use those hashtags, and we'll catch you out there on social media.